Chapter 521. Luo Qingtian stared at the 501 numbers in silence. She only wanted a single room, not a whole floor. Is Qin Lang crazy? Or is this his goal, to draw attention from the government and tech companies? Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian pulled out her watch phone again, ready to make a call, but remembering Qin Lang's personality, he either turned it off or simply ignored it. It seemed she had to go to the fourth base and have a serious talk with Qin Lang. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian opened the door to room 501. Entering the room, Luo Qingtian's first thought was the presidential suite she lived in her previous life. It was an upgraded version of the pre-apocalyptic presidential suite. Luxury yet elegant. There was a robot vacuum, a computer, an air conditioner, and all the necessary appliances, even those not previously available. The only downside was the abundance of force-level sensors. If she hadn't seen all sorts of value sensors in the fourth base, Luo Qingtian might have mistaken them for normal clocks. Luo Qingtian activated his third skill and scanned the entire room. After locating the surveillance cameras and force meter throughout the room, Luo Qingtian rolled up his sleeves, disconnected all of them, and removed the batteries. After ensuring the entire room was safe, Luo Qingtian finally relaxed. Luo Qingtian walked into the bedroom, casually tossed his backpack on the sofa, undressed, and began to shower. Thinking of tomorrow's welcome party, Luo Qingtian's heart began to pound. Could the so-called senior executive be the CEO of the tech company? Although Qin Lang said the CEO might be there, 9 out of 10 of his claims were false. You can't believe it completely. Luo Qingtian couldn't calm down after taking a shower. Finally, he simply got dressed and entered the space. Inside, Little Ball and Little Ball had cultivated new farmland. When Luo Qingtian entered, the two balls, wearing small straw hats, were wheezing away at farm work. Luo Qingtian jumped up to the two balls and said with a grin, "Balls, are you working?" Both Little Ball and Little Ball stopped farming and looked at Luo Qingtian with expressions of despair. Luo Qingtian stepped forward, picked up Little Ball, and tossed him into the air. "Haha, Little Ball, maybe I get to see my parents tomorrow." The thrown ball was about to form a small whip to whip someone, but when he heard the words Luo Qing's parents, Little Ball and Little Ball froze. Luo Qingtian was completely immersed in the joy of meeting the leaders of the technology company tomorrow. He didn't notice the complicated looks from the two balls. Luo Qingtian caught the fallen fur ball and turned to run toward Dubai again. She leaped onto Dubai's back. "Dubai, run!" Dubai stood up, roared to the sky, and then ran off into the distance. Only Luo Qingtian's joyful laughter remained in the air. The fur ball and the little fur ball watched Dubai and Luo Qingtian disappear, looking at each other anxiously. Old Luo. Qingtian is about to recognize someone else as his parents, and you're still not going to tell him? The little fur ball opened its mouth, unsure what to say. Xianro, don't worry, let's figure out what's going on first. As the two balls were talking, they heard Luo Qingtian and Dubai running back in the distance. They had been running in the space with Dubai for so long. Luo Qingtian couldn't contain his excitement. He jumped off Dubai and headed straight for the training room. He activated the intermediate and higher training modes. And so began their night's training. After Luo Qingtian entered the training room, Mao and Zimokyu hid at the doorway, turning on the monitors and controllers. The two balls nervously stared at Luo Qingtian inside. Today, Luo Qingtian had activated a training mode even more intense than his own. Throughout the training room, gigantic robots were closely following Luo Qingtian. There were also smaller robots. They were fast and accurate, hitting Luo Qingtian with every strike. But Luo Qingtian's face was filled with excitement, as if he was completely oblivious to the pain. He fought intently in the training room. Mao and Zimokyu, watching the scene from outside, couldn't help but feel nervous too. Though they didn't know what was happening outside, the two balls could see that Luo Qingtian was excited, nervous, and happy. Luo Qingtian's state was driven by the thought that she'd see them tomorrow. Old Luo, damn us. I can't bear to think how disappointed Qingtian will be tomorrow if she doesn't see you or me. What if someone impersonates you and tries to deceive her? Ro, calm down. How can you expect me to calm down? Mao said, as the red button behind his head lit up. A woman's dark figure emerged from the red button. Then she vanished. Little Mao watched the woman disappear. He shook his head helplessly. After the woman vanished, Mao opened his eyes. He glanced around blankly, his gaze piercing with a clear sense of foolishness. Then it knitted itself a new straw hat. It flashed a broad smile at the little ball of fur in front of it. It picked up its small hoe and hopped downstairs. The little ball of fur sighed helplessly, then stared at the screen and controller. It was worried something might have happened to Luo Qingtian in the training room. Luo Qingtian didn't know how long she had been fighting. She only knew that she had shattered the entire group of robots. Her body felt like it had been disassembled. She eventually fainted, but fortunately, she had cast a healing spell on herself before she did. The little ball of fur looked at the unconscious Luo Qingtian with pity, released vines, and carried Luo Qingtian back to the bedroom. It had to go back and talk to its wife quickly, in case she did anything wrong. In the freshman training camp dormitory, each room had 4 beds. After choosing a dormitory, Lin Yu grabbed a bed by the window. After putting her luggage away, she chose a slim-fitting white dress and put it on. After greeting everyone, she left the dormitory and began searching, intentionally or unintentionally, for Luo Qingtian. She searched every room on the 3 floors, but couldn't find him. Only when she saw the new students heading to the cafeteria in groups of 2 or 3 did she give up looking for him. She went to the cafeteria with her roommates. Meals at the training camp were paid for with points. To earn points, one had to either complete daily training sessions or redeem some food at the cafeteria. However, new students could receive a freshman meal with their ID cards. But only one was allowed. After hearing this news, Lin Yu excitedly headed to the cafeteria. In the cafeteria, Lin Yu searched for Luo Qingtian for a while, but still couldn't find him. So, immediately, Lin Yu went straight to the dormitory manager to complain. "Auntie." "Hello." The dorm manager looked at Lin Yu and smiled. "Auntie, I have a classmate. I saw she chose a dorm, but I can't find her. Do we have any records here?" Chapter 522. The dorm manager smiled and asked, "What's your classmate's name?" In the dormitory building, the name of every student who uses their ID card to access the door will be uploaded to her computer. "Auntie, my classmate's name is Luo Qingtian." The dorm manager paused when she heard Luo Qingtian's name. Luo Qingtian? She naturally remembered this person. The only one who could open the 501 dorms was the strongest freshman of all time, and a key figure in the future of the tech company. But the identities of these individuals were kept secret. The 5th floor seemed simple, but only a special door card could access it. When she received the order from above, she had observed the girl carefully. She had been told not to reveal Luo Qingtian's identity. So what was this girl's purpose in coming to see him? The dorm manager looked Lin Yu up and down and said, "This person's door card hasn't been swiped yet. We check again next time." When Lin Yu heard this, a flicker of regret flashed in her eyes, then a smile appeared on her face, and she turned and left. The dorm manager watched Lin Yu leave, and immediately reported her situation. Luo Qingtian regained consciousness shortly after her coma. Watching her body recover, she rubbed her stomach and went downstairs. Usually, food would have been prepared in the dining room by this time of year, but today, there was nothing on the table. Luo Qingtian frowned and left the villa, finding Mutation working in the fields. "Mutation, why didn't you cook today?" "I'm hungry." Mutation looked up at Luo Qingtian innocently, then gave him a broad smile. Then he lowered his head and continued working in the fields. Luo Qingtian stared at Mutation. For some reason, Mutation gave her a strange feeling today. She felt like the fur ball in front of her was both a fur ball and not a fur ball. "Fur ball, did you fail your tribulation? Although you can't become a spirit after seeing it, becoming a spirit in this space shouldn't be a problem, right?" Luo Qingtian felt that the fur ball usually looked at him with emotion, but the fur ball in front of him, although there was emotion, it was like a puppy looking at its owner. The fur ball looked up at Luo Qingtian blankly. Then it lifted its vine, and a small flower immediately sprouted from it. The fur ball plucked the flower, and gave it to Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian took the flower, and looked at the fur ball in confusion. "Fur ball, when did you learn to bloom?" The fur ball watched Luo Qingtian stare at it with the flower in his hand, then another flower bloomed on its vine, and gave it to Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian took the flower and said, "That, fur ball. Do you still remember that you are the ball and I am the master?" The fur ball looked at Luo Qingtian blankly, and then another flower bloomed. Then, the man and the ball started talking at cross purposes. In a matter of moments, Luo Qingtian's hands were filled with many small flowers. Luo Qingtian figured the ball must be ignoring her, and angry that she had thrown it into the air, so she pretended to be a fool. Then she returned to the villa with a bunch of small flowers in her hands. The ball wasn't cooking, so she had a feast in store. Luo Qingtian found a steak, a red wine foie gras, and 2 servings of pasta. That was when she finally ate her fill. Checking the time, it was only midnight. Luo Qingtian changed his clothes, left the space, and retired to his bedroom to rest. The ball watched Luo Qingtian's actions the entire time, not even glancing at him until he left. The ball instantly felt defeated. How could this unfortunate child ever pay attention to him? After Luo Qingtian returned to his room, he deliberately opened the window and looked around. Wow! Even though it was dark, the skies above the training camp were filled with drones patrolling. Even if I tried to disguise myself and find someone, I wouldn't have a chance. No wonder Qin Lang wanted me here. He's looking for a place to keep an eye on me. Isn't he afraid of completely angering me? He visually inspected the surrounding drones and launchers. They were far inferior to the robots in the training room. It wouldn't be difficult for him to destroy a few and escape. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian prepared to jump out, but before he could act, he saw Cheng-Hua standing downstairs. Fuck! Luo Qingtian cursed softly. He quickly moved away. At this moment, Cheng-Hua also looked up. Just happened to see the window of 501. His expression was complicated. He was a little confused about the order from above. What kind of background did a girl with a statistic of 66 have to live in dormitory 501? He wanted to ask, but his superiors offered no explanation. They simply told him to take the girl on more missions. Even SSS-level missions were issued. He argued, but to no avail. Cheng-Hua impatiently took out a cigarette, lit it, and sat on a rock to smoke. Luo Qingtian waited for a while, but Cheng-Hua didn't leave. Finally, she went back to bed and fell asleep. She slept until the next morning. Luo Qingtian took the elevator directly down. The elevator exit was right on the playground. No need to squeeze in with the others. On the playground, each instructor stood at their team's assembly point. When Luo Qingtian arrived, there were only 3 or 5 people in the entire team. Cheng-Hua was standing at the front. Seeing Luo Qingtian approach, his gaze was filled with complex confusion. Thinking of the mission, he really wanted to ask what was going on. But as the crowd grew, he could only swallow his doubts. After waiting for a while, everyone finally arrived. Cheng-Hua briefly explained the freshman meeting and led the group toward the auditorium. The auditorium was outside the training camp, so the procession took only half an hour. Sitting below the auditorium, Luo Qingtian's hands began to sweat. Someone on the stage kept speaking, and even Cheng-Hua joined in, saying a lot. Luo Qingtian stared backstage, hoping to see the person he wanted to see. Finally, Cheng-Hua picked up the list in front of him and said with a smile, "Next, Manager Song Sherwei of Future Technology will speak on behalf of the company." The audience erupted in applause. Upon hearing the name, Luo Qingtian's expectant gaze dimmed. It wasn't Mom's name, nor was it Dad's. This time, it wasn't the boss of Future Technology Company. Luo Qingtian suppressed the bitterness and disappointment in his heart and began to ponder. Should he find an excuse to leave and privately check the head office's personnel list? This is a purely technological base, also known as the Future Technology Base. What if it's the future base Mom and Dad were talking about? Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian suppressed the bitterness in his heart and waited for the freshman orientation to end. After a whole morning, the freshman orientation finally ended. Luo Qingtian walked out of the auditorium and followed the group back. Before he even entered the training camp, Cheng-Hua called out, "Student Luo, come with me." Chapter 523. Luo Qingtian looked at Cheng-Hua with a bewildered expression. His eyes were clear, and it was clear he didn't understand what Cheng-Hua meant. "Instructor Cheng, where do you want me to go?" Luo Qingtian wasn't overthinking it. What Cheng-Hua had just said was like what a police officer would say to a criminal before the apocalypse. If he added this, "You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence in court," then Luo Qingtian would have to consider whether to simply flee. Instructor Cheng handed Luo Qingtian an S-level mission letter. Luo Qingtian opened it and took a look. What is this? The mission letter instructed Luo Qingtian to follow Cheng-Hua's military team to the top 100 base to rescue the stranded scientist Xue Hao. The mission reward, 10,000 points. Xue Hao's name sounded familiar, but Luo Qingtian couldn't place where he had heard it before. But why was her name on the mission letter? Luo Qingtian stared at the letter in silence. "Instructor Cheng, why does your rescue mission have anything to do with me?" Luo Qingtian was thinking. Would that Qin Lang sell himself out? If so, she would teleport over today and kill him. Cheng-Hua sighed. "When I received this mission letter, I couldn't believe it either. But I seen your data. Mr. Luo's healing skills are impressive. That scientist was seriously injured, unable to walk upright. Perhaps your healing skills are needed." Luo Qingtian frowned at Cheng Hua. Don't you have any soldiers with healing abilities? Cheng Hua was embarrassed. It's not that we don't have any, but we just don't have anyone as good as Mr. Luo. Cheng Hua's words were a bit disingenuous. He only knew that Luo Qingtian's healing ability could restore a person's strength and even their supernatural powers. While this was incredible, it couldn't withstand the danger of the place they were heading to, and Luo Qingtian was so fragile. Thinking of this, Cheng Hua looked at Luo Qingtian with a look of guilt. Luo Qingtian felt a little embarrassed by the look. He could only feign resignation and nod. Okay, I go. When do we leave? Cheng Hua felt relieved to hear Luo Qingtian's reassurance, but at the same time, he felt even more guilty towards her, for letting a young girl with only healing skills go on such a dangerous mission with these tough guys. No matter how he thought about it, Cheng Hua felt sorry for Luo Qingtian. He immediately said, "We leave after lunch, so you don't have to follow the team back to training camp." Luo Qingtian sighed and nodded weakly. Okay, I go with the instructor. Hearing Luo Qingtian's words, he immediately waved to the sky, and a wheelless car descended from the sky. Cheng Hua opened the car door and let Luo Qingtian climb in. The car took off, then quickly flew off into the distance. Cheng Hua took Luo Qingtian to a Sky Garden hotel for dinner. Luo Qingtian was surprised to find that the food in the hotel tasted remarkably similar to what restaurants used to serve before the apocalypse. The braised pork dish in particular was identical to the one Cheng Hua had given him before. Luo Qingtian instantly understood. After all this fuss, the meal that night wasn't provided by future technology, but rather privately sent by Cheng Hua. Well, for some unknown reason, he owed him a favor. During the meal, Cheng Hua carefully observed Luo Qingtian, fearing he might not like the food. After all, Luo Qingtian gave off a delicate, frail, fair complexion, the look of a delicate young lady who had never traveled far or endured hardship. He still remembered that when he went to pick Luo Qingtian up, she was staying in the most luxurious guest suite at the 4th base. Those who could live there were either highly respected or possessed extraordinary abilities. But Luo Qingtian's profile was spotless. She was an ordinary college student who had stumbled upon the 4th base. Her ability was healing. Nothing else. Such a clean background was inherently unusual. So Cheng Hua tended to believe that Luo Qingtian might be the commander or deputy commander of the 4th base. Furthermore, the commander of the 4th base also had a military and political background, holding a position in the government no less powerful than his own. But to actually allow Luo Qingtian to live in such a luxurious place with such fanfare made Cheng Hua suddenly feel narrow-minded. Such an upright person wouldn't use their personal power to commit such an asymmetric act. Therefore, Luo Qingtian's identity must be something extraordinary. Thinking of this, Cheng Hua looked at Luo Qingtian again, his gaze now scrutinizing and cautious. Luo Qingtian ate quietly the entire time, knowing Cheng Hua was observing her the entire time. As a soldier, and a formidable and capable one at that, it would be unusual for her not to be curious after receiving such an order. After finishing her meal, Luo Qingtian put down her chopsticks and looked at Cheng Hua. I'm full. Instructor Cheng, can you tell me about the mission? Cheng Hua immediately called in someone and cleared the table. Then he placed a map in front of Luo Qingtian. The blue route is where we're going. Along the way, we encountered a wave of zombies and a mutated forest. Cheng Hua pointed to the red dot, saying, "This is Nandu City." Before the apocalypse, it was a first-tier city with a large population, and it was one of the cities hardest hit by the zombie outbreak. The population of the top 100 base we're heading to is mostly made up of survivors from Nandu City. However, since their establishment, the top 100 bases have been unwilling to submit to unified government management. Thus, they have continued to exist independently. However, a scientist there has awakened the ability to create machinery. This has created numerous advantages for their base, making it significantly more powerful than ordinary bases, and fueling their arrogance against the government. Luo Qingtian nodded in understanding. So, this scientist with the ability to create machinery is the genius Zhuahao you're talking about. This top 100 base is unwilling to submit to the government, and Zhuahao is a member of one of them. Are we going to bring him back directly, or persuade him to defect, and then bring him back? Cheng Hua shook his head. The information we received is that this scientist has been working for the Strong 100 base solely because his parents are unable to travel remotely, and the Strong 100 base has been holding them captive, which is why he's been staying there. A few days ago, Zhuahao's parents passed away from a serious illness. Now, he feels no need to stay at the Strong 100 base, so he's privately tipped off to us, hoping we can come and pick him up. Luo Qingtian nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. This scientist is quite patient. Chung Hua smiled, put away the map, and said, yes, and he's very capable. If he could come to the 5th base, we'd definitely put him in a position where he's more suited to play a role. Chung Hua stood up and looked at Luo Qingtian. Mr. Luo, the mission is clear. Shall we set off? Chapter 524. The bus sped along the highway. Luo Qingtian, sitting by the window, couldn't help but sigh. It felt like she'd just gotten off the bus a day ago, and now she was back. Anyway, she had to investigate her parents' situation, and she didn't know if the top 100 base would find anything. Perhaps because she'd been disappointed so many times, Luo Qingtian suddenly felt that this possibility was unlikely. Thinking of how excited she'd been last night about potentially seeing her parents today, Luo Qingtian couldn't help but feel a sense of loneliness. She sighed deeply and looked out the window. Suddenly, a lollipop appeared before her. Luo Qingtian turned and saw Chung Hua smiling at her. When you're feeling down, something sweet can make you feel better. Luo Qingtian took the lollipop, peeled off the wrapper, and put it in her mouth. Thank you. Chung Hua had been keeping an eye on Luo Qingtian since they boarded the bus. So, he sensed the sadness and loneliness that Luo Qingtian was carrying. The thought of such a fragile little girl going to such a dangerous place made him naturally afraid. He immediately ignored his speculation about Luo Qingtian's identity and sat down next to her. Don't worry, try not to get off the bus once we reach Nandu City. I do my best to protect you from harm. Luo Qingtian's face softened. Thank you, Instructor Chung. I'm not afraid. Chung Hua thought Luo Qingtian was just trying to comfort him, and he smiled softly. Yes, I believe you. Luo Qingtian looked at Chung Hua, unsure how to explain why he looked so completely unconvinced. Well, she tried not to make a move when the time comes. Luo Qingtian thought this through, mumbling lollipop and squinting his eyes, pretending to take a nap. Chung Hua smiled at Luo Qingtian, then leaned back, imitating Luo Qingtian's posture. The car had been driving for an unknown amount of time when Luo Qingtian suddenly opened his eyes. Swish! The sharp, rapid sound of the brakes ripped through the air, catching everyone off guard. Luo Qingtian opened her eyes just in time, grabbing the handrail beside her to prevent herself from being thrown. Chung Hua, sitting nearby, was thrown forward by the violent impact of the brakes, but fortunately he had good agility and was able to steady himself in time. What happened? As soon as he finished speaking, the car began to shake violently. Then a massive tentacle slammed into the window. The bus shook violently again. Then everyone felt a sharp sense of weightlessness. Everyone in the bus left their seats and floated in the air. Chung Hua frowned, looking out the window. The giant black tentacle had grown from 1 to 2. And these 2 tentacles once again attacked the bus window. Luo Qingtian had already unbuckled her seatbelt and let herself float inside the bus. Fortunately, the bus was empty, allowing her to paddle freely. Are all the cybernetic mutants these days so outrageous? Luo Qingtian paddled up and down, avoiding the bus, the collisions within it, the vibrations, as if nothing had to do with her. Chung Hua had been avoiding any damage from the collisions. After seeing Luo Qingtian disappear from his side, he glanced around nervously. Then he saw Luo Qingtian paddling around like a swimmer, and his initial worry instantly eased. Luckily nothing happened, otherwise he would have been consumed by guilt. Since Luo Qingtian was safe, a silvery white liquid instantly condensed in his hands, quickly solidifying into a cone. Then they flew towards the window in front of him. The bus windows were all enhanced with supernatural powers, making them difficult to open with ordinary impacts. Only a sharp, powerful impact could do so. The sound of shattering glass was accompanied by the sound of black tentacles reaching out, entangling Chung Hua. Then, they dragged Chung Hua directly out of the car. Captain! The other soldiers in the car shouted and scrambled towards the windows. At this point, the weightlessness in the car disappeared, and everyone fell back to the ground. However, the windows were too small, and with so many people crammed against them, it seemed quite surreal to Luo Qingtian. Would you consider going through the car door? Just now, we were weightless, and the tentacles were blocking the way. Chung Hua had no choice but to break the window, and now that we're no longer weightless, these people are still trying to climb through the window. This is a bit unreasonable. Can fighting make people stupid? Luo Qingtian's voice successfully brought them back to their senses. The driver then opened the car door, and everyone rushed out. Luo Qingtian was actually quite curious about what those black tentacles were. As these people left, Luo Qingtian wanted to get out too. So she headed towards the car door, but before she could get out, she saw Chen Chen, like a giant toad, hopping towards the car, but he couldn't get in. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow, squatted down, and said, "How about you stand up and walk?" Luo Qingtian's voice instantly woke Qinshen up. He stood up and looked around. "How did I get here?" Luo Qingtian looked at Qinshen. There was a very obvious red mark on Qinshen's face, as if he had been whipped. Qinshen frowned and said, "I was just fighting with the captain, and then I got whipped and ended up here." Qinshen turned and ran towards Cheng Hua. After a few steps, he turned back to Luo Qingtian. "Student Luo, this thing is a bit weird. Stay here and don't run around. We'll be back later." After saying this, Qinshen ran even faster. Weird. Could it have the same effect as Shen Yunran's killer rose? Luo Qingtian's eyes lit up instantly. If this thing had a crystal core, perhaps it could elevate Shen Yunran's abilities to a new level. Ahead, two black tentacles rose from the ground. It looked like a tentacle monster, constantly pounding and lashing at the advancing squad of soldiers. The members of the squad that were knocked back either lay on the ground, writhing as if they were maggots, or else they dug holes and buried their legs in the ground, imagining they were plants. Only a few soldiers remained, cooperating with Cheng Hua in the battle against the black tentacles. When Luo Qingtian arrived, his mouth twitched. This was a scene of demonic chaos. "Xiaolu, do you know what that creature is?" Looking at the two massive black tentacles that appeared on the ground, Luo Qingtian suspected the creature's main body must be even larger. Xiaolu emerged from Luo Qingtian's hair. She sent a telepathic message to Luo Qingtian. "Mommy, this thing is so strange. Xiaolu feels so disgusting. I don't feel like eating it." Hearing this response, Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched again. If Xiaolu didn't want to eat it, it definitely had nothing to do with plants. Luo Qingtian stomped his feet on the ground opposite him, and a bright gray light penetrated into the ground and quickly extended towards the tentacle. Chapter 525. The light quickly spread underground, and soon Luo Qingtian's beams found the main body of the black tentacle. It was an enormous slug. Its body was writhing beneath the ground, and the two black tentacles were extensions of its head. Luo Qingtian could clearly see a thick layer of fluid brewing on the slug's body. This fluid continuously seeped into the ground, making the color of the ground darker. Luo Qingtian lowered his head to look at the ground beneath his feet, squatted down, picked up a small handful of soil, and rubbed it. The ground was damp, and had a slight fishy smell. And Luo Qingtian could sense the hallucinogenic powder in this fishy smell. As expected, this bug possesses multiple abilities. It's quite talented, but a bit disgusting. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Hua's furious voice rang out, "Luo Qingtian, get back." Luo Qingtian looked up at Cheng Hua and nodded guiltily. "Instructor Cheng, I'm here to save people." As soon as Luo Qingtian finished speaking, the black tentacles behind him suddenly rushed towards him. Cheng Hua, startled, rushed towards Luo Qingtian at breakneck speed. He threw himself in front of Luo Qingtian, holding him and rolling several times on the ground. Finally, Luo Qingtian was pinned beneath Cheng Hua. Snap! The sound of a whip rang out. The black tentacle struck Cheng Hua's back fiercely. A deep wound, visible to the bone, was immediately visible. Cheng Hua could only taste the rich taste of rust in his mouth. He forced himself to swallow the bloody stench. "Ahem, wait in the car. Don't worry, I get you away safely." Luo Qingtian opened her mouth, wondering if she had gotten this guy into trouble. But he was still holding her down, and she really wanted to kick him away. Cheng Hua gritted his teeth and stood up from Luo Qingtian's body. He turned and stood in front of Luo Qingtian. The black tentacles attacked again, and the white liquid in Cheng Hua's hand instantly solidified into a white spear. He wielded the spear and engaged the black tentacles. Luo Qingtian suppressed his irritation and stood up. Looking at Cheng Hua standing in front of her, a white light flashed in her hand. Healing light quickly enveloped Cheng Hua. Soon, Cheng Hua's wounds healed at a visible speed. Cheng Hua felt the pain, and fatigue in his body instantly disappear. Even the released supernatural powers were restored at this moment. Cheng Hua was delighted and rushed forward with his spear in hand. "Xiaolu, I remember you ate a zombie king that could buff attacks? I rescue everyone later. Give them a buff." Luo Qingtian walked over to the Still Days soldiers and supernatural powers, and released her healing light, awakening them all. Xiaolu then activated a bless power on everyone present. The rescued soldiers instantly felt their health restored. They then returned to their ranks, and fought alongside Cheng Hua. Luo Qingtian kept a close eye on the slug underground. The slug's release of fluid was accelerating. The surrounding ground darkened, and the feeling of weightlessness returned. Everyone on the dark ground began to float. The black tentacle struck again, as everyone floated. The white liquid in Chung Hua's hand wrapped around the black tentacle like a rope. Another black tentacle attacked Chung Hua, and Luo Qingtian frowned. He set a trap beneath his feet, forcing himself to the ground. Then a bright gray light pierced the slug's body. The slug, still releasing its supernatural powers, suddenly felt as if its strength was being drained away. Then its supernatural powers were interrupted, and the soldiers and supernatural users present fell to the ground. Chung Hua seized the opportunity to trap both tentacles with a white liquid whip, then began to pull back with all his might, attempting to drag the black tentacle's body free. Without the tentacle's attack, all the members of the military team rushed to Chung Hua's side, helping him pull. Luo Qingtian was still absorbing the slug's life force. The more she absorbed, the more goosebumps she got. Thinking of the software bug being absorbed, she felt as if she were eating it herself. The bright gray light continued to pierce the slug's body. The slug began to tumble underground. This caused the ground to vibrate, and Chung Hua's white liquid line nearly lost its shape due to the vibrations. Luo Qingtian, frowning, sped up his absorption, increasing the amount of bright gray light. The light pulsed back and forth within the slug's body. This insect has a crystal core. Luo Qingtian stared at the crystal core nestled within the slug in shock. It was a bit outrageous. There were 4 crystal cores within the insect. So, did this insect have so many superpowers because it had eaten zombies? Luo Qingtian thought to himself. He used the light to extract the crystal core. He tossed it into the space. Then he continued to absorb the slug's life force. The slug tried to escape several times, but Chung Hua and the others held its tentacles tightly. Finally, its struggles weakened, until its body transformed into a giant insect shaft. Chung Hua felt his hands lighten, and then, driven by inertia, they receded backwards. Along with them came a giant insect shaft. And the black tentacles that shattered at the slightest tug also transformed into black, dry skin. Oh my god, what is this? Chin stared at the slug's body as it was pulled out in shock. They couldn't believe they had just fought a worm this large. This is a mutated giant slug, but I don't understand how it ended up like this. Chung Hua walked up to the wheel slug and examined it closely. It looked as if something had hollowed it out. But during the battle, he hadn't sensed any other force. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Let's get out. With that, Chung Hua turned and headed towards the bus. If there really was something that could hollow out the mutated slug's body, that means this place still holds unknown dangers. Chung Hua thought, quickening his pace. As he passed Luo Qingtian, he reached out and grabbed Luo Qingtian's wrist. He pulled Luo Qingtian towards the bus at a trot. Luo Qingtian stumbled, then frowned and followed Chung Hua. She looked down at the hand in her lap, especially the blackened hand stained with blood. I want to chop it off. Luo Qingtian gritted her teeth and suppressed this thought until Chung Hua dragged her to the bus. Luo Qingtian abruptly pulled his hand back and boarded the bus with an expressionless face. Chung Hua watched Luo Qingtian board the bus, and he could sense Luo Qingtian's displeasure. Had he offended her? Chapter 526. The bus quickly left its original location and headed towards Nandu City. On the bus, the members of the military team turned to look at Luo Qingtian. Thank you, Luo. If it weren't for you today, we might be in danger. Chin smiled and said, Yes, Luo, your healing ability can also dispel hallucinations. No wonder the higher-ups assigned you to join us on this mission. Indeed. Luo Qingtian smiled and nodded at everyone. You're so polite. Since we're out on this mission, I naturally won't leave my companions in danger. The others laughed and laughed with Luo Qingtian upon hearing this. Before boarding the bus, they had only thought Luo Qingtian was good-looking, but aloof and unapproachable. But if Luo Qingtian hadn't gotten off the bus to rescue them, they might have been stuck here today. Thinking about it now, they still feel a little scared. Who could have imagined such a huge being existed underground? As they talked, they began to discuss the mutant slug. Chung Hua sat down next to Luo Qingtian again. Did I hurt you just now? In fact, when he had dragged Luo Qingtian away, he had been a little annoyed. He was angry that Luo Qingtian had disobeyed him, and had gotten out of the car, and run to such a dangerous place. But then he thought about how everyone present had been saved by Luo Qingtian, and how even he had been treated. He suddenly felt his confidence waned, especially when he saw the dark fingerprints on Luo Qingtian's sleeve. Chung Hua looked at his hand, and felt a little embarrassed. I'm sorry. I was just too anxious. When we get back to the 5th base, I give you a new set of clothes. Luo Qingtian shook her head. It's okay, you're just in a hurry to leave. No need for new clothes. Most clothes these days are second-hand, and even if they look nice, they've probably been worn before. Luo Qitian is a complete nitpicker when it comes to food and clothing. So she definitely wouldn't wear anything. Especially now, Luo Qitian didn't have much affection for Chung Hua. So she simply closed her eyes and began to take a nap. Chung Hua, seeing Luo Qitian's cold expression, decided not to bother herself anymore. She sighed softly, leaned back against the cushions, and closed her eyes to rest. The bus fell silent again. Having absorbed so much vitality, it needed to be digested. Luo Qitian had unknowingly fallen asleep. When she woke up, it was already dark. The bus had stopped at some point, and no one was inside. The broken window glass had been patched with a silvery white solid. She was still covered in a military green jacket. Xiaolu, where are they? Luo Qitian yawned, stood up, and stretched. Before Xiaolu could reply, Chung Hua walked in with a bowl. I figured you'd be awake. Eat this. We're camping here tonight. Luo Qitian looked out the car window. A small group of soldiers were busy working in an open field not far away. How long will it take us to get to Nandu City? Luo Qitian put down the small table on the chair in front of him and took the bowl from Chung Hua's hand. In the bowl was a bowl of ramen, topped with a few pieces of red meat and 2 bok choy. In the apocalypse, having a dinner like this was quite a luxury. Chung Hua watched Luo Qitian, his head bent over his food, and smiled. We're already here. We're in the suburbs. We be in the city tomorrow. Regardless of whether the night was a good time for them, Nandu City currently lacked electricity, let alone streetlights. This made it difficult for them to fight, and even more conducive for the zombies. So they had no choice but to spend the night outside. Oh! So that's it. Luo Qitian yawned again while eating. Chung Hua looked at Luo Qitian's sleepy expression with amusement, not knowing what to say for a moment. He simply thought Luo Qitian was incredibly brave, able to sleep so soundly after running for so long. When they arrived just now, zombies were everywhere. Their men got out of the car and cleared out the zombies before setting up camp. And even during the battle, despite the noise, Luo Qitian didn't even wake up. In this perilous apocalypse, who isn't constantly on edge, it's rare to see someone sleep so well. Thinking back, no matter what situation this little girl faced, she always remained calm, as if nothing could frighten her. Was this a sign of trust, or was she simply lacking in a certain ethos? Chung Hua's lips curled slightly at this thought, a mixture of amusement and resignation on her face. I'd be out first. You can come out after you finished eating. Several of our brothers were injured in the battle just now and need treatment. Luo Qitian didn't look up, but held up 3 fingers in a sign of approval as he ate his noodles. Chung Hua stood up and walked out, smiling. Luo Qitian quickly devoured her bowl of ramen, leaving not even the broth. She then retrieved mineral water from her spaceship and rinsed the bowl. She then exited the vehicle with the bowl. At this point, the soldiers were all eating from bowls, but it was only when Luo Qitian approached that she realized they were simply eating plain noodles. Even Chung Hua himself was eating plain noodles. Luo Qitian was speechless. Was he being treated specially again? Chung Hua looked at Luo Qitian as he emerged, smiled, and stood up, saying, Are you full? Luo Qitian handed the washed dishes and the lunch box from last time to Chung Hua. Thank you, Instructor Chung. Chung Hua took the dishes and lunch box and put them into his space, then pointed to the large tent set up in front and said, The patients are all over there. I take you there. Luo Qitian nodded, and the 2 of them walked towards the tent together. On the way, Luo Qitian sighed slightly. Instructor Chung, next time I eat whatever you guys eat. It's really stressful to treat me specially like this. Chung Hua smiled and said, This is our entire team's decision. We already feel guilty about bringing you along for this mission, and you saved us this time. Just enjoy your meal. As they talked, they arrived outside the large tent. I go in and take a look. Wait a moment. Chung Hua was worried the people inside might be disheveled, so he went into the tent ahead of time to make sure nothing was inside before letting Luo Qitian in. Entering the tent, Luo Qitian's brow furrowed. The people inside the tent were displayed in blue and red on the minimap. Luo Qitian narrowed his eyes and quickly walked towards a bed in the tent. There lay a person, shivering under the covers. Approaching the bed, Luo Qitian reached out to pull back the covers. But the first pull didn't work. Chung Hua frowned and walked to the front of the bed. Han Che, step out. At a command, Han Che opened the covers himself. He slowly stood up, suddenly looking up and madly charging towards Luo Qitian. Luo Qitian leaned back slightly. Suddenly, a large hand wrapped around her waist. It forcibly pulled her away. Luo Qingtian turned to look in Han Che's direction, and saw that one of his eyes was now blood red, while the other was nearly grayish-white. No, is he succumbing to the zombie poison? Chapter 527. Luo Qingtian's pupils constricted, and the minimap rapidly zoomed in, magnifying everyone. He then used the minimap to examine everyone's injuries. At this moment, Luo Qingtian discovered that these people all had the zombie poison lurking in their bodies. And it was subtly changing. Luo Qingtian couldn't understand the complexity. These people had been joking with him in the afternoon. They would become zombies that night. At this moment, Cheng-Hua also looked nervously in Han Che's direction. Han Che, what's wrong with you? Seeing Han Che's gray and red eyes, although Cheng-Hua had a suspicion in his mind, he really didn't want to think about it. Han Che's breathing grew weaker and weaker. He staggered to his feet, and walked towards Luo Qingtian step by step. Suddenly, he raised his head, and stared at Cheng-Hua. Kill me. Han Che's crimson eyes shone with a final glimmer of light, and he used all his strength to maintain a last shred of sanity, and looked at Cheng-Hua. Captain, please. Kill me. Cheng-Hua stared intently at his teammate in front of him, one hand clenched into a fist. This was his brother, who had been with him for years. Before and after the apocalypse, through life and death, they had never been separated. Now Cheng-Hua was being asked to personally kill his own brother. How could he bring himself to do it? Luo Qingtian pursed his lips and looked at Han Che. A bright gray light had already extended from the ground and penetrated Han Che's body. Han Che's body stopped mid-stride. Luo Qingtian pushed Cheng-Hua aside and walked straight towards Han Che. Qingtian, you. Cheng-Hua reached out to grab Luo Qingtian's hand, but Luo Qingtian easily dodged Cheng-Hua's hand and turned to look at Cheng-Hua. My healing skills can remove toxins. While Han Che's zombie poison isn't too severe, there might still be hope. Go hold him down. Luo Qingtian had already walked in front of Han Che. Han Che looked at the approaching Luo Qingtian. His grayish-white pupils instantly turned bloodthirsty. He reached out to grab Luo Qingtian, but a grayish-white liquid instantly attacked, transforming into a liquid rope that bound Han Che tightly. Cheng-Hua then stepped forward, lifted Han Che up, and threw him onto the bed. Luo Qingtian pulled a small handbag from her small satchel. Opening the handbag, she found a scalpel and a syringe. Luo Qingtian found Han Che's wound and, without hesitation, began to clean the dead flesh with the scalpel. Cheng-Hua looked at Luo Qingtian nervously. Luo Qingtian turned to Cheng-Hua and said, I don't have enough gauze. Go help me find some. Cheng-Hua nodded and ran out without a second thought. After Cheng-Hua ran out, Luo Qingtian cast a trap skill on the ground, trapping everyone in the tent on the beds. The bodies of the soldiers on the other beds were now stiffening. Luo Qingtian used a syringe to draw a tube of blood from each of them. Then she stored it in the space. Luo Qingtian then released her own venom, which entered the wounds of each soldier and absorbed the zombie poison. After ensuring that the zombie poison was completely absorbed, Luo Qingtian retracted the venom. Xiaolu, help me. Luo Qingtian looked at the recovered venom balls and hesitated to return them all to her body. During her last battle with the greasy zombie king, she had discovered that her poison could dissolve the zombie virus. But it dissolved very slowly, and it took her considerable effort. Now, she had dissolved the zombie poison from so many people with her venom. She had no idea what was happening in the venom, and she didn't dare withdraw her body. Xiaolu then jumped out and extended her tentacles toward the venom ball, then used her own venom to neutralize Luo Qingtian's poison. Watching the pitch-black venom ball gradually turn dark green, Luo Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief and retracted the poison. Then she walked over to Han Che and began releasing her healing light. Cheng-Hua went out to find gauze, then suddenly realized that Luo Qingtian didn't need gauze when healing people, because wounds would heal naturally. A deeply unsettling thought suddenly struck Cheng-Hua. He looked toward the tent and quickly ran over. Even after retracting her poisoning ability, Luo Qingtian still felt the zombie virus in the venom. She sat helplessly on the ground, continuously releasing poison and healing light. The tent curtain opened, and Cheng-Hua rushed in. Seeing Luo Qingtian sitting on the ground, she began to help him up. Don't touch me. Luo Qingtian's entire body, save for her face, was now green. Anyone who touched her would be instantly dissolved. She stood up. This treatment was too strenuous. I'm going to rest. Cheng-Hua didn't know what had happened, but he could tell Luo Qingtian had put in a lot of effort. But Luo Qingtian wouldn't let him get close, so he could only watch Luo Qingtian leave. After leaving, Luo Qingtian went straight to the small, isolated tent. Entering the tent, she closed it and laid down on the bed. The next moment, she entered the space. Back in the space, she once again unleashed her poison in front of her. The poison skill had returned to green, but the color was darker than before. It looked like black ink had fallen into green paint. Is this the zombie virus? Luo Qingtian was perplexed. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but the contents of this zombie virus gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and something also made her feel a little terrified. After absorbing so much zombie virus, she discovered that her poisoning skills were actually merging with the zombie virus. After confirming this, Luo Qingtian felt a surge of unease. If poison and zombie virus merged, then what was she? A zombie? Luo Qingtian shook her head. He turned to look at the fur ball, who was working in the field, and the little fur ball, who was sitting by the field, staring blankly at the fur ball. Why do these two balls feel so strange? Luo Qingtian thought to herself, and waved in Dabai's direction. Dabai ran over quickly. Behind Dabai was a giant eagle, but the giant eagle couldn't fly, so it could only follow behind him, twisting and turning on its two legs. Take me to the river. Dabai ran to Luo Qingtian, and Luo Qingtian flipped over and jumped onto Dabai's back. Dabai ran happily, and then the man and the tiger ran towards the river. Arriving at the river, Luo Qingtian didn't rush in. Instead, she found a bathtub, filled it with water, and sat in it. After washing away the dirt, Luo Qingtian leaned on Dabai's back and began to daydream. The strangeness of the poison skill today made Luo Qingtian feel something was wrong. The apocalypse began with that acid rain. What was the source of that acid rain? Pollution? Nuclear radiation? Or an alien invasion? Unconsciously, Luo Qingtian fell asleep by the river. As Luo Qingtian slept, her body automatically activated her growth ability. Chapter 528. The growth ability slowly spread around the riverbank. Beneath Luo Qingtian, tiny green blades of grass and wildflowers quietly blossomed. The little fur ball, working the fields, suddenly sensed something. It dropped its hoe and ran toward the river. The fur ball was still happily and joyfully working the fields when suddenly, the red button on its back lit up. The fur ball's expression changed at that moment. It looked into the distance, where a ball of green light was spreading. The fur ball quickly ran toward it. When they reached their destination, they saw Luo Qingtian sleeping beside Dabai. Luo Qingtian was now enveloped by a green curtain of light, and the riverbank had already become a vibrant green. Colorful wildflowers dotted their feet, and butterflies fluttered among them. This was the first time a creature had automatically generated in this space. Her ability was actually repairing itself. It seems the child has discovered something related to the virus. In this case, are you still planning to reveal our identities? The little ball looked at the ball, a look of worry on his face. I wanted to say, but I promise, I give this child some time to grow. When the fourth dimension opens, no matter how you try to stop me, I will reveal our identities. The little ball looked up at the distant, black space and nodded. Okay. When this fourth dimension opens, we tell her everything. As the two balls spoke, they approached Luo Qingtian. The ball transformed into a human form and approached Luo Qingtian. Kid, you work so hard, Mutation said, leaning over to Luo Qingtian, wanting to gently kiss his forehead. And then, at that moment, Luo Qingtian, who had been soundly asleep, opened his eyes. He saw the large green face approaching him. Ah! Luo Qingtian screamed and rolled to the side. Mutation, are you trying to devour me while I'm asleep? Mutation quickly reverted to his Mutation form when Luo Qingtian woke up. Hearing Luo Qing's words, the vines in Mution's hand instantly solidified into a small whip and lashed at Luo Qingtian. Oh my god! You really are trying to devour me. Luo Qing jumped onto Dabai's back. Dabai, run! Let's ignore this crazy ball. Dabai heard this and took off. Mutation and little Mutation were left standing behind. Luo Qingtian returned to the villa and was about to change when he heard Cheng Hua's voice outside. Qingtian, are you awake? Luo Qingtian was startled. Was it already daybreak outside? Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian quickly ran upstairs to find a clean, fresh set of clothes to change into. Then he hurried out of the space again. Are we leaving? Luo Qingtian opened the tent and walked outside. It was just dawn. Luo Qingtian yawned as he emerged. You look incredibly sleepy. Sorry to wake you up so early. Are you feeling alright? Luo Qingtian shook his head. I'm just sleepy. Don't wake me for breakfast. I'm going to sleep in the car for a while. He didn't know why, but he felt strangely tired. After all, he'd been unknowingly releasing his growth ability for quite some time last night. Luo Qingtian walked straight past Changhua, yawned, and got into the car. He found his seat from yesterday and sat down, resting his head against the window, as he continued to sleep. Changhua wanted to say thank you, but seeing how sleepy Luo Qingtian was, he stopped short and told everyone to pack up quickly. Everyone Luo Qingtian had treated yesterday had recovered, but none of them remembered what he had done. Even Han Che's memory was distorted. He only remembered Luo Qingtian repeatedly cutting into his flesh with a scalpel. He truly didn't want to experience that feeling again. The bus sped along. But the bus was completely silent. No one bothered Luo Qingtian's rest. Especially those Luo Qingtian had saved yesterday, their eyes filled with gratitude. Now I understand why the higher-ups sent this little girl with us, one of the rescued military psychics whispered. Yes. This little girl's abilities aren't something a mere healing psychic could possess. Everyone laughed at this. Prepare for battle. Chenghua's voice suddenly became serious and stern as he gazed at the zombies that suddenly appeared in the distance. Is this the arrival? Chen looked at the zombies appearing ahead, raised the gun strapped to his back, and leaned out the car window. Chenghua stood up, looked at the zombies in front of him, and said, "Shoot!" With that, the soldiers present, like Chen, began firing at the zombies ahead. Luo Qingtian frowned, clearly disturbed by the gunfire. Chenghua sat down next to Luo Qingtian and covered his ears with his hands. Luo Qingtian remained asleep without opening his eyes. There weren't many zombies ahead, and the soldiers' guns and ammunition were specifically designed for zombies, so this small group was quickly wiped out. The bus continued to move. But the further they moved, the more zombies appeared ahead. Chenghua sighed, looking at Luo Qingtian, who slept soundly beside him. With the zombies swarming ahead, he might not have time to pay attention to the girl behind him. "Qingtian, wake up!" With a single shout, Luo Qingtian opened her eyes. She looked around and saw swarms of zombies swarming like locusts, swarming towards their bus. Chenghua warned them, "Stay here and don't leave the bus at any time." With that, Chenghua leaped onto the roof and began unleashing his supernatural powers on the zombies ahead. The other soldiers followed suit. Attacking the zombies ahead, Luo Qingtian licked his lips as he looked at the multitude. "Little Green, don't you have any ideas about all these zombies?" "A little green who doesn't eat zombies wouldn't be a good little green. I haven't had a large supply of zombie cores in ages." Little Green, hearing this, emerged from Luo Qingtian's hair. It leaped onto Luo Qingtian's head and yawned, and Luo Qingtian yawned too. Their movements, one for each ball, were surprisingly synchronized at that moment. "Go, Chi!" Little Green casually responded and jumped out the window. Little Green jumped onto the back of the bus, clinging to it. Extending countless tentacles, it snatched up the incoming zombies one by one and stuffed them into its mouth. If anyone present had looked closely, they would have seen a green, octopus-like creature clinging to the back of the bus, devouring the zombies in large gulps. Until this wave of zombies was wiped out, the soldiers remained unaware of Little Green's movements. After a satisfying meal, Little Green transformed back into a small ball of seaweed. It slipped through the window back into the bus and leaped onto Luo Qingtian's shoulder. Just as it was about to burrow into Luo Qingtian's hair, he tossed it into space. Spit out the crystal core. Chapter 529. The bus continued on the road, encountering numerous zombies along the way. But not in large groups. The bus didn't stop. It rushed recklessly towards the center of Nandu City. After passing through several abandoned roads, everyone's expressions grew increasingly serious. Just as they were about to continue driving, a figure suddenly rushed out from the center of the road. He stood directly in front of the bus, blocking its path. The driver, upon seeing the man rushing out, instantly slammed on the brakes. The bus slid a distance before finally stopping in front of the man. "What are you doing?" The driver opened the window and shouted angrily at the man in front. The man stumbled to the door. "Open the door, let me in." Chenghua frowned at the man outside. Of course, there was no way he would open the door for him, not to mention why he was there. The mere act of blocking the car and pounding on the door seemed incredibly strange. Just the fact that he was blocking the road and smashing cars awakened the zombies lurking in the shadows. Instantly, the surrounding zombies swarmed over, heading straight for the man in the bus. Is this man looking for death? In the bus, the soldiers stood up, drew their weapons, and began firing at the oncoming zombies. The man who was banging on the door was now surrounded by zombies charging at him. The zombies pounced on the man. On the verge of knocking him down and mauling him, Chenghua gritted his teeth, and the silver-white liquid in his hand instantly condensed into a sharp white arrow. It flew towards the zombies behind the man. As a soldier, Even if there was something fishy about the man outside the bus, he couldn't bear to watch him die without first figuring out the truth. Protecting survivors was ingrained in his character as a soldier. Even the other soldiers in the squadron began firing at the zombies behind the man. The man didn't get knocked down by the zombies, but he didn't know whether out of fear or a desire for death, he slammed himself against the car door. "Open the door. Clear the zombies," Changhua whispered. The car door flew open, and everyone in the car quickly rushed out. They then blocked the man outside, protecting him. Only Luo Qingtian remained in the car, staring at the battle outside with a puzzled expression. Has he been left behind again? Luo Qingtian stood up and walked to the window near the door, opening it and looking out. Changhua fired white arrows continuously, and then heard the window open. Changhua quickly walked over to where Luo Qingtian was standing and blocked the way. "Close the window and stay still." Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched. This guy smelled so much like his father. Did he treat her like his daughter? Now that he thought about it, Changhua had taken care of her so well this whole trip. Could it be that he was short of a daughter? Luo Qingtian shook his head. He had parents, and just yet, he didn't want to find another father. At this moment, the zombies around him increased in number, and some even appeared in midair with wings. The people present fought off the surrounding zombies. When they had created a breakthrough, Changhua opened the car door and directed everyone to get in. "Captain, can you give me a ride?" The man who had been protected looked at Changhua hopefully. Changhua frowned at the man, and after confirming that he didn't have any unusual smells, he nodded. "Let's go." Everyone got in, and just as the driver was about to start the car, in the sky, winged zombies suddenly attacked the bus door. Chin Chen and the man were the only ones left at the door. Noticing the zombies' attack, the man reached out and pushed Chin Chen through the door. "Hurry up. Soldiers, please go to Sunshine Community and save my daughter." With these words, black flames instantly struck the man, who wailed in pain. "Boss, what should we do?" Chin Chen fell against the bus and quickly turned to look out the door. "Please, I can die, but let my family live." Sunshine Community, Building 10, first floor. With these words, the man was engulfed in black flames, and the door closed. The driver quickly started the car and rushed forward. The man's death left everyone present somewhat stunned. Chin Chen lowered his head in agony. If we had let him get on the bus, wouldn't this have happened? With these words, everyone present fell silent. Changhua reassured everyone. "Our goal this time is to rescue people. We must be vigilant against any possible accidents along the way." Chin Chen looked up at Changhua and asked, "Are we still going to that Sunshine Community?" Chin Chen looked at Changhua nervously, waiting for his response. Changhua frowned. "Then let's go. Bring some food and inform the man's family about his situation. If possible, take them away from Nandu City temporarily, and find a place with fewer zombies. We pick them up after we complete our mission." Thinking this, Changhua stepped into the passenger seat and began giving directions to the driver. The car was back on the road, and after knocking down countless oncoming zombies, it completely escaped the winged zombies in the sky. "Turn left." Changhua stared intently ahead. The driver, following Chenghua's instructions, slammed on the brakes and rushed towards the Sunshine Community. Then the bus almost entered the residential area. Thankfully, there weren't many zombies in the area. After a long drive without seeing a single one, the bus began to slow down. Finally, they found the building the man had mentioned. Changhua asked the driver to stop, then retrieve some food from his storage space. He then got out and headed towards the main entrance. A young girl opened the door. When she saw Changhua, she smiled. "Who are you looking for, soldier?" Changhua looked at the girl and said, "Your father sent me to find you. Can I come in?" The little girl smiled and said, "Okay." She stepped aside to allow Changhua access. When Changhua entered, he found the entire house spacious and beautiful. It had been built by directly connecting the first floor with a large first-floor apartment across the street. And there were several men and women living in the rooms. But many of them were elderly, gray-haired men and women. Seeing this scene, even Changhua was shocked. There were so many elderly people in this apocalyptic world. This was simply outrageous. Changhua looked at the people around him and said, "Have you been living here since the apocalypse began? Haven't you been here?" The little girl smiled and said, "My dad used to go out and find food and bring it back for the grandparents. Xiao Xiao eats so little, so dad is amazing." Changhua frowned and put down the food in his hand. "Since you're safe, take this food for emergency use. We come back to pick you up after this mission is over." The little girl looked at Changhua and said, "Thank you, soldier, for your kindness." My dad will come back for us. Chapter 530. Chunghua squatted down to the little girl's level. Xiao, is that you? Your father told me he's going somewhere very, very far away. So? Before Chunghua could finish his words, Qin Chen and his men rushed in. What happened? Chunghua frowned at Qin Chen as he rushed in. Qin Chen said awkwardly, there were zombies passing by outside. I was worried about being discovered, so I brought my brothers in first. And that brother got burned while trying to save me. I had to come in and take a look. Chunghua frowned and looked behind them. Where's Luo? Luo Qingtian waved. Here, don't worry, Instructor Chung, I'm here. Luo Qingtian's voice was sweet, immediately attracting the little girl's attention. The little girl quickly walked behind the crowd and found Luo Qingtian. Surely there's such a beautiful little sister. Sister, do you want to stay? Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow at the little girl in front of him, a dark glint in his eyes. No. Qiuqi's eyes glowed red as she looked at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian dodged the little girl's outstretched hand and quickly walked behind Chunghua. The little girl looked at Luo Qingtian's figure, staring at him with a look of grievance. Xiao, why are there so many people? A woman leaning on a cane. Qin Chen stepped forward and said, Grandma, I'm so sorry, we're here to bring you food. We met Xiao's father on the way, and due to some circumstances, we helped him deliver the food. This is enough for you to eat for a while. We come back to pick you up and take you to Base 5 after our mission is over. Qin Chen glanced at Chunghua at this point. Seeing Chunghua nod, he continued, Grandma, how many survivors are there? Can you give us a number? The old woman smiled and said, there are about 30 people in this house, 12 young, and the rest are all old. There will be 2 waves of zombies roaming around right now. You can rest here for a few hours before leaving. Our house is big enough. Qin Chen smiled and nodded. Okay, thank you. Chunghua looked around. Whispered, Grandma. Where are the others in the house? The old woman smiled and said, they're all resting in their rooms. Some of the young people have gone out to find food. Alas, we older ones are ultimately a burden to them. Qin Chen quickly reassured her, how could they be a burden? Every old person in the family is a treasure. With so many elderly people in this family now, how many treasures are there? The old woman chuckled at this. Please sit down. Xiao, and I will boil some water for you. The old woman waved to Xiao, and then the 2 of them headed towards the kitchen across the street. Qin Chen stepped forward and said, Grandma, I'm here to help. Qin Chen followed them into the kitchen. Luo Qingtian watched the others leave, his expression unpleasant. Chunghua looked down at the little girl beside him and said, What's wrong? Did you discover something? Although the girl beside him was delicate and frail, she was attentive. So Chunghua always unconsciously placed Luo Qingtian on his own level. Luo Qing, when Qin Chen came in just now, he said that Xiao's father was saving people. But I didn't see any sadness on Qiuqi's face, and even that mother-in-law just now, I didn't feel any sadness in them either. Chunghua nodded. In the apocalypse, family ties will fade with the suffering of the apocalypse. Luo Qingtian curled his lips. Do you really think so? Chunghua pursed his lips. No, I just felt the atmosphere just now was incredibly awkward. It was almost intentional. They were probably lying to keep us here. And Qin Chen, was he being so polite to these 2 just because he saved his life? Chunghua knew Qin Chen quite well. In all the years he'd been with him, he never lost his composure like he did today. Of course, he didn't say this out loud. Luo Qingtian rubbed his chin, thinking. That strange look that Xiao gave me just now. I felt for a moment like I wasn't human, but meat. Chunghua chuckled softly. They don't smell like the dead, nor do they smell like someone who's been cannibalized. After saying this, Chunghua looked at everyone present and said, Sit where you are. Everyone sat down cross-legged on the floor. Soon, Qin Chen walked in, carrying several tea bowls. Following Qin Chen were 4 or 5 elderly men and women. Haha, so many young people, how happy they are. One of the elderly men looked at the crowd with shining eyes. The soldiers and psychics present were practically covered in goosebumps at the sight of those elderly men and women. Qin Chen handed the boiled water to Chunghua first. Captain, drink some water. Chunghua nodded, took the cup, and was about to drink when Luo Qingtian handed him a bottle of mineral water. Water isn't clean these days, so try this. Luo Qingtian began to fish out items. He poured out a large number of bottles of mineral water and handed them to everyone present. Then he turned to Xiao and old Qin Chen. Chen Chen, what do you want? Sorry, I saw you walking around like you were so familiar with the place. If you didn't know me, you might have thought you were one of the family. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen immediately shook his head. Student Luo, what are you talking about? I just think you're a little tired carrying so much mineral water. Besides, we went to the trouble of boiling water, and you bringing out the mineral water is just a slap in the face. Luo Qingtian looked Chen Chen up and down. Have you been possessed? Chen Chen's mouth twitched. What nonsense! Luo Qingtian turned to look out the window. Just then, a few zombies passed by. Everyone immediately fell silent, waiting for the zombies to leave. Xiao Xiao had been staring at Luo Qingtian since a moment ago. After watching Luo Qingtian open the bottle of mineral water, she took small steps to Luo Qingtian's side and sat down. Sister, you're so pretty! Luo Qingtian looked at the little girl approaching him, and shifted her body slightly behind Cheng Hua. Yeah, I know. Thank you. I feel the same way, actually. Xiao Xiao continued to purse her lips, feigning disappointment as she looked at Luo Qingtian. Sister, do you hate me? Well, not really, I just don't like anyone getting close to you. Luo Qingtian simply moved behind Cheng Hua, letting him block any potential approach. Xiao Xiao was now separated from Luo Qingtian by Cheng Hua. She tried to get up and move, but Cheng Hua blocked Luo Qingtian tightly. Xiao Xiao said disappointedly, Sister, I want to be as pretty as you. Sister, don't hide from me. Let Xiao Xiao be as pretty as you, okay? Hearing this, Luo Qingtian instinctively felt a pimple forming on his cheeks. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes. Something was wrong. Chapter 531. Xiao Xiao, like a writhing giant insect, crawled on all fours toward Luo Qingtian. A mysterious glint shone in her eyes, revealing her excitement. Luo Qingtian frowned as he watched the little girl crawl toward him. Reflexively, he raised his foot and pressed it against Xiaoqia's face. Ah! Sister, what are you doing? Xiao Xiao was about to scream, but suddenly remembered the zombies at the door and immediately covered her mouth. She stared at Luo Qingtian with red eyes, as if he had done something unforgivable. Luo Qingtian gave an awkward smile. Sorry, I hate ugliness. Just now, you crawled towards me like a maggot, and I reflexively resisted. So, little sister, you better stay away from me, or I kick you again. Xiao Xiao looked at Luo Qingtian and opened her mouth, seemingly shocked by his attitude. She paused as she was about to step forward. She slowly moved away from Luo Qingtian, sitting in a corner, staring at him unblinkingly. The emotions in her eyes were complex: fear, greed, and even cowardice. It was the first time Luo Qingtian had seen so many complex emotions in such a young child. Is this really a child? Cheng Hua, standing beside him, lowered his head slightly and approached Luo Qingtian. Have you noticed anything? Luo Qingtian pursed his lips. No, I just feel a little uncomfortable with someone suddenly being so welcoming to us in this apocalypse. Cheng Hua was also keenly aware of this. Somewhat, I always feel a sense of disharmony here. At this time, a number of elderly men and women emerged from the rooms, carrying various kinds of food and walking briskly towards the military team. We were so happy. We were so excited to see soldiers in this apocalyptic world. Yes. Young soldiers, are you here to pick us up? The old men grabbed the arms of the soldiers and shook them back and forth. Two more old men set their sights on Luo Qingtian and Cheng Hua. Then, they walked towards them, step by step. This girl is so pretty. This boy is also pretty. The two men stared at Luo Qingtian intently. As they approached, Luo Qingtian, even though he was sitting, couldn't help but lean back and lift his legs. He pressed his foot against one of the old men's face. Ugly, don't come over here, or I beat you up. The two old men stared at Luo Qingtian, their faces etched with ambiguous smiles. Little girl, don't be afraid of me. It's been ages since we've seen young people as good-looking and healthy as you. We're the only old folks left in this neighborhood. If only we could be as energetic as you. Little girl, do you want your grandma to be as energetic as you? Luo Qingtian nodded in agreement. Indeed, you're so old, dying soon. What need do you have for vitality? After he said this, everyone in the room fell silent. Elderly and military alike, they all looked at Luo Qingtian. Chen Chen frowned at Luo Qing. What do you mean? Do the elderly have no right to live in the apocalypse? Luo Qingtian looked at Chen Chen innocently. Captain Chen, I'm just echoing that grandmother's point. I don't mean anything else. Don't look at me like that. Besides, these grandparents just look so strange. They say they're happy to see us, then they say they're old. You still talk about wanting vitality? What? If I agree to your demands, will you still become younger? Luo Qing arrived, looking at the elderly people present with a half smile. And at her feet, bands of bright gray light extended downward, silently piercing the bodies of the elderly present. Luo Qingtian then narrowed his eyes and looked at everyone present. The atmosphere was tense. It was clear that the elderly people were eager to kick them out. But for some unknown reason, they were holding back. Changhua also noticed something was amiss. Stand. Qin Chen, return to the team. Changhua gave the order, and all the soldiers present stood at attention. Finally, Qin Chen had no choice but to return to the team. Changhua stared at Qin Chen for a moment, looking him up and down. Get out and drive. Get ready to leave. After Changhua finished speaking, the elderly people present tensed. Are you leaving? What should we do then? We're all old and frail. If we leave like this, how will we survive? Luo Qingtian looked at the old woman, who was speaking with a half smile, his eyes slightly curved into crescents. How did you survive before we came? If you're really scared, we leave a soldier to watch over you, and come back to pick you up after we complete our mission. The old woman stopped arguing when she heard this, her eyes darting between the other members of the military team. Then Luo Qingtian kicked Qin Chen in the back. That's it. After he said this, the rest of the team erupted in anger. Miss Luo, what do you want to do? Luo Qingtian shrugged. Don't look at me like that. Your captain agreed, right? Luo Qingtian winked at Changhua. Changhua didn't know what was going on, but he noticed something was wrong with the people around him. Looking at Luo Qingtian's lively eyes, he curled his lips slightly. Qin Chen, are you willing to stay? Qin Chen looked at Changhua nervously and said, Captain, I can't stay. I want to go with you. But Captain, our bus has so many seats. Why don't we take these elderly people with us? Isn't that what we promised Xiao Xiao's father? Changhua looked at Qin Chen. He now understood why Luo Qingtian had said that. He looked at the soldiers present and continued, Everyone, get ready. Go out and clean up the zombies and leave. The soldiers filed towards the door. Upon hearing this, the elderly people present quickly ran to the door, blocking their way. You can't leave. Aren't you supposed to protect us? Even though we're old, we have the right to live. Changhua frowned at the people before him. For a moment, he didn't respond, but he also didn't try to force them to leave. After all, he couldn't possibly attack the people. Luo Qingtian sighed, walked up to the elderly men, and whispered, You say you're old, but only if you're truly old, and not just setting your sights on us. What? You don't really think you become us, do you? Luo Qingtian suddenly moved, and kicked Qin Chen in the stomach. Qin Chen fell to the ground. Instructor Cheng, beat him up. Chapter 532. Changhua looked at Qin Chen in bewilderment. He then glanced down at Luo Qingtian beside him. As Qin Chen charged forward, Changhua kicked Qin Chen away. Qin Chen's body, like a rag, hit the wall and fell back down. The others, seeing this, turned to look at Changhua in astonishment. Changhua coughed guiltily twice. I'm sorry, Qin Chen, you leaned over like that, and I just reacted with reflex. Although the explanation was perfunctory, everyone present understood. He had simply listened to Luo Qingtian's words, simply out of trust in him. Qin Chen stood up and looked at Changhua in disbelief. Captain, I've been with you for so many years, and you treated me like this just because of a few words from a woman. What Qin Chen wanted to say was that Changhua had doubted him because of Luo Qingtian's words. But when he met Chenghua's inky black eyes, and the gloomy and inquiring gaze directed at him, the words on the tip of Qin Chen's tongue were instantly stuck. What do you want to say? If Changhua still hasn't noticed something's wrong with Qin Chen by now, then he's truly foolish. Qin Chen wisely shut up, and shook his head at Changhua. A beautiful curve formed at the corner of Chenghua's lips, and a frost settled on his handsome face. He pulled a pair of white gloves from his pocket, and put them on. The soldiers and special abilities present saw Chenghua's gesture. There was a touch of panic and shock on their faces. Changhua, the commander of the 3rd Regiment of the 5th Central Military Region of Yan Nation before the apocalypse, was privately known as the Iron-Blooded Yama. After the apocalypse began, he had used ruthless methods to suppress those who disobeyed the government and engaged in arson, murder, and looting. He showed no mercy. It's said that during one mission, an entire village developed a habit of cannibalism. Changhua would lead several military psychics and slaughter the entire village. Every time Changhua showed signs of killing intent, he would don white gloves in advance. This was his signal, a reflection of his previously acquired killer obsession. Changhua actually put on gloves in front of Qin Chen. The soldiers present all looked at Qin Chen nervously. Tell me, what the hell are you? Changhua put on the gloves and stepped closer. Or do you want to die here? As soon as he finished speaking, Chenghua's hand had already grasped Qin Chen's neck. Captain, what are you talking about? Qin Chen stared at Changhua, with wide eyes and horror. Was he caught on camera somewhere? Why was this captain so certain? I once saw a psychic called a ghost in the Research Institute. This ability is rare and has no offensive power, but it can possess anyone if certain conditions are met. I wonder if you're the main body of that ghost. Chen Chen looked at Cheng Hua with renewed shock. How did you know? Chen Chen's voice now became unusually old, completely different from Chen Chen's usual voice. Chen Chen has been with me for many years. I know his temperament well. Most importantly, Chen Chen's overall stats are 102. Because of your joining, his stats have dropped to 59. Cheng Hua finished his words. The silver-white liquid appeared all around him, quickly condensing into sharp spikes that surrounded Chen Chen. Tell me, how is Chen Chen? I'm sure everyone here is in the same situation as you. So what these old people mean by liking us is simply a desire to make us like Chen Chen. Chen Chen stared at Cheng Hua and suddenly laughed. You already called me a ghost, so your threats mean nothing to me. Even if you kill this body, I can still find a new one. Cheng Hua sneered. Your search for a body requires someone who has a favorable impression of you, or someone who has agreed to some of your conditions. Otherwise, we've been here so long, you would have succeeded long ago. Now I finally know how you possess me. Was it when you rescued Chen Chen? I suppose Chen Chen, was already possessed at that time. It's just that everyone was busy escaping, so they didn't notice anything was wrong with Chen Chen. Thinking of this, Cheng Hua's eyes darkened. Tell me, what happened to Chen Chen? As Cheng Hua spoke, a murderous aura erupted from him, shocking his teammates and causing them to retreat. Chen Chen sneered, Don't you want to kill me? If I die, your teammates will die too. Just strangle me if you dare. Cheng Hua's gaze deepened as he looked at Chen Chen, and the force in his grip gradually increased. Chen Chen's eyes began to roll. He stared at Cheng Hua in horror, when suddenly a small, bright white hand rested on Cheng Hua's white glove. Don't be impulsive. I have a way to revive Chen Chen. Cheng Hua turned to look at Luo Qingtian. You have a way? Are you saying Chen Chen isn't dead? Luo Qingtian nodded and looked around. Finally, he looked at one of the soldiers and said, Use an electric current to stimulate Chen Chen. Just don't electrocute him. The soldier looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise, then at Cheng Hua, who nodded. Then, a purple electric current began to condense in the soldier's hand. The electricity made a sizzling sound, and finally, all of it was released onto Chen Chen's body. Chen Chen began to tremble, and white foam began to form in his mouth. The elderly people behind him, as well as Xiao Xiao, glared angrily at Cheng Hua. Aren't you soldiers? Why are you targeting us? Xiao Xiao said as she rushed towards Cheng Hua. Then she rushed in front of Cheng Hua, wrapped her body around his thigh, and bit him. Are you born in the year of the dog? Just because Cheng Hua wouldn't resist didn't mean Luo Qingtian wouldn't. Before Xiao Xiao could bite anyone, Luo Qingtian grabbed Xiao Xiao by the collar, lifted her up, and tossed her aside. At this moment, a black shadow emerged from Chen Chen's body. The shadow was trying to return to Chen Chen's body. The soldier with electrical powers immediately unleashed an electric current at the shadowy figure, causing it to dodge and flee. He happened to see an elderly man lying motionless on the ground in the crowd across from him. The shadowy figure darted into the elderly man's body, and then everyone saw him sitting up. Luo Qingtian looked at the old man as he sat up, his lips curling slightly. Since then, Luo Qingtian had been unleashing his water, fire, ice, and lightning powers on the elderly people present through a bright gray light. Until he reached the lightning power, one of the elderly men began to tremble uncontrollably, finally collapsing to the ground. Then the possessed man's characteristics vanished. Perhaps the suddenness of the news overwhelmed the possessed man, who then passed out half dead. You could say that. Luo Qingtian was waiting for the ghost to enter on its own. So that's how it is. Anyone possessed by you will eventually become like you. What about Chen Chen? Will he also become a ghost? Chapter 533. Luo Qingtian turned his head to look in the direction of Chen Chen, who was now unconscious. However, on Luo Qingtian's mini-map, he noticed a small spot appearing in the center of Chen Chen's blue dot. And among those present, except for the members of the military squad, all the other blue dots had a small spot on them. Perhaps this was the recess that held a demon. Cheng Hua's expression wasn't good either. Seeing Chen Chen unconscious, he looked at the elderly men behind him, as if he were looking at a dead person. Around him, a silvery white liquid, resembling mercury, slowly gathered in the air. Cheng Hua felt a murderous intent towards those behind him. The elderly man opposite, possessing the demon's power, stared intently at Chen Chen, seemingly trying to return to Chen Chen's body. Luo Qingtian rubbed his forehead. This was truly a difficult situation. Luo Qingtian looked at the soldier who had just unleashed the lightning power and said, "Keep going. If you can't kill him, then kill him." Then the soldier with the power pulled Qinshan aside and discharged the lightning, preventing the ghost from getting any closer. Cheng Hua, filled with rage, walked towards the ghost's true form. The ghost watched Cheng Hua approach. Suddenly turning to look at the old man beside him, Cheng Hua waved his hand, and a white liquid flew forward, trapping the ghost. Then he dragged him into the air. "Tell me, how can we wake Qinshan?" The ghost looked at Cheng Hua in horror. "My power isn't that great. In fact, all you need to do is take him away." Cheng Hua narrowed his eyes at the ghost before him, seemingly unconvinced. Luo Qingtian stepped forward, patted Cheng Hua on the shoulder, and said, "He must be telling the truth. I'm a healing power, and I can sense their lives are on the verge of extinction." As Luo Qingtian's light penetrated these people's bodies, he discovered that their vitality was draining away. The body possessed by the psychic was particularly depleted. The psychic began to cry, "I just want to survive. I haven't done anything utterly heartless." Luo Qingtian chuckled, "You possess others, taking over their lives. Do you think you haven't done anything utterly heartless? Everyone in this room is on their deathbeds. Even that 6-year-old girl's vitality is fading. I imagine your ability is to absorb the life of those you possess to replenish your own. And those you possess will become like you, able to find suitable bodies to possess others. Actually, I'm curious, how many of the people in this room are truly elderly?" After saying this, the psychic fell silent. He looked at Luo Qingtian with shock. He had never expected anyone to reveal the characteristics of his ability. Actually, Luo Qingtian had heard of the hidden demon ability in her previous life. It was when she and Chen Hao were out foraging for food. Chen Hao had mentioned it jokingly. He had also said at the time that this ability was a bug. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are normal. If there really were such a thing as possessing a person, it shouldn't exist in this world. So when Cheng Hua mentioned the hidden demon ability, she thought of Chen Hao's words. Cheng Hua's eyes began to well up as he looked at the hidden demon in the air with murderous intent. He raised his hand, directing the white liquid, intending to kill the hidden demon first. Luo Qingtian grabbed Cheng Hua's wrist. "Don't be impulsive. They won't live long anyway. Why dirty your hands?" Luo Qingtian could see the struggle in Cheng Hua's eyes. As a soldier of the Yan nation, protection was ingrained in his bones. Now, having to personally kill these elderly people and children, even if they deserved to die, Cheng Hua felt guilty. Yan nation soldiers have always been like this. Di Jiang was one of these people, as were Wen Liang and Bai Yinan from the second base, Lin Zheng from the third base, and Jiang Huntuo from the fourth base. In Yan nation, for these soldiers, when the apocalypse began, protecting life became their unwavering belief. Cheng Hua looked at Luo Qingtian, as if considering the truth in his words. "Let's go! As long as we get out of here. Without new bodies, they all be destroyed in a matter of hours." Cheng Hua breathed a sigh of relief and issued an order to everyone. The entire military team opened the door and rushed out. Luo Qingtian turned to look at the people behind him, a subtle smile on his face. Perhaps he was too cruel. Cheng Hua would feel pressured to kill them, but he wouldn't. Luo Qingtian stamped his foot on the ground. Then he released Xiaolu. A bright gray light began to recklessly absorb the last of the people's life force. Xiaolu found the ghost's true form and devoured it whole. The ghost's true form vanished, and the remaining people's bodies began to shrivel at a visible speed. Because they had so little life left, they didn't even have a chance to cry out before collapsing to the ground, ultimately becoming nothing more than a pile of charcoal black residue. By this time, everyone had boarded the bus. Luo Qingtian retrieved Xiaolu and rushed inside. After dispatching several zombies, Cheng Hua spotted Luo Qingtian scurrying out of the house. Cheng Hua quickly stepped forward and grabbed Luo Qingtian, unleashing his supernatural powers, as he pulled him onto the bus. "Let's go!" With that, the bus started moving and sped toward the front of the residential complex. The bus raced frantically down the highway, as zombies swarmed from all directions like headless flies. Then, they crashed into the bus, only to be knocked back by it. The bus never slowed down, ramming into any zombie it encountered, whether it was in the air or on the ground. All the zombies that attacked the bus were ultimately defeated. The bus continued driving into the night. Everything was silent. Finally, it stopped in an open area, unobstructed by any rock. After the car stopped, the soldiers rushed out to catch their breath. Cheng Hua looked at Luo Qingtian, who had been calm and composed since boarding the car. "Aren't you going to get off and rest? We might have to stay here all night before leaving tomorrow." Luo Qingtian took a deep breath and said, Well, I'm fine, but I don't think we can stay here for more than a night. Changhua was puzzled. What do you mean? Luo Qingtian raised his chin, motioning for Changhua to look ahead. Changhua turned his head and saw several bright lights that had appeared out of nowhere ahead. They looked like flashlights. Now, they were moving rapidly toward them. Changhua immediately stood up. Wait here for me. Don't leave. Chapter 534. Changhua finished speaking and strode off the bus. Soon, a group of survivors rushed to the front of the bus in a hurry. Ah, it's soldiers. Help! Help! Changhua frowned at the people rushing in front of him and asked, What's going on? Who are you? The survivor at the front cried out, We are from the top 100 base. We came here to find food. There's a group of powerful zombies chasing us, and one has wings. It's terrifying. With these words, black flames quickly swept over. The last survivor was reduced to ash. When the black flames appeared, everyone around felt a biting cold. What kind of superpower is this? How can there be black flames? A soldier with superpowers looked up at the sky in shock. It was already dark, and it was hard to see what was in the sky. But the black flames added a terrifying atmosphere to the night, making people feel terrified. In the distance, Changhua spotted several figures slowly approaching them. Changhua narrowed his eyes and gazed forward, the white liquid surrounding him shimmering silvery white in the darkness. Prepare for battle. At a command, all the soldiers and psychics quickly ran behind Changhua. They formed into formations, ready for battle. Luo Qingtian stood there, observing the situation outside. A large red dot with wings hovered overhead, and two more in the distance were inching closer. This was getting difficult. Luo Qingtian licked his lips. The several zombie kings encountered this time were quite high level. If they attempted a direct confrontation, these men would clearly be no match. Luo Qingtian thought about this and walked to the other side of the bus, quietly opening the window. His clone switched out of the bus and flew into the sky. At this moment, several zombie kings on the opposite side had already approached Changhua and the others. The silver-white liquid surrounding Changhua began to glow red. Surrounding Changhua, they looked extremely seductive. But as he prepared for battle, he deliberately glanced at Luo Qingtian in the bus. Luo Qingtian was sitting quietly in his seat, waiting for their battle to end. It was the first time he had seen Luo Qingtian so quiet and well-behaved. Changhua smiled slightly. He quickly turned his head and looked forward. The zombie king in front had already walked to the opposite side. Changhua narrowed his eyes and looked forward, and then the two forces quickly clashed. In the sky, black-winged zombies aimed at Changhua on the ground and released their attacks. Just as the flames began to ignite, a woman's cold voice rang out from a distance. Merge. With those words, red flames lit up the entire sky, and a flaming arrow, carrying a massive column of flame, shot directly towards the black-winged zombie. Boom! The flames struck the zombie's chest, piercing its body. A massive explosion erupted around the winged zombie. The blast spread widely. The heat wave spread outward, sending people and zombies flying. Even the bus flipped over with it. Sunny day, Changhua, horrified by the tumbling bus, turned and ran towards it. But before he could get far, a nearby zombie king rushed over and punched Changhua in the side of his face. Changhua quickly leaned back, dodging the punch. Then Changhua turned and kicked the charging zombie king. The battle between the man and the corpse resumed. Up in the sky, Luo Qingtian thought his arrow would definitely take out the winged zombie. What he didn't expect was that the zombie, reduced to only half its body, was still flying. What shocked Luo Qingtian most was that the zombie's body was recovering at a visible rate. It seemed he had to strike it in the head. To avoid accidental damage, he had to engage in close combat. Luo Qingtian sighed, sheathed the flying fire mysterious bow, and directed Dabai to quickly approach the winged zombie. The winged zombie seemed to have sensed something, and when it noticed Luo Qingtian chasing it, it turned and flew away, with Luo Qingtian following closely behind. Xiao Lu's transformation ability had been upgraded. This caused Dabai's transformation to upgrade his abilities. Now sporting two pairs of wings, Dabai could fly at twice its previous speed. In a matter of moments, Luo Qingtian caught up with the fleeing winged zombie. Luo Qingtian punched the zombie in the head. The winged zombie slammed down to the ground. Luo Qingtian lowered his body and pursued it. The moment the winged zombie landed, it quickly jumped up, attempting to escape. But Luo Qingtian gave it no chance. The moment Luo Qingtian was about to land. Domain. With that, the winged zombie and Luo Qingtian vanished from their original position. The next moment, the winged zombie found itself in a black, four-dimensional world. The light was dim, and it lay motionless on the ground. It tried to rise, but it felt like a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing down on its body. Even its wings were deformed by the pressure. Wow! After this domain upgrade, the pressure is so much stronger than before. Luo Qingtian lightly walked over to the winged zombie and stepped on its back. It's been a while since I've seen bone wings. What a shame! Yours are similar, but they're not quite as good. Luo Qingtian held a wing in each hand, stepped on the zombie's back, and forcibly plucked both wings off. Ah! The zombie let out a low, hoarse, and unpleasant roar. Luo Qingtian plucked the wings and examined them carefully. Ugly! From this perspective, they look a lot like bat wings. But you look like a bat too. Luo Qingtian threw the wings into the space, and a dagger appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, Luo Qingtian plunged the dagger into the zombie's head. After ensuring the zombie was completely dead, Luo Qingtian removed his domain and held out Xiaolu. Xiaolu, eat it. I see it has a black, supernatural flame. It looks like Xiaolu's. Eat it, and see what it is. Xiaolu looked at the zombie in front of him with disdain, then instantly transformed into a giant ball of seaweed. Then he devoured the zombie in one gulp. Luo Qingtian then soared into the sky again, intending to return to Changhua and the others. As he flew back, Luo Qingtian saw Changhua still battling the zombie king across the way. He was now shrouded in red. The silver-white liquid had turned a brilliant crimson, swirling around him like a brilliant red silk. Then the red silk rushed towards the zombie king. The silk then unraveled, transforming into liquid that seeped into the zombie king's body. Chapter 535. Luo Qingtian looked at Changhua with a touch of surprise. Evil, alluring. It was a pitch-black night, but the red color gave him an unruly aura. The zombie king across from them began to crack, and red liquid continued to ooze out of the cracks. Then, the zombie king's roars and screams rang out. Everyone watched as the zombie king before them suddenly exploded under the continuous penetration of the red liquid. Afterwards, only a pile of shredded flesh remained on the ground. After killing the zombie king, Changhua immediately turned and ran towards the bus. Observing Chenghua's movements, Luo Qingtian instantly switched between forms, leaping near the bus and collapsing. Chenghua ran to the bus, reached out to right it, and then rushed inside, searching for Luo Qingtian. But the bus was empty. No one was there. Chenghua's heart began to panic. Luo Qingtian. Chenghua ran out of the car, looked around, and then walked off into the distance. After a few steps, he saw a dark figure inching towards him. Chenghua was nervous, but he still ran a few steps forward quickly. As he got closer, he saw Luo Qingtian, looking a bit disheveled. Chenghua breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt an indescribable mix of emotions. Where did you go? Chenghua took 2 steps and reached Luo Qingtian. Fortunately, although Luo Qingtian looked disheveled, he was not injured. Just now, the car went flying, and I was afraid of the pain, so I jumped out of the window. I felt like something was chasing me from behind, so I ran. I just found my way back. Hearing Luo Qingtian, Chenghua let out a long breath. Let's go! The battle over there should be over soon. Chenghua reached out to grab Luo Qingtian's hand, but Luo Qingtian dodged Chenghua's hand, whether intentionally or not, and passed by him. He walked straight towards the team. By the time they arrived, the battle was indeed over. 3 zombie kings, one of which had reached SS level, had been completely eliminated. By then, everyone was busy setting up the tents. Seeing Luo Qingtian and Chenghua return, the soldiers in the squad breathed a sigh of relief. Luo, I'm so glad you're okay. Yes, yes. Just now, after our captain killed the zombie king, he rushed over like a madman, fearing something had happened to you. Luo Qingtian looked at the 2 soldiers in silence. We're all teammates, allies. If you were in the car, I'm sure Instructor Chung would have rushed out like a madman to look for you. Luo Qingtian walked straight to a small tent, which was reserved for her. She opened the tent and crawled inside. Chenghua, standing behind him, opened his mouth as he watched Luo Qingtian crawl into the tent, at a loss for words. Finally, he arranged for someone to start cooking. As for the people from the top 100 base, having encountered soldiers, they refused to leave. Then they gathered around the tent and found a random spot to lie down, using the sky as their shelter and the ground as their hut, and settled down to sleep. Chenghua prepared the meal, and went to find Luo Qingtian with his bowls and chopsticks. But Luo Qingtian didn't leave the tent. Chenghua didn't know what was wrong with Luo Qingtian, but he assumed he was angry. So he took the food and returned. He has space anyway, so I give it to her when we set off tomorrow. Luo Qingtian wasn't really angry, but after the two soldiers teasing, she noticed something was wrong with Chenghua's attitude towards her. She wasn't sure if Chenghua treated her the same way or all the students. But she hated trouble. Having Luo Xiao and Di Jiang at home was already trouble enough. She didn't want to mess with Chenghua again. So she went straight into the tent, intending to distance herself from Chenghua. The night passed like this. The next day, Luo Qingtian woke up early. As she emerged from the tent, she saw Chenghua, dressed in his army green combat uniform, standing near her tent, holding a bowl. A gentle smile instantly spread across Chenghua's face, as he watched Luo Qingtian leave the tent. Are you awake? Breakfast is ready here. Here's your portion. Luo Qingtian looked at the bowl in Chenghua's hand. It was beef ramen again. There were even more pieces of beef than in the previous bowl. Chenghua watched Luo Qingtian stand still. He smiled and walked over to Luo Qingtian, handing him his bowl and chopsticks. Don't feel pressured. You're our specially hired healing psychic. You deserve the treatment you deserve. Chenghua then passed the bowl and chopsticks toward Luo Qingtian. Don't overthink it. It's my duty to protect you. Even with Chenghua's words, Luo Qingtian didn't act pretentiously. He smiled, holding the bowl and chopsticks, and turned back to the tent. Chenghua sighed as he looked at Luo Qingtian's back, a hint of dejection flashing in his eyes. What's wrong with me? I'm even concerned about what a little girl feels. Chenghua shook his head and turned to leave. After eating and drinking, everyone continued on their journey. This time, there were several more people on the bus. After getting on the bus, Luo Qingtian found a separate window seat, closed his eyes, and began to take a nap. As Chenghua boarded, he glanced in Luo Qingtian's direction. Seeing that he was now in a separate seat, he sat down in front of him. The people rescued yesterday were all psychics from the top 100 base. When they boarded the bus, these psychics noticed Luo Qingtian sitting in the corner. However, they calmly sat behind and around Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian, however, remained with his eyes closed, seemingly oblivious. One of the psychics even sat in the passenger seat and chatted with the driver, occasionally offering directions. The car continued unimpeded, heading towards the top 100 base. After driving for about half an hour, the driver stopped and frowned, looking around. Captain, this road is wrong. The driver looked at the broken stone bridge in front of him. The navigation system clearly indicated that the top 100 base was just beyond this bridge. But the bridge was now broken, and beneath it lay a raging river. And frustratingly, there was no way to turn around on this bridge. The only way was to back up bit by bit. Chenghua stood up and looked ahead, squinting at the driver. What's going on? Did you follow the navigation? The driver nearly jumped at the look his captain was giving him. Captain, I did follow the navigation. Look, the navigation systems at the 5th base were all electronic. Like tablets, but with fixed routes. Before we arrived, the routes on these navigation systems were fixed. So the driver had been following them the whole time. Chenghua took the navigation system, his fingers rapidly flicking across it. Suddenly, he looked up at the man in the passenger seat. Did you do this? Then a puff of white smoke billowed from the bus. Chapter 536. Chenghua knew they were being tricked. A ball of white liquid immediately formed around him, shielding him. When the smoke cleared, Chenghua opened his own white liquid. Then he looked around. Everyone on the bus had fainted. The people they had rescued had vanished, along with Luo Qingtian. Looking at the empty seats, Chenghua felt his blood freeze at that moment, thinking of the psychics sitting around Luo Qingtian when they boarded the bus. Did they decide to take Luo Qingtian away the moment they discovered her? But why would they do that? Could it be that they were reflecting on the unique nature of Luo Qingtian's psychic abilities? Chenghua quickly discarded this thought. He walked over to his unconscious companion and looked at the darkened face of his team member. Is this poison? Chenghua retrieved water and a syringe from his spaceship and injected the liquid into his companion's body. The liquid was the antidote serum developed by the 5th base. It can treat most of the unknown toxins in the apocalypse. The injection was administered, and the soldier awoke not long after. Looking around, the soldier immediately guessed what was happening. Captain, have they captured Luo? Chenghua said nothing, taking out a box of medicine and handing it to the soldier. You go detoxify, I drive. With that, Chenghua moved the driver to the back seat, while he himself drove the bus, slowly backing it up. Chenghua's only thought at this moment was to quickly catch up with the fleeing psychics. First, The fact that these people could alter the navigation meant they must have the genius scientist's controller, affecting the navigation route. Secondly, turning around on this road was impossible. If he were to chase them, he would have to back up a bit, which meant one of them was a space-based psychic. And that psychic space must have a similar means of transportation. Furthermore, the white smoke emitted this time wasn't a manufactured poison, but a form of psychic power. This meant that these psychics had been preparing to unleash their poisonous powers since they sat around Luo Qingtian. And without the serum, they would have definitely died here. When they unleashed the toxic mist, they had no intention of leaving anyone alive. The only reason they didn't finish him off was because they saw he wasn't unconscious. From this, he could confirm two things. They were indeed from the top 100 base. Because only the top 100 bases had the ability to jam electronic navigation. In reality, their escape was just a bit chaotic. If he drove faster, he would definitely catch up. Chunghua pondered as he drove. After leaving the broken stone bridge, he quickly turned around and chased forward. Luo Qingtian yawned as she woke up in the car. Inside, 4 men were surrounding her, grinning idiotically. Haha, this little girl's awake. Seeing Luo Qingtian open her eyes, one of the men burst into laughter. Luo Qingtian opened her eyes, and calmly looked around. What did you capture me for? Luo Qingtian hadn't fainted or been poisoned from the start. She was curious about where these people would take her after capturing her. She hadn't expected them to just surround her like this after capturing her. Waiting for her to wake up. Luo Qingtian looked at the 4 people around her, showing no sign of panic. There was even a hint of a playful smile on his lips. One of the men said to Luo Qing, "Little sister, don't be afraid. We 5 brothers don't have any other intentions. That's right, we're just short of a wife. How about this, I take you back to the base, and you become the wife of all 5 of us." Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. The man who spoke continued, "Don't be nervous. In our top 100 base, it's always been one woman who has to serve a bunch of men. Don't be afraid. We brothers are all decent people. Just serve us. We provide you with food and drink. I make sure you're plump and plump." Luo Qingtian frowned slightly. "You said you're from the top 100 base? This trip should be to the top 100 base, right?" One of the psychics said with a grin, "Yes, even though we're not a government base, our base is very developed, and life here is quite affluent. The only downside is that there are very few women in the top 100 base. Otherwise, we brothers wouldn't have come out looking for them." Luo Qingtian looked at them speechlessly. "So you left the base to look for women, not food?" They scratched the back of their heads sheepishly. "Yes, the women in the base are limited. The attractive ones are with the base commander, and we're not allowed to touch them. We can't get in line, so we came out looking." Luo Qingtian's face darkened. She lowered her head, letting out a low, cold laugh. "Haha, so that's how it is. Your top 100 base is truly a magical base." Seeing Luo Qingtian's reaction, the psychics on the other side assumed she was just scared. They smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. As long as you're the wife of the 5 of us brothers, no other man in the base will touch you. Yes, as long as everyone knows you're our wife. Even if you walk around the base, no one will touch you." The 2 psychics spoke casually, completely unaware that Luo Qingtian's eyes were growing increasingly cold. The leading psychic, sensing the chill in Luo Qingtian's gaze, said in a low voice, "In our top 100 base, once someone's woman is identified, you can no longer speak to other men. You can't leave, let alone escape. If you violate these rules, you no longer be our wife. You be the wife of every man in the base. Little girl, I know you don't want to be our woman. But in this cannibalistic apocalypse, being the wife of several of us brothers, being supported by us, is actually a very happy thing. Be content." Listening to this man's words, Luo Qingtian was truly amused. For the second time, she felt the urge to kill. A base like this, one that even treated women purely as outlets for their own rage. She truly couldn't imagine what kind of person the commander of this top 100 base was. No wonder this base had always been so unwilling to submit to the government. Even if the government took over a base like this, they would still clear out more than half the scum and re-establish order. Luo Qingtian raised her head, a faint smile on her face. She looked at the 4 people surrounding her and said, "How long will it take us to get to the base? I'm exhausted from the ride. We destroy your base once we get there." Luo Qingtian's heart was filled with rage. A few psychics genuinely thought Luo Qingtian was frightened, so they chuckled and said, "It won't be long. It's just up ahead." As soon as she finished speaking, the car was suddenly struck with a powerful force. Chapter 537. The psychics noticed a bus hurtling toward them from behind them at lightning speed. It looked like it was desperate for its life. The military's car had actually caught up with them. Fourth brother, speed up. Otherwise, if they catch us, we lose our wives, the leading psychic said, squinting in Luo Qingtian's direction. Little girl, since we captured you, stay with us peacefully. Don't even think about following them back. As long as you behave yourself, you be our brother's most beloved wife. Luo Qingtian looked up at the man who had spoken. Her eyes were calm, neither fear nor panic visible. She looked so calm, so indifferent. She was like a spectator, oblivious to everything. Luo Qingtian looked as if she could leave at any moment. With this thought in mind, the leading man stepped forward and grabbed Luo Qingtian's wrist. Did you hear what I said? The man's eyes darkened, and he looked gloomy. Luo Qingtian frowned at the man holding her, her gaze suddenly sharp, and a dagger appeared in her other hand. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to chop off the hand holding her, the car was hit again. Luo Qingtian retracted the dagger, grasped the handrail, and looked out the window. Outside the window, Cheng Hua, driving the bus, just happened to see Luo Qingtian being grabbed by the wrist. Then the white liquid condensed into sharp spikes. Qingtian, get out of the way. Then the white spike stabbed at the leading psychic. The psychic looked at him and quickly condensed a cloud of mist. The white spikes dissolved in the mist. The man looked out the window sarcastically, casting a provocative glare at Cheng Hua. Then he unleashed a cloud of black mist at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was choked by the mist. Then he pretended to faint. Cheng Hua watched Luo Qingtian faint, his pupils instantly turning crimson. He stared intently at the car across from him. He slammed the accelerator. Then he inched closer. The psychic in the car grasped Luo Qingtian with one hand and condensed white mist with the other. As Cheng Hua approached, white smoke suddenly erupted from all around, covering the entire road. The entire road ahead was shrouded in a toxic mist. Cheng Hua quickly sensed the poison in the smoke. As a last resort, he slowed down and broke away from the mist. He could only watch helplessly as Luo Qingtian was carried away by the men ahead. This was the first time Cheng Hua felt a sense of defeat. Even before facing powerful enemies, he had never felt as frustrated as he did today. The bus had to stop due to the toxic fog. Looking back, he saw that all his comrades had woken up. The bus driver stood up, walked to the driver's seat, and said, "Captain, I drive." Chen had also fully woken up by then. He looked at the toxic fog ahead and said, "Captain, leave it to me." With that, Chen got out of the bus and began to continuously release wind-based abilities forward. The toxic fog ahead gradually dissipated. Chen excitedly rushed back to the bus. "It's done, it's done." Cheng Hua watched the fog dissipate ahead, his eyes tinged with blood. "Let's go! Save them!" The bus driver started the car and turned to Cheng Hua. "Captain, where are we going?" Cheng Hua narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Top 100 base. "I know why they're capturing Luo Qingtian." Cheng Hua's voice was low, and though he appeared calm and composed, only he knew the truth. He was in a state of panic. Thinking of the unconscious Luo Qingtian being held in that man's grasp, he wished he could sprout wings and fly over to save him. After breaking free of Cheng Hua, Luo Qingtian opened his eyes again. The leading psychic looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise. "I poisoned you. How could you still wake up?" Luo Qingtian pulled his arm out of the man's grasp and whispered, "I'm a healing psychic. Your poison will only work temporarily on me." The psychic clearly hadn't expected this, but, remembering Luo Qingtian's lack of offensive power, he smiled and said, "That's good. We brothers are exactly in need of a healing psychic. No wonder those cops were so interested in you. Anyway, we're almost there. Now, let me introduce you to our brothers. I'm your eldest husband, Ji Lei. Call me Brother Ji from now on. The one behind you is your second husband, Zhang Jian. Just call him second brother Zhang from now on. The one over there is your third brother Bai. The one driving is your fourth brother Liu. The one over here is your youngest husband, Qin Qiong, your fifth brother Qin. Remember this?" Luo Qingtian glanced around, his expression indifferent as he gazed out the window. "Remember this? How long until we get to the base?" Ji Lei felt a surge of warmth in his stomach at Luo Qingtian's obedience. Especially at Luo Qingtian's cool, fair face, Ji Lei felt something stirring within him. He swallowed and said with a smile, "Wife, don't worry, we be there soon. Just wait." Ji Lei stood up, walked to the car window, and began to release poisonous mist continuously toward the road behind him. From a distance, it looked like a white snake coiling along the winding road. The car drove on for a while, and Luo Qingtian finally saw the so-called top 100 base. The base wasn't large, more like a village, but it was surrounded by high platforms and fortifications. There were 2 towering fortresses at either end of the entrance. The car stopped here, and Ji Lei got out and waved to the man on guard atop the fortress. "Monkey, I'm back. Hey, it's Brother Ji. Did you find your wife this time?" A shifty-looking man perched his head on the cylindrical fortress and called out to Ji Lei. Ji Lei proudly patted the hood of his car. "Found it. I bet this wife I found is definitely the most beautiful in our top 100 base. From now on, I won't have to queue up at the red building like you guys." Ha ha ha. With these words, the gate in front of them lifted high, revealing a wide passageway. Ji Lei returned to the car and started it up again. Luo Qingtian followed them into the top 100 base. Walking along the base, Luo Qingtian was surprised to find that some of the buildings here were different from those seen from the outside. The surrounding scenery was similar to a pre-apocalyptic county town. The roads were there, the buildings were there, the shops were there. There were even drones in the sky. Isn't the top 100 base amazing? We have a very talented scientist here. Zhang Jian sat down next to Luo Qingtian and pointed at the buildings on both sides, beginning to introduce them one by one. Luo Qingtian turned to look at Zhang Jian and asked, "Are there scientists here?" Chapter 538. Luo Qingtian's question surprised the men in the car. After all, Luo Qingtian had barely spoken the entire way. She was aloof and indifferent, neither afraid nor panicked, her composure and calmness making the men in the car think Luo Qingtian was a fool. Now Luo Qingtian was curious about the things and people in the base, which made the brothers' minds active. "Yes, my wife. Although our base is still a little behind the 9 major bases, our life is definitely not bad." Zhang Jian pointed to a small 2-story Western-style building ahead and said, "That little building over there is our home. Let's go home first. If my wife feels bored, I take you out for a walk." Luo Qingtian fell silent again, gazing calmly at the surrounding scenery. This county-like base was truly too quiet. As they passed a 2-story building painted red, from the small building emanated the sounds of agonizing wailing and pleas for mercy. Luo Qingtian frowned, looking towards the red building. "Is this a prison? Why are so many people screaming?" Qin Qiong smiled and said, "This is where we deal with bad women." As soon as he finished speaking, a scantily clad woman ran out of the red building. She was so frantic she accidentally fell in front of Luo Qingtian's car. Lu Laosi braked quickly, preventing the woman from being struck and thrown. "Do you want to die?" Lu Laosi opened the car window and cursed at the woman. The woman, upon hearing the noise, rose from the ground and ran towards their car. "Big brother, I'm willing to be your slave pet. Please buy me, please." "Please." The woman's body was covered in mottled marks, with hardly a single piece of healthy flesh. The clothes she wore were made of a few small pieces of cloth, barely covering her skin. Her hair was disheveled, and her eye sockets were sunken. She had clearly endured a period of torture. Luo Qingtian frowned at the woman, then stepped out of the car. He pulled a piece of clothing from his backpack and draped it over her. At that moment, several men ran out of the red building. Upon seeing the woman, 2 of them rushed over and tried to grab her hair. "You stinky woman, you're still trying to run? I think you're courting death," the men said as they rushed in front of the woman. She struggled desperately. "No, no. Big brother, buy me. Please." Luo Qingtian squinted at the man grabbing the woman's hair. The man, who had also noticed Luo Qingtian, pushed the woman to his companions who had followed him. Then, smiling at Luo Qingtian, he said, "Wow, where did this little sparrow come from? It's so pretty, so delicate and tender." The man reached out to touch Luo Qingtian's face. Ji Lei, Zhang Jian, and Bai Lao Sen all got out of the car. "Put your claws back. How dare you touch our brothers' wives?" The man who had been chasing them saw Ji Lei and immediately nodded and laughed. "So it's Brother Ji, haha. Congratulations on finding the woman." Ji Lei sneered at the man before him and said, "Don't even think about it. This woman is good. We won't send her to the Red Mansion." After saying this, Ji Lei opened the car door and motioned for Luo Qingtian to get in. Luo Qingtian glanced at the disheveled woman and then obediently got in. Seeing Luo Qingtian's obedience, the other brothers didn't think much of it and got back into the car. The car sped toward the 2-story buildings ahead. Before they reached their home, Ji Lei said coldly, "Woman, remember your identity. When we say you're my wife, you are my wife. If you meddle in other people's business again, I send you to the Red Mansion to serve others." Luo Qingtian looked at Ji Lei. Her beautiful eyes grew darker, their corners tinged with a bloodthirsty crimson. She was already considering whether to take action now. Then she heard Qin Qiong say, "Brother, we're having our wedding night tonight, so don't scare him. Go back and tidy up the house first. My second brother, and I will take her for a walk. Look, our wife's eyes are red with fear. Alright, I get it. Don't be afraid. In this top 100 base, men are king, and you women are just accessories. If you want to survive, you just have to be obedient. Go ahead." Ji Lei told Bai Lao San to stop the car again, and then Luo Qingtian was taken away by Zhang Jian and Qin Qiong. The two men stood guard on either side of Luo Qingtian as he explained the route to the top 100 base. I don't know if the two men did it on purpose, but all along the way, Luo Qingtian saw only women in tattered, barely their clothing. Passing several houses with small courtyards, Luo Qingtian saw that the doghouses in those courtyards were also occupied by women. They were emaciated, their eyes lifeless. It was as if there was no light left in their lives to keep them alive. Luo Qingtian frowned as he watched these women. Every time he passed a courtyard like this, he would take something out of his backpack and throw it in. Some threw away clothes, some food. Qin Qiong and Zhang Jian saw Luo Qingtian doing this, but they didn't stop her. After all, many women brought into this base initially did the same. In the end, they themselves became one of them. "Okay, wife, you've seen the status of women in this top 100 base, so you must be obedient tonight." Luo Qingtian didn't respond, but instead looked toward a towering building in the distance that resembled a lighthouse. "What's that?" Qin Qiong looked in the direction Luo Qingtian pointed and whispered, "Think of it as a prison. There lives a very talented scientist." "Okay, let's stop here and go home." Qin Qiong reached out to grab Luo Qingtian's hand, but Luo Qingtian deftly dodged it and quickened her pace. Following the two, they soon returned to their residence. The house wasn't large, but it had many rooms. As they entered, they saw Ji Lei standing in the center of the hall, waiting for them to return. Seeing the two brothers return with Luo Qingtian, Ji Lei breathed a sigh of relief. "Since we're back, let's eat." "A full stomach is essential for the wedding night," Ji Lei said, moving forward to grab Luo Qingtian's hand, but Luo Qingtian dodged again and walked towards the table. During the meal, Luo Qingtian didn't even touch her chopsticks. She looked at Ji Lei and said, "Where's my room?" Ji Lei's mouth widened at Luo Qingtian's question. "If you're so anxious, then don't eat. Come on, I take you there," Ji Lei said, leading Luo Qingtian straight to his room. Luo Qingtian was the first to enter. After entering the room, Ji Lei hurriedly closed the door. "Haha, wife, I'm here." Luo Qingtian turned and looked at Ji Lei, a wicked smile playing on her lips. Then a dagger appeared in her hand. When Ji Lei noticed, Luo Qingtian's figure, like a ghost, rushed in front of him. Swish! The dagger plunged into Ji Lei's head. Chapter 539. Ji Lei stared at Luo Qingtian in shock. At this moment, his body began to emit green smoke. Before the smoke could dissipate, Luo Qingtian plucked Little Green from his head. "Eat it." Little Green rapidly grew larger, and before the green smoke could completely fill the air, Little Green opened its mouth wide and swallowed it whole. Then Little Green transformed into a ball of seaweed and leaped onto Luo Qingtian's shoulder. Luo Qingtian tilted his head slightly. He nuzzled Little Green with his face. "Are you ready?" Little Green then began to float, floating in front of Luo Qingtian. A tentacle extended from each side of its body. Two green tentacles formed a waist-grazing gesture. A smug look etched on his face. Luo Qingtian wore a gentle smile. She reached out and gently stroked Little Green's head. "Let's go then. This night is destined to be a restless one," Luo Qingtian said, her clothes instantly changing into a black combat suit. She opened the door and walked out, heading straight for Zhang Jian's room. At this moment, Bai Lao San and Lu Laosi were also in Zhang Jian's room. The three of them were sitting on the bed playing cards. "Big brother is having a blast tonight, and the rest of us still have to wait in line. Why rush? It happens sooner or later. I just wonder if Big brother can be gentler with that girl today. Look at how delicate that little girl is. I'm really worried Big brother will torture her to death. No, Big brother said he plans to keep her here and live a good life. As long as that little girl doesn't run away, he won't send her away." As the three of them were talking, then there was a knock at the door. The three of them exchanged glances, and then Zhang Jian stood up and opened the door. Then he saw Luo Qingtian standing at the door. "Wife, why are you here? Where's my brother?" Zhang Jian looked at Luo Qingtian, who had come looking for him, in surprise. "He's asleep. I was bored, so I came looking for you. Zhang Jian felt a throbbing sensation throughout his body when he heard Luo Qingqian's name. He felt a surge of warmth in his lower abdomen. Is my brother tired of playing? If he had known his brother was going to be so tiring, he wouldn't have played cards with the third and fourth brothers, and he could have eaten me tonight. Bai Laosan and Lu Laosi had apparently heard the voices at the door. They exchanged a glance, both with lewd smiles on their faces. Wife, come in. We're playing cards. Let's play together, Bai Laosan said, reaching for Luo Qingqian's hand. Luo Qingqian dodged Bai Laosan's tug and walked straight into the room. She closed the door and smiled at the three of them. Playing cards? Yes, playing cards. The three looked at Luo Qingqian with ambiguous expressions. Luo Qingqian nodded. Okay. Let's play cards. With that, Luo Qingqian instantly unleashed several traps. Vines instantly rose from the ground, trapping the three of them. What are you trying to do? The three trapped. They instantly realized their boss wasn't asleep. He'd been murdered by the woman before them. Zhang Jian gritted his teeth and cursed, "You bitch." Before he could finish his words, a dagger flew out, piercing Zhang Jian's neck. Zhang Jian's eyes widened, and he was dead. Bai Laosan and Lu Laosi stared at Luo Qingqian in horror. They had never imagined that the woman they captured wasn't just some little white flower, but a carnivorous plant. The two tried to unleash their supernatural powers to break free. But Luo Qingqian was already in front of them. The dagger slash passed, and they felt a strong sense of suffocation. Then, both of them died. Little Green leaped out and devoured the three bodies in one gulp. Luo Qingqian turned and walked out the door, heading for the second floor. Qin Qiong's room was on the second floor. Luo Qingqian's minimap showed that Qin Qiong was currently in his room. Just as Luo Qingqian was about to go upstairs, he saw Qin Qiong suddenly jump out of the second floor window. Then he disappeared into the darkness, running off into the distance. I just got discovered. Luo Qingqian thought, walked to the window, and jumped out as well. Qin Qiong was a very sensitive person. From the moment Luo Qingqian left Ji Lei's room, he sensed something was amiss, and his suspicions were only confirmed when Luo Qingqian left Zhang Jian's room. So, when he spotted Luo Qingqian ascending the stairs, he panicked and jumped out the window, heading towards the base's security room. Luo Qingqian chased after him, but he discovered that Qin Qiong had already disappeared into a cluster of small blue dots. Trying to find him would likely be a waste of time. So Luo Qingqian didn't look for him. Instead, he released a Bai, letting it fly him toward the tower. Shuahao had been imprisoned in the tower since he sent the message. He truly didn't want to work for the people at the top 100 base anymore. Ever since his family's death, he was filled with despair about this apocalypse. He looked at the half-finished machine on the seed. He stepped forward and kicked it over. Am I going to stay here forever? Thinking of all the things he'd done in this base, Shuahao wanted to blow it up. Shuahao smashed the room furiously. The table, the stools, the chairs, the dishes. He smashed everything he could see. Shuahao panted as he surveyed the shambles in the room, not caring about the debris still lingering on the floor. He plopped down on the floor. Haha, I smashed everything. I don't believe you can handle this. Ha ha. Shuahao's laughter died down. He thought of his parents. Before they died, they said they'd leave this cannibalistic base if they could. But he only knew how to research and develop machinery, nothing else. Now he couldn't even leave this towering lighthouse. Shuahao stood up and stumbled toward the window above him. Zhou Baiqiang, the boss of the 100-strong base, was afraid he'd run away or commit suicide, so he sealed all the lighthouse's windows, leaving only a single, square window open at the very top. That window allowed him to see the sunlight outside every day. But now, he didn't even want to see the sun anymore. Shuahao dragged the table over, ripped the bedsheets into strips, and gathered whatever he could find to pile up. Then he slowly climbed toward the window. He'd lost count of how many times he felt at night. Finally, his hand touched the windowsill. He climbed up, then sat down on the windowsill. He looked down at the ground. Jump down, and I'd be free, Shuahao whispered, but he still didn't have the courage to do it. But the thought of being locked up in this thing, without seeing the light of day, made him lose his will to live again. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. I come to see you, Shuahao said, closing his eyes and jumping. Luo Qingqian had just flown near the lighthouse, when he saw a figure plummeting rapidly toward the ground. Luo Qingqian flew over quickly, and caught the falling figure in a mid-air princess hug. Is it Shuahao? Luo Qingqian held Shuahao, and slowly descended to the ground. Chapter 540. Shuahao actually felt some regret from the moment he jumped, but once the arrow was shot, there was no turning back. Having made a choice, he had to bear the consequences. So he closed his eyes and waited for death to come, but he never expected to be rescued. Hearing the voice above him, Shuahao cautiously opened his eyes. Yes, I am Shuahao. Who are you? Shuahao opened his eyes, and was greeted by a pair of eyes as bright as stars. Although he couldn't see the person before him fully, those eyes, bright and deep, instantly captured his mind. Well, knowing you are Shuahao is enough. At this point, the two had already landed. Luo Qingtian said Shuahao down. Shuahao looked at Luo Qingtian nervously. Boss. Thank you for saving me. Can you get me out of this base? It's truly awful. Luo Qingtian nodded, took out a pen and paper, and handed it to Shuahao. Okay, draw me a map of this base, and I take you. Shuahao didn't think much of it. In his eyes, as long as he could get out of here, he'd be happy to take him anywhere with this flying boss. Shuahao was a mechanical designer, and had a basic drawing skill. Soon, a complete map appeared before Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian took the map. Well done. Thank you for the compliment. Shall we go? Well, no rush. I take you somewhere first. Luo Qingtian glanced at Shuahao with a smile, then reached out and slashed at his neck. Then, she threw Shuahao into the space. Furball, watch him. Don't let him wake up. If he wakes up, knock him out. With that, Luo Qingtian took flight. In the Red Mansion, Lu Jia looked at the paper in his hand, his gaze firming again. The note had been slipped to her by the girl who had gotten off the bus that day. It instructed her to contact everyone who wanted to leave, and to run together towards the main gate at 12 p.m. Someone would be there to meet them. Lu Jia didn't know whether the words were true or not. After returning, she found a way to notify every woman in the Red Mansion who wanted to escape. True or not, this was her last chance. But thinking of the girl's calm eyes from the day before, courage surged within her. If she couldn't escape, the worst that could happen was death. Having survived this long in this apocalypse, she was content. Thinking of this, she turned to look at the man sleeping beside her, her eyes blazing with intense hatred. She quietly got out of bed. She pulled a dagger from the corner and, without hesitation, plunged it into the man's neck. The man opened his eyes and looked at Lu Jia in disbelief. Before the man could say anything, Lu Jia pulled out her dagger and stabbed him again. Then she bolted for the door. The girls in the other rooms, like Lu Jia, had all done the same today. To survive, to escape, they all sought ways to kill their tormentors. Then they rushed out of the Red Mansion and ran toward the main door. As for the chained women, for some unknown reason, their chains had inexplicably opened. Some girls took advantage of the night to run toward the main door. Others chose not to leave, but instead found torches, choosing to die alongside their tormentors. Some simply slipped into the house quietly under cover of darkness. They picked up weapons, hoes, and slaughtered their entire families, the ones who had tortured them. But some girls were unlucky, and were discovered as soon as they entered the house, eventually being beaten to death by the men inside. Luo Qingtian was standing high in the sky. The minimap captured the entire scene below. She didn't go alone to save anyone, nor did she stand by coldly. Watching the masses of women desperately running towards the base gate, Luo Qingtian stretched the flying fire mystic bow to its limit. She shot away all the men chasing them. Instantly, the entire base erupted in chaos. Many discovered that their women had escaped, and rushed out to chase them. Houses without women discovered that other women had escaped, and they rushed out to take advantage of the situation. The women knew they were being pursued, but they desperately rushed towards the base gate. They didn't know what awaited them. They only knew that if they couldn't escape today, hell would be waiting for them. They ran for an unknown amount of time, as male psychics occasionally rushed out from the roads on either side to intercept them. But soon, these people would be pierced by arrows flying from nowhere, until they reached the base's main gate. Behind them, all around them, were the men who had followed them. The women stared at the base's main gate in despair. It remained closed, while the sentry towers on either side lit up, and men aimed their guns downwards. How could this be? Didn't they say someone was waiting for us? Lu Jia stumbled to the ground. Was he wrong? Was he going to die here today? The men behind them stared at them with murderous eyes. These filthy bitches actually killed so many of our brothers. Well, take them back and kill them, then go out and catch some more tomorrow. The men cursed, and one of the men suddenly stood up. Wife, come out. You go back with me today, and I pretend nothing ever happened. With this shout, many of the women present began to waver. Lu Jia gritted his teeth and stood up. We can't waver. This is our last chance. If the door won't open, we break it open ourselves. Otherwise, hell awaits us when we get back. They're all devils. As Luigi spoke, many of the women present initially wanted to turn back, but after thinking about the consequences, they turned and rushed towards the door. The men on the opposite side, seeing this, looked at him with disdain and anger. You filthy bitches, if you want to die, we send you there. With these words, screams erupted from the watchtowers on both sides, aiming at the women, and the sentries on both sides plummeted to the ground. Then, a woman's cold voice echoed from the sky, Fusion. As soon as she finished speaking, a streak of red fire shot down from the sky, shooting towards the men across the way like a cannon barrel. Boom! Then a massive explosion echoed. Luo Qingtian slowly descended from the sky, like a god descending from heaven, landing in front of the women. The most powerful psychics in the top 100 base were all in the security room. At this moment, Qin Qiong was complaining in the security room. He said there had been a surprise attack on the base. Just as Qin Qiong was recounting the murder of his brothers, a massive explosion suddenly erupted in the distance. The psychics present all stood up and looked off into the distance. Oh no! The women in the base have gone crazy today. Let's go, catch them. As soon as she finished speaking, a group of psychics rushed out of the security room and headed towards the main gate. Chapter 541. At the base's gate, Luo Qingtian, tang sword in hand, charged at the crowd on the opposite side. Those already blown away, killed, or injured by the flying fire mysterious bow suffered a second heavy blow. Luo Qingtian rushed into the crowd, swiftly harvesting the lives of his enemies, like a dark night azura. When Qin Qiong and his men arrived, they saw only devastating chaos and bodies scattered across the ground. Who did this? The leading man roared at the crowd. At this moment, Luo Qingtian emerged from behind the shattered gate. Are you asking me? Luo Qingtian, tang sword in hand, slowly walked towards the man on the opposite side. When the leading man saw Luo Qingtian, his entire body stiffened. After all this time building the top 100 base, this was the first time he had sensed the aura of death on a person. Who are you? Luo Qingtian tilted her head, her brows curved. Although it was dark, her eyes shone brightly like stars. Zhou Baiqiang looked at the girl before him, and involuntarily took 2 steps back. What? Do you want? Zhou Baiqiang didn't even realize it at this moment, his tone filled with fear. I want you dead. Luo Qingtian's voice was like a demonic whisper, quiet, but deafening to Zhou Baiqiang. Dream on. I kill you. As Zhou Baiqiang spoke, a flash of white light flashed from his hand, shooting towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian didn't understand the man's special ability. After no longer sensing danger, she dodged the light. Her tang sword instantly transformed into a dagger. The next moment, Luo Qingtian appeared before Zhou Baiqiang. Zhou Baiqiang quickly retreated in fear, and the dagger slashed across his neck. Fortunately, she dodged in time, only scratching a thin layer of skin, causing blood to seep out rapidly. At this moment, Zhou Baiqiang's hand flashed with white light again, but this time, it didn't shoot out. Instead, it enveloped Luo Qingtian, as if targeting someone. Luo Qingtian stepped back and looked at her body. Her powers were normal, her strength was normal, and she didn't sense any danger or a sense of aberration. But for some reason, Luo Qingtian felt something was off. She narrowed her eyes at Zhou Baiqiang across from her, and was about to move forward when he suddenly smiled at her. Then Zhou Baiqiang took out a knife and stabbed her thigh fiercely. Luo Qingtian was startled, and then she saw a deep wound on her thigh, visible to the bone. It was in the exact same spot as the one on Zhou Baiqiang's hand. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? Come on, if you kill me, you die with me. My powers are shared, Zhou Baiqiang said, suddenly punching the ground. Then the earth cracked, and the surrounding ground began to shake. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect your power to be so great. You shared my damage. Then I can share your power too, Zhou Baiqiang said, extending his hands again. Flames condensed in one hand, and icy air in the other. You possess so many supernatural powers. Ha ha, woman, do you want to stay with me? You and I possess the same power. We can easily take down the 5th base. Come into my arms. You have no choice. Luo Qingtian looked at the wound on his leg and released his healing power. The wound healed instantly. Luo Qingtian looked up at Zhou Baiqiang, whose leg wound was also healing. Zhou Baiqiang also noticed his own leg wound and said with a smile, Woman, I didn't realize you had healing abilities. Not bad, not bad. I like it. Zhou Baiqiang laughed at Luo Qingtian, and Luo Qingtian laughed back. Sharing with me? Are you sure your body can handle it? Luo Qingtian felt a chill envelop her. She was certain the man across from her could share her strength, even her abilities. But he couldn't share her own physical strength and fitness. If that were the case. What do you mean? Zhou Baiqiang, watching Luo Qingtian's unconcerned expression, began to feel uneasy. He felt as if something was slipping out of his control. A dagger materialized in Luo Qingtian's hand, and he manipulated it to slice through his own body, creating several deep wounds that reached the bone. Zhou Baiqiang, facing him, also suffered numerous wounds. He grimaced in pain. But Luo Qingtian was completely unharmed. This little pain was nothing. It wasn't even close to the punch from the robot in the training room. That punch could have broken several bones. Looking at the man across from him, agonizing, Luo Qingtian unleashed his healing power once again. Both of their injuries healed simultaneously. Zhou Baiqiang looked at Luo Qingtian with bloodshot eyes. You want to torture me? Haha, then at least you be treated the same way. I'm bound to you. If I die, you die. If you live, I live. I can fully enjoy your power. You can only watch me leave. You came here for those women, right? Even if you rescued them. So what? As long as I'm alive, I capture more women, torture them, and play with them. Enjoy them, share my body, and then you feel the same way I do. Women, you haven't tasted the ecstasy of night after night, have you? Ha ha ha, Zhou Baiqiang said, looking at Luo Qingtian with lustful eyes. Brothers, let's go. If we can't kill her, let her be. Tomorrow we go out and find women. It's the end of the world. If we don't enjoy them now, do we have to wait until we die to enjoy them? Ha ha ha. Luo Qingtian watched Zhou Baiqiang's retreating figure, a sinister look slowly creeping over his face. Ha ha, you're amazing. You're a genius to be able to make my anger reach its peak. At this point, Luo Qing slammed his fist into the ground. Ultimate freeze. With his words, white eyes quickly spread from Luo Qingtian's side toward the front, the icy aura spreading rapidly. He quickly caught up with Zhou Baiqiang and his companions walking ahead. By the time Zhou Baiqiang realized what was happening, everyone around him had been completely frozen. He stared around in shock and turned to run, but his lower body was frozen solid, preventing him from moving. He turned to look at Luo Qingtian. Bitch, if I die, you die too. So I make you bear the same force as me. If you exceed my power, do you think you can survive? Luo Qingtian unleashed more ice energy on the ground, and white frost quickly spread throughout the base. In a split second, the entire Baiqiang base was frozen into an ice sculpture by Luo Qingtian's extreme freezing. Zhou Baiqiang felt his body growing heavier and colder, even his consciousness becoming hazy. Chapter 542. Luo Qingtian approached Zhou Baiqiang step by step. Looking at the half-dead Zhou Baiqiang, she said, Look, I've frozen you. You can't even maintain your own supernatural powers. Back at the fourth base, she once froze the entire inner city. The icy force within her nearly killed her. It was then that she clearly understood the importance of physical fitness and quality. Since the training room opened, she has never dared to slack off. Now, she has frozen the entire 100-strong base. Although the chill pierced his body, it had no effect on his vitality. Zhou Baiqiang looked at Luo Qingtian in front of him, then at his body. The white icy energy was gradually eating away at his body. He opened his mouth to speak, but he was completely frozen. He didn't say the rest of his words. Xiao Lu, this shared ability is very similar to Dabai's. Eat it, and then press to bite back. Xiao Lu leaped from Luo Qingtian's shoulder, and devoured Zhou Baiqiang in one gulp. Each man and his ball soared high into the sky again. Then they flew out of the base. It was already the darkest hour of the day, but not far from the gate of the Baiqiang base, a group of women were squatting nervously. That powerful psychic said, we should wait here and someone would come to pick us up. How long should we wait? Lu Xiao glanced at the speaker and said, I don't know. Since she said we should wait, we wait here. I'm sure someone will come. Lu Xiao was the one who convened this outbreak. So, she was in a leadership position among these women. Everyone present had unconsciously assumed she was the leader of this situation. After changing his clothes, Luo Qingtian blended into the crowd, carrying the battered Shuahao. At dawn, a bus sped towards them from a distance. During the journey, Cheng Hua and the others dared not rest, constantly clearing out toxins, traps, and fighting off the inexplicable zombies that appeared on both sides. After a night of stumbling and fighting, they finally arrived at the Strong 100 base. Captain, why are there so many women in front of the Strong 100 base? Chin Chin looked at the group of women sitting in front of the strong 100 bases gate, somewhat bewildered. The bus stopped, and everyone disembarked and ran towards the group of women. Lu Xiao immediately stood up and approached the approaching soldiers in army green uniforms. "Hello, are you here to pick us up?" Chin Chin looked at Lu Xiao in confusion. "What do you mean? We're here to pick you up?" Lu Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Yes, that flying woman in black said we'd be picked up if we wait here. We escaped from the top 100 base." While Chin Chin was talking to Lu Xiao, Cheng Hua kept searching for Luo Qingtian. Until he found Luo Qingtian, a calm face, in the crowd. Cheng Hua rushed in and pulled him out. "Qingtian, are you okay?" Cheng Hua looked Luo Qingtian up and down, then he smelled blood on him. "Are you hurt?" Cheng Hua stared at Luo Qingtian, who shook his head. "No. They captured me, and I ran away. It was the Black Angel who saved me and these people, and kept us waiting here." Cheng Hua was shocked to hear it. It was the Black Angel again. "What's wrong with you guys?" Lu Xiao looked in the direction of Cheng Hua and Luo Qingtian in surprise. She was about to say something, but after meeting Luo Qingtian's eyes, the words on her lips became, "That Black Angel is our savior. The people of the Strong 100 base are all devils, committing murder, looting, and all kinds of evil. We women are their playthings. So after rescuing us, she told us to wait here while the angel returned to the Strong 100 base to fight." Upon hearing this, Cheng Hua immediately started walking towards the damaged gate of the base. Entering the Strong 100 base, the view was a sea of white snow. The entire Strong 100 base was a frozen world. On the streets and sidewalks, men frozen into ice sculptures could be seen. Even in the sleeping houses, frozen bodies lay. These corpses had died in their sleep, without even realizing it. In the room, Cheng Hua stared at the scene in disbelief. Behind him, Chin Chin's mouth dropped open. "Captain, did this legendary Black Angel freeze everyone in the base to death?" Cheng Hua's face darkened, his complex emotions indescribable for a moment. "This is bad. Everyone's dead. What about Zhua Hao?" Cheng Hua, thinking of his purpose, quickly rushed out of the room. "Instructor Cheng, Zhua Hao is just outside the base. He and I were rescued together." Hearing Luo Qingtian's words, Cheng Hua breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Zhua Hao and Luo Qingtian are safe, this mission is a success. "Take me to him." Cheng Hua's voice softened slightly. He looked at Luo Qingtian softly, a hint of a smile on his face. Luo Qingtian nodded. He led the team of soldiers out of the base. Zhua Hao sat up from the ground in the crowd. He looked around in confusion, not even knowing where he was. Just as he was about to speak or ask, pain shot through his face. He reached out to touch it, and the pain returned. "What happened to me? Was I beaten?" Zhua Hao walked out, his teeth bared. Lu Xiao looked at him in surprise. When did this scientist appear in the crowd? Was he among them when she led her men to escape last night? Before Lu Xiao could comprehend what was going on, Cheng Hua walked into the crowd and saluted the table. "Hello, Mr. Zhua, I'm Cheng Hua, the head of the 5th Base Military District. I'm in charge of this rescue mission, and will take you back to the 5th Base." Zhua Hao touched the painful spot on his face, and nodded to Cheng Hua. "Captain Cheng, thank you for your hard work. I finally waited for you to come here. It's a pity it wasn't you who saved me this time." Zhua Hao's tone was grim. If it hadn't been for that girl who saved him last night, he would have been a cold corpse by now. Cheng Hua felt somewhat guilty. He had gone to pick up the trainees and hadn't returned. The rest of the military district was busy building the training base. So for a moment, they overlooked the request for help. "Sorry, we're late. Now that you've been rescued, please come back with me," Cheng Hua said, making a gesture of invitation. Zhua Hao rubbed his face and walked straight towards the bus. Cheng Hua thought for a moment, then produced another bus from his space, having Chin Chin drive it. He then had all the rescued women board the new bus. Only after everyone was aboard did Cheng Hua look at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian's eyes were calm, completely different from those of the other women. Her gaze was indifferent, as if nothing outside of her could affect her. "Sorry." Cheng Hua looked at Luo Qingtian apologetically. Chapter 543. Luo Qingtian raised her head slightly and looked at Cheng Hua, a smile slowly creeping onto her face. "No need to apologize, I'm fine." Seeing Luo Qingtian's unconcerned expression, Cheng Hua felt a complex mix of emotions. "Let's get in the car. We try to get back within 2 days." Luo Qingtian nodded and left. However, once inside, she noticed the single seats were already full. She looked around and saw that there was still a window seat. She then walked over and sat down comfortably. Not long after she sat down, Chunghua also walked over and sat down next to her. Luo Qingtian looked at Chunghua. Chunghua's face was filled with fatigue. It looked like the journey had been tiring. You look exhausted. Chunghua smiled and said, I'm fine. Luo Qingtian nodded slightly and turned to look out the window without saying anything. Chunghua simply stared at Luo Qingtian quietly. Seeing Luo Qingtian's serene and calm demeanor, Chunghua felt her eyelids grow heavier. Unconsciously, Chunghua leaned against her back and fell asleep. Luo Qingtian turned her head to look at Chunghua, whose eyes were closed, her brows furrowed slightly. She disliked this kind of relationship. The closer they were, the more trouble they face. She decided to stay away from Chunghua when she returned. The journey back was much safer than the journey there. Every time they encountered zombies or mutants along the way, they easily dealt with them. So the return trip took just over a day. Mission accomplished, Chunghua personally drove Luo Qingtian to the gates of the freshman training camp. At the gate, Chunghua looked at Luo Qingtian with a gentle gaze. Qingtian, you still have 2 days of vacation left. Do you plan to rest during these 2 days, or just call it a day? Luo Qingtian pondered. Does my vacation have anything to do with my graduation? Will my graduation eligibility be revoked if my attendance rate doesn't meet the requirements? Chunghua smiled and said, No, you're just newcomer training, and we take you on missions. If you don't complete missions for a long time, you might be disqualified from joining future technology company. Of course, if you have enough mission points, you can freely choose the missions you want to take on later. After this mission, Luo Qingtian's points will be enough to cover her attendance issues later, but for some reason, Chunghua didn't want to tell her. He felt that if he told her, Luo Qingtian might not attend training. Luo Qingtian didn't think too much about it at the moment. Her mind was full of Chunghua's previous words about going on missions. It seemed that her current mission couldn't be counted together with the training camp missions. I understand. Thank you, Instructor Chung. Please help me cancel my leave. I'll be back for training tomorrow. Chunghua nodded. Okay, I go see Professor Zhuahao later, and then I handle your leave cancellation. You must be tired after traveling so long. Go back and rest. Got it. Goodbye, Instructor. Luo Qingtian smiled and waved, then turned and left. Chunghua watched Luo Qingtian leave, his smile growing infinitely wider. Then he got into the car behind him, and drove towards the military area of the 5th base. Luo Qingtian was in high spirits as he walked across the training ground, where the trainees had just finished their training. Lin Yuyu had already spotted Luo Qingtian heading towards the dormitory building. Qingtian, Qingtian. Lin Yuyu looked at Luo Qingtian's back and jogged towards him. But Luo Qingtian ignored her, and walked straight into the dormitory building. Lin Yuyu narrowed her eyes. She hadn't seen Luo Qingtian in the past few days. Today, Luo Qingtian had returned from outside. It seemed she hadn't been at the training camp for the past few days. A freshman had actually been away from the training camp for so long. Is there no one watching? Or has Luo Qingtian's connection spread to the 5th base? Thinking of this, Lin Yuyu felt a surge of jealousy. She didn't even bother to go to the cafeteria to eat. She trotted after Luo Qingtian and followed him into the dormitory building. Entering the dormitory building, she watched Luo Qingtian enter the elevator. Lin Yuyu frowned. Wasn't the elevator in this dormitory building out of service? Why was Luo Qingtian able to use it? Watching the elevator close, Lin Yuyu quickly rushed over, wanting to follow it. But as she approached, she realized there were no buttons. It was a card and facial recognition elevator. And the elevator didn't even display the floor number. Lin Yuyu turned and walked into the dorm manager's room. Auntie, don't we have an elevator in our dorm? Can it be used? The dorm manager frowned at Lin Yuyu as she entered. The elevator isn't working, Lin. You only live on the 3rd floor. Do you really need to use the elevator? Lin Yuyu pursed her lips. But why did I see someone get in the elevator? Others can get in, but why can't I? Is there something shady going on in our training camp? The dorm manager looked at Lin Yuyu with a half smile. So what does this student want to say? Lin Yuyu was about to say that she wanted to get in the elevator too, but when she saw the dorm manager's half smile, she stopped. A sudden chill ran down her spine, and she felt as if she were being watched by a wild animal. She immediately shook her head. Auntie, I don't mean anything. Since the elevator's blocked, I won't be taking it. I'm leaving first. Lin Yuyu said, turning and running. The dorm manager watched Lin Yuyu leave, raised her hand, and tapped her communication button. Then, a woman's silhouette appeared on the screen. What happened? Dorm manager, 501's back. Woman, yeah, it looks like the mission was accomplished well. Keep an eye on her, don't let her find out anything. Dorm manager, Qin Lang called and asked about it too. The woman sneered, don't worry about him. From now on, all information from 501 will be sent to me separately. Dorm manager nodded, yes. Boss. Then the dorm manager turned off the call on her watch and turned on the surveillance camera to check the scene on the 5th floor. The day Luo Qingtian entered 501, he had destroyed all the surveillance cameras. The only thing visible was a public surveillance camera in the hallway. By this time, Luo Qingtian had already reached the 5th floor. Passing by the surveillance camera, she looked up and smiled at it. Then she entered the room. The dorm manager had been staring at the camera, and the moment she saw Luo Qingtian smiling at her, her heart skipped a beat. Why does this photo look so much like the boss? The dorm manager murmured softly, but remembering that the boss had been asking her to keep an eye on Luo Qingtian, she instantly had a variety of theories. Could it be that this Luo Qingtian was related to the boss? After entering the room, Luo Qingtian threw herself directly onto the bed. Unleashing such a powerful ice power didn't do much damage to her body, but it did leave her feeling exhausted. After putting her things down, she entered the space, went to the river, and jumped in. Washing away her fatigue, Luo Qingtian leaned against a bai and fell into a deep sleep by the river. Chapter 544. The next morning, Luo Qingtian went to the training square. She had soaked in the river yesterday, and it had left her feeling unusually refreshed. The square wasn't crowded, and upon arriving, Luo Qingtian saw Cheng Hua approaching. Up so early, Luo Qingtian looked at Cheng Hua in surprise. Good morning, Instructor Cheng. Cheng Hua smiled and nodded. Have you had breakfast? After Luo Qingtian finished, she saw Cheng Hua handing her 2 hot steamed buns. Instructor, I have breakfast. The cafeteria isn't open yet, but I knew you'd be here early, so I prepared some. There aren't many people here now, so go eat. Otherwise, it'd be inconvenient to serve you later when the crowds get too crowded. Luo Qingtian opened her mouth to refuse, but several people were already looking over. Cheng Hua whispered, Student Luo, this is one of your rewards for completing your mission. Don't refuse, or I'd be embarrassed. Luo Qingtian sighed, took the buns, and sat down to eat. Cheng Hua watched Luo Qingtian accept his gift, his lips curling slightly. Luo Qingtian sat off to the side, eating a steamed bun, his face full of confusion. Looking at Cheng Hua's attitude towards him, it seemed he had really offended this man. No, he had to find a way to leave. Otherwise, offending someone like him would make it very difficult for him to investigate his parents. Should he just let Qin Lang investigate? No, that jerk would definitely take advantage of the situation and make a deal with him. Should he use force to demand it? That wouldn't work either. What if this company really was founded by his parents? Wouldn't the first meeting give them a bad impression? Luo Qingtian was furrowing her brow in thought when a bottle of water suddenly appeared in front of her. Responding, she saw Cheng Hua had unknowingly walked up to her. What were you thinking about? Luo Qingtian took the water and shook her head. Nothing. Cheng Hua knew his actions today would definitely scare the girl. From the time he joined the army to the beginning of the apocalypse, this was the first time he paid such attention to someone, treated them so specially. He decided to try to reach out to Luo Qingtian last night, but it seemed his actions had upset the girl. Hey Qingtian, don't feel bad for me. You're talented and beautiful, and it's only natural for others to admire you. Instructor, don't hold your hopes against me. I prefer to walk alone and don't like to be involved in unnecessary, complicated emotions. Thank you for the buns. After finishing her words, Luo Qingtian stood up and walked towards the group. As more and more people gathered, Luo Qingtian quickly found his seat. Cheng Hua frowned, pondering Luo Qingtian's words. Was he being rejected? At the 5th base, countless women had lined up to be with him. He had never imagined that the first time he'd fallen in love with a girl, he would be rejected like this. Cheng Hua sighed, suppressing the bitterness in his heart. It didn't matter. This girl would be here for a long, long time. He wasn't in a hurry. There was still plenty of time to come. When everyone arrived, Cheng Hua stood at the front and said with a smile, You all trained for a few days before this. I'm sure you know that after 7 days of training, you need to experience the mission firsthand. Today, both combat and healing psychics are present on the field. Each group of 10 will kill 5 mutant creatures. That means you completed your mission. The results of this mission will count towards your final exam. You now have 30 minutes to prepare. In 30 minutes, gather in front of the training ground gate. Dismissed. With that, All the students present ran towards their dormitories. Luo Qingtian blinked. Are we going out on a mission? Luo Qingtian looked at Changhua uncertainly. He had just returned. Going out again? Changhua smiled and nodded. Yes, but the mission locations are the mutant forests and newborn forests we encircled. There are also some artificially constructed forests and captive mutants. Luo Qingtian looked at Changhua in surprise. The base even has captive mutants? To train new talent, the technology company has found conditions suitable for the growth of mutants and forests, so they artificially constructed a large forest farm. Luo Qingtian nodded in understanding, becoming curious about the artificial forest farm. Aren't you going up to get your stuff? Changhua asked with a smile. Luo Qingtian shook his head. I have everything with me, no rush. Luo Qingtian grabbed a backpack from the side and slung it over his shoulders. Changhua raised an eyebrow. He couldn't recall ever having a backpack in that spot. Half an hour later, several buses parked at the training grounds were packed. Changhua led the group towards the mission point. Along the way, the new trainees chattered about the mission in the bus. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. Luo Qingtian sat in his single seat, staring out the window quietly. He didn't specifically ask anyone to form a team. Behind her seat, Lin Yuyu stared at the back of Luo Qingtian's head the entire time. Seeing that Luo Qingtian hadn't formed a team, a slightly grim smile crossed her face. The car sped along the highway, and in the afternoon, everyone finally arrived at the so-called artificial forest site. After getting off the car, everyone quickly found their teammates. Then, they formed up again, waiting for Changhua to assign a task. Changhua held up his watch and said, use your watches to identify your teammates. Once you kill a mutant, the points will be uploaded to your watches. Okay, go ahead. I hope you all do well. Soon, everyone headed towards the forest. Luo Qingtian stood still, slightly shifting. Changhua looked at Luo Qingtian standing still, walked over, and asked, aren't you in a team yet? Luo Qingtian looked up at Changhua and said, I don't think I know how to team up yet. Luo Qingtian raised her watch, which she had stolen from Qin Lang. When she was waiting to team up, she realized that aside from making phone calls to check data, she didn't know how to do anything else, let alone how to use her watch to team up. Changhua laughed helplessly. Then why didn't you ask earlier? I thought it worked the same as in the fourth base. Changhua took off Luo Qingtian's watch, opened the interface, and placed it near his own watch. A pie icon then appeared on the screen. Changhua pointed at it and said, next time you form a team, just open this interface. But for this mission, you have to wait here. Just as he finished speaking, a few students approached and said, Instructor, our team is still short of a healing teammate. Please, Luo, join us. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow at the newcomers, and Changhua looked back at him. Are you going? Luo Qingtian nodded. Yes, at least I have plenty of free time here. Changhua sighed. It seemed the girl was avoiding him. He led Luo Qingtian to the group opposite, and taught her step by step how to form a team. Then he watched Luo Qingtian walk into the forest with his teammates. Chapter 545. The artificially constructed mutant forest is completely different from the naturally occurring one. The gaps between trees in the forest are relatively large, so walking doesn't require the same caution as in a natural mutant forest. Luo Qingtian followed at the very back of the group. He walked at a moderate pace, neither too fast nor too slow, trying not to fall behind nor get too close. The team leader tried to talk to Luo Qingtian several times, but when he saw Luo Qingtian's position relative to his own, he gave up. At the demobilization meeting, a youthful-looking man deliberately approached Luo Qingtian and said, Luo Qingtian, my name is Qi Dong. I'm a combat-type psychic. Qi Dong's eyes were filled with a smile, and when he looked at Luo Qingtian, it was as if the sun itself was pausing for him. Luo Qingtian nodded slightly. Hello. You know my name, so I don't think I need to introduce myself. Qi Dong smiled and said, No, you're Instructor Chenghua's cousin, we all know that. Luo Qingtian's lips twitched at that. Cousin? Who said that? Qi Dong smiled and said, Lin Yuyu. Aren't you from the same dorm? I heard from Lin Yuyu that your health isn't very good, and you can't train normally with us. So you've been recuperating outside these days? Luo Qingtian glanced at Qi Dong speechlessly, then smiled and asked, How many psychics do you think are in poor health in the apocalypse? Even if a psychic's health is poor, it's still much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Even if they're just support types with no combat stats. Their overall quality is far superior to that of an ordinary person. Qi Dong finally realized. That's right. Even if you're just a healing type, Your health isn't bad. I was overthinking it, but I think Instructor Chunghua treats you really well. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow and looked at Qidong. What are you trying to say? Do you think my relationship with the instructor isn't right, so I'm slacking off? Luo Qingtian ignored Qidong. Qidong's main point was that he wanted his teammates to know he had a good relationship with the instructor, so he took a backdoor and skipped training. Luo Qingtian really didn't want to say anything more about this kind of person. The two of them spoke quietly, but everyone present could hear it, especially the team leader, Qi Runming, who had developed a negative impression of Luo Qingtian because of their conversation. If their healing psychic hadn't been poached, he wouldn't have gone back to Luo Qingtian. It seemed that Luo Qingtian had a good relationship with Instructor Chunghua, so Luo Qingtian probably didn't have any special abilities. Everyone continued on in silence. Fortunately, the journey was peaceful, and no mutant creatures appeared. We've been walking for so long, have all those easy-to-kill mutant animals and plants been killed by the team ahead? One team member looked around impatiently. It was so quiet that he worried they wouldn't be able to kill the mutants. The mission is over. No, be careful, it seems something's coming. Qi Junming turned around and said, pulling a dagger from his waist. He reached out and touched the dagger, which immediately emitted a pungent smell, and was covered in a layer of black sticky substance. Oh my god, Captain, I wish your ability would evolve into a perfume like one. A team member behind him said this, and saw Qi Junming touch the dagger in front of him again. The black sticky substance on the dagger turned pink. It also exuded a sweet aroma. But Luo Qingtian only felt a sickly sweetness when she smelled it. The smell reminded her of Lin Yuyu. She wondered where Lin Yuyu's team was. If she had the chance, she would finish her off right here in the forest. Luo Qingtian thought, then checked her watch, specifically the mission progress. The other teams had already reached April 10th. But theirs was still at 0 out of 10. As Luo Qingtian was lost in thought, staring at the mission progress, she heard Qi Runming yell, everyone, be careful. Something's coming. As soon as he finished speaking, she saw a gigantic wild boar charging towards them. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow at the sight of it. She hadn't expected wild boars to be among the captive mutants, but this one looked a bit weaker than the one they had encountered before. The wild boar then rushed towards Qi Runming, who shouted, spread out. Don't gather together. Control units, spread out. Attack units, get ready. Support dodge. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Junming was the first to charge at the approaching wild boar. The moment they collided, Qi Junming plunged his dagger directly into its skull. The wild boar didn't die, howling wildly on the spot. It even began to charge around. At this moment, the dagger pierced into the boar's skull exuded an even stronger, sweet aroma. The wild boar, which had been struggling frantically and charging recklessly, began to stagger. It was no longer as frantic as before. At this moment, Qi Junming shouted, attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the other teammates began to attack the wild boar. In less than a moment, the wild boar was dead. Qi Runming looked at Qidong and said, come here and take the boar. Qidong walked forward with a smile and placed his hand on the boar. The next moment, the boar disappeared. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. This guy was actually a space-type Esper. I never could have guessed that. Qi Runming then walked over to Luo Qingtian and extended his hand. Luo Qingtian only then realized that Qi Runming's hands and forearms were covered in scars. But he had clearly not been injured by the wild boar just now. What's wrong? Aren't you a healing Esper? Qi Runming's voice echoed above Luo Qingtian's head. Luo Qingtian looked up and said, oh. Good. Luo Qingtian raised his hand and released a healing light onto Qi Runming's wrist. In the blink of an eye, the wounds on Qi Runming's hands and forearms healed rapidly. Qi Junming looked at his intact arm and forearm, and the smooth palm. He was filled with astonishment. He had always thought Luo Qingtian was just an ordinary psychic who gotten in through the back door, but after this treatment, he discovered that Luo Qingtian's healing skills were truly extraordinary. Wow, the old scar on his arm had actually disappeared under Luo Qingtian's treatment, and his skin was even better than before. Could this healing skill be level 10? But he didn't ask. He glanced at Luo Qingtian meaningfully and said, keep going. The first level of completion is to kill 5 mutants, but I hope we can achieve 10. Okay, everyone agreed, and the group headed forward again. Outside the forest, Zhenghua kept an eye on the situation. The sky above the artificial forest was filled with drones. They could transmit all the forest's conditions to Zhenghua's watch. After seeing Luo Qingtian and his team kill a wild boar, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 546. He reached out and touched Luo Qingqian's cheek on the screen. Then he switched to another channel to see what was happening with the other students. Luo Qingqian continued walking deeper into the forest. Soon, a giant white monkey appeared before them, hanging upside down. Qi Dong jumped back in fright, nervously saying, "Is this a monkey?" "No, don't monkeys live in groups?" As if to confirm Qi Dong's words, the group of monkeys began to appear one after another from the trees behind. At that moment, someone in the group shouted, "Oh my god, so many monkeys." Puff! The initially terrifying and tense atmosphere suddenly became somewhat amusing. The crowd erupted in laughter. The monkeys on the other side, seeing the laughter in the group, thought they were being mocked. Holding vines in their hands, they swung towards the group. They moved very quickly, and the moment they reached close, they raised their claws and punched everyone. Qi Dong's backpack was snatched away by the monkeys. "My bag?" Qi Dong, looking at his stolen belongings, ran after them. Qi Juming frowned at Qi Dong and shouted, "Come back! Aren't all your things in the space? Why are you running? My student ID and the things you gave me are all in my backpack." Qi Dong dashed off into the woods. Qi Juming gritted his teeth, watching Qi Dong retreat. He called out to his teammates, "You guys chase him. Don't let him get lost. I stay and deal with these monkeys." With that, everyone in the room ran after Qi Dong. Qi Juming took out his dagger, gripped it with one hand, and slashed it fiercely. The blood in his hand instantly soaked the dagger, and the red blood turned green. The monkeys on the opposite side rushed over again, this time aiming for Luo Qingqian's backpack. At this moment, Qi Juming jumped in front of Luo Qingqian, aimed his dagger at the white monkeys charging ahead, and swung it fiercely. The green slime on the dagger formed a half-moon shape and swung towards the white monkeys on the opposite side. The slime clung to the monkeys' bodies, and they fell to the ground, stuck to the ground. The monkeys struggled on the ground, but the green slime was very strange. The more they struggled, the stronger it became. Finally, the monkeys were pinned to the ground. Luo Qingqian looked at the green, sticky monkeys on the ground in surprise. "Your ability is more powerful than a mouse trap." Qi Junming glanced at Luo Qingqian. "It's just you and me now. Why don't you come and help?" Qi Junming said, pulling out a dagger and handing it to Luo Qingqian. Then, armed with his short sword, he rushed over to the white monkeys, slashing them one by one. "Quickly dispatch these monkeys. We killed so many monkeys. Is this mission over?" After dispatching the last monkey, Qi Junming stood up and checked his watch interface. Team mission display, 10 out of 10. "Yes, our mission is over. We can choose to stay here later, but first, we need to find the others. The team's location is indicated on the watch. Let's go now." "What should we do with the monkey carcasses?" Qi Runming looked up at the drone flying overhead and shouted, "Instructor, we're requesting to turn in our prey." The drone nodded slightly at Qi Runming, and then Qi Runming led Luo Qingqian toward a certain part of the forest. After walking for a while, Qi Runming extended his hand to Luo Qingqian. Luo Qingqian had seen Qi Runming unleash his supernatural power, and realized it came from blood. She cast a healing light at Qi Runming and then said, "There are no blood-replenishing medicines in the apocalypse." Qi Runming smiled and said, "I recover faster than ordinary people, so the blood released by my supernatural power won't have much of an effect on me." Looking at his restored palm, Qi Runming looked at Luo Qingqian with admiration. "Your ability seems even more powerful than any other psychic. It's truly heaven-defying. Are you from this year's Class 501? Luo Qingqian glanced at Qi Runming. "What 501? Qi Runming raised an eyebrow. "You really don't know? Class 501 is the strongest of each freshman class, and they are also specially recruited by Future Technology Company. The members of each class of Class 501 either become powerful individuals or become insiders at the technology company, participating in its decision-making. We haven't released the list of 501 members for this class yet. But it's said someone has already moved in." As Qi Runming spoke, he observed Luo Qingqian's demeanor, but he noticed he didn't react at all. Disappointment flashed in his eyes. Luo Qingqian didn't respond, but continued walking toward the edge of the forest. Going any further would no longer be the forest's outer reaches. That would be a naturally grown, mutated forest. "We can't go there." Luo Qingqian checked the notification on his watch. It indicated that Qi Dong and the others were in the forest. "Luo Qing, aren't you the captain? Why did they lure you deep into the forest? Are they trying to kill me, and you at the same time?" Qi Junming's eyes flashed fiercely, then he smiled and said, "My ability is a little unpopular." Luo Qingqian shrugged, "That means you're not strong enough. Once you're so strong that they can't even look you in the face, your ability will be beyond their reach even on tiptoe. Luo Qingtian quickly turned and walked in a different direction. Qi Juming followed, confused. Not long after, they saw Qi Dong sitting in a clearing with the rest of his teammates, talking with Lin Yuyu's teammates. They seemed to be discussing how to place teammate markers in the mutant forest. Is this really possible? So, you want to go into the forest with the captain? Luo Qingtian's voice suddenly rang out, startling everyone present. Upon seeing Luo Qingtian, the group instinctively looked upwards. A drone was staring down at them. So, everything they said and done had been heard by the drone. Everyone began to tense, and Lin Yuyu even stood up. Ah, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for ages. Brother Qidong just said he wanted to help our team with the mission. Luo and Captain Qi are here just in time. Qi Juming ignored Lin Yuyu and looked at Qidong. Did you agree to that? Qidong felt a little guilty. Before entering the forest, he had promised Lin Yuyu that he would help her teach Luo Qingtian a lesson. He hadn't expected them to fall for it. Lin Yuyu's eyes gleamed at the sight of Luo Qingtian, and a sweet fragrance began to emanate from her body. Then, the footsteps of numerous mutant creatures could be heard from a distance. Chapter 547. Oh my god! Why are so many mutants rushing towards us? Qi Dong shouted, pointing at the mutants scurrying frantically in the distance. Everyone present stood up. Looking at the dangerous animals and plants running in the distance, everyone broke into a run. Qi Juming was about to unleash his supernatural power when someone suddenly grabbed his hand. Looking back, he saw Luo Qingtian pulling him hard, dragging him along behind Qi Dong and Lin Yuyu. Qi Juming was a little confused, but he chose to trust Luo Qingtian's decision. He didn't unleash his supernatural power, but let Luo Qingtian pull him forward. The mutants behind him grew in number. Lin Yuyu, who was running ahead, also had a look of panic on her face. She had originally intended to shake Luo Qingtian off and lure more mutants to attack him. But for some reason, Luo Qingtian kept following her, causing the mutants she had attracted to chase them. Luo Qingtian, don't follow me. Lin Yuyu gritted her teeth at the two people behind her, wishing she could kick Luo Qingtian and Qi Dong to death. Luo Qingtian gloated, I'm just unlucky. I have to follow the luckier ones to escape danger. I think classmate Lin is pretty good, so just accept your fate. Lin Yuyu screamed at this. So you're saying you attracted those things behind me? Luo Qingtian shrugged. How could that be? I don't have that kind of power. Whether intentionally or not, the four of them ran right into the heart of the mutant forest. This place wasn't built by humans, and danger lurked everywhere. When Lin Yuyu and Qi Dong reached this spot, they realized they had left the safe zone. In the man-made forest, drones would be on the lookout, allowing them to call for help from the instructors at any time. But in the mutant forest, drones were beyond their control range. So here, everything depended on their own efforts. Qi Dong looked at Lin Yuyu nervously. Sister Yuyu, what should we do? We left the safe zone, but luckily it's only at the edge. Let's quickly go back and ask the instructors for help. Lin Yuyu sneered. We left the safe zone. Do you think it's too late to call for the instructors now? After saying this, Lin Yuyu suddenly stopped and turned to look at the mutant creatures charging towards her. Sister Yuyu, what are you doing? Run! Qi Dong saw Lin Yuyu stop and screamed in fear, reaching out to grab her. But Lin Yuyu dodged Qi Dong's hand, and her entire body began to glow pink. Then, a rich, sweet aroma filled the air. Lin Yuyu glanced at Luo Qingtian with a half-smile. Luo Qingtian, don't you think you're noble and superior? Today, I kill you right here. As Lin Yuyu spoke, pink smoke began to fill the air, the sweet aroma growing stronger. The mutant creatures charging towards them grew increasingly frantic, each one with bloodshot eyes surrounding the four of them. Luo Qingtian remained unhurried, speaking lazily. So, those wild boars and wolves I encountered earlier were all because of you. Yes. My second superpower is charm. I can charm all the mutant creatures that appear in the apocalypse, even humans. But everyone who knew of this power is dead. You're no exception. Qi Dong, standing beside her, looked at Lin Yuyu in shock. Sister Yuyu, what do you mean? Didn't we agree to just teach her a lesson? Lin Yuyu glared at Qi Dong with a vicious look. What a loser. Of all the men around me, you're the most worthless one. I asked you to teach her a lesson, and in the end, nothing happened to her. In that case, all of you stay here today. With that said, Lin Yuyu waved her hand. A pink haze obscured almost all vision. Lin Yuyu herself vanished into the pink haze. Ah! Qi Dong's screams echoed through the smoke, followed by the sound of animals chewing. Because of the thick smoke, It was hard to see clearly, but it was audible, adding a touch of terror to the atmosphere. Luo Qingtian had been holding on to Qi Runming, so when the smoke cleared, the two of them remained together. Some mutant creatures attacked, but Qi Runming sent them flying. Or maybe Qi Junming had pinned me to the ground, unable to move. Lin Yuyu, I already sent a distress signal to the instructors. Just wait for the military court at the 5th base. Lin Yuyu laughed. Court martial, Qi Junming, you're overthinking it. You can't even see how many mutants there are in this enchanting smoke right now. Haha, wait until the instructors arrive. I'm afraid there won't be a trace of you left. As he finished speaking, the mutants around him grew more numerous. Qi Junming also grew nervous. Luo Qingtian, I find a way out soon. When you see the opportunity, you can escape. I take care of the rest. When you reach the safe zone, remember to send a message to Instructor Cheng Hua to come rescue me. As Qi Runming spoke, a white leopard, fangs bared, charged at the two of them. Qi Runming was startled, and the dagger in his hand immediately painted black. Then he lunged at the leopard's head. The leopard dodged Qi Runming's attack, but its claws swung towards Qi Runming's head. Luo Qingtian reached out and tugged at Qi Runming, dodging the leopard's claws. Then he raised his foot and kicked the leopard in the head. The leopard screamed and was sent flying by Luo Qingtian's kick. This scene startled Qi Runming, who was standing beside him. He looked at Luo Qingtian stiffly. Can someone tell him how this innocent, cool, and beautiful young lady beside him managed to kick such a large leopard away with a single kick? But before Qi Runming could react, a mutant tiger charged at the two, its jaws wide open, aiming directly at Qi Junming's head. Qi Junming jumped, startled. It was too late to unleash his supernatural powers. He could only watch the bloody maw bite him. Just as the jaws closed in, Qi Junming reached out and pushed Luo Qingtian away. Run! Qi Junming screamed hysterically, ready to die. But the expected death and pain didn't come. For he saw that Luo Qingtian didn't let him push him away. Instead, he leaped up and kicked the tiger's head. The tiger's head slammed hard into the ground. A huge crater instantly appeared. Qi Junming sat down on the ground, even forgetting to unleash his supernatural powers. Luo Qingtian tilted his head in annoyance. What a bunch of annoying flies. Little Green, Hurricane. Chapter 548. With that, Xiaolu jumped off Luo Qingtian's shoulder. Xiaolu blew a hurricane around them. The small hurricane spun rapidly, sweeping up the surrounding pink smoke. After regaining his sight, Qi Runming finally saw the scene clearly. The area was already filled with various mutant creatures, and behind them, Lin Yuyu was watching them with a half-smile. But when she saw her pink smoke being blown away, a flash of panic crossed her face. Then she was once again enveloped in pink smoke. The next moment, all the mutants rushed towards them. Qi Runming once again unleashed his supernatural powers, engaging in a frantic battle. But this time, he didn't think about protecting Luo Qingtian anymore, instead throwing himself into the battle without hesitation. A Tang Dynasty sword appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand. She held the sword and walked step by step towards Lin Yuyu. The surrounding beasts grew in number, constantly charging at Luo Qingtian, a faint smile on her face. Every mutant beast that charged at her was slashed in half by Luo Qingtian's blade. And Luo Qingtian herself didn't even have to exert much strength. Although they were mutant creatures from the mutant forest, their overall stats weren't even 60. For Luo Qingtian, whose stats were in the tens of thousands, these mutant creatures were like a max-level boss versus a novice monster in the novice village. Throughout the journey, Luo Qingtian had easily eliminated most of the surrounding mutant beasts. Lin Yuyu stared at Luo Qingtian in shock. Watching Luo Qingtian effortlessly break through the encirclement and approach her, Lin Yuyu felt like a thread in her brain had snapped. Isn't she just a useless healer? Why is her reach so powerful? As Luo Qingtian inched closer, Lin Yuyu had only one thought. Run. With this thought, Lin Yuyu turned and ran. She had only taken a few steps when she suddenly felt something tearing at her legs. She was horrified to discover that her legs were rapidly shrunken. She fell helplessly to the ground. It hurts. What's going on? My legs. She screamed in pain as she fell to the ground. Then she noticed her arms were also rapidly shrunken. She lay on the ground, enduring the pain. Luo Qingtian had already reached Lin Yuyu, squatted down, and asked with a smile, Lin, classmate, how does death feel? Now you're only missing 2 legs and 2 arms, but your body will also slowly absorb the energy. Finally, your head. Lin Yuyu looked at Luo Qingtian, and something suddenly occurred to her. You are the Black Angel of the 4th base, right? Luo Qingtian's lips twitched at the name Black Angel, but she still smiled. Ah, you found out. Hearing Luo Qingtian's confession, Lin Yuyu was completely despairing, her heart filled with regret. She remembered that when Luo Qingtian left the 4th base, he lived in the most privileged room. When he arrived at the training camp, he was assigned to room 501. How could she have been so jealous that she forgot to think, "Lord Angel, please let me go"? I was wrong. Luo Qingtian shook his head. You don't stand a chance. Letting you live would be detrimental to my ability to conceal my identity. Luo Qingtian smiled and stood up, then watched as Lin Yuyu's body rapidly shriveled. Eventually, even her head became like dried bark, lifeless. Looking at Lin Yuyu, now reduced to a layer of dry skin, Luo Qingtian glanced around. After locating a group of underground man-eating ants, he kicked the remaining piece of Lin Yuyu's skin over. Watching a swarm of blue, ant-like creatures swiftly move over, Luo Qingtian brushed the non-existent dust from his hands. Turning towards Qi Junming, he said, "The problem is solved. Shall we go back?" Qi Junming looked at the corpses of the dangerous mutants on the ground and gave Luo Qingtian a complicated look. "Where are these corpses?" Luo Qingtian snapped his fingers, and the pile of mutant corpses on the ground quickly vanished. "I stored them in the space. Let's go back. If the instructor asks what happened, just say we got separated. And then you protected me." Qi Junming looked at Luo Qingtian with a complicated expression, then extended his hand. Luo Qingtian quickly unleashed a healing power, and together they headed towards the safe zone. On the way, they encountered mutated plants and creatures. Luo Qingtian dispatched them with a single blow, not even giving them a chance to dodge. Watching Luo Qingtian's explosive fighting power, Qi Junming couldn't help but ask, "You're 501, right?" Luo Qingtian looked at Qi Junming and said, "What do you mean by 501? If you mean a dormitory, then I do live in 501. If you mean a code name, then I'm not." Qi Junming swallowed. "You're truly the strongest of this class." What Qi Runming meant was that even their instructor, or even the strongest from other classes, couldn't kill a mutant with a single blow. Luo Qingtian glanced at Qi Runming and said, "I don't want anyone to know my existence. If my identity were revealed, I think I'd be able to find you even if you fled to the ends of the earth." Although Luo Qingtian said this with a smile, Qi Runming still sensed murderous intent in him. He immediately shook his head. "I won't tell. I'm just curious about what this class of 501 looks like. Now that I've seen it, I absolutely won't tell." As they chatted, they emerged from the mutant forest and reached the safe zone. The moment Luo Qingtian and Qi Runming appeared, several drones flew over. Qi Runming looked up at the drone and said, "Instructor, I'm sorry. We accidentally walked into the mutant forest." As he finished speaking, a green figure quickly approached from a distance, reaching Luo Qingtian. "Are you all okay?" Cheng Hua's face was filled with a mixture of panic and surprise. He panted slightly, and there were still traces of fresh blood on his army green uniform. It was clear that Cheng Hua had just been through a battle. "We're fine. Instructor Cheng, why are you here? Are you injured?" Luo Qingtian said, as he released a healing beam of light towards Cheng Hua. Cheng Hua's wounds healed rapidly. "Thank you, I'm fine. I saw a lot of mutants chasing you on the video, and you panicked and ran out of the safe zone. That's why I came here," Cheng Hua said, as he looked Luo Qingtian up and down. He breathed a sigh of relief, remembering Luo Qingtian's impressive healing skills. Qi Runming glanced at Cheng Hua's nervous expression and rolled his eyes. With this girl's fighting prowess, even if we overturn the entire mutant forest, no beast could harm her. "Instructor, where are the rest of our team? Are they all right? We got separated during the escape." Chapter 549. After Luo Qing finished speaking, she saw all of Qi Junming's teammates coming forward. "Ah, Captain, Luo, are you all okay?" Qi Junming nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm glad you're all okay." At that moment, someone shouted, "That's not right. Why doesn't Qi Dong come back? And Lin Yuyu from our team hasn't come back either." Instantly, everyone started chattering, talking about their teammates, talking about the situation. Cheng Hua then looked at Qi Runming. "Qi, I saw the drone video feed show you and Luo following Lin and the others. How did you get separated?" Qi Runming pursed his lips, trying to appear calm. "Instructor, we were together at first. Lin didn't like us following him, so after we left the safe zone, he told us not to follow. Then, a large number of mutants rushed between us, and I took Luo and separated from them." Cheng Hua stared at Qi Runming's face for a long moment. After confirming that Qi Runming wasn't lying, he picked up his watch and contacted the troops. Soon, the sound of a helicopter could be heard. Seeing the search and rescue team arrive, Chung Hua organized everyone to leave quickly. Some of the students had completed their mission, while others were still searching for mutants in the forest. Chung Hua sent those who had fully completed their tasks back home, while those who hadn't remained in the outer safe zone to continue their work. Luo Qitian and Shi Runming submitted their missions and returned together. This day was incredibly thrilling. The training camp did not assign any new tasks to the trainees. The students were sent home to rest early. Luo Qitian returned to his room and entered the space directly. Inside the space, Mao and Xiaomokyu had already cleaned up the mutant flesh. Looking at the bloodstains on the floor, Luo Qitian almost jumped up. Mao, is this meat edible? Luo Qitian couldn't help but worry as he looked at the processed meat. What if it carries a virus? Wouldn't it be dangerous if I ate it? Mao looked at Luo Qitian cheerfully, making no attempt to answer him. In front of Mao lay the corpse of a mutant tiger. Luo Qitian thought for a moment, then went through the portal and returned directly to his room in Qitian town. When he left the room, he saw Luo Xiaowu sitting in front of the door. Qitian, you're back. When Luo Xiaowu saw Luo Qitian, he quickly stood up and looked at him with a smile. Have you been waiting here all this time? Luo Xiaowu shook his head. No, I be out working during the day. I wait here tonight, until it's time to go to bed. Qitian, don't be angry. What Luo Xiaowu didn't say was that he actually been sleeping outside Luo Qingtian's door for several days. He was afraid he'd miss her when Qingtian returned. But he didn't dare tell the truth, fearing Luo Qingtian's anger. Luo Qingtian sighed inwardly. With Luo Xiaowu clinging so closely to him, Luo Qingtian always felt that his fledgling system wasn't fully cleared. I'm not angry. It's just that, Xiaowu, you should be doing your own things too. Or maybe meeting new friends. Luo Qingtian extended his hand, and Luo Xiaowu immediately bent down and placed his head under Luo Qingtian's hand, making it easier for Luo Qingtian to touch his head. When Luo Qingtian touched Luo Xiaowu's head, he rubbed it against Luo Qingtian's hand. Qingtian's back? How good! Luo Qingtian withdrew his hand and asked, have you eaten yet? Luo Xiaowu shook his head. Qingtian, I go get your ran. Luo Xiaowu rushed downstairs toward the kitchen. Seeing Luo Xiaowu's impulsiveness, Luo Qingtian couldn't help but chuckle. Then he strolled downstairs at a leisurely pace. After Luo Qingtian's return, Shen Yuran prepared a table full of dishes that very day. Luo Qingtian also invited Elder Tian and Dijiang to join him for dinner. After eating and drinking their fill, Luo Qingtian unearthed all the mutant leopards, tigers, and other beasts he had hunted. Looking at the corpses and the processed meat scattered across the floor, Elder Tian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Mayor, are you planning to take these back to eat? Although we can live in Qingtian town now, food is still relatively scarce, let alone meat. Looking at the vast amount of meat before him, everyone present was excited. Dijiang then looked at Luo Qingtian and asked, after the apocalypse, mutated creatures generally carry viruses. Could these things also have viruses that are inedible? Luo Qingtian shrugged. That's your responsibility. Have Ma Ji come over and collect all the meat. As for whether it's edible, we need to have Elder Tian and Xiaowu test it in the lab later. But at the 4th and 5th bases, the mutated animal meat is edible. As for how to consume it, you have to figure it out for yourself. Luo Qingtian yawned. I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed. Luo Qingtian said goodbye to everyone and went upstairs. Dijiang watched Luo Qingtian leave with a complicated expression, then pulled out his phone to call Ma Ji. As for what happened next, Luo Qingtian truly didn't care. After eating and drinking, she prepared to go back to her space to digest the food. The night was quiet. Crack! A strange sound rang out from the distance, shattering the stillness. Suddenly, a swarm of small, glittering insects flew out of the jungle. These insects clumped together, seemingly forming a single entity. Or perhaps a ball of liquid. They shimmered in the night, gathering together to resemble a blue-green flame slithering through the jungle. Suddenly, these insects landed. Like a pool of blue-green water, they moved forward. In front of them, something resembling human skin had been discarded, surrounded by a swarm of ants, seemingly trying to drag it away. But after the insects landed, the ants, as if they had discovered something terrifying, abandoned the skin and quickly departed. These glittering little flies moved near the human skin and then burrowed into it. Anyone here would have noticed that after these little flies burrowed into the human skin, it quickly filled up. It stood up strangely, like an inflatable doll. Suddenly, a bright light shone down from above the human skin. Found it! Found it! Then someone cheered joyfully. In the mutant forest, Chung Hua and his comrades had been searching for half the night. Just then, he received a call. "Commander, we found it. Do you want to bring it back?" Chung Hua frowned. "Yes. Bring it back. All teams, attention. Retreat." The next day, Luo Qingtian woke early, washed up, and left the space with a steamed bun in his mouth. After a quick breakfast, Luo Qingtian ran to the center of the square to await today's training. Chapter 550. As Luo Qingtian joined the team, Chung Hua approached from a distance. He walked to the front of Luo Qingtian's team and declared, "5 minutes left. If everyone's not here yet, we have to run 10 laps around the playground." With these words, everyone present wailed. Chung Hua glanced at Luo Qingtian discreetly, wanting to see how he would react. Then, he noticed that Luo Qingtian was staring intently into the distance. Following his gaze, Chung Hua saw Lin Yuyu slithering towards them. Luo Qingtian's brows twitched wildly. Hadn't this guy been eaten by ants? No, I had absorbed all of this guy's remaining vitality. How could he still be here? Luo Qingtian opened the minimap and saw that there was no sign of Lin Yuyu. Luo Qingtian felt a chill run down his spine. There were only 2 things you couldn't see on the minimap: dead people and those tiny insects. But the Lin Yuyu in front of him was clearly neither of those. Luo Qingtian stared at Lin Yuyu until she reached the front of the team. She tilted her head and looked at Chung Hua, "Instructor." "Okay." Lin Yuyu's voice was strange. She opened her mouth to speak, but it sounded more like a vibration. And Lin Yuyu's appearance was strange too. At first glance, she looked normal, but a closer look revealed that her face, and indeed her entire being, looked incredibly stiff. That face, in particular, was white with a green tint, very suspicious. Something was wrong. This wasn't Lin Yuyu. No, to be more precise, something had taken over Lin Yuyu's body. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes at Lin Yuyu. Could she really be a ghost? Or a time traveler? Or perhaps a possessed person? Since everyone had been reborn, time travel wasn't impossible, but the Lin Yuyu before him looked decidedly unhuman. Luo Qingtian zoomed in on the mini-map, trying to get a clearer view of Lin Yuyu. Chung Hua frowned and glanced at Lin Yuyu. Clearly, he had noticed something was wrong with her. "What's wrong with your voice?" Lin Yuyu opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. She tilted her head and looked at Chung Hua. At that moment, Lin Yuyu's roommate said, "Instructor, Lin Yuyu hasn't been talking much since she came back last night. Maybe she got scared in the forest." Chung Hua narrowed his eyes at Lin Yuyu and said, "Return to the team." Then he saw Lin Yuyu hesitantly walk into the team. Chung Hua led everyone in a running lap around the training camp. Of the entire team, Lin Yuyu was running at the back, her pace slow and hesitant, nearly falling several times. Every time Chung Hua ran for a while, he would stare back. After running 10 laps, everyone returned to the square and stood in formation. Chung Hua led everyone through another morning of training, and only let them go at noon. A morning of training had left everyone hungry. Luo Qingtian followed the crowd toward the cafeteria. Not long after, Qi Runming caught up with him. "Duh. Qingtian." Luo Qingtian stopped and looked at Qi Runming speechlessly. "My last name isn't Duh, it's Luo." Qi Runming laughed dryly. "Big brother, sorry. I called you the wrong name. I just wanted to ask, was that the real Lin Yuyu this morning?" He saw Lin Yuyu being killed by Big Brother with his own eyes, and all that was left was her head. Luo Qingtian shook his head, not sure. Qi Runming was immediately anxious. "What do you mean by not sure? Does this woman have 9 lives left?" Luo Qingtian glanced at Qi Runming with disdain and said, "Why are you so anxious? I'm saying that body might be hers. It's hard to say what's inside, but it's definitely not a good thing. Let's follow. If anything goes wrong, we can intervene in time." As they talked, they arrived at the cafeteria. Qi Runming let Luo Qingtian take a seat. He went to buy food with 2 trays. Not long after he sat down, a figure in military green sat down opposite Luo Qingtian. "Were you tired this morning?" Luo Qingtian looked up at Chung Hua. "Yeah, not bad. I'm getting used to it." Chung Hua pushed his plate toward Luo Qingtian. "Today we have lion's head, made from mutant lion meat. Want to try it?" Luo Qingtian pursed his lips and looked up, about to say something when Qi Runming approached with 2 trays. He sat down next to Luo Qingtian and said with a smile, "Instructor, I buy the mutant lion's head too." Qi Runming pushed the tray toward Luo Qingtian as he spoke. Chung Hua remained silent, staring at Luo Qingtian. "When did you two get so close?" Luo Qingtian sighed, looked ahead, and raised his chin. "Don't you think Lin Yuyu is weird?" This statement successfully drew the 2 men's gazes to a nearby location. Lin Yuyu was slumped limply on top of a boy, her body limp like a boneless slug. Chung Hua frowned at Lin Yuyu, and was about to say something. Suddenly, the man Lin Yuyu was leaning on shouted, "Ah! Help!" Then the man began to roll around on the ground, his hands covering his eyes, as if something were drilling into them. Screams rang out again not far away, and Chung Hua immediately stood up and rushed towards Lin Yuyu. Everyone noticed that Lin Yuyu's body was gradually shrinking, as if it were melting. A multitude of small, blue-green flying insects burst out of Lin Yuyu's body. These insects swarmed around the cafeteria. When they landed on people, they began to burrow into their ears, eyes, and nostrils. The people who were burrowed into them fell to the ground and began to writhe and struggle. "Oh my God, what is this?" Qi Junming stood up in fear, a dagger instantly appearing in his hand. "Boss, what is that?" Looking at the flying insects dancing around in the cafeteria, Luo Qingtian stamped his foot. A bright gray light began to spread from the ground, eventually reaching Lin Yuyu's body. Lin Yuyu was already dead, but beneath her skin lay a layer of slimy mucus, gleaming with glowing patterns. It was like the complex wiring inside a machine. This meant that these insects were using these circuits to control this empty shell, and these insects possessed a certain intelligence. So were they also part of the Zerg? At this moment, Qi Junming had already rushed out to engage the insects. And many insects buzzed around Luo Qingtian. A large amount of energy was discovered. Suddenly, a mechanical sound reached Luo Qingtian's ears. This sound was familiar to Luo Qingtian. It was the language of the Zerg. Then, these glowing green insects rushed towards Luo Qingtian. When Qi Junming and Chung Hua noticed the insects charging towards Luo Qingtian, they quickly ran towards him. Chapter 551. Luo Qingtian frowned at the flying insects before her. The moment the insects approached, an umbrella suddenly appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand. She blocked the approaching insects with her umbrella. Unfortunately, it was an ordinary umbrella, only able to block the insects for a moment. Soon, the small green insects broke through Luo Qingtian's umbrella. The moment the insects broke through the umbrella, Luo Qingtian spun around, causing the umbrella to spin with her. The icy energy in her hand condensed, using the gaps in the umbrella's shield to freeze all the incoming small flying insects, and then fling them into space. This series of movements was so smooth, so fast, and so cool that the people present could only see her using the umbrella to avoid the insects' attacks, completely unaware of the icy energy that had just condensed in her hand. At this moment, Qi Junming and Chung Hua also rushed over. They stood in front of Luo Qingtian and killed all the approaching green insects. At this moment, the Zerg language echoed in Luo Qingtian's ears again, "Energy selected, energy selected." Then Luo Qingtian saw the green insects radiating vibrations from their bodies, fist after fist. The frequency and vibrations of the vibrations seemed to be incomparably perceptible only to Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian even saw them inching closer to her, selecting her. Luo Qingtian didn't know what this was, but a voice in her heart told her that if the vibrations of her fists were selected, there would be endless trouble in the future. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes and stamped her foot on the ground. Then, countless bright gray rays burst out from the ground. These rays targeted the small green flying insects, piercing through them like rays of lightning, and then retreating just as quickly. Luo Qingtian's eyes remained fixed on the entire cafeteria. Where he spotted the small flying insects, he would immediately project his light back underground. The battle between insects and humans ended so swiftly. After ensuring there were no more insects around, Chung Hua quickly rushed to the area with the most casualties. The cafeteria was now littered with students struck by the green insects. Chung Hua lowered his head to examine the wounded and noticed something moving beneath their skin. "Healers, come quickly." Luo Qingtian heard Chung Hua's call and was about to step forward when he saw several healers swiftly approaching Chung Hua. Seeing someone near Chung Hua, Luo Qingtian and Qi Junming went to the other injured. At this moment, a student, his eyes bloodshot and threatening to burst, convulsed. When Luo Qingtian approached the student, he saw him suddenly sit up and open his mouth towards Luo Qingtian. Then, two green insects suddenly flew out, charging straight at Luo Qingtian's face. Qi Junming, standing nearby, saw this and instinctively pushed Luo Qingtian away. The two green insects then burrowed into Qi Junming's ears. Buzz! Qi Junming instantly felt a constant buzzing in his ears and nose. The sound rapidly coursed through every part of his body, especially his brain, which was tormented to the point of madness. All Luo Qingtian saw was Qi Junming, clutching his head, twitching and rolling on the ground. Could there be such a disgusting Zerg creature? Luo Qingtian grew increasingly angry as he thought about it. He gently released his supernatural power towards the other side, and a row of traps quietly emerged from the ground. Tie up all the struggling students, to prevent them from struggling. At this moment, Luo Qingtian walked in front of Qi Runming and quickly penetrated his body with a bright gray beam of light. A beam of light moved through Qi Runming's body. Soon, Luo Qingtian discovered small green insects on his skin and inside his body. These insects were now gnawing at Qi Runming's flesh and nerves. What frustrates Luo Qingtian is that a single beam of light is not enough to eliminate these insects. Luo Qingtian can only pretend to release his healing power and continuously inject 10 beams of light into Qi Runming's body. The beams quickly found the insects wandering around in Qi Runming's body. Luo Qingtian's eyes glared slightly, and he injected a beam directly into the insect's body. Other beams of light controlled the insect's movements. With a flick, the insect's life force was quickly absorbed by Luo Qingtian. Finally, it turned into a puddle of dust. Luo Qingtian retracted the light and checked Qi Junming's condition. Qi Junming had stopped struggling, but his body was utterly weakened. Even with his supernatural powers, which healed the hidden injuries within him, he hadn't fully recovered. He even developed a high fever. But at least Qi Junming's life was saved. Luo Qingtian put Qi Junming aside and checked on the other injured. Those who had only a few small flies in their bodies eventually fell into a coma and developed a fever. As for those who had more small flies, their bodies were quickly devoured by the flies, leaving only empty shells. Chunghua kept a close eye on the flies. As they emerged from the body, Chunghua's silvery white mercury instantly turned red, enveloping them, and finally reducing them to ash. In just one meal, the death toll reached over 20, and the number of students suffering from fever reached over 100. Almost half the people were seriously injured. Chunghua knew that the students struggling and screaming at the back had been treated by Luo Qingtian. He walked over to Luo Qing and asked, "Can your superpowers eliminate those bugs?" Luo Qingtian shook his head, "Perhaps. When I released my superpowers, I might have left those bugs in the students' bodies, causing their fevers." Chunghua frowned. "It's probably an infection that caused the fever. I arranged for rescue, and I leave this here to you for now." Chunghua then used his watch phone to contact people. Half an hour later, a group of men in white coats rushed into the cafeteria. They carried all the feverish students lying on the ground onto stretchers, and took them away. Chunghua eventually followed suit, leaving the training camp eerily quiet that day. After confirming that there were no missions in the afternoon, Luo Qingtian took a day off and left the camp. After leaving the camp, Luo Qingtian entered his space, found a suitable Chanel-style suit, and found a small backpack to sling across his shoulders. He changed into a pair of flat boots. He left the camp looking youthful and beautiful. Since arriving at the 5th base, Luo Qingtian hadn't wandered around the base. She relied on her memory to find the station sign. She discovered that the sign consisted of 3 thin LCD screens stacked on top, center, and bottom. 3 locations were written on each LCD screen: Sky City, Hollow City, Base Underground City. And Luo Qingtian was in Hollow City. Luo Qingtian was stunned by the annotations on the 3 station signs. This class system is truly severe. This 5th base is called the City of the Future. Could there really be parents in a place like this? Although she had never met her parents, Luo Qingtian felt deep down that her parents would never build such a city with such clear class divisions. Chapter 552. Uncle Qi Jian once told her that before her parents disappeared, they had argued with their superiors over a research project. Her parents hoped to submit their research findings to the nation for the benefit of humanity, but the higher-ups wanted to monopolize them and use them as a profit-making tool. As for what that so-called research project actually was, no one at the Research Institute knew. Later, her parents mysteriously vanished, and the Research Institute staff waited for a long time near their home. But such caring parents would never go against their original intentions and create such a hierarchical world. Luo Qingtian pressed the Sky City bus stop sign. The sign lit up, and the words 100 points appeared on it. Below the points was a small red light. Luo Qingtian saw this small light, and knew it meant the payment code needed before the apocalypse. Wow, just to go to Sky City, it costs 100 points. The task I submitted yesterday only gave me 50 points. Hee. Luo Qingtian opened her watch to pay, when she suddenly remembered the ID card Qin Lang had given her before she arrived. That card should have had points. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian held the points card up to the small light socket. Ding! The words "payment successful" appeared on the screen. At that moment, a cry of surprise came from behind her. So many points. Where did this wealthy person come from? Luo Qingtian looked back and saw that several people had already arrived behind her waiting for the bus. It was a young man behind her who had shouted. Luo Qingtian frowned and looked at the screen, only to notice the following at the bottom. Balance: 499,900 points. Luo Qingtian was surprised. Qin Lang was so generous. Luo Qingtian began to doubt his connection to the fifth base. Even if he had worked there before, it was impossible for him to give away so many points all at once, right? Luo Qingtian put his ID card away and stood quietly under the license plate, waiting. Soon, a skit train with the word Sky City written on it slowly approached. The train stopped in front of Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian boarded the train, and a man followed. The man was the one who had been standing in line behind her. As soon as he boarded, the man apologized to Luo Qingtian. Beautiful, I'm sorry. This is the first time I seen a wealthy person, and I couldn't help myself. Luo Qingtian glanced at him without saying anything, then found a seat. The man saw that Luo Qingtian ignored him, and assumed that Luo Qingtian was angry that he had been surprised by his balance. She sat down next to Luo Qingtian with a playful smile. Hey, beautiful, don't be angry. I really didn't mean it. How about this? When we get to Sky City, I treat you to dinner, okay? Luo Qingtian looked at the man with a half smile. You just said I had a lot of money, and then asked me to follow you. Don't you think this is like the foreplay of a robbery? The man smiled awkwardly. No, Sky City is full of patrol officers. If I really wanted to do something to you, little beautiful, wouldn't it be courting death? Luo Qingtian nodded in agreement. Yes. What if you're a domineering person in Sky City? Then I have no way to escape. After saying this, the man's expression changed completely. The woman was almost calling him a human trafficker. The man was annoyed, but quickly regained his playful smile. Okay, beautiful, you're angry. I do have a bit of fame in Sky City, and today's incident was definitely my fault. So, if you need anything, go find Sui Hui in Dongcheng District. I'm Sui Hui. Luo Qingtian ignored him, looking calmly out the window. Outside the window, there were people on cars and levitating motorcycles. The motorcycles were moving very fast, with a large box on the back, looking like pre-apocalyptic delivery boys. There were also people on skateboards, slowly flying through the air. They looked quite relaxed. Looking at these flying cars, skateboards, and motorcycles, Luo Qingtian marveled again at the technological advancements of the fifth base. Sui Hui, who was standing beside him, watched Luo Qingtian staring out the window, and said with a smile, the fifth base is quite advanced, isn't it? The fifth base actually has a technological prodigy whose special ability is to develop technology. It said that the fifth base is quite advanced. Even if the apocalypse hadn't begun, even if our country had been pushed forward 100 years, we wouldn't have been able to achieve the fifth base's current model. Luo Qingtian then looked at Sui Hui. Technology expert? Yes, a technology expert. His supernatural powers are technology. It said that this expert can materialize any concept in his head. And then, through science, he can build it. After hearing this, Luo Qingtian looked out the window again, feeling a strange unease. If this fifth base was built by that technology expert, or if it was a manifestation of supernatural powers, then if something happened to that expert, wouldn't the fifth base collapse with it? Luo Qingtian's arms were covered with goosebumps at the thought. Sui Hui, beside him, hadn't noticed Luo Qingtian's annoyance, continuing to chat about the fifth base until the train stopped and Luo Qingtian stood up and walked out. Sui Hui continued to follow Luo Qingtian, continuing his introduction to the Sky City. After exiting the train, Luo Qingtian finally understood why it was called the Sky City. The entire city seemed to be built on a man-made island. Even walking in the square, one could still see people walking below. The sky was filled with flying motorcycles and single-person aircraft. There were also various drones patrolling the area. Fortunately, traffic lights were visible from above. At least they wouldn't be hit by flying vehicles. Sui Hui looked at Luo Qingtian in a daze and asked with a smile, "Little beauty, where are you going? Do you want me to be your guide?" Luo Qingtian looked at Sui Hui, her eyes curved and her smile pure. Just that smile made Sui Hui's heart flutter. "Little brother, I do need a guide, but I think I can fly in a car just like them." "Little brother, do you have a plan?" Luo Qingtian pointed at an electromagnetic floating car that had just flown past. Sui Hui nodded excitedly. Sure. Wait for me, I drive right away," Sui Hui said, turning and running. Luo Qingtian rolled his eyes, and quickly changed into all black. He wore a black baseball cap. Then, he walked forward. This time, Luo Qingtian was headed to the headquarters of Future Technology Company. Looking at the towering building, Luo Qingtian pinned the work badge Qin Lang had given him to his chest and strode forward. But before he reached the technology company's gate, Luo Qingtian's watch rang. Luo Qingtian glanced at the incoming call and answered, "Who?" "It's me, Changhua. The hospital is low on anti-inflammatory and antipyretic drugs, and they told us to go to a pharmacy outside the base to get some. Where are you?" Chapter 553. Luo Qingtian glanced at the nearby Future Technology Company, then checked his watch. "I'm in Sky City, planning to go out for a stroll." "Okay, I pick you up." "Huh?" Luo Qingtian was slightly surprised. "So urgent?" Chenghua's voice rang softly. "Haha, did you go out to play today? Sorry to disturb your good mood, but now really isn't the time for fun. Can I pick you up at the place you mentioned?" Hearing Chenghua's gentle voice, Luo Qingtian sighed and said, "I meet you at the square train station exit." "Okay. Wait for me." The two of them hung up the phone, and Luo Qingtian could only quickly change his clothes. Then he walked to a better spot and waited quietly. Sui Huai had already driven around the area. Just as he was about to give up, he saw Luo Qingtian standing by the roadside. Sui Huai chuckled and slowly lowered the car. "Little beauty, you've been waiting for a long time. Get in." As Luo Qingtian watched the car lower, she thought it was Changhua. When she saw it was Sui Huai, she rolled her eyes. "No thanks. I have something to do today, so I can't go with you." Sui Huai frowned at Luo Qingtian. Was this little girl kidding him? She just said she wanted a ride, then she drove herself, and when she came back, she was gone. I finally found her, and now she's not going with me again. Sui Huai was also getting a little angry. "Girl, are you kidding me?" Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes and looked at Sui Huai. "Huh? Your tone is telling me you're going to hit me if I don't go with you?" Sui Huai was amused. "Not really, but if I say I'm taking you out to play, I definitely mean it." "Let's go, don't waste time, I take you out to play," Sui Huai said as he got out of the car and walked towards Luo Qingtian, intending to take him directly to the car. But just as Sui Huai extended his hand, a military green figure descended from the sky and leaped between them, blocking his movement. Luo Qingtian stared in surprise at Chenghua's sudden appearance. He had arrived so quickly. Looking up, he saw Qinshan parked his car in midair. Noticing Luo Qingtian's gaze, he waved at him. "Who are you?" Sui Huai frowned at Changhua, who appeared before him. Although he was annoyed, his tone softened slightly when he saw Chenghua's military uniform. Changhua frowned and glanced at Sui Huai. "From the military district? Please don't disturb us while we return to our mission." Changhua then looked at Luo Qingtian. "Are you alright?" Luo Qingtian shook his head. "Yes, I'm fine." "When are we leaving?" "Right now." Changhua suddenly bent down and picked up Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was about to jump out when Changhua said, "It's too late to stop the car. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." Changhua then jumped up, hugging Luo Qingtian, and then slid smoothly into the car. Luo Qingtian was placed in the back seat. As soon as Luo Qingtian sat down, she distanced herself from Changhua. She was clearly somewhat unhappy. Changhua glanced at Luo Qingtian and opened her watch. She sent the mission instructions to Luo Qingtian. "Sorry, time is running out. The team is already waiting for us at the base gate. This time, you've been specifically asked to accompany us." Luo Qingtian immediately received the mission letter on his watch. He read the contents. Some of the medicinal herbs this time were at the former city hospital at the 5th base. There were SSS-level zombies there before. And there were more than one. The mission difficulty reached SS level. Mission successful, 20,000 points. Luo Qingtian looked at her name on the mission letter, then thought about the 500,000 points on her ID card, and instantly understood what was going on. These points clearly weren't given by Qin Lang. They were from the contract between her and Future Technology Company. In other words, Future Technology Company was already aware of her existence. So, they tacitly agreed to let her enter the 5th base. However, Qin Lang should know the purpose of my coming to the 5th base, so he gave me 2 identities, a new trainee, and an external employee of Future Technology Company. One of these identities was known to the boss behind the scenes. Haha, interesting, but I wonder if the boss behind the scenes also knows of my existence. If this person is my parents, it's fine. But if not, I wonder if this boss can withstand my wrath. Luo Qingtian put away the mission letter and leaned lazily against the cushions. "Okay, I go with you on the mission." Chung Hua had no idea what Luo Qingtian was thinking, only that he was in a very bad mood. Luo Qingtian's aura was so overwhelming that even Chung Hua felt intimidated. But this powerful yet delicate Luo Qingtian always made him unable to take his eyes off her. He said softly, "Okay, then you rest for a while. I call you when we get there." Luo Qingtian closed his eyes, and didn't respond. The car quickly turned a sharp curve in midair, and flew out of the base. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the base gate. 2 buses waited quietly. Luo Qingtian boarded the first bus and looked at Chung Hua curiously. "So many people going together? Is this mission difficult?" "This time we're going to the old city pharmacy. There are many zombies there, including zombie-like animals. It's very difficult, so if we can get in this time, the idea is to bring back as much medicine as possible." Luo Qingtian yawned and leaned back in the seat to sleep. Suddenly, Luo Qingtian opened her eyes. "What happened to the women we brought back?" Chen, sitting in the front, smiled and said, "Don't worry, classmate Luo. Those women have been assigned to the hospital, and Professor Zhua has also been assigned to the research institute. Maybe they're discussing it with other academies of science right now." Hearing the answer she wanted to hear, Luo Qingtian closed her eyes and fell asleep. The car sped along, and Luo Qingtian didn't open her eyes the entire way. But she could clearly feel Chung Hua staring at her. She was really about to go crazy. The car finally stopped at night. Seeing Luo Qingtian still unconscious, Chung Hua ordered everyone to go out and set up camp. After Chung Hua left, Luo Qingtian opened his eyes. Then he got out of the car and prepared to join the others in setting up the tent. Seeing Luo Qingtian coming down, Chung Hua hurried over. "It's windy outside, and it looks like it's going to rain. You should stay in the car." As soon as he finished speaking, thunder boomed in the sky. Then, raindrops began to fall, followed by screams from the crowd. "Is this acid rain?" Chen shouted from a distance, and Chung Hua immediately grabbed Luo Qingtian's hand and walked towards the car. "Get back in the car." As soon as he finished speaking, Chung Hua had already taken Luo Qingtian's hand and led them back to the bus. The rest of the military team also rushed aboard. Chapter 554. The rain outside intensified. Looking out the car window, one could clearly see the tents corroded by the acid rain. Chung Hua lowered his gaze and said, "How could there be acid rain at this time?" The first acid rain heralded the apocalypse, and the second acid rain caused all mutant creatures on Earth to evolve. So what does this acid rain represent? I'm afraid all mutants and zombies will evolve again. Instructor Chung, our mission this time will be much more difficult. Luo Qingtian looked at Chung Hua. Chung Hua's face darkened. "Yeah, I expected that." The two continued to stare out the car window. At this moment, Chen approached Luo Qing and said, "Student Luo, many of us have been corroded by the acid rain just now. Can you see if the corroded areas can be healed?" After Chen finished speaking, several soldiers approached, their arms raised. Luo Qingtian looked at the soldier's wound, the flesh protruding from the wound. A sizzling sound could be heard from the flesh. The soldier's face was pale, sweat dripping down his chin from the pain. But to prevent Luo Qingtian from getting scared, the soldier forced a smile and said to Luo Qing, "It's okay if it can't be cured. Don't worry, Luo." Luo Qingtian smiled, pulled a pair of scissors from his backpack, and used them to cut open the soldier's wound. The wound was still corroding and magnifying. Luo Qingtian condensed a green light in his hand, enveloping the soldier's entire arm. Luo Qingtian could clearly sense that there was something else in this acid rain, constantly corroding the human body, while also fighting against it. Luo Qingtian used his vitality to envelop the object. Then he devoured it, and then used his healing ability again. Healed the young man's arm. Seeing his arm heal, the young man looked at Luo Qingtian excitedly. "Mr. Luo, you're amazing. I finally understand why the higher-ups always ask us to bring you along." At this point, the others stepped forward. "It's our turn. Please, Mr. Luo, help us heal." In this way, Luo Qingtian continued to help everyone heal the injuries caused by the acid rain. Chung Hua, on the other hand, released a mercury-colored liquid onto the outside of the car. Then he applied it to the roof, preventing the acid rain from corroding and dissolving it. While treating them, Luo Qingtian also helped Chung Hua heal his abilities. The rain continued all night. After treating everyone, Luo Qingtian fell into a deep sleep, exhausted. Chung Hua stared at Luo Qingtian as if he were a treasure, his expression solemn and filled with pity. It had been a whole night, and it was the first time he'd seen a psychic use their powers continuously. Any other psychic would have likely passed out from exhaustion. He now understood more and more why their superiors had sent them on this mission with such a delicate girl. This girl's powers were terrifying. Chen approached and said, "Boss, the rain has stopped. Should we continue the mission or turn back?" Hua looked ahead and whispered, "Go on. This is the stage when mutants and zombies are evolving. If we can't get the medicine this time, it will be even more difficult later." With Hua's words, the car started, and the two buses continued their journey forward. Perhaps the acid rain had put all the mutant creatures into a deep slumber. So the journey was incredibly peaceful, with not even a sight of new creatures. The car stopped in the afternoon. Looking at the unevenly distributed houses and dilapidated streets in the distance, everyone present couldn't help but feel nervous. "Captain, we arrived at the old city. Should we drive in or walk in?" Hua got out of the car and looked around. The dirt and rubble on the ground were damp and acrid. The streets were unusually quiet. Although this wasn't his first time in the old city searching for resources, zombies always burst forth. Today, however, it was unusually quiet, evidently because the zombies were slumbering. "Let's drive." Hua immediately decided on a route into the city, and two buses swiftly entered the old city. Just when everyone thought they would safely reach the old city medical warehouse, the rubble on both sides of the road suddenly began to shake. Then, a giant mutant dog rushed toward their bus. The driver was startled. He quickly turned the steering wheel, and the sharp sound of brakes rang out. Then the bus started again and headed forward. The giant mutant dog was still in hot pursuit. Originally, Hua was afraid of waking the sleeping zombies, but now that the mutant dog was in pursuit, he had no choice but to command everyone to unleash their supernatural powers on the pursuing mutant dog. However, after being attacked, the mutant dog suddenly stopped pursuing. Instead, it stood there, staring intently at the two receding buses. Suddenly, the mutant dog began to howl, and then its body began to grow little by little, until it was as tall as a building. The mutant dog once again charged toward the two buses. The people in the car thought they had escaped the mutant dog's pursuit, but suddenly, the ground began to shake. Everyone looked back, only to see a massive black shadow descend from the sky. Then the bus suddenly braked. In front of the bus, a massive mutant dog blocked the bus's path. Its eyes bulged out, and its back arched in an attacking stance. Even through the glass, one could sense the danger posed by the mutant dog. At that moment, someone in the car shouted, "Oh my god! Is that Ultraman Tiga?" With that, the mutant dog leaped to its feet, its gaze fixed squarely on the bus. "Jump out!" Hua shouted. All the soldiers in the car jumped out through the windows. Luo Qingtian was picked up by Hua and rushed out. The moment everyone left the bus, the mutant dog fell to the ground. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and everyone turned to look and see the mutant dog standing on a bus. The bus, damaged by its powerful attack, exploded beneath the mutant dog. The mutant dog extended its claws in disdain, swatting the exploding bus aside. Then it aimed at another bus. The people in that bus had already left. The mutant dog leaped over and destroyed another bus. Hua narrowed his eyes at the mutant dog destroying the bus and shouted, "Follow us. Run to the old city hospital." Hua grabbed Luo Qingtian and ran forward, everyone following behind him. After destroying two buses, the mutant dog seemed unsatisfied. It looked at the soldiers running off into the distance, and took off after them. The mutant dog leaped in front of the crowd, and swung its claws again. A group of people were sent flying. Hua and Luo Qingtian were also sent flying. Chapter 555. Hua watched Luo Qingtian being sent flying, his pupils trembling. He concentrated his supernatural power, solidifying the liquid into a spear. He flipped in the air and fired at the mutant dog, aiming the spear at the giant mutant's eyes. The mutant dog, about to leap, paused for a moment. It raised its sharp claws, and knocked the mercury-colored spear directly to the ground. This gap gave everyone present an opportunity to escape. The crowd quickly scattered. Then they sought cover. Hua, meanwhile, began searching for Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian, noticing Hua searching for him, deliberately released a clone and ran forward. Hua, noticing Luo Qingtian's clone, followed suit. Everyone followed Hua and fled. The mutant dog noticed the group fleeing and tried to jump over it. Suddenly, a dark figure rushed out from above. Bang! Luo Qingtian jumped out and punched the mutant dog in the head. The mutant dog's head slammed heavily onto the ground, creating a resounding thud, followed by a characteristic dog-like scream. The mutant dog's size gradually shrank. Luo Qingtian stood in front of the mutant dog, watching it grow from a massive beast to almost his own height. He then raised his foot and kicked it. The mutant dog was sent flying, letting out another characteristic dog-like scream. Then it fell to the ground, staring at Luo Qingtian, who was approaching it, with a look of horror. Luo Qingtian approached the mutant dog and stepped on its head. "Little thing, is this your evolved ability? It doesn't look very impressive. Do you want to live?" The mutant dog looked at Luo Qingtian with a look of grievance, whining at him. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and released Dabai. "Dabai, don't waste your third evolution." Dabai instantly became excited upon emerging. Then he approached the mutant dog with a cat-like gait. The mutant dog, startled by the sudden appearance of the white tiger, immediately jumped up, then grew even larger. Dabai watched the mutant dog grow larger and turned to look at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was sitting on a broken wall behind him. Seeing Dabai staring at him, he smiled and said, "Dabai, if you don't kill it today, I kill you." Dabai, frightened, no longer looked at Luo Qingtian, roaring like a tiger to the sky. Then he charged at the mutant dog. Although the mutant dog was large, Dabai's size was also growing. The two fought unconcernedly in the ruined city, further devastating the already dilapidated city. A loud noise stopped Changhua and the others in the distance. They paused and looked in the direction of the sound. Then, they saw the mutant dog leaping upward. Followed by, a massive white tiger leaped over and engaged the giant dog. "Oh my god, how could there be such a large tiger here?" Qinshan stared in horror at the two behemoths battling in the distance. Changhua pursed his lips and said, "Hurry! While these two mutants haven't reacted, let's find some medicine and get out." As they spoke, they quickened their pace. As they walked, Changhua tried to call Luo Qingtian, but his watch remained off. But he had clearly seen Luo Qingtian running forward. Could he have been too frightened and run to the wrong place? Changhua grew increasingly nervous as he thought about it, and then he jumped to a higher place, hoping to find Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian, on his side, was sitting cross-legged on a broken wall, eating sunflower seeds. Not far away, Dabai was still fighting fiercely with the mutant dog. Xiaolu stood on Luo Qingtian's shoulder, occasionally extending his tentacles to imitate Luo Qingtian's way of eating sunflower seeds. Alas, Dabai is getting worse and worse. It takes so long to beat a little mutant dog. It's still a tiger after all. Luo Qingtian shook his head. Xiaolu, beside him, munched on sunflower seeds and nodded at Luo Qingtian, looking as if he agreed with what Luo Qingtian said. Then, another loud noise echoed not far away. The battle had triggered Dabai's third evolution, and his stature had grown even taller. Crackling sounds could be heard all around him. "Oh my god, has it evolved into lightning?" Luo Qingtian stared at the enormous Dabai with his mouth open in amazement. Dabai was now even larger than the mutant dog. It raised its tiger paw and smacked the mutant dog's head. Dabai struck with anger. The mutant dog fell to the ground again, its head shattered. Seeing the mutant dog dead, Dabai leaped onto its corpse and devoured it mouthful by mouthful. Satiated, Dabai looked at Luo Qingtian with bloodshot eyes. That look was filled with ferocity. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes at Dabai, then suddenly stood up and leaped toward him. Dabai, seeing Luo Qingtian rushing towards him, bent down and lunged at him. As it approached Luo Qingtian, it opened its bloody mouth and aimed at Luo Qingtian's head. Bang! "Ah, are you awake?" Dabai was knocked into the ground by Luo Qingtian's fist. The red in Dabai's eyes instantly faded. When it stood up, Luo Qingtian had already jumped onto Dabai's back. "How dare you, you little brat, have murderous intentions towards your mother?" As Luo Qingtian's fists rained down on it, Dabai resignedly covered his head with his paws, allowing Luo Qingtian to pound him. When Luo Qingtian vented his anger, Dabai's form returned to its original form. Dabai lay on the ground, his butt sticking out, his head clasped between his tiger paws, trembling. Luo Qingtian kicked Dabai. "Get up. Stop messing around like that. Tell me, are you awake?" Dabai raised his tiger head and looked at Luo Qingtian with a grieved look. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. "Not bad, it seems you're awake now. Hurry and transform." Dabai, upon hearing this, immediately transformed into wings and attached themselves to Luo Qingtian's back. Luo Qingtian took flight and chased after Changhua. Changhua chased and searched. But there was no sign of Luo Qingtian. Unknowingly, he had led everyone to the vicinity of the hospital. This hospital had always had 3 SSS-level zombie kings. Every time they came to get medicine, they were chased away by the zombie kings. Furthermore, the number of zombies and zombie animals in the old city was higher than in other places. So this place became an SS-level mission. It's not that Changhua hadn't thought about coming here for a mission before, but the higher-ups had always refused to grant it. It wasn't until Luo Qingtian arrived at the 5th base that the higher-ups gave the order for them to come here for the mission. Although Luo Qingtian's healing abilities were impressive, Zheng Hua felt that even greater healing abilities couldn't make up for the difference in combat power. Especially now, with Luo Qingtian missing. Chapter 556. Standing across from the hospital, Zheng Hua grew increasingly irritated. Qin Chen, seeing his captain's expression, knew he was worried about Luo Qingtian. Qin Chen approached Zheng Hua and said, "Boss, I don't think Luo Qingtian is that simple. The fact that the higher-ups dared to let her come here proves that Luo Qingtian is capable of self-preservation." Zheng Hua knew this well. But the thought of being separated from Luo Qingtian made him irritable. Qin Chen, watching his captain like this, shook his head inwardly. In fact, he had felt Luo Qingtian was something special from the moment he met him, especially because no matter what happened, Luo Qingtian remained so calm. So calm, like a sage. He even thought Luo Qingtian might be a scavenger. Of course, these were just his speculations, and he didn't dare say them out loud. Zheng Hua took the binoculars from his waist and looked across. The buildings throughout the old city were unusually dilapidated. Like the shattered remains of an ancient city weathered by the ravages of time. Only the old city hospital remained intact, even in a state of renovation. Zheng Hua and his companions initially suspected humans of being the ones who could do this, but after everything they experienced, they couldn't say for sure. Zheng Hua carefully scanned the area with binoculars. Finally, he found no signs of zombies moving about in the hospital. He directed everyone to approach cautiously. Luo Qingtian was currently flying high in the sky. He watched the group gradually approach the hospital. Luo Qingtian sighed helplessly. Although Zheng Hua had checked with binoculars, he could see that the zombies were indeed lying quietly inside the hospital. Zheng Hua and his men had already entered the hospital. The entire hospital was silent. Zheng Hua pointed to the hospital lobby. In the center of the lobby was a staircase that led up and down. It was said that the medicine counter was on the 1st floor, and the medicine store was in the basement. The pedestrians observed their surroundings, making sure there were no zombies around. They quickened their pace and entered the hospital lobby. Zheng Hua pointed to the medicine counter. "Qin Chen, take 2 people to get the medicine over there, and the rest of you, follow me to the basement." Zheng Hua finished speaking and led his men toward the emergency exit. As soon as he entered, he saw all sorts of zombies lying on the stairs. Their skin, perhaps due to the lack of light, was a grayish-white. At this moment, the zombies lay motionless on the ground, their eyes closed. They blocked the passage to the 1st floor. None of the soldiers around Zheng Hua spoke, but they all looked at him. Zheng Hua gathered a silvery white liquid in his hand and held it above his head. It formed into the shape of parallel bars, then solidified. Zheng Hua was the first to grab the bars with both arms. Then, he inched forward. For soldiers, using the bars is a fundamental training exercise. Seeing their captain do so, the other members of the squad followed suit and grabbed the bars. Soon, everyone had silently descended to the basement level via the bars. Just as they reached the next level, they saw a man, his body in tatters, walking past them. Everyone present was startled by the sight of him. Zheng Hua stopped in his tracks, staring at the man's retreating figure in shock. When did that man appear? Why was he here? They hadn't even noticed. Just as they were pondering this, the man came running back, past them again. And as he passed them, he turned and smiled, causing everyone present to tense. This scene was truly terrifying. The basement was silent, so quiet that even the faintest breaths could be heard. Zheng Hua and the others didn't dare disturb the silence. Because none of them knew how many high-level zombies lay dormant here, they could only watch helplessly as the man ran away. Zheng Hua took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He opened the map and took a look. Then he gestured to the team members to move forward. They slowed their pace and quickened their pace towards the medicine store. In the hospital, Luo Qingtian landed on the ground and looked around. Then he walked over to a row of mutant hollies. Hidden within this area lay a group of dormant zombies. Luo Qingtian pointed at them and said, "Little Green, eat them. This time, you might be able to collect a good supply of crystal cores." Little Green leaped down upon hearing this, opened his maw, and devoured all the dormant zombies. Luo Qingtian circled the hospital again, clearing out the surrounding zombies. Then he entered the hall. The hall was quiet. A rustling sound came from the medicine counter, followed by a clanking sound. Luo Qingtian shuddered. In 2 breaths, he rushed into the pharmacy behind the counter. Upon entering, he saw Qin Chen pinned down by a man, who opened his mouth several times, attempting to bite him. Well, The zombies are evolving more and more like humans. Luo Qingtian stepped forward and grabbed the man lying on top of Qinshin. He exerted a little force. The man's head was crushed. Because Luo Qingtian had appeared so suddenly, when he grabbed the zombie, Qinshin didn't react, and the back of his head hit the ground. Qinshin then fainted. Luo Qingtian's voice attracted the attention of the other zombies in the pharmacy. They dropped their prey and rushed towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian didn't hold back either. As the zombie rushed towards him, he quickly approached and reached out to crush the zombie's head. His movements were brutal, and he held nothing back. This scene happened to be witnessed by a member of the military squad not far away. By then, a bloody hole had been bitten in his neck by the zombie. He reached out towards Luo Qingtian, hoping that Luo Qingtian would kill him before he completely lost his mind. Luo Qingtian also spotted him on the minimap. The small blue dot on the map had already turned half red. Luo Qingtian quickly ran over. The soldier was already semi-conscious. Luo Qingtian's poisoning ability quickly penetrated the soldier's neck, dissolving all the zombie virus into the poison. She then unleashed her healing ability on the soldier. Watching the soldier appear as a pure blue dot on the map, Luo Qingtian retracted her ability, stood up, and walked out of the pharmacy. This time, she headed directly to the basement. At this moment, on the safety passage to the basement, a group of zombies were awakening, slowly rising from the ground and looking at each other. Suddenly, the door to the safety passage was pushed open. Luo Qingtian blinked at the people in the passage. Goodness, how come you all look like humans after this evolution? If the minimap hadn't shown all red dots, Luo Qingtian wouldn't have believed that the people before her were zombies. Chapter 557. When Luo Qingtian opened the door, the zombies all looked at her. After a long stalemate, the two sides swarmed towards her. Luo Qingtian rubbed her hands as she watched the zombies rushing towards her. With a smile, she took out her dagger and released Little Green. With one swift move, she swiftly charged through the horde of zombies, their heads smacking the ground. Little Green diligently devoured all of them. After finishing off the zombies, Luo Qingtian continued downstairs in a good mood. Not long after, she saw the half-hanging boom. Luo Qingtian glanced down the stairs, and then at the boom. Haha, these soldiers are really good at playing. Luo Qingtian walked towards the basement. Cheng Hua had already reached the medicine storeroom. He pulled a key from his pocket and prepared to open the door. Then he saw the man he had just seen running towards them again. He even ran between them, laughed at them, and then quickly left. This sudden appearance and disappearance truly frightened everyone present. Cheng Hua had no idea what this man was, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. He quickly opened the door and rushed into the pharmacy, beginning to store the herbs in the warehouse. The herbs in the warehouse were arranged in rows on iron racks. Cheng Hua ran back and forth, making his way to the last row without a hitch. After collecting all the herbs in the last row, Cheng Hua quickly left the pharmacy and ran out. But as he ran, a dark shadow suddenly appeared under his feet. Cheng Hua lost his balance and almost tripped over it. A dangerous aura approached, and Cheng Hua instinctively jumped up, dodging the shadow with 2 dodgy steps. It was then that Cheng Hua saw clearly that the shadow was a human figure, slowly rising from the ground. It was still inching closer to him. Cheng Hua was shocked. The aura emanating from this figure was too dangerous. He was definitely no match for it at this point. Through this thought, Cheng Hua quickly condensed liquid mercury in his hand. The liquid solidified into a massive shield. As the shadow charged, Cheng Hua thrust the shield forward, pressing it against the figure. Then he sprinted out of the warehouse. "Hurry!" Cheng Hua shouted to everyone present as he emerged. This shout completely shattered the tranquility of the basement level, awakening the slumbering zombies there. The zombies slowly emerged from the darkness, their gazes on Cheng Hua and the others like cats smelling fish. They rushed towards them frantically. All members of the military team began to focus their superpowers and began to fight. Cheng Hua even condensed the silver-white liquid in his hand into a massive square shield. This blocked the zombies coming from all directions. Luo Qingtian stood not far from Cheng Hua and the others. Watching the zombies rushing towards them, Luo Qingtian instantly switched to the Amos ice bow. Luo Qingtian drew his bow and shot, piercing every zombie that approached them. In his haste to escape, Cheng Hua paid no attention to what was happening behind him, and the square shield surrounding him obstructed his view. He and his men reached the safe passage safely. Cheng Hua originally thought he had to fight a hard battle before he could escape, and he was even prepared to sacrifice himself. But after rushing into the emergency passage, he discovered that the zombies in the passage had disappeared. Though he didn't know what had happened, Chung Hua and his men rushed upstairs and quickly returned to the first floor. By then, zombies were already moving around on the first floor. Chin Chin and his two fellow soldiers were fighting the zombies on the first floor. As soon as Chung Hua arrived, he arranged for everyone to begin fighting the zombies on that floor. And on the basement floor. After seeing Chung Hua and his men leave, Luo Qingtian sheathed her Amos ice bow. She stood across from the zombies, smiling at the advancing horde. Freeze! Luo Qingtian watched the zombies leap towards her, then suddenly bent down and punched the ground. A large amount of white icy air emanated from her hand, spreading from around Luo Qingtian to the surrounding area. The zombies charging forward all stopped dead in their tracks under this icy power, then froze into ice sculptures. Luo Qingtian threw Xiaolu out, saying, "Have a popsicle. Hurry!" Afterwards, we had to chase Chung Hua and the others. Otherwise, after disappearing for so long, it would be hard to say when we could return. Xiaolu was also happy, rushing towards the frozen zombies. Just as he devoured the last one, the zombie vanished like a deflated balloon. Xiaolu stared blankly at the vanishing zombie, then at Luo Qingtian. Suddenly, a dark shadow slowly emerged from the ground. Eventually, it grew to be twice as tall as Luo Qingtian. The shadow stood before Luo Qingtian. He locked eyes with Luo Qingtian. Then the shadow swung a punch at Luo Qingtian, and Luo Qingtian raised his hand to block it. To Luo Qingtian's surprise, his hand actually passed through the shadow's body. The shadow's fist still struck Luo Qingtian in the face. Bang! Luo Qingtian was sent flying. He quickly stood up and poked the side of his face with his tongue. Ha! Shadow powers! Luo Qingtian squinted at the shadow approaching him, and then it struck him again. Luo Qingtian dodged to the side. A flashlight suddenly appeared in his hand, shining it at the shadow. The shadow shrank rapidly. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity to punch it. Bang! The shadow was hit, and its body fell backward, falling to the ground. Luo Qingtian looked at the shadow lying on the ground, shining the flashlight. Soon, more shadows rose from the ground and rushed toward Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian retreated, searching for the shadow's true form. If this shadow possessed a supernatural power, its true form must be nearby. Luo Qingtian zoomed in on the minimap in her mind. Soon, she located 3 large red dots on the underground floor. Luo Qingtian rushed recklessly toward one of them. Suddenly, a man appeared beside Luo Qingtian. A warm smile graced his face. As he ran toward Luo Qingtian, his head suddenly stretched out, biting Luo Qingtian's neck. Luo Qingtian reached out and grabbed the man's neck, intending to break it. But before Luo Qingtian could exert any strength, the man vanished from sight. Soon, several shadows followed. Luo Qingtian shone his flashlight at the shadow. The moment it paused, he switched to the thunder bow. He drew his bow and released arrows at breakneck speed, scattering them with purple lightning. All of them struck the shadow. A crackling sound began to emanate from the shadow's body. Luo Qingtian turned and rushed towards the large red dot. Chapter 558. Luo Qingtian's speed wasn't slow, it could even be described as fast. But the shadow, or the running man, always found him quickly, even frantically trying to stop him from running towards the large red dot. No matter how foolish Luo Qingtian was, he sensed something. Is this the shadow ability and the clone ability, or perhaps the flash ability, both appearing simultaneously? That means Luo Qingtian suddenly stopped, waiting for the shadow and the man to approach. The moment Luo Qingtian stopped, 4 humanoid shadows suddenly rose from beneath his feet. They surrounded Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian suddenly leaped high. He condensed a fire arrow in his hand and shot it toward the ceiling. A brilliant red glow instantly illuminated the surroundings. The shadows also rapidly shrank in that instant. And the man suddenly leaped in front of Luo Qingtian, trying to grab him. Luo Qingtian sneered at the man charging towards him. Then, he engaged the man. Not far away, another figure, Luo Qingtian, was sprinting towards the large red dot on the minimap. Just as the man was about to bite Luo Qingtian's neck, Luo Qingtian suddenly vanished from the scene. By the time the shadow and the man realized what was happening, Luo Qingtian had already seen the zombie's true form lying on the ground. It was an exact replica of the running man. Luo Qingtian's dagger instantly appeared. She leaped towards the man without hesitation. The man suddenly opened his eyes, his golden pupils fixed on Luo Qingtian. Without hesitation, Luo Qingtian plunged the dagger into the man's brain. The man stared at Luo Qingtian, his pale hands reaching for his wrists. At that moment, Xiaolu's tentacles extended, trapping the man's hands tightly. Luo Qingtian then drew his dagger and stabbed it into the man's head. The shadow and the man were already in pursuit. As they charged at Luo Qingtian grasped the original's neck with one hand, his other hand stabbing the dagger into the man's head, stirring it. At that moment, the man in the shadow, just as they were about to charge at Luo Qingtian, suddenly vanished. The zombie king before them was dead as hell. Hurry and eat them. There are two more. Luo Qingtian pointed at the zombie king on the ground and stood up. The minimap showed two large red dots inching closer to Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian raised his hand, and a tang sword appeared in his hand. The sword flashed an eerie green. Luo Qingtian attached the poison to the weapon. Suddenly, a black tentacle extended from beneath her feet. Luo Qingtian leaped away, swinging her tang sword. It severed the pitch-black tentacle. Suddenly, a sharp sound of air piercing through the air echoed from behind her, and Luo Qingtian felt a piercing chill. She dodged to the side, and a stream of cold air brushed past her skin. The next moment, a white chill rapidly spread from beneath her feet. She felt a wave of disorientation, and when she finally realized what was happening, she found herself in a world of ice and snow. The surroundings were utterly silent, a vast expanse of white. Seeing this white world, Luo Qingtian felt no worry. Instead, her eyes lit up with a clear, excited look. Is this a realm of ice and snow? This was the second time Luo Qingtian had seen a realm on someone else. She walked calmly within the realm, and the mini-map showed two large red dots within it. Suddenly, ice arrows pelted her from all directions. Xiaolu immediately transformed into a green shield, blocking all the arrows. Luo Qingtian stared at the arrows and ran forward quickly, reaching the location of the two large red dots. Luo Qingtian punched a zombie in the head, sending it flying. As it flew, the zombie extended its hand, and a group of black tentacles emerged, supporting it as it landed quickly and safely. Then he quickly rushed towards Luo Qingtian, and Luo Qingtian's tang sword appeared in her hand, enchanted with fire powers. She aimed at the remaining zombie king and slashed at his head. The zombie king was encased in ice armor, and the sky began to rain icy rain. The ice was sharp, hitting Luo Qingtian's body, stinging his skin. Luo Qingtian raised his hand to catch a few icy raindrops and said with a smile, "Is this the ice domain? Wonderful!" Luo Qingtian slammed his fist into the ground. Then the ice domain was destroyed, and the next moment, the two zombie kings and Luo Qingtian were plunged into pitch darkness. A world of black, almost devoid of light, surrounded them. Luo Qingtian led the two zombies into the gravity domain. The immense pressure pressed down on the zombies, restricting their movements. Even taking a step felt incredibly heavy. "This is my domain, welcome to my world." The next moment, Luo Qingtian appeared before the two zombies, a bright gray light piercing the zombies in the ice domain. Black tentacles appeared again behind another zombie. Like a nimble tail, they stretched out toward Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian flung Little Green from his shoulder. "Eat it!" Little Green instantly grew larger, its green tentacles grasping any black tentacles that reached out. Using this force, Little Green fiercely yanked the tentacle zombie up. As it struggled, Little Green devoured it whole. Luo Qingtian, on his side, was absorbing the zombie's energy with a bright gray beam. The ice and snow zombie twitched and trembled. Finally, it vanished into a pile of debris. The three SSS-level zombie kings were thus dispatched. Luo Qingtian withdrew his domain and quickly ran towards the safe passage. When he reached the first floor, Cheng Hua was engaged in a fierce battle with a group of ordinary zombies. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity to dash out the hospital gate, then pretended to rush in from outside, and headed towards the hospital lobby. Instructor Cheng. At the gate, Luo Qingtian stared at Cheng Hua with a look of shock and excitement. Cheng Hua had just finished clearing out the zombies in front of him when he heard Luo Qingtian's voice. He turned in surprise and saw Luo Qingtian standing at the entrance to the lobby. "Qingtian, hide!" As soon as he finished, he saw three ordinary zombie kings running towards Luo Qingtian. Cheng Hua, anxious, kicked the zombies in front of him away and ran towards Luo Qingtian, but the zombies were clearly faster than him. Looking at Luo Qingtian's panicked face, Cheng Hua suddenly broke through the limitations of his supernatural power. His speed increased significantly. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Hua rushed to Luo Qingtian's side. The silver-white liquid instantly transformed into hundreds of sharp swords. After solidifying, it shot towards the surrounding zombies. Luo Qingtian stood behind Cheng Hua, staring at the scene with wide eyes. Wow, those who knew would think it was a condensation of supernatural power, while those who didn't would think Chung Hua had attained immortality. Chapter 559. Chung Hua was also deeply surprised. He stared at his hands, unable to believe that he had actually unleashed that move. Just then, his body was brimming with strength, and his supernatural powers had transcended their limitations. But seeing so many zombies charging towards him, he had only one thought: to eliminate them all, because only in this way could he protect Luo Qingtian. It was at that moment that he was filled with a thirst for power. Even the supernatural move he had just unleashed was a desperate move. "Instructor Chung, be careful!" Luo Qingtian's voice echoed behind him, bringing Chung Hua back to his senses. Then he saw another swarm of zombies bursting out of the first-floor lobby from nowhere. Chung Hua took 2 steps back and approached Luo Qingtian. "Qingtian, there are too many zombies here, and everyone's supernatural powers are at their limit. I find a way to clear a path for you. You charge out first. I try to catch up." As Chung Hua spoke, the mercury in his hand instantly solidified into a dagger. Chung Hua handed the dagger to Luo Qingtian, then conjured hundreds of long swords to stab the surrounding zombies. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow, took 2 steps back, and punched the ground. Grow! Instantly, the entire first-floor hall began to sprout green grass. The grass grew taller and taller. Soon, it reached the height of a normal person's waist. After piercing a group of zombies, Chung Hua discovered that his supernatural power was surprisingly recovering. Chung Hua quickly turned his head to look in Luo Qingtian's direction, only to see him standing behind him with a smile on his face. She stood there in the bushes, as beautiful as an elf. "I forgot to mention, my powers can also help you recover them." Everyone in the first-floor hall was filled with excitement and excitement. Ever since they were surrounded by zombies, they had been feeling uncertain. After all, their powers had been nearly depleted, and they weren't sure when they would be mauled to death by the zombies. Now that their powers had been restored, coupled with their own breakthroughs and growth, they no longer felt the same fear and trepidation as before when they looked at the zombies. They began to fight fiercely, and soon most of the zombies in the hall were gone. Chung Hua had already cleared the zombies in front of the first-floor hall entrance. He looked at the team members in the hall and said, "Retreat in 1 minute." Everyone quickened their pace upon hearing this. Calculating the time, they scurried towards the gate. Chung Hua retrieved a new bus and parked it in the hospital yard. All members of the military squad quickly and orderly rushed to the car and ran towards the city. Only after everyone was aboard did they breathe a sigh of relief. "Oh my god, this was so exciting! I thought we'd be stuck here this time." Yes. Fortunately, Qingtian arrived just in time. Who would have thought that Qingtian not only knows how to heal, but can also help those with special abilities recover? Everyone looked at Luo Qingtian as they spoke. Chen stared at Luo Qingtian. "Qingtian, where were you when the giant dog was chasing us? How did we get separated?" "Yes, the captain was following you the whole time. I didn't expect you to disappear in the blink of an eye." Chung Hua also looked at Luo Qingtian. I was calling out to you from behind." "Were you scared?" Luo Qingtian smiled. "A little bit. I felt someone chasing me, and I couldn't tell if it was a giant dog or a person, so I ran with my eyes closed. When I finally reached that row of bungalows, I accidentally fell into a basement. It took a lot of effort to crawl out." Everyone nodded in understanding when they heard Luo Qing. "No wonder. I was wondering how you could have disappeared when you were clearly running ahead." Chen nodded in agreement. "Yes, Qingtian, you don't know. This old city is full of mutant creatures, including giant mutated tigers. The giant dog stopped chasing us because it was fighting the tiger." Luo Qingtian looked at Chen with feigned surprise. At this moment, the soldier sitting behind Chen asked, "Student Luo, how did you find us?" "Luo Qing, I knew you were going to the hospital, didn't I? I went looking for you after I crawled out, but it took me quite a while." The soldier stared at Luo Qingtian, a puzzled look in his eyes. "Is that so? So you showed up just as you were arriving at the hospital?" Chen looked at the soldier in confusion. "Pei Yi, what did you mean?" Pei Yi smiled and said, "Sorry, don't misunderstand. We were ambushed by a few zombies when we went to get medicine today. My neck was clearly bitten off, but later I saw someone enter the pharmacy and kill the zombies. You helped me and Chen, so I thought it was you." After saying this, Chen suddenly remembered, "Right. I was almost eaten by zombies today, but then I fainted. I thought it was you, Pei Yi, who came to help me." Pei Yi shook his head. "It wasn't me. I fainted too." The two men turned to a soldier sitting behind Luo Qingtian. "Fang Hisai, what were you doing at that time?" The soldier shook his head. I didn't see it. I fainted too, Fan Hisai said, glancing at Luo Qingtian subtly. Luo Qingtian turned back and met Fan Hisai's gaze, a look of cryptic meaning in her eyes. Then she shook her head. There must have been someone else. After all, I was still trying to find the way to the hospital when you said that. As soon as she finished speaking, a swarm of red-eyed cats suddenly rushed out from both sides, each bearing some scar. These mutant cats formed a swarm in front of the bus. 3 larger cats even blocked the bus's path. Boss, what should we do? The driver shouted nervously, watching the cats appear. Chung Hua quickly leaped into the passenger seat, gathering a large number of silver-white swords in his hands and aiming them at the cats. Drive on, don't stop. The bus began to pick up speed. The 3 large mutant cats were shot away by Chung Hua's long sword. Many more mutant cats were also shot through. The soldiers on the bus unleashed their supernatural powers to drive away the surrounding mutant cats. Watching the cats flee, everyone thought the mutant cats had given up on pursuing them. But as the bus passed through the swarm, more mutant cats leaped from the walls on both sides. These cats were more agile than before, some even leaping into the bus and biting the soldiers inside. Ah! A scream echoed, and Chung Hua shouted, "Close the window." The window quickly closed, and Chung Hua left the passenger seat and quickly rushed in front of Luo Qingtian, blocking the mutant cat's attack. Chapter 560. Nightcat rampaged through the car. Its sharp claws scratched several soldiers. For a moment, the car was in chaos, while outside, various mutant creatures continued to attack the bus. The driver gripped the steering wheel tightly, trying to prevent the bus from crashing. Luo Qingtian took Xiaolu off his head. Pointing outside, he said, "Go eat." Xiaolu understood Luo Qingtian's intention. After Luo Qingtian opened a gap, Xiaolu jumped out of the window. Then, like an octopus, he clung to the back of the car. The bus's noise was quite loud, awakening the zombies dormant in the city. For a moment, not only mutant creatures appeared on the streets, but also various zombies. The driver remembered Chung Hua's words. No stopping, just ramming through them. He gritted his teeth, staring ahead, and ran through every zombie in his path. He had originally thought that such a collision would cause considerable damage and impact to the bus. But the impact he had imagined didn't occur. The zombies and mutants that were sent flying vanished as if into thin air. In the bus, a group of people were chasing the mutant cats. The cats that had jumped into the bus were already small and agile. Add to that the cramped space inside. This caused a panic among the people inside. Luo Qingtian sighed deeply. Just as he was about to attack, he saw Pei Yi's hand extended with a green vine. It fixed its sight on the mutant cats, darting swiftly through the bus. Quickly, Pei Yi captured 3 of them, and the remaining 4 were immobilized by Chung Hua's liquid. After dealing with the mutant cats, the car accelerated again, heading out of the city. After half an hour, the car finally reached a smooth highway, and Luo Qingtian began treating the wounded soldiers on the bus. As he treated them, Luo Qingtian looked back at the receding old city. An acid rainstorm had caused humans, plants, animals, and zombies to evolve again, destroying more buildings and taking more lives. Luo Qingtian worried about the situation in Qingtian town. Chung Hua then sat down beside Luo Qingtian and whispered, "What's wrong? Did I scare you just now?" Luo Qingtian shook his head. "I was just thinking that this acid rain has caused the entire world's creatures to evolve again. I wonder what's happening at the 5th base right now." Chung Hua had been worried about this issue too, but he trusted the 5th base's construction system more. The 5th base's defensive measures wouldn't cause much damage, and the 5th base still had the sky curtain. Of course, these were all 5th base secrets, and he wouldn't reveal them. He smiled and reassured Luo Qingtian, "Don't worry, the 5th base isn't that fragile." Luo Qingtian twitched her lips and nodded. She believed that, but she was more worried about the future of humanity. This time, the zombies were evolving closer and closer to normal humans. Even the energy within their bodies was more vibrant than before. It was like the birth of a new type of life form. Luo Qingtian even wondered if this was nature's elimination of humanity, or if the future of the world would be taken over by these zombies. When all other creatures became common, then those of them who hadn't turned into zombies would be the outliers in this world. If that day ever came, the roles would be reversed. They would become the world's outcasts and the hunted. The thought of such a world sent a chill through Luo Qingtian's body. "I absolutely cannot let this happen." Luo Qingtian didn't want to have to hide after finding her parents. Even more so, she didn't want her friends in Sunny Town to become prey. Luo Qingtian felt an overwhelming desire to hunt zombies, but thinking about the current situation, she suppressed her thoughts and closed her eyes for a moment. The fifth base's losses were just as Changhua had imagined. Thanks to the sky curtain, the damage was minimal. Even before the acid rain had completely reached the base, the curtain enveloped the entire fifth base. Luo Qingtian stared at the massive sky curtain in the sky, awestruck. What was this thing enveloping? Changhua smiled as he looked at the sky curtain and said, "This is the fifth base's strongest defense system." The canopy was prepared to prevent another acid rain attack or the zombies from evolving into flying zombies. Luo Qingtian nodded in shock, already thinking about how to install a canopy like this for the town. Changhua watched Luo Qingtian sitting in the car in a daze, assuming he was tired. He smiled and said, "Thank you for this time. If it weren't for you, we might never have made it back." Luo Qingtian shook her head. "You're too polite, instructor. We're partners, and these are the basics. Let's go back first. I want to rest." She desperately wanted to go back. She wanted to see the town. She wanted to know if the acid rain had harmed her fellow villagers. Back at the training camp, Luo Qingtian said hello to Changhua and got out of the car, running towards the dormitory. Changhua had been planning to discuss his future plans with Luo Qingtian, but before he could only watch him leave. Many people saw Luo Qingtian along the way, some even trying to greet him, but he ignored them and simply returned to his dorm. Back in 501, Luo Qingtian closed the door, then entered the space and returned to the town. As soon as he entered the town, the sky above it was pitch black. Luo Qingtian opened the door and walked out. He saw Luo Xiaowu waiting for him at the door. "Xiaowu, why are you here again?" Luo Xiaowu stood up excitedly when he saw Luo Qingtian come out. "Qingtian, I knew the acid rain was coming. You definitely come back to check on the town." Luo Xiaowu took Luo Qingtian's hand and said, "Qingtian, the town is fine. Don't worry, no one's hurt." Luo Qingtian's eyes were filled with confusion. "Why is it so dark?" Luo Qingtian looked at the dense green sky and suddenly thought, "Are they mutant trees?" Xiaowu nodded excitedly. "Yes, the mountain ghost has grown enormous, enveloping the entire town under its canopy. The mutant trees have also grown tall, completely blocking out the acid rain this time." Luo Qingtian heard this and quickly ran downstairs. Luo Qingtian ran out of the villa and headed straight for the mountain ghost. The mountain ghost had now grown immense, almost occupying the entire square of the villa area. Its canopy had become like a giant umbrella, enveloping the entire town of Qingtian. Luo Qingtian looked up at the mountain ghost. "Thank you, mountain ghost. The acid rain is over. Can you transform back?" As if the mountain ghost had heard Luo Qingtian's voice, it began to shrink, and shrink again, until it returned to its previous size. The green sky withered. Sunlight streamed into sunny town. Luo Qingtian reached out and gently patted the mountain ghost. "Mountain ghost," he said. "Thank you for your hard work." "Thank you." Chapter 561. The mountain ghost listened to Luo Qingtian's words, stretched out a vine, and slowly descended in front of Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian smiled and grasped the vine. Then, bit by bit, he channeled his life force into the mountain ghost's body. As the mountain ghost absorbed this intense green energy, the leaves throughout the treetop trembled. Luo Qingtian could clearly feel the mountain ghost's growing power. When the mountain ghost had consumed its energy, it retracted the vine. By then, the area surrounding the mountain ghost was already crowded with people, bowing and thanking it. Some of the younger survivors had written small red slips of paper and hung them on the mutant trees, each one bearing words of gratitude. Even those near the mutant trees surrounding the town were expressing their gratitude. The mutant plant, once terrifying at the mere sight of it, had now become the town's guardian deity. Looking at the happy faces of the survivors, Luo Qingtian felt for the first time a sense of peace and joy fill his heart. After a quick meal with everyone and a few brief instructions, Luo Qingtian hurried back to her space. This time, the town hadn't been damaged by the acid rain, and everyone's abilities were quietly advancing. While things seemed to be moving in a positive direction, many hidden dangers remained. As Changhua had said, whether it was zombies or mutated plants and animals, there was no guarantee that the next time they advanced, some winged creatures would invade. The entire town would then be devastated. So before that, she had to create something similar to the sky curtain for the town. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian activated her creative skill and searched through the icons for items related to the sky curtain. But she spent a long time without seeing any icon that could create a sky curtain. Isn't it a creation skill? If it can't even create this thing, how can it be called creation? Luo Qingtian grew increasingly angry, plopped down on the grass in the space, lost in thought. Not far behind him, Mao and Xiao Mao looked at Luo Qingtian worriedly. They hesitated to speak, then lowered their heads silently. Luo Qingtian didn't notice the status of the two balls. She checked her watch. It was already dark outside. If it didn't work, she'd have to wait and see after upgrading. Luo Qingtian took out the portal and located herself directly in the old city. She changed into combat-friendly clothing and equipment, opened the portal, and walked out. The portal appeared on the streets of the old city. As soon as Luo Qingtian appeared, zombies immediately appeared around him. Soon, the entire street was filled with running zombies, surging towards Luo Qingtian like a tide. Luo Qingtian released Dabai and Giant Eagle. She pointed at the zombies running ahead and shouted, "Luo Xiaonyao, you can't fall behind in your third evolution. You must help me deal with the zombies. If you dare run, I roast you and eat you." The giant eagle shuddered at the sound. Then it roared at the sky, leaped down, and began to tear into the zombies. Luo Qingtian stretched out his hand, and the flying fire mysterious bow instantly appeared in his hand. Luo Qingtian drew his bow and shot, aiming in a direction, and released 3 arrows. As the arrows flew, all the zombies that rushed towards him vanished rapidly in the flaming arrows. Looking at the disappearing zombies, Luo Qingtian frowned. Fighting like this only gave him experience, but no crystal cores, and he needed them most right now. Luo Qingtian then switched to the Amos ice bow. He drew his bow, and aimed his arrow at the zombies ahead again, unleashing a volley of arrows. All the zombies froze, their bodies rapidly melting. Perhaps due to Luo Qingtian's increased strength, the icy arrows gradually froze the zombies. Eventually, the crystal cores also transformed into icy fragments. At this point, many zombies swarmed around again, some even soaring through the air, attacking Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian switched to the thunder bow. He drew his bow and fired an arrow, striking a flying zombie in the sky. The zombie fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He also fell into the zombie swarm. The zombies that were struck were covered in crackling purple lightning. Unable to rise from the swarm, the zombies within could only see Luo Qingtian flying ahead. So the flying zombie was quickly crushed into a meat patty by the other zombies. The flying zombie's body was shimmering with purple lightning, and all the zombies that stepped on it were also infected with this purple lightning. Their bodies also began to conduct electricity, and eventually, it spread to 10, and then to 100. All the zombies were infected with the lightning, and finally, their speed slowed down. Luo Qingtian's eyebrows raised at this scene, and he continuously fired lightning arrows from his thunder bow. Conducting electricity, conducting electricity, conducting electricity. Then, the surrounding zombies stopped in their tracks, and began to twitch continuously. Luo Qingtian looked at the zombies scattered on the ground, and said to Xiaolu, "Lure! Hurry and eat them. You spit out all the crystal cores soon. Tonight's a big harvest." Xiaolu jumped to the ground, his body enlarged, and he opened his mouth and began to devour the twitching zombies. Soon, this wave of zombies was wiped out. Little Green, like Luo Qing, began to spit out crystal cores continuously. Looking at the crystal cores scattered across the floor, Luo Qingtian excitedly stored them all in his space. Then Luo Qingtian looked towards the giant eagle. Luo Xiaonyao was flapping its wings and stamping on the zombies before it. Infuriated by the zombie bites, it bent down and pecked at them with its beak. In short, it looked quite embarrassed. Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched twice. Wasn't this big bird so powerful before? How did it become so weak in his hands? As Luo Qingtian pondered this, he saw the giant eagle's wings flapping continuously, and small hurricanes began to appear beneath its wings. These hurricanes began to swirl, sweeping away all the zombies that rushed forward. Not bad. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant eagle suddenly soared into the air. Then, a shower of feathers, like a hail of arrows, whizzed down at the zombies. Most of the zombies were pierced through the body and head. They fell to the ground, motionless. So fast? Great. Luo Xiaonyao, Luo Qingtian clapped his hands in the direction of the giant eagle, and the eagle glanced at Luo Qingtian, screamed at the sky, and suddenly accelerated into the sky. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes at the giant eagle's movements. Is it trying to escape? Luo Qingtian drew his thunder bow and released an arrow. Just as Luo Xiaonyao was about to accelerate, the lightning arrow was released. Fusion. With that, 3 lightning arrows merged into one and shot towards the flying giant eagle. Swish! The sound of electricity echoed through the giant eagle, and its body instantly felt paralyzed, its outstretched wings unable to move. It just fell to the ground stiffly. Chapter 562. Luo Qingtian stood in the distance, watching the giant eagle plummet towards the ground. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. I told you not to run away. This kid is so disobedient. Luo Qingtian took off, then flew towards the direction the giant eagle had fallen. Bang! The resounding crash completely shattered the tranquility of the old city. It also awakened the zombies elsewhere in the old city. Along with the zombies' roars came the giant eagle's wailing. It completely awakened the old city. Luo Qingtian suddenly leaped up from his position in front of the giant eagle, landing on its head. Bang, bang, bang. He punched Luo Xianya 3 times in a row. Still running, little bird? I let you out to evolve, and you try to escape. This is the first and last time. I hope you behave yourself from now on, or I destroy your entire paradise. Luo Qingtian punched the giant eagle again. This punch was powerful, sending the giant eagle's head crashing to the ground. The giant body also fell to the ground. 2 tears streamed from the giant eagle's eyes. Luo Qingtian's hand flashed green light, and he quickly released his healing power on the giant eagle. Don't cry, it's embarrassing. You're still the overlord of the sky. The giant eagle, healed, looked at Luo Qingtian with grievance. It no longer dared to claim to be the overlord of the sky. With such a demonic star around, it was destined to be abused by the overlord. As the man and the giant eagle faced off, they were surrounded by zombies. Luo Qingtian suddenly took flight. He drew his bow and unleashed arrows in all directions. The purple lightning was particularly striking against the Black City. Luo Qingtian continuously drew his bow and shot arrows, trying to keep the surrounding zombies at bay. Little Green followed suit and began to absorb the zombies. Luo Xianya was once again surrounded by a swarm of zombies. This time, Luo Qingtian ignored it, completely focused on battling the zombies. After an unknown amount of time, today's wave of zombies was completely wiped out. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to collect the giant eagle and move on, a scream rang out from the eagle. Luo Qingtian turned to see the giant eagle being chased and bitten by several zombies, clutching its wings. In front of the giant eagle stood a man covered in white fur. Luo Qingtian squinted at the man, who appeared as a large red dot on the minimap. Is this another zombie king? Judging from its level, it should be SSS level. No wonder the 5th base considers this a high-risk city. There are more zombie kings here than in Qing City. Luo Qingtian traded his Thunder Bow for the Amos Ice Bow and the Ruoshui Divine Bow. The 2 bows merged, and Luo Qingtian drew his bows and unleashed arrows at the zombies surrounding Luo Xianya. The zombies were quickly frozen. After killing the low-level zombies, Luo Qingtian instantly aimed at the white-haired zombie. He drew his bow and released the arrow, which swiftly flew past, but it missed. The moment the white-haired zombie sensed the incoming arrow, it suddenly vanished from its spot. The next moment, it reappeared in front of Luo Qingtian. A claw with sharp nails suddenly struck Luo Qingtian in the face. Luo Qingtian instantly transformed the 2 arrows in his hands into daggers. As the claw struck, Luo Qingtian unsheathed his dagger and slashed at the claw. The next moment, half of its claw was severed by Luo Qingtian's dagger. Ah! A piercing cry rang out. The white-haired zombie suddenly moved away from Luo Qingtian, its golden eyes fixed on him. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes at the zombie king across from him. This zombie king looked just like a normal human, the only differences being his flowing white hair, his golden eyes, and his sharp nails. This zombie king's appearance was exceptionally handsome. At first glance, he looked like a handsome man from another dimension. Looking at this zombie king, Luo Qingtian felt a surge of anxiety. The fact that these zombie kings appeared so closely resembled humans made Luo Qingtian feel even more certain that nature was creating new humans and eliminating them, the old ones. The white-haired zombie across from him, observing Luo Qingtian staring at him, stretched out his claw, which had been cut off halfway, and looked at it. The next moment, a new hand automatically grew from the cut area. Human, you're amazing. The zombie king across from her said to Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian sighed as she looked at the zombie king. How could she possibly eliminate them? She, Luo Qingtian, would never allow herself or her companions to become abandoned by this world. At this moment, Luo Qingtian's gaze towards the white-haired zombie grew increasingly gloomy and dangerous. While the zombie king was still trying to figure out how to communicate with Luo Qingtian moved. Human. Did you kill the companion who advanced with me? The zombie king whispered to Luo Qingtian, but Luo Qingtian was in no mood to talk to a zombie. By the time the zombie king had finished speaking, she had arrived in front of him. Boom! Luo Qingtian's fist smashed into the zombie king's head, sending him flying. His body flew through the air. But Luo Qingtian had no intention of stopping. Seeing the zombie king being sent flying, she quickly used her clone to switch positions. By the time the zombie king could react, Luo Qingtian had appeared above him. Boom! With another punch, Luo Qingtian slammed the zombie king into the ground. Luo Qingtian landed on the ground, the dagger in his hand reappearing. Your crystal core must be very beautiful. I will gladly accept it tonight. Luo Qingtian's voice echoed eerily above the zombie king's head, filling the trapped zombie king with fear. At this moment, he truly felt that the woman before him was more zombie-like than he was. Watching the woman approach, the zombie king activated his supernatural power. Just as Luo Qingtian reached out to grab the zombie king's head, several white figures suddenly grabbed at her back. Luo Qingtian could sense danger behind her. She suddenly jumped to avoid the attack from the being behind her. Only after she had put some distance between them and the being did she clearly see what was behind her. They were several snow-white cats. But their eyes were crimson, and they were watching Luo Qingtian's attacking movements. Luo Qingtian frowned and looked around. A group of wild cats had suddenly appeared. These cats were mutants. And they were appearing more and more, their fur standing on end, all ready to attack Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian turned to look at the struggling zombie king. Are these the ones you summoned with your supernatural power? So you're summoning power? Luo Qingtian tilted her head. Looking at the zombie king about to be pulled out of the ground, she suddenly laughed. You want these cats to chase me, and then you can escape? Haha, little zombie, you know what? I never miss anything I set my sights on, especially your zombie king crystal core such as the domain. Chapter 563. Luo Qingtian slammed his fist into the ground as soon as he finished speaking. Immediately afterwards, Luo Qingtian, the white-haired zombie, and a group of mutant cats all entered Luo Qingtian's domain. The domain was activated. Luo Qingtian increased the pressure within the domain to maximum. The mutant cats collapsed to the ground upon entering. They struggled to get up, but the pressure was so great that even their strong bodies couldn't withstand it. Luo Qingtian smiled at the mutant cat sprawled on all fours, then turned his gaze to the white-haired zombie. The white-haired zombie was now laboriously moving towards Luo Qingtian, but its pace was very slow. It was obvious that it was struggling. Where was this? A domain? The white-haired zombie had no expression, or perhaps it couldn't express much more. But Luo Qingtian could hear fear in his voice. Luo Qingtian frowned. Zombies having emotions wasn't good news. She didn't want to coexist with such a thing. The thought of teasing was immediately discarded. Luo Qingtian unsheathed his dagger and instantly vanished from the spot. The next moment, the white-haired zombie's head was pierced by the dagger. The disappearance of Luo Qingtian and the white-haired zombie once again prompted the giant eagle outside the area to consider escaping. The giant eagle glanced around, confirming that Luo Qingtian was indeed gone. It flapped its wings, preparing to soar high again. But before it could take flight, a green tentacle suddenly engulfed its body. Then the giant eagle saw a massive creature resembling a ball of seaweed appear before it, its mouth now wide open. He bit towards its head. The giant eagle hadn't been afraid when Luo Qingtian had assaulted it, not even when Luo Qingtian had pierced its wing. It hadn't sensed any murderous intent from Luo Qingtian, but it had watched the seaweed ball creeping closer. For the first time, this overlord of the sky felt death so close. This time, the giant eagle was truly terrified. It screamed at the sky, its voice filled with pleading. By this time, Luo Qingtian had already dealt with the white-haired zombie. He had also burned the group of mutant cats. After disposing of the things in his domain, Luo Qingtian appeared not far from Xiao Lu and the giant eagle, carrying the corpse of the white-haired zombie. As soon as he appeared, he saw Xiao Lu with his mouth wide open, ready to devour the giant eagle. Xiao Lu, that's my ride. After you eat it, I only ride you. Don't you want to try the feeling of soaring through the sky on Luo Xianyao? This successfully silenced Xiao Lu. While being ridden by her own mother wasn't a big deal, being able to ride a bird for a while was certainly a pleasure. Xiao Lu immediately retracted her tentacles and slammed the giant baby to the ground with disdain. The giant eagle climbed up from the ground, this time completely devoid of any desire to escape. It clumsily sauntered over to Luo Qingtian's side, finally bowing its proud head in front of him. Luo Qingtian blinked at the giant eagle's submissive expression. What had Xiao Lu done to this little bird? Why was it so obedient? Not bad. Go back and prepare to evolve. Luo Qingtian was anxious to fight the zombies. After throwing the white-haired zombie's corpse to Xiao Lu, he retracted the giant eagle into his dimension. By this time, she had nearly cleared out the zombies in this area. The few that remained were either too high level and knew they were no match for her, or too low level, and didn't know how to leave their position and search. So Luo Qingtian soared high into the sky again and began wreaking havoc on the buildings. That night, a crimson glow filled the sky as Luo Qingtian destroyed nearly half of the old city. He also blew up a number of zombie kings and lower-level zombies. Luo Qingtian dispatched these zombies with ease. The sky was turning pale. Luo Qingtian prepared to return for the moment and return tomorrow night. Just as she sheathed her weapon, the long-awaited voice echoed in her mind. Kill a certain number of zombies, kill 5 SSS-level zombie kings, kill a certain number of mutants, and reach experience points. Congratulations to the hunter on your level up, and your skill level up. 3 arrows fired at level 41. Trap level 10, Psychic Perception level 12, Growth skill level 21. Expand plant growth area level 500M, Anti-growth ability X8. Increases group life absorption X8. Healing skill level 10, increases healing range by 1000 m. Poisoning skill level 6. Land domain level 14 increases domain area and adds ice and snow attributes. Clone skill level 4, add shadow clone. Rip level 1. Life creation skill +1. Luo Qingtian stood still, listening to the skills recited in his mind, step by step, to more fully understand the details of his upgrade. Luo Qingtian placed his hand on the forearm icon and mentally reviewed the skill upgrades for this level. Seeing his domain suddenly gain attributes, Luo Qingtian instantly thought of the ice and snow domain. Could it be that after absorbing the ice and snow crystal core, his domain had also deteriorated? Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian released his domain towards the ground again. The next moment, Luo Qingtian vanished from the spot. Entering the domain, he saw little change. The ice and snow attribute indicated in the skill was missing. Luo Qingtian tried to call upon ice and snow in his mind, and the next moment, the entire domain instantly turned white. Luo Qingtian was startled, then immediately burst into joy. A domain with gravity and ice and snow. This was simply the weapon of his dreams. Luo Qingtian returned to the space in a good mood. Then he began to review his life skills within the space. His creative skill had been upgraded again. Luo Qingtian activated his creative skill and began to examine the town. He noticed many dotted lines appearing on the town map again. These dotted lines represent where Luo Qingtian can upgrade the town again in space. Luo Qingtian didn't waste time, gesturing toward the dotted lines. The ground in Qingtian town immediately felt a tremor. Everyone rushed out of their homes. They saw the ground they were standing on gradually expanding outward. Seeing this, everyone present instantly understood what was going on. Is our mayor upgrading the town again? Haha, our town was already full of people shortly after the last upgrade. Surely after this upgrade, those waiting in line outside will have somewhere to stay. Everyone chatted and yawned, preparing to go back to sleep. Xin Yuran, He Xiao, and Luo Xiaowu exchanged a glance, then the three of them smiled and went back to sleep. Luo Qingtian continued to control the map, which began to expand. She also bought new blueprints from the icon store. She installed the blueprints on the town, allowing it to automatically build houses. Chapter 564. And so, when everyone woke up, they found their location had changed again. Several new buildings had appeared in front of their building, seemingly unnoticed. There were streets, shops, squares, and parks. Even the town itself had doubled in size. After upgrading the town, Luo Qingtian sat in his space and began examining each icon one by one, hoping to find something like the skylight in the decoration section. It wasn't until his watch alarm rang that Luo Qingtian realized it was time to gather again. Luo Qingtian sheathed his skills. He activated the portal and headed straight back to his dorm. He quickly changed his clothes and hurried downstairs. By the time they gathered, the support team had almost arrived. The number of people at the training ground today was noticeably smaller than usual. Thinking of the fainted people in the cafeteria, Luo Qingtian sighed. Cheng Hua, watching Luo Qingtian run over, felt relieved. Luo Qingtian's arrival at this hour was considered late. In a military training camp, being late is punishable. Cheng Hua stared at Luo Qingtian standing at the side of the team and frowned. Luo Qingtian returned to the team. We do 15 laps together, Luo Qingtian 5 more. Luo Qingtian nodded, joined the team, and began running laps. After an unknown amount of time, everyone stopped, except Luo Qingtian, who continued laps around the training ground. The other students watched Luo Qingtian running alone on the field, their faces filled with gloating. This student is pretty, but she's just too withdrawn. Yeah, I never seen her go to the cafeteria with us, or go shopping. It's because he was taken care of so well at home that he can't even maintain the most basic punctuality. Chunghua's missions were kept secret. So many people at the training camp didn't know that Luo Qingtian was often absent from the camp because she was accompanying him on missions. But after hearing these people pointing fingers at Luo Qingtian, he still felt uncomfortable. As a soldier, he could withstand others' doubts and suspicions. But Luo Qingtian was not a soldier. She didn't deserve these injustices. Chunghua glanced at the group discussing the matter and ran towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian, who had been running alone in the playground, now had a tall figure beside him. Luo Qingtian turned to look at Chunghua, his eyes filled with confusion. Chunghua said, "I know you were very tired when you came back yesterday, so you got up a little late today. So, I accompany you in this punishment." Luo Qingtian looked at Chunghua, feeling not much emotion, but speechless. The mere fact that Chunghua was running with me would definitely cause a stir in the training camp. Is this guy sure he's not looking for trouble? Fortunately, I don't care about that. Just run with me. There are so many fewer people at the training camp today. How are those people at the hospital? I started taking the medication, and it's working well. I should be back in shape after a few more days in the hospital. Hearing Chunghua's words, Luo Qingtian nodded slightly. She actually wanted to ask what exactly was possessing Lin Yu. But Luo Qingtian knew some things were confidential, so she felt Chunghua wouldn't tell her even if she asked. Chunghua noticed Luo Qing's words. He continued in a low voice, "The lab has tested the bugs. They're a type of insect that transmits information, living in colonies, a type of insect. It seems to be a special Zerg device used to disguise themselves as humans and infiltrate crowds to gather information, though the specific species remains unknown." Luo Qingtian looked at Chunghua in surprise. "Isn't this classified? You're telling me just like that?" Chunghua chuckled. "The points you earn from completing missions are enough to know all this." The two chatted obliviously, surprising the students watching nearby. Then someone whispered, "Isn't it true that Instructor Chunghua is Luo Qingtian's cousin? I didn't believe it before, but now I do." But after this, no one agreed. Luo Qingtian and Chunghua had already completed 5 laps, and were heading towards them. I wonder if Chunghua did this on purpose. After the laps today, there were a few more exercises. First, there was obstacle course climbing, from crawling over barbed wire to scaling various high obstacle walls. Then, there was climbing a boom, crossing a stone platform, carrying supplies, and mannequin rescue. Moreover, both the difficulty and the weight were extreme challenges for psychics. Chunghua specifically assigned the gossipers to go first. By the time they finished these projects, the gossipers were exhausted. They sat on the ground, waiting listlessly. They stared at Chunghua in anger, not daring to voice their complaints. At this point, someone fearless shouted, "Instructor, we all run so many projects. Why hasn't Luo Qingtian run? Are you being partial again?" Chunghua narrowed his eyes at the speaker and sneered, "Partial? You think I'm being partial by letting you do these projects? One day, you have to face zombies and mutated plants and animals. Look at you, you can't even lift your hands. You're as delicate as grown women. What? You want to die facing those monsters someday? A few days ago, I took you to the mutant forest, and less than 50% of the teams completed the mission. With such a dismal performance, you're still so ignorant as to accuse me of bias?" Everyone listened to the instructor's words. Although they felt guilty, they still looked at Chunghua with stubbornness and unconvinced eyes. They were still waiting for Luo Qingtian to embarrass himself. After all, Luo Qingtian's excuse for leave before now was always illness. "Unconvinced, huh? Today, I make you lose convincingly," Chunghua said, looking at Luo Qingtian. "Luo Qingtian, step out. Here." Luo Qingtian walked to the first obstacle course, the barbed wire fence. "Instructor, I'm ready. Begin," Chunghua said, and Luo Qingtian ran out. Luo Qingtian hurtled over the obstacles and crossed the suspension bridge at lightning speed, completing the tasks quickly and effortlessly. Then he returned to the team with unwavering ease. This time, everyone was silent. Chunghua breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Luo Qingtian return effortlessly. It was after running 5 laps with Luo Qingtian that he discovered Luo Qingtian's surprisingly good physique. Thinking of the many missions Luo Qingtian had accompanied them on, always returning safely, that was why he wanted Luo Qingtian to do these projects. The results were truly unexpectedly good. Chunghua looked at the trainees with a smug look. "Do you have the nerve to accuse me of bias now? Dismiss now, go back and reflect on yourselves, and all training will be doubled tomorrow." Everyone screamed in agony, and after dismissing Luo Qingtian, he turned and ran out of the training camp. Chapter 565. Zheng Hua frowned as he watched Luo Qingtian retreat. After just such an intense training session, Luo Qingtian could still run away so easily. Zheng Hua suddenly felt as if he had never truly understood Luo Qingtian. He thought of how he had been when they went on missions together. Luo Qingtian always seemed so calm and composed, as if she didn't care about anything. Now that she thought about it, Luo Qingtian wasn't indifferent, but simply wasn't afraid. And was she always able to return safely? Was she just lucky? Zheng Hua thought of this and headed outside. After leaving the training camp, Luo Qingtian went to Sky City again. Exiting the station, Luo Qingtian once again looked at the towering Future Technology Company headquarters in the distance. But Luo Qingtian ultimately headed in the opposite direction. These days, Future Technology Company is bustling with people, and if she went in to investigate her parents' information now, she'd easily be discovered. So, she could only suppress her anxiety and head towards the trading hall of the 5th base. Luo Qingtian used food, vegetables, and the points in his account to nearly empty the entire 5th base trading hall of crystal cores. After taking the crystal cores, Luo Qingtian was quickly targeted by a group of people. A man in white sat in the cafe, leisurely watching the passers-by below, accompanied by a subordinate who was reporting on the situation. "Brother, that woman looks very fragile. She bought so many crystal cores, probably for some faction. Now our people have been following them all the way. What do you think we should do?" Sui Huai drank his coffee and frowned. "Are you sure it was some faction that bought them? Only the West District would dare to come to our East District and buy so many crystal cores like this?" His subordinates nodded in agreement. "Yes, boss. Shall we rob them?" Sui Huai stood up and said with a smile, "Shen Yin has come to our doorstep. How can we not go? Once we get this batch of goods, we can openly sell them on the black market. I don't believe he can sit still," Sui Huai said as he picked up the coat hanging on the chair, put it on, and headed downstairs. After obtaining the crystal cores, Luo Qingtian gave them all to the space. He needed to upgrade the space anyway, and upgrading his superpowers also depended on absorbing crystal cores and killing zombies. Now that he had bought so many crystal cores, he would go clear the zombies from the other half of the city tonight. Maybe he could upgrade to another level. Hopefully, this time, the Sky Curtain will be included in the creative superpower. Perhaps because of his 3rd evolution, Luo Qingtian always felt that Sunny Town was unsafe. As Luo Qingtian pondered this, unconsciously, he came to a corner. After turning a corner, several burly men appeared before Luo Qingtian. "Girl, I heard you bought quite a few crystal cores." Luo Qingtian took 2 steps back. "Well, do you want them?" The burly man smiled lewdly upon hearing this. "Haha, you're quite tactful, little girl. Don't be afraid, little girl. I know you're a space-based psychic. As long as you hand over the items, we won't make things difficult for you, nor will we take any more from your space." Luo Qingtian nodded in understanding. "Is that so? Then, do you say I should give them to you, to him, or to him?" Luo Qingtian pointed in different directions. Then a group of psychics jumped down from different directions and surrounded Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian shrugged and said, "Are you all together?" Watching the various forces chasing him, Luo Qingtian felt a sudden amusement. After all, Zheng Hua had told him yesterday that the 5th base, under military jurisdiction, was safer than the other bases. This slap in the face was truly unexpected. At this moment, the psychics surrounding Luo Qingtian all looked at each other with hostility. From East City, from West City, from North City, Luo Qingtian leaned against the wall behind him, observing them with a half-smile. From the sound of it, it seemed like there were 3 forces. He was curious. Why weren't there any from South City? Before Luo Qingtian could comprehend the situation, he heard the 3 factions discussing how to seize Luo Qingtian's goods and engage in a fight. One person frowned and looked at the other 2. Then he heard someone from one side curse. "What are you thinking? The military is nearby. How badly do you want to get in?" At this moment, a man jokingly said, "You can't fight, and you can't rob. How about this? Let's split it up equally among the 3 factions?" At this point, one person gritted his teeth and said, "You wish. This is under our jurisdiction." The opposing faction's objection ultimately failed, and the 3 factions decided to divide the crystal core in Luo Qingtian's hands equally. At this point, everyone looked at Luo Qingtian. "Little girl, hand over the crystal core." Luo Qingtian was dressed in black. She wore a black mask and a black baseball cap. She had been leaning against the wall, listening to the three factions' argument with amusement, her head lowered. Now, all three factions simultaneously turned their attention to her. A rare, bloodthirsty smile crossed Luo Qingtian's face. So, have you finished your discussion? The three groups of people looked at Luo Qingtian and approached. Stop talking nonsense. You, a little girl, dare to come out alone with so many things? You're clearly bringing us resources. If you want to live, give them away. Before the man could finish his words, he felt a bright gray light pierce his chest. This scene startled everyone present. They all looked forward to Luo Qingtian. You did it? You dare to attack us with so many of us here? Do you want to die? Luo Qingtian raised his hand. Then die? Luo Qingtian finished speaking, and countless bright gray rays burst out from the ground, trapping everyone present. Then, in a split second, these people were pierced by the bright gray rays. Then, their life force was instantly drained by Luo Qingtian. Finally, they fell to the ground like pieces of rags. Luo Qingtian looked at the human skin-like creatures before him with disgust. Flames instantly appeared in his hand. Luo Qingtian incinerated them all. Then she turned her head and looked not far away. The next moment, Luo Qingtian had vanished. When she reappeared, she was standing in front of Sui Hui. So one of these three parties belongs to you? Luo Qingtian looked at the frightened Sui Hui with a half smile, while Sui Hui stared at the woman in front of him in horror. He felt truly foolish. The person before him dared to come out alone to buy so many things. He must be either very powerful or have a strong background. He had been doing business in Sky City for so long, how could he have forgotten this? He stared at Luo Qingtian, terrified, and suddenly fell to his knees. Lady, spare us. We have no other intentions. Luo Qingtian would not let such a robber or thief go. She reached out to strangle Sui Hui. Suddenly, a military green figure flashed by in the distance. Chapter 566. Luo Qingtian turned and saw Cheng Hua leading a group of soldiers towards her. I let you go for now. If you dare reveal my information, I come back and kill you. Luo Qingtian's figure instantly vanished. Cheng Hua and his men ran past, only to see Sui Hui sitting on the ground with a terrified look on his face. Cheng Hua frowned at Sui Hui. This man looked familiar. He looked again and realized. Isn't this the man who had pestered Luo Qingtian that day, asking to take her for a ride? Cheng Hua walked up to Sui Hui and asked, what happened? You look like you've been frightened, haven't you? Sui Hui glanced at the soldiers before him, intending to tell them about Luo Qingtian's instantaneous massacre. As the words reached his lips, Luo Qingtian's dark, deep eyes suddenly appeared in his mind. Sui Hui froze, a surge of fear washing over him. The words on his lips suddenly changed. Nothing, I'm just looking for someone. Cheng Hua sneered at Sui Hui. Sui Hui, head of the black market in Sky City's East District. I have a small fortune, owning 2 properties in Sky City. It seems the black market has made you a lot of money. So someone cleared out the crystal cores in the trading hall today, and you got the news, and came here looking for buyers? Cheng Hua finished, scooping Sui Hui up from the ground. How could the 5th base have rats like you, forever living in dark corners, profiting from human suffering? Do you have a heart? Sui Hui finally recovered. He frowned at Cheng Hua's grasp on his collar, struggling to free himself. Heart? Ha ha, sir, you only investigated me, and don't have any substantial evidence, so why are you being so rude to me? Besides, I'm waiting for my girlfriend here. What's with all the excitement? Cheng Hua narrowed his eyes. Waiting for your girlfriend? Didn't you say you were looking for someone here? Sui Hui looked at Cheng Hua, and instantly remembered something. A wicked smile crossed his face. My girlfriend? Don't you know, sir? You fought me over it. We're having a date here today. This was clearly referring to Luo Qingtian. Cheng Hua looked at Sui Hui grimly, his fists clenched, the bones crackling under his fingertips. Anyone could tell Cheng Hua was furious. Although he didn't think Luo Qingtian would be interested in someone like that, the thought of Luo Qingtian running out after training made Cheng Hua feel a little irritated. Say it again. Cheng Hua looked at Sui Hui and suddenly reached out to strangle him. Chin Chin, who was standing beside him, suddenly approached Cheng Hua. Captain, the news says Qingtian was spotted at the mall, apparently shopping. Zhou Chong just saw her standing at a counter, making a phone call. Upon hearing Luo Qingtian's news, Cheng Hua turned and headed out. Take him back for a thorough investigation. Didn't you say we have no evidence? Then we have to ask Mr. Sui to come back to the military region and cooperate with the investigation. Luo Qingtian was currently calling Qin Lang at a counter. Boss, what's going on? Luo Qing, I discovered something since arriving at the 5th base. I've been deceived by a hypocritical hypocrite who's trying to trick me into working for future technology. He's even using despicable means to enslave me. So, do you want to hear my revenge plan? Qin Lang, on the other end of the line, was paralyzed with fear. After all, these sisters could destroy the entire base with a single disagreement. They're both good and evil, depending on their own whims. Now that he's found out I deceived him, he might want to kill me. Boss, what do you want to do? Qin Lang asked nervously. V me 500,000 points, and I tell you the detailed plan. Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Today, he received news that someone had cleared out all the crystal cores in the East District of Sky City. Now it looks like this boss is responsible. Perhaps the boss is desperate for a level up and needs the cores. At this thought, Qin Lang felt a sense of relief. Okay, boss, wait a minute. Your points will be credited to your account shortly. I hope you enjoy the 5th base. After saying this, Qin Lang quickly hung up the phone, then found Luo Qingqian's points account card and immediately transferred 500,000 points to her. After Luo Qingqian hung up, she stared at the fingerless gloves on the counter. They were obviously made of animal hide, very flexible, and could also be used as hand guards. But while these gloves were nice, they couldn't compare to the ones from his own space. Just as Luo Qingqian was waiting for his points to arrive, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Give me these gloves. Luo Qingqian turned and saw Cheng Hua standing beside him, holding the very gloves he had just been eyeing. Instructor Cheng, what are you doing here? Cheng Hua smiled and said, something happened just now. I take care of it. These are for you. Cheng Hua handed the gloves to Luo Qingqian. Luo Qingqian shook his head. No need. I don't need them. Cheng Hua didn't believe Luo Qingqian's words. After all, the girl had been staring at the gloves for a long time. But they were indeed quite expensive. He wants over 5,000 points. The girl's reluctance is understandable. Luckily, he has plenty. I just saw you here for a long time. If you like it, take it. Don't feel burdened. After all, we're taking you on another mission in a couple of days. This can protect your hands. Our team members are all counting on you for healing, Cheng Hua said, as he shoved the gloves into Luo Qingqian's hands. Luo Qingqian's mouth twitched. I really don't need it. The things produced in my own space are 10 times better than this. But seeing Cheng Hua's hopeful expression, Luo Qingqian nodded awkwardly. Okay, thank you, instructor. I return it to you when the points for this mission with you are distributed. After all, she had used all her points to buy crystal cores, and she hadn't checked whether the points Qin Lang had given her had arrived. Cheng Hua saw Luo Qingqian accept his gift, and his smile widened. Well, you don't have to be so polite with me. Aren't we on the same team? I ask for it when I need anything. Luo Qingqian nodded, grabbed his gloves, and was about to leave. Well, instructor, I was just out for a stroll. Now that I've found what I wanted, I'm going back. Luo Qingqian was about to leave when Cheng Hua stepped forward and said, My car is outside. I just finished my mission. Let me take you home. Luo Qingqian grumbled inwardly. He wanted to go to other districts to check out the crystal core. Why did this guy like to follow him so much? Did he realize something was wrong with him? No, he absolutely couldn't let her find out. Otherwise, he'd be stuck trying to find out about his parents. Luo Qingqian nodded immediately. Okay. Thank you, instructor. As they chatted, they headed towards the car. Just then, Chen Chen approached, escorting Sui Hui. Sui Hui's pupils dilated when he saw Luo Qingqian. Chapter 567. Luo Qingqian also saw Sui Hui at this time. Fortunately, she had already changed her clothes. She turned to look at Cheng Hua beside her. Is he your mission? Cheng Hua smiled but said nothing. It's getting late. I take you home first. Luo Qingqian nodded and prepared to get in the car. Sui Hui stared at Luo Qingqian, his heart already in turmoil. If he hadn't recognized the woman in black before, now he was certain that the woman in the pink Chanel-style suit in front of him was the woman in black who had just killed so many people in the blink of an eye. Appearance can change, clothes can change, but eyes cannot. Luo Qingqian's eyes were dark and deep. He seemed to be smiling, but the deep coldness hidden in them was enough to send fear to the heart with just one glance. Sui Hui lowered his head and didn't dare look at Luo Qingqian again. He even tried to stop himself from shaking until Luo Qingqian and Cheng Hua left. Sui Hui sat down weakly on the ground. Luo Qingqian sat in Cheng Hua's car and followed him to the training camp. As Cheng Hua drove, he handed Luo Qingqian a letter. Take a look. This is a top-secret mission from the 5th base, and that's where we be heading these next few days. This trip is a life or death mission, very dangerous. I don't understand why you were given this mission, but I asked, and you can choose not to go this time. Luo Qingtian turned on the gear and looked. At the top of the gear was a photo. The photo showed a red tree that resembled a burning flame. If the photo didn't show the flame tree's massive size, Luo Qingtian would have mistaken it for red foxtail grass. At the top of this fire tree are tiny silvery white flowers. The photo reads fire tree and silver flowers. The data below shows that this tree grows in a cave and belches out flames daily. The flames sink into the ground, forming a red substance resembling magma. The silvery white flowers are very dangerous, as they can accelerate the spread of the red magma. This mutant plant's danger index is the highest in the 5th base. The current combined danger value of this plant tested exceeds 5,000 plus. Luo Qingtian frowned as she read the information about the fire tree. It reminded her of the piranha plant in the 4th base. The two plants look very similar, except that the piranha plant eats people. The one in the photo can ignite fire. Where is this place? The mutant forest? Chunghua glanced at Luo Qingtian, somewhat surprised by his attitude. After learning the mutant tree's stats, he remained so calm. Chunghua wondered if Luo Qingtian knew the dangers of this tree. It's in the mutated forest, but in the original forest. We have surveillance cameras near the original forest, monitoring the tree's evolution daily. Acid rain a few days ago caused the tree to evolve 3 times, and now we can't monitor its readings. It was previously at 2,000 plus, but as for its current reading, it's conservatively no less than 5,000 plus. The high-temperature red liquid it spews is already approaching lava. If this tree continues to rage, I'm afraid the 5th base will be gone. That's why I said this mission was a life-or-death struggle. Luo Qingtian gathered the materials and looked at Chunghua, saying, "This mission is so dangerous, I'm sure the reward for completing it will be substantial, let alone something as illusory as points." By then, the car had arrived at the training camp's main gate. Chunghua stopped and looked at Luo Qingtian seriously. "So, according to you, you're planning to take the mission? The reward for this mission is up to you. As long as the 5th base and future technology company can deliver, it's up to you." Chunghua's gaze on Luo Qingtian became extremely serious and earnest. "Luo Qingtian, the missions you're receiving are becoming increasingly dangerous. I'm really curious about your true identity." Luo Qingtian opened the car door, stood outside, and waved to Chunghua. "I'm your trainee instructor. I'd be heading back now. Remember to call me when you need a mission." Luo Qingtian turned and walked into the training camp's main gate. Chunghua looked at Luo Qingtian's back with a complicated expression. At first, he had only had a passing interest in this young woman, but after Luo Qingtian accompanied him on several solo missions, he discovered her uniqueness and determination. Now it seemed that Luo Qingtian wasn't as simple as she appeared. It was even possible that even the higher-ups knew of her. So who exactly is this Luo Qingtian? Chunghua picked up the documents Luo Qingtian had set aside inside. No matter who she was, if they could return safely from this mission, he wanted to try to take his relationship with Luo Qingtian a step further. This was the first time in all his years that he truly cared so much about a member of the opposite sex. Chunghua thought about this and started calling his superiors. "Commander, she's accepted the mission." At night, in the dead of night, Luo Qingtian arrived at the old city again. This time, she changed her destination, heading to the other half of the city. At that moment, the zombies were wandering aimlessly through the city. Luo Qingtian, clad in combat fatigues, slowly descended from the sky, landing on a towering lamppost and standing at its tip. From above, she gazed down at the zombies pacing the ground, instantly switching to the thunder bow in her hand. Luo Qingtian drew her bow and unleashed her arrows. 12 arrows swiftly shot out. Merge. The 12 arrows instantly merged into 4. Purple beams of lightning, carried by the arrows, flew out, charging towards the zombies ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions and electric shocks echoed through the darkness. The zombies on the ground alternated between a stalemate and being bombarded and electrocuted. The arrows, after flying out, darted back and forth among the zombies, until all the zombies stood still, receiving varying degrees of shock. "Wow, my fused lightning arrows can even track." Luo Qingtian watched the zombies below, all frozen in place. She threw Shilu down. "Go eat." Little Green quickly jumped down and began devouring the zombies. Luo Qingtian stood on a high vantage point, gazing around. Are these all the zombies left in the old city? Luo Qingtian felt something was amiss. She jumped off the lamppost. She walked toward the shops lining the street. She zoomed out to the mini-map, carefully searching for zombies. Soon, she spotted a few small red dots in a shop. Luo Qingtian switched from the thunder bow to the broken dagger. Luo Qingtian pushed open the shop door and walked inside. Suddenly, a man rushed out. He reached out and struck Luo Qingtian in the face. Luo Qingtian leaned back slightly, and the dagger in his hand suddenly flipped. The blade of the dagger spun 360 degrees in Luo Qingtian's hand. Then, the man's wrist was severed by Luo Qingtian's dagger. Chapter 568. Ah! The man screamed, stumbling upstairs, holding onto his severed hand with one hand. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow at the fleeing man, then followed him step by step, ascending the stairs together. At the end of the stairs, 3 men appeared simultaneously. They attacked Luo Qingtian in unison. Luo Qingtian's movements were as swift as a ghost. She dodged all the attacks. The dagger in her hand spun, like a nimble windmill, slicing off the arms of all 3 men. The 3 one-armed warriors quickly retreated and stood in a corner, staring at Luo Qingtian in horror. Then, their bodies shone with different colored radiances, intending to use their supernatural powers to continue the battle with Luo Qingtian. Who are you, and why did you come to our house? One of the men shouted in fear at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qing, I just came to take a look, but you attacked me the moment I entered. I thought you did it on purpose. The men across from me exchanged glances and said, damn zombies. Don't think we trust you just because you're pretending to be human. If you come any closer, we die with you. Luo Qingtian laughed. You call me a zombie? The 3 men, seeing Luo Qingtian smile, grew even more panicked. At this moment, their supernatural powers converged, and they attacked Luo Qingtian in unison. Luo Qingtian's figure instantly vanished, reappearing in front of the 3 men. Luo Qingtian's dagger slashed across their necks, sending their heads careening to the ground. Luo Qingtian crouched before the men's heads, donning gloves, and used his knife to pry open their skulls, beginning to dig inside. Finally, she pulled out 3 colorful zombie crystal cores. Luo Qingtian took out some water and washed them clean. She glanced disdainfully at the 3 corpses lying on the ground. Xiao Dao must have opened his eyes. Do zombies now think they're human? Luo Qingtian then kicked the 3 corpses out the window. They landed right next to Xiaolu outside. Xiaolu looked down at the zombies that had fallen beside her and, without a second thought, devoured them in one gulp. Luo Qingtian walked out of the store. She zoomed back to the full list on the minimap. She quickly moved between the shops on both sides. She captured quite a few zombie kings that had evolved into human forms. A great harvest. When Luo Qingtian emerged, her lips curled slightly, revealing a cheerful mood. The zombies outside had been dealt with by Xiaolu. Luo Qingtian looked around. The entire city was silent, with only the sound of the wind to be heard. It looks like there really are no zombies left here. Luo Qingtian glanced at his experience points with some regret. He was still at least halfway to his goal. At this rate, reaching another level seemed unlikely. It seemed he'd have to go to Sky City to buy crystal cores after daybreak. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian stored Little Green in his space, letting it spit out the cores. He then took to the sky and began searching the entire old city for any zombies that had escaped. Luo Qingtian zoomed out to the maximum size of the mini-map, and diligently began searching the skies above the old city. After searching for about 2 hours, the sky began to lighten slightly. Luo Qingtian decided to give up, and go back to rest. Luo Qingtian descended toward the ground, preparing to retrieve the portal once he reached the surface. But before he could land, a wind blade flew towards him. The wind blade, massive, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, carried a chilling bloodthirsty edge. It reached Luo Qingtian's body in a flash. At that moment, Luo Qingtian's body was severed by the scythe, and he fell to the ground. In the distance, a black figure swiftly flew toward where Luo Qingtian had landed, then flew back toward the ground. Damn human, you killed so many of my compatriots. Today, I'm going to devour you. A man with black wings appeared beside Luo Qingtian's body. Luo Qingtian's body fell to the ground. Strangely, despite being cut open, not much blood flowed. The black-winged man frowned at Luo Qingtian's corpse, and was about to bend down to pick it up when, suddenly, a dagger pierced his body. Then, he was kicked back with a powerful force. Bang! The man flew out, quickly using his wings to steady himself in the air. But before he could steady himself, Luo Qingtian suddenly appeared overhead. Boom boom boom. Luo Qingtian kicked the man's head several times. He then shoved him into the ground. The man was furious, and a whirlwind of wind surrounded him, forcibly pulling him out of the ground. Then he spun in midair like a top. Small wind blades shot out from around him in all directions. A swarm of wind blades, as big as scimitars, shot towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian dodged back and forth in the air. A closer look would reveal that, despite the numerous wind blades, not a single one could touch Luo Qingtian's body. And now, Luo Qingtian was inching closer to the man. Boom! Luo Qingtian struck the man's head with another punch, knocking his head sideways. The man stopped spinning, and the same wind blade stopped too. Seeing Luo Qingtian approaching, the man was once again enveloped in a whirlwind. He turned and ran away. But before he had gotten far, his body slammed heavily to the ground. Zombie King? Wind element? Impressive. It destroyed one of my clones. The wind blades had appeared too quickly, leaving Luo Qingtian with no choice but to use a clone to replace herself. If the clone had automatically disappeared after its time expired, Luo Qingtian herself would have been unharmed and could continue using the clone. But the clone had been snapped in half. This had a slight impact on Luo Qingtian, forcing her to use only one clone for a while. The others needed to recuperate. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian felt a surge of anger. It was my carelessness that caused my clone to break. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian moved again. The next moment, she appeared beside the Zombie King, grabbed its head, and pinned it to the ground with a beating. You destroyed one of my clones, and you still want to die a quick death. Luo Qingtian pummeled the Zombie King's head with punch after punch, until the Zombie King's head was flattened. Luo Qingtian lifted the Zombie King up again. He forcibly plucked off its black wings. Xiaolu had already expelled all of the crystal cores into the space, and was just about to take a breath, when Luo Qingtian grabbed her, and took her out. Once out of the space, Luo Qingtian pointed at the half-dead Zombie King on the ground and said, "Eat it." Xiaolu leaped over, and devoured the Zombie King in one gulp. Then, she noticed on the mini-map that her area was now filled with tiny red dots. Chapter 569. Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes. Where did these little red dots come from? Luo Qingtian leaped up, her entire body soaring into the sky. High above, a swarm of winged zombies rushed towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian frowned at the zombies filling the sky. She was certain these zombies hadn't existed when she was there just now. It was as if these zombies had appeared out of thin air. Luo Qingtian quickly switched to the flying fire mysterious art. She drew her bow and shot. The flaming arrow shot out, then exploded, sending brilliant sparks flying through the air. But after the arrows had passed, the number of zombies in the sky increased, not decreased. They all rushed towards Luo Qingtian again. Luo Qingtian flew quickly in the sky for a moment, then gained some distance. Luo Qingtian fell to the ground. Just as Luo Qingtian landed, suddenly, pairs of hands shot out from the ground, one of which grabbed Luo Qingtian's ankle. Then Luo Qingtian saw zombies begin to crawl out from the ground, gradually moving towards her. Luo Qingtian instantly switched from the flying fire mysterious bow to a tang sword. Luo Qingtian swung the sword at the ground, severing the zombie hands that were grasping her. Then, Luo Qingtian leaped to her feet, trying to distance herself from the zombies on the ground again. But now, zombies were attacking her both on the ground and in the sky. Luo Qingtian threw Xiaolu out. She let Xiaolu fight alongside her against the zombies, while she, tang sword in hand, began to weave through the swarm. After a while, Luo Qingtian realized she had killed many zombies, but strangely, the number of zombies on the ground and in the sky had increased, not decreased. Not far away, Xiaolu was looking around in confusion, neither devouring the zombies nor moving. Suddenly, a zombie rushed over and slashed Luo Qingtian's arm. Luo Qingtian released a healing power onto his arm. Then he stood still. The zombies, noticing Luo Qingtian's inaction, rushed towards him like a tide. Soon, Luo Qingtian was overwhelmed by the zombies. After the zombie swarm dispersed, Luo Qingtian's figure was nowhere to be found. No! How could there be no figure? A man's voice rang out, and then someone from the zombie swarm rushed out, heading straight for where Luo Qingtian had disappeared. Suddenly, a flash of cold light flashed in the sky, and the next moment, an ice arrow shot towards him. It landed at the man's feet, forming a patch of white ice. The man's feet were frozen, and he began to struggle, trying to free himself. But the more he struggled, the faster the ice beneath his feet froze, spreading up his legs and across his body. "Human, damn it, where are you? Where are you?" As soon as he finished shouting, a dagger pierced his chest. And Luo Qingtian grabbed its head. "You dog zombie, you taken away another of my clones. Die!" With that, Luo Qingtian forcefully crushed the zombie's head. The zombie king died, and all the zombies in the sky and on the ground vanished. Then Luo Qitian tossed the zombie's body to Xiaolu. Xiaolu swallowed it whole. Luo Qitian took out some water and began to wash the blood off his hands. Shortly after Xiaolu devoured the zombie, something like ripples appeared in its eyes. As it looked at Luo Qitian, ripples of water rippled outward from its eyes. It drifted to Luo Qitian's side, extending a tentacle and placing it on his hand. "Mommy, I got a new power, illusion," Xiaolu said, looking off into the distance. Then, on the ground and in the sky, she saw zombies identical to the ones from before. But they stood there motionless, like puppets. Luo Qitian curiously approached the puppets and reached out to touch them. They were still solid. The only difference was that they didn't last long before disappearing. "Are you sure this is an illusion?" Xiaolu conjured up another zombie, standing there, nodding up and down at Luo Qitian. "Yes, it's an illusion, the name is illusion." Luo Qitian understood. The general meaning was that the name of this power was the same as tear and freeze, illusion. As for what these solid bodies were, Xiaolu herself didn't know. But thinking back, when he had previously battled these illusions, she didn't notice anything amiss. Instead, small red dots appeared on the minimap. Luo Qitian thought to herself and glanced at the minimap again. This time, instead of red dots, they showed small green dots. These dots only flashed across the map. Then, they vanished, but the zombies that had conjured up across from her remained. Luo Qitian rubbed her swollen forehead, somewhat puzzled by this power. By this time, daybreak had already arrived, and the alarm on her watch began to ring. Luo Qitian covered her face. Damn it! She was going to be late again. But now, covered in blood, she definitely couldn't go to class like this. She immediately returned to the space with Xiaolu. Luo Qitian quickly ran back to the villa and took a quick shower. He then took out the portal and returned directly to 501. Opening the door, Luo Qitian didn't rush to the elevator, but first went to the window to check on the training grounds. Cheng-Hua was standing in front of the team, looking grimly, and it seemed the entire team was now missing only her. Luo Qitian covered his face and found a window on the side of the hallway, glancing around to make sure she wasn't visible. Luo Qitian jumped directly from the 5th floor. Bang! The landing was a bit loud, but Luo Qitian didn't care and quickly ran towards the training grounds. Report. Cheng-Hua looked at Luo Qitian expressionlessly. Why are you late? Luo Qitian looked at Cheng-Hua and said calmly, You just got up. With that, everyone in the room jumped up. Cheng-Hua stared at Luo Qitian with a sullen expression. Luo Qitian, run 30 laps by yourself. Yes. Luo Qitian began to run. Luo Qingqian's pace wasn't fast, but it certainly wasn't slow either. It was like a normal person sprinting. Cheng-Hua frowned at Luo Qingqian's pace, his heart pounding. Was this girl running so fast? Was she mad at him? Could her body handle it? After a night of fighting, Luo Qingqian was indeed a little tired. So she didn't try to hide her strength while running. The pace of the laps gradually increased. A normal person would take several hours to run 30 laps, but Luo Qingqian did it in less than an hour. After finishing, Luo Qingqian returned to Cheng-Hua. Instructor, I'm done. Cheng-Hua looked at Luo Qingqian with a complicated expression. 30 laps? A normal person would be exhausted and panting after that. Even he would feel tired after finishing. But this girl wasn't blushing or panting. Chapter 570. For the first time, Cheng-Hua began to doubt himself. Is this why the higher-ups kept demanding Luo Qingqian be brought along on the mission? Return to the team. Yes, Luo Qingqian marched back to the team. Then the station began a new training session today. After the series of training sessions, everyone was exhausted and panting, some even sitting on the ground. Luo Qingqian turned and ran out of the training camp again. Cheng-Hua was once again shocked by Luo Qingqian. She ran 30 laps and completed so many training sessions, and this girl was like nothing happened? Is she a normal person? Many people saw Luo Qingqian leave. Someone whispered, Is this Luo Qingqian still human? She ran 30 more laps than us and participated in so many training sessions, and she still had the energy to run. She must be an Iron Man, right? I think she's underappreciated in the support department. As everyone was discussing this, Cheng-Hua chased after her. But soon after, he realized that Luo Qingqian had vanished. Was she angry? She must be heading to Sky City so soon, right? Actually, he only completed 30 laps today. Seeing Luo Qingqian's calm expression, she somehow managed to say 30 laps. Cheng Hua sighed, got in her car, and headed straight for Sky City. Luo Qingtian was already standing in Sky City's West District. This time, Luo Qingtian didn't take the car. It would have cost points. So, she chose to fly directly. This time, however, she flew to Sky City's West District. Arriving in West District, she found the trading hall and used all her points to empty the crystal core once again. Looking at the 100 balance displayed on her points card, Luo Qingtian sighed. Leveling up is so hard. These past few days, she devoured no fewer than 1,000,000 crystal cores, both through playing and buying. And yet, her experience points weren't full yet. She glanced inside her space. Well, there were still quite a few crystal cores left, so the space probably hadn't consumed them all yet. Thinking this way, Luo Qingtian turned and began to wander around Xiqing District. The Sky City is divided into east, west, south, and north. The last time they came to capture me, they went to the east, west, and north, but not the south. I wonder if anyone will come looking for me this time. Luo Qingtian deliberately slowed down her pace, heading into narrow alleys and corners. After walking for a while, she soon noticed a group of people following her. It seemed they'd gotten the same news here as they had in Dongcheng District. Surprisingly, there were even more people coming this time than last time. Luo Qingtian stopped in the center of a cross alley. Come out, these people rushed out quickly. You bitch, you're the one who bought the crystal core in Dongcheng District, right? Tell me, what have you done to our people? The first person to rush out glared at Luo Qingtian fiercely. Luo Qingtian smiled and said, they're all dead. Where else do you think they went? At this moment, others rushed out. Hand over your things, or we make you wish you were dead. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and threw Xiaolu out. Tie them all up and see if they have any points cards. I heard points cards can be used for direct transfers. At this, Xiaolu instantly extended hundreds of tentacles and tied up the men. After tying them up, Xiaolu didn't forget to use his tentacles to search their bodies. Sure enough, they found points cards and some crystal cores on these people. Luo Qingtian took the points cards and transferred them all to her own card, leaving no one behind. When they were all transferred, Luo Qingtian stamped his foot on the ground. A bright gray light pierced the hearts of these people, and these psychics instantly lost some of their lives. Eat them. Let's go. Although Xiaolu looked disgusted, she obediently swallowed them all, swallowing them whole. Luo Qingtian took out a map and looked at it, deciding to head directly to the North District. Tucked Xiaolu back into her hair, Luo Qingtian headed straight for the North District. Thankfully, this robbery had added hundreds of thousands of points to her points card. She bought another large number of crystal cores. Then she headed straight to the South District. The South District looked relatively empty. The buildings were all offices. There wasn't even a stock exchange to be found. But overall, it seemed much quieter and safer than the other three districts. Even the traffic and pedestrians were relatively few. Moreover, most of the people walking back and forth on these streets were elderly survivors. Watching them stroll leisurely along the streets, Luo Qingtian couldn't help but sigh. Could there be some powerful figure in charge of this South City district? Otherwise, it would be too peaceful, Luo Qingtian thought as he began to stroll through the South City district. Until a voice rang out from a distance. Qingtian, why are you here? Luo Qingtian turned his head and saw Cheng Hua, smiling, walking towards him across the street. Behind Cheng Hua, a large plaque read, Yin Country 5th Base People's Liberation Army Military Region. At that moment, Luo Qingtian finally understood why the South City district was so comfortable and safe. The entire military district is located here. Those people from the underground trading scene wouldn't dare to do business here. Oh, I came here to buy something. I don't know how I ended up here. Luo Qingtian looked at the military compound behind Cheng Hua. Cheng Hua looked back and smiled. I usually live here. Would you like to go in and take a look? I can take you in. Luo Qingtian shook his head. No, I want to buy something. How do I get to the stock exchange here? Cheng Hua smiled and said, Nancheng District is an industrial area, and there are military garrisons here. That's why exchanges aren't allowed here. If you want to buy anything, I drive you there. Luo Qingtian shook his head. No need, I just want to go shopping. Instructor, go take care of your own business. Luo Qingtian turned and walked away. Cheng Hua, watching Luo Qingtian's back, quickly caught up with him. Qingtian, I punished you this morning. Are you angry? Luo Qingtian turned to look at Cheng Hua. No, being late is my fault. Instructor, the punishment was right. Cheng Hua saw that Luo Qingtian was still about to leave and handed him his mission letter. Tomorrow, We're going to carry out the highest SSS level mission. This is the mission letter. Even if I don't meet you here today, I will still find you. Luo Qingtian took the mission letter, looked at it, and said, okay. When do we leave tomorrow? Changhua actually wanted to say, why don't we stay and discuss tomorrow's operation together? But seeing Luo Qingtian's calm, almost indifferent expression, Changhua swallowed his words. Tomorrow morning, we be on the move at 8 o'clock. I pick you up around 7 o'clock. Okay. Thank you, instructor. Luo Qingtian turned and left. Changhua had initially wanted to see Luo Qingtian off. But before he could even utter the words, Luo Qingtian had already vanished. Chapter 571. Luo Qingtian left, and went straight back to the space. The space was now littered with crystal cores. She sighed as she looked at the cores sunken into the ground, clasping her hands together and praying, please, please, give me a sky curtain this time. Luo Qingtian's desire for the sky curtain grew stronger. She felt that only by obtaining it could the town's safety be completely guaranteed. Because she had a mission the next day, Luo Qingtian didn't go out to kill zombies that day. Instead, she slept soundly in her room. The next morning, Luo Qingtian was awakened by a phone call. She yawned and sat up in bed. Outside the training camp, Changhua was already waiting. Upon seeing Luo Qingtian emerge, he quickly got out of the car, walked to the passenger seat, and opened the door for him. He then politely helped Luo Qingtian into the car. Luo Qingtian sat drowsily, his eyes slightly squinting, looking completely exhausted. Changhua handed Luo Qingtian the breakfast he had prepared, his tone apologetic. The mutant forest is very dangerous at night, so we have to leave early. Let's eat something first. Changhua prepared 2 meat buns and a bottle of mineral water. Luo Qingtian didn't hesitate, devouring the food and continuing his nap with his eyes closed. Half an hour later, Luo Qingtian boarded the bus again, heading to the mutant forest with the rest of the military team. Arriving in the mutant forest again, Luo Qingtian felt a wave of regret. I don't know if it's an illusion, but as I approached the forest entrance, I felt the temperature around the axis was higher. Changhua, now at the entrance, frowned. This temperature has actually affected the outer forest area. It seems the fire tree is about to erupt. Everyone, prepare your firefighting gear. In case the fire tree suddenly mutates. As Changhua finished speaking, every member of the team installed something resembling a head on their shoulders. Changhua produced 2 red buttons. He personally attached one to Luo Qingtian's shoulder, then added another to his own. This one was designed by scientist Shuahao. It can withstand temperatures up to 1,500 degrees. The high-temperature solution of the fire tree reaches a maximum of 1,200 degrees. When we reach the battlefield, you won't be able to escape it. Press this button, and protective clothing will form on your body. Luo Qingtian stared at the red button in amazement. Shuahao can actually create such advanced and practical protective gear. No wonder you went to such great lengths to bring him back. Changhua smiled and nodded. Professor Shuahao is a rare talent, no matter the time. We won't give up. As they spoke, they walked into the mutant forest. The trees on the outskirts were sparse, so walking wasn't an issue. To save time, the military team hurried along. Their aura of power drove all the mutant creatures out into the shadows, and none dared to venture out and cause trouble. After 2 hours of rapid progress, the team slowed down. The surrounding temperature was now significantly higher than outside. Even the surrounding plants had drooped their branches due to the low temperature, looking listless and lifeless. The ground beneath them had also taken on a pale yellow hue. Changhua bent down, picked up a handful of soil, and gently twisted it. He spoke in a low voice. The high temperatures have already affected us here. It seems we're in the blazing season of the fire tree. Everyone, be careful. With that, Changhua led the group forward. The further they advanced, the hotter it became. Sweat dripped from their bodies and foreheads. Everyone began to drink from their backpacks. Changhua pulled out a bottle of iced mineral water from his spaceship and handed it to Luo Qingtian. Have some water. Luo Qingtian took the water and sipped it gently. Suddenly, a bird swooped down from the sky, snatched the bottle from a soldier's hand, and quickly flew away. Then, the ground shook, and a vast wave of animals appeared in front of them, all sorts of mutated creatures swarming towards them. Oh my god, what's going on? Captain, look! Are those animals ahead? Chin Chin shouted as he saw the animals running ahead. It must be the animals panicking from the high temperature. Get out of the way, Changhua said, leading his men to run backwards. However, 2 legs can't outrun 4 legs, and after a while, they were overtaken by the animal horde behind them. Watching the approaching wave of animals, Hua gritted his teeth and condensed a large mass of silver-white liquid, then formed the liquid into a huge semicircle. Then, the entire team was enveloped within it, and then it quickly solidified. The moment the white semicircular shield appeared, a wave of animals followed. However, these animals, in their haste to escape, circled the shield without a second thought. Once they reached it, everyone hid within the shield, listening to the wave of animals recede. Hua retracted the shield. "Captain, there's something wrong with these animals." Hua's voice was low. "It must be the fire trees spewing fire that's affecting their lives. They're forcing them to flee. We have to hurry," Hua said, taking out mineral water and distributing it to everyone. The group drank as they continued their journey. For a while longer, the surrounding space began to fluctuate due to the high temperature. The surrounding plants began to wither, and the ground began to turn red. The further we went, the quieter it became. Everything around us seemed lifeless, a feeling of utter silence. You could even feel the burning heat coming from your feet as you walked on the ground, and ahead, in a red, open space, you could see a small pit. The area surrounding the pit was a crimson red. Hua pointed to a dazzling red mass ahead and whispered, "That red cave up ahead is where the fire tree is." As he finished speaking, a massive fireball suddenly erupted from the cave. The fireball shot into the air and suddenly exploded. It broke into red raindrops, raining down in all directions. "Quick, open your protective suits," Hua shouted, and the team members present quickly pressed the red buttons on their shoulders. Immediately, white protective suits unfolded from the buttons. Soon, the white protective suits enveloped everyone. A gust of cool air swept over, completely blocking the red rain from the sky. The red rain fell onto the protective suit, then dripped down onto the ground, forming a new red liquid that seeped into the ground. Hua frowned, staring at the red pit in the distance. He whispered, "We don't have much time. The end of the fire-breathing period is when the fire tree is at its weakest. We must extinguish it while it's weakened. All team members, get ready. Go, Qingtian, wait outside, ready to rescue at any time." Then, Hua rushed out first. Behind him, the rest of the team followed suit. They ran to the front of the pit and jumped in without hesitation. Only Luo Qingtian remained outside. The moment Hua and the others jumped in, the fire tree went berserk. It twisted its massive body, forming a wall of fire around itself. Chapter 572. Hua commanded the soldiers to unleash their special powers, opening the fire tree's wall of flame. Luo Qingtian stood at the front of the pit, watching the battle unfold below. He switched to the Amos ice bow. While everyone was busy attacking the fire wall, Luo Qingtian drew his bow and released an ice arrow, silently unleashing it. The arrow, bearing an icicle, pierced the fire wall and struck the fire tree. Ziz, the fire tree echoed, as if angry or anxious. The surrounding fire wall suddenly intensified. Hua had already rushed forward, but at the instant the fire wall intensified, he was forced to retreat quickly, creating distance between them. The fire tree twisted its body, lowering its crown. In the center of the crown was a burning flaming heart. The heart was now facing the crowd. Didida! Red balls of fire shot out from the center of the flame flower, like red-hot rocks, striking everyone. Ah! A soldier was struck by the red rock and sent flying. As he flew, he collided with a fiery red flame stone behind him. The tip of the flame stone pierced his protective clothing. Pa! A rip appeared in the protective clothing. The next moment, flames began to ignite all over the soldier's body. The protective clothing quickly consumed him, and the soldier was engulfed in flames. Aha! The soldier screamed in pain. "Water!" Hua shouted to his comrades, and the soldier immediately concentrated his water-based energy and unleashed it on the burning soldier. But after the flames were extinguished, large blisters began to form on the soldier's body. The soldier wailed again in pain. "Ice! Ice!" Hua gritted his teeth and shouted. Suddenly, a vine imbued with ice powers appeared beside the soldier. The vine wrapped around the soldier, rapidly dragging him out of the pit. Hua looked up at the sky above the pit and saw Luo Qingtian, who was pulling the soldier away by one end of the vine. When Luo Qingtian rescued the soldier, he was already dying. Blisters covered his body. The slightest movement caused thick water to ooze from the soldier's body. Luo Qingtian called to Xiaolu, who was overhead. Xiaolu, release some ice mist. Xiaolu quickly released ice mist in all directions. The soldier was now largely unresponsive, and Luo Qingtian could clearly feel his life draining away. Luo Qingtian released several small green balls at the soldier, then released healing light. The soldier's wounds healed rapidly. The little green ball also entered the soldier's body. The little green ball continued to release icy mist, lowering the surrounding temperature, fearing the soldier would be burned again by the surrounding heat. Watching the soldier recover, Luo Qingtian pressed the red button on his shoulder. The protective shield was released, and Luo Qingtian removed the red button and installed it on the soldier's body. The soldier had now fully awakened. Looking at his own intact protective shield, he glanced at Luo Qingtian standing beside him. "Mr. Luo, how could you give me this shield?" The soldier was about to remove the red button. Luo Qingtian patted the soldier's shoulder and said, "Actually, this shield isn't much use to me. Look, I'm fine. But you, take a break and go down to help." Upon hearing this, the soldier quickly looked down. Cheng Huacheng and a group of men were struggling to fight the fire tree. However, every time Cheng Hua approached the fire tree, it would unleash flaming rocks at him and the others. The group was being beaten back step by step. "I'm an ice type. The captain needs me." "Thank you, Luo Qingtian." The soldier said this and jumped into the pit without hesitation. Luo Qingtian changed into his black combat uniform, donning a cap and a mask. This uniform, crafted from space, was fireproof, waterproof, and ice-proof. Fully equipped, Luo Qingtian's Amos ice bow reappeared in his hand. Just as he was about to jump, the voice in his mind reappeared. "Kill a certain number of zombies, kill 4 SSS-level zombie kings, kill a certain number of mutants, and reach experience points. Congratulations on your hunter level and skill upgrade. Triple arrows, level 42, adds optional form, trap level 10, mental perception level 12, growth skill level 21. Healing skill level 10, poison skill level 6. Land domain level 15, increases domain gravity by x2. Clone skill level 4. Rip level 1. Life creation skill plus 2, smelting table type plus 3. Refreshed? Luo Qingtian felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. An upgrade already? Although this only adds triple arrows and domain, the creation skill has been directly increased by 2 levels. If it weren't for the wrong timing, Luo Qingtian would have really wanted to return to the space immediately to see what's new in the creation skill icon store. At this moment, another wailing sound came from below. Then Cheng Hua was seen entangled by a vine extending from the fire tree. The flames quickly spread over his body. Even long, flaming vines appeared around the fire tree. These vines chased the surrounding soldiers, striking them and quickly destroying their protective clothing. Luo Qingtian saw this and threw Xiao Lu down. "Xiao Lu, get them all up. Leave this to me." Luo Qingtian drew his Amos ice bow and fired an arrow. This time, Luo Qingtian could clearly feel the power of his arrows increase significantly. These arrows could even change shape according to his will. Boom! A massive ice arrow exploded on the fire tree. Ice mist spread around the fire tree, gradually diminishing its flames. Xiao Lu, dragging a group of soldiers with him, slowly flew away from the pit. Their protective shields had shattered. Their bodies were covered in blisters from the intense heat of the fire tree. Luo Qingtian sighed. He had originally wanted to fight them openly, but seeing how they looked now, they were in serious trouble. Luo Qingtian cast a healing light on them, then had Xiaolu lead them away while casting ice mist. Cheng Hua was the first to wake up. He saw the green seaweed ball the moment he opened his eyes. In front of it, a girl in black was saying, "Xiaolu, take them to a safe place. I take care of the fire tree myself." As soon as she finished speaking, Cheng Hua felt himself floating in the air. He reached out to the black figure. But this battle had exhausted all his supernatural powers and strength. He could only watch helplessly as the girl leaped into the pit while he himself was carried away by the giant seaweed ball. Chapter 573. Xiao Lu led all the members of the military team to the outskirts of the mutant forest. Cheng Hua finally recovered. Discovering he was still bound by a large green ball of seaweed, Cheng Hua gritted his teeth and shouted, "Put me down. I can still fight." Xiao Lu ignored Cheng Hua's cries. Luo Qin told him to quickly lead the group away from the fire tree. It flew through the sky, searching for a safe place until it spotted the protective net surrounding the mutant forest. I brought them to the forest entrance, Xiao Lu thought, and quickly released his tentacles. Cheng Hua and his group were then thrown into the tree with disdain. Fearing they would be harmed by the mutant animals, Xiao Lu pinned them to a branch. Cheng Hua struggled the most, so Xiao Lu pinned him to the strongest branch. Before leaving, he even tore off one of his tentacles. He bounded Cheng Hua for a moment. Looking at the people filling the branches, Xiao Lu flew back contentedly. Cheng Hua watched Xiao Lu leave, his heart trembling with anger. What the hell is this person? Doesn't he understand human language? Why is he tied up while everyone else isn't? Come back. Let me down. Cheng Hua frantically called out to the retreating Xiaolu, but Xiaolu ignored him and quickly disappeared from Cheng Hua's sight. Luo Qingtian had already jumped into the pit. Facing the wall of fire that completely surrounded the flaming tree, Luo Qingtian instantly switched between the Ruoshui Divine Bow and the Amos Ice Bow. Combining the two bows, Luo Qingtian drew his bow and released his arrows, rapidly unleashing a volley of 15 arrows. Fusion, Luo Qingtian sighed softly. 15 arrows quickly merged into 5 fused arrows, each carrying a fusion of ice and water energy that hurled itself towards the opposing wall of fire. Boom! The arrows pierced the wall of fire, creating a resounding explosion. Immediately, the fire was extinguished, followed by Luo Qingtian's endless barrage of ice and water arrows. The arrows continuously struck the fire tree. The fire tree's flames were gradually extinguished, and the fire tree could feel itself shrinking. It twisted its crown again, aiming its flame core at Luo Qingtian in front of it. Red flame stones whizzed towards Luo Qingtian like bullets. Luo Qingtian dodged quickly among the red flame stones, her speed swift, moving like a ghost. She inched closer to the fire tree. When she reached the fire tree, numerous flaming vines began to sprout from its circumference. These vines, blazing with flames, rushed toward Luo Qingtian's face. Luo Qingtian quickly retreated, trying to distance himself from the fire tree. The Amos Ice Bow reappeared in his hand. He drew his bow and released his arrow, which flew out. The flaming vines followed suit. Luo Qingtian leaped to avoid them, but they were nimble and sneaky. They constantly clung to Luo Qingtian, disrupting his arrows and preventing him from gaining any ground. Luo Qingtian gritted his teeth and quickly switched from the Amos Ice Bow to a Tang sword. When the flaming vines attacked again, Luo Qingtian dodged again, his figure vanishing from the spot. The flaming vines had carved a deep gully into the spot where Luo Qingtian had stood. Luo Qingtian had already rushed to the front of the flaming tree. He leaped high, thrusting his giant Mingwen Tang sword directly into the flame heart at the center of the flaming tree. The flaming tree began to tremble. Luo Qingtian noticed that after the flame heart had penetrated the Tang sword, a large amount of red liquid began to ooze out. The Tang sword, due to the high temperature, melted half of its hilt. Startled, Luo Qingtian quickly leaped high, then quickly summoned a Bai to transform into wings, carrying him aloft. At this moment, Luo Qingtian once again switched to the Amos Ice Bow and the Weak Water Divine Bow, aiming at the flaming tree below and firing wildly. The arrows fell into the flaming tree like raindrops. The flames of the flaming tree dwindled again, revealing even the crimson leaves that were not blazing. Observing this, Luo Qingtian drew his bow. Heavy rain. Then a torrential downpour began to fall from above the flaming tree, the raindrops hitting the flaming tree with a sizzling sound. Luo Qingtian stood in midair, drawing his bow and firing another arrow at the flame tree. The flames around the flame tree grew smaller and smaller. Luo Qingtian quickly landed and punched the ground. Freeze! White icy air spread rapidly, extending in all directions and rushing towards the nearby flame tree. The flame tree was quickly frozen by the collision of water and ice. Watching the white ice slowly climb up the flame tree's body, Luo Qingtian's eyes flashed. Just when Luo Qingtian thought the flame tree was about to be frozen to death, it suddenly began to tremble, and then the flame tree in front of him began to grow larger. The layer of ice on its body shattered at this moment. Luo Qingtian suddenly thought of the piranha plant, which had also grown considerably larger, with an even larger main body erupting from below. Oh my god! Could this fire tree be like this too? Just as he was thinking this, Luo Qingtian saw the fire tree burst out of the cave. Around it, crimson roots and even crimson leaves sprouted. Red, flaming vines burst forth at that very moment. Damn it! Do all these mutant plants prefer to burrow underground these days? With so many main bodies here, they're going to kill her. Luo Qingtian cursed and flew towards the exit. But before he could reach it, the entire fire tree had completely blocked it. The entire cave was quickly engulfed in a wave of heat. Flames even rushed towards Luo Qingtian's face. Luo Qingtian gritted his teeth, looking up at the spot where the poison had killed him, then raised his hand and punched the cave ceiling hard. Boom! Luo Qingtian didn't hold back with this punch, blasting a massive hole through the ground. Luo Qingtian quickly rushed out of the hole. The moment Luo Qingtian left the cave, it was filled with a flaming tree's body. Even the ground took on a high temperature, tinged with red. The ground was steaming. Although the temperature was unknown, Luo Qingtian had no doubt that if he dropped a piece of raw meat onto the ground, it would instantly burn to ash. At this moment, Luo Qingtian could clearly feel the burning sensation coming from the outside world. Thankfully, her clothing was highly fireproof. It was even quite flexible and sturdy. So, she could withstand the intense heat. Luo Qingtian once again marveled at the quality of the equipment produced by the space. Looking at the behemoth ahead, Luo Qingtian switched between the Amos Ice Bow and the Ruoshui Divine Bow. Drawing his bow, he unleashed 30 arrows in a row. Chapter 574. Fusion. Arrows flew out, quickly merging into 10 massive arrows. They swiftly shot towards the now flaming tree, its flames instantly rising. Red flame vines, even thicker than before, attacked Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian drew his bow again and fired at the vines. The vines were severed. Luo Qingtian retreated to avoid the remaining vines. At this moment, many red flame vines burst forth from the ground, charging directly towards Luo Qingtian from below. Luo Qingtian quickly gained height to avoid the vines' pursuit. But the vines were incredibly fast, and even more vines extended from the towering fire tree to pursue him. Luo Qingtian's body was enveloped in white ice. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to unleash his ice power, green tentacles suddenly burst forth, sending all the red vines approaching Luo Qingtian flying. Little Green had finally arrived. It flew above Luo Qingtian's head, releasing its tentacles. Confronting the red vines on the opposite side, Luo Qingtian switched his weapon once again to a dark blue tank sword. A green icy aura revived on the sword. It was a combination of poison and freezing. Xiaolu, let's go! Today we kill this flower for your snack. Luo Qingtian and Xiaolu rushed towards the red fire tree. The fire tree now madly released flames all around it. Red, flaming vines continuously shot out from its body, weaving a large red flame net around it. Luo Qingtian swiftly moved through this flame net. Closer, closer. Luo Qingtian stared at the flaming tree so close, suddenly increasing his speed and dashing towards its heart. Luo Qingtian swung his tang sword swiftly, slicing through all the flaming vines that charged at him. The sword, brimming with icy energy and poison, plunged into the tree's heart. Freeze. Luo Qingtian gripped the tang sword in his hand, desperately releasing icy energy downwards. The icy energy flowed along the blade, surging into the heart of the flaming tree. Sizzle. The enormous flaming tree began to tremble, struggling against itself. Red liquid gushed out like a fountain. Red flame stones continuously shot out from all sides, from the flaming tree's body, striking Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian now intensified his icy aura, and the red magma and white ice collided continuously. Finally, the red liquid transformed into a swift red stone, striking Luo Qingtian once again. Little Green wove a green shield to block all the red stone attacks. Luo Qingtian, on the other hand, continued to release a freezing aura, confronting the red lava of the fire tree. The fire tree could clearly feel the flames within its body gradually dwindling, and its struggles intensified. Both vines and red magma continuously emanated from its body. When the magma cooled, it would form red, hot stone. After striking Luo Qingtian to no avail, it suddenly began to release its red stone in all directions. Chunghua struggled mightily to climb down from the branch. Seeing his supernatural power almost depleted, Chunghua finally decided to head towards the fire tree. Luo Qingtian, who are you? Thinking of the figure he's seen before being taken away, Chunghua's heart began to churn. He had a rough idea of Luo Qingtian's identity, but he didn't want to admit it until he saw it with his own eyes. He glanced at the small group of soldiers behind him. More than half of his companions were still stuck in the branches. Chunghua knew that staying in the tree was the safest option for him. He said to the people in the treetops, "Hurry up and heal your wounds. Once you recovered, come catch up." With that, Chunghua opened his protective suit again and rushed towards the flaming tree. But the further he went, the hotter the temperature rose. Many of the mutant trees around him had even pulled out their roots to escape. Then he ran towards safety. The trees that couldn't escape were already ablaze. Red stones were even falling from the front. Some of the red stones shot towards him at an extremely fast speed. Chunghua dodged quickly, and the stone landed right beside him. Looking at the red stone that fell to the ground, Chunghua immediately recognized it as a stone released from the fire tree's body. Chunghua felt uneasy, and thought again of Luo Qingtian jumping into the pit. "Qingtian!" Chunghua shouted softly, speeding up his pace again and rushing towards the fire tree. But before he reached it, his protective suit began to make a crackling sound. This was the alarm indicating that the protective suit had reached its limit. How could it be possible? Chung Hua saw the red button beginning to distort. He gritted his teeth and thought for a moment before continuing to walk towards the fire tree. Before he even reached the fire tree, he felt a burning sensation, and his white protective suit began to turn red. At that moment, Chung Hua saw red lava gushing toward him. Wherever the lava passed, all life was destroyed. And in the center of the lava, a red fire tree, as tall as a tall building, stood tall. How could this be? Chung Hua gazed at the enormous red fire tree, his eyes filled with shock. Only then did Chung Hua realize that the fire trees they had surveyed were merely a rare sight. Seeing this enormous entity, he realized that this was the true nature of the fire tree. And yet, the fire tree was still raging in broad daylight. It continuously spewed flames and red rocks in all directions, as if it was about to destroy the entire mutant forest. Chung Hua watched the lava approach, turned, and ran forward. Luo Qingtian was still fighting the tree hard. The hard struggles caused Luo Qingtian's tang sword to be swallowed once more, and she herself was sent flying by the tree heart. Luo Qingtian steadied herself in the air. The fire tree watched Luo Qingtian being sent flying, and began to aim its red stone at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes at the fire tree's true form, instantly switching between the Amos Ice Bow, the Ruoshui Divine Bow, and the Thunder Bow. The last upgrade to Triple Arrow Simultaneous had added a form selection, and now she was using this ability to combine the three bows. She stood high in the sky, drawing her bows and releasing her arrows. Quiet! The three arrows in Luo Qingtian's hand were white, blue, and purple. And all around Luo Qingtian, arrows of the three colors also soared in the air around her. In total, there were 9 arrows. Chung Hua, who had fled, happened to look back to see if the lava behind him was catching up. When he turned around, he saw Luo Qingtian standing high in the sky, drawing his bow and shooting an arrow. Chapter 575. At this moment, Luo Qingtian looked like a deity descended from the heavens. She stood high in the sky, her face stern, her dark eyes piercing with fierceness. Chung Hua watched as Luo Qingtian launched her arrows. 9 devastating arrows unleashed in one thrust. Luo Qingtian's movements never ceased. Chung Hua, oblivious to everything around her, stared blankly at Luo Qingtian in the sky. Meanwhile, Luo Qingtian's arrows continued to fly. Fusion, the fusion of arrows, with devastating force, hurled themselves at the flaming tree below. The flaming tree was pelted by wave after wave of arrows, its massive form constantly being ravaged. Then, its form began to shrink at a visible speed. The flaming tree no longer released magma, and its flaming vines began to wither. At this moment, Luo Qingtian finally stopped firing arrows. She slowly landed on the ground, landing in the red magma. Extreme freeze. Luo Qingtian punched the ground fiercely, this time boosting his ice ability to its fullest. White ice rapidly spread in all directions, its thick surface engulfing the surrounding magma, extinguishing the surrounding flames, and freezing the still twisting fire tree in the distance. The fire tree felt itself frozen once more. It tried to release its magma once more, but tragically, it found its heat source fading. The white icy energy was slowly devouring its last bit of strength. Followed by this, a bright gray light pierced the fire tree's body. Little Green sensed the fire tree's life force fading, and, without a care in the world, rushed towards it. Then, with its maw wide open, it began to tear into the body of the fire tree. Crunch, a crisp chewing sound echoed. It was particularly loud and abrupt in the deathly silence of the forest. Chung Hua had forgotten all about running, especially as he saw the white ice creeping closer. Even if he was a fool, he knew what had happened. The top 100 base had been transformed into a frozen white base overnight. And every time they encountered danger, Luo Qingtian remained unscathed. And Luo Qingtian's calm eyes, unfazed and unperturbed, remained calm and unwavering. Chung Hua felt truly foolish and stupid. There were so many loopholes that could have revealed Luo Qingtian's identity, but he simply ignored them. Step by step, he approached the white ice and headed towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian had already sensed Chung Hua's presence behind her. She stood up and turned to look, their eyes meeting. Black Angel? Hearing the name Black Angel again, Luo Qingtian couldn't help but twitch his lips. Instructor Chung, you should still call me Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian removed her black mask, revealing a fair face, and smiled at Chung Hua. Seeing the familiar face beneath the mask, Chung Hua smiled. I'm so stupid. I should have guessed your identity many times. Besides, the commander always called on me to take you out on missions. We were able to return safely from the last trip to Jiushi because of you, right? Luo Qingtian nodded. Yes, there are several SSS-level zombie kings in Jiushi. You wouldn't be able to return safely, so I dealt with them privately. Changhua nodded. Thank you. Changhua looked at Luo Qingtian, his gaze no longer filled with tenderness, but with a mixture of respect and complexity. By this time, Little Green had completely devoured the fire tree. It burped and flew to Luo Qingtian's side. Luo Qingtian reached out and rubbed Little Green's head. Are you full? Little Green nodded. Then it extended a tentacle toward Luo Qingtian. Then the tentacle turned a deep crimson, and circles of flame swirled around it. Yes, as a ball of seaweed, you can now release flames. It seems you become a mature ball of seaweed. Little Green happily retracted its tentacle, transforming once again into a hairpin with a small pom-pom, which it consciously inserted into Luo Qingtian's hair. Changhua looked at Luo Qingtian. Now that the fire tree is destroyed, but the entire mutated forest is ablaze with flames. All we need to do now is contact headquarters and dispatch a firefighting drone. Changhua then pulled out his communicator, preparing to contact headquarters. Luo Qingtian took off and looked around. Indeed, a large area of the forest was ablaze. Thankfully, the mutated trees had all fled to safety on their own. The actual fires weren't widespread. Luo Qingtian switched to the Ruoshui Divine Bow and zeroed in on the burning spot in the forest. Heavy rain. The next moment, the rain poured down. Changhua watched the fire being extinguished, and the last bit of his lingering affection for Luo Qingtian vanished completely. It wasn't that he disliked her anymore, but this girl was too powerful, and he truly felt unworthy of her. Watching Luo Qingtian land on the ground, Changhua stepped forward, his tone tinged with respect. Ms. Black Angel, you now completed your mission to extinguish the burning trees. Logically, the points earned from this mission should be enough to help you complete the training camp. But before that, the commander said you need a request from us. I wonder what it is. Luo Qingtian, suppressing his embarrassment, looked at Changhua and said, Instructor Cheng, call me Luo Qingtian, not that damn Black Angel. My request isn't much. I just want to meet the boss behind Future Technology Company. And a list of all the employees at Future Technology Company. Changhua was a little taken aback by this request. Why? Luo Qingtian glanced at Changhua. Are you sure you want to discuss this with me here? Chenghua's face was a little embarrassed. My friend is still in the tree. Let's rescue him first, then go back. As they spoke, they walked towards the outside of the mutated forest. Because the fire tree had been destroyed, the temperature of the entire forest had dropped. Add to that the heavy rain Luo Qingtian had just caused. The entire forest felt damp. The two quickly reached the outskirts of the mutated forest, where the entire military team had climbed down from the trees. Who the hell did this? Getting me stuck in a branch. Don't even mention it. Maybe it was the mutant tree. My pants are torn. My butt hurts from getting down. The team members were so caught up in their discussion that they didn't notice Changhua and Luo Qingtian approaching from a distance, until Chen Chen exclaimed, Captain, you're back? Qingtian, you're all okay, that's great. Qingtian, help us recover our powers quickly so we can get back to fighting the fire tree. At that moment, someone noticed Luo Qingtian's outfit. Qingtian, why do your clothes look so similar to those of the great Black Angel from the 4th base? Changhua glanced at the soldier who had spoken and said, the fire tree has been destroyed. Regroup and we're heading back. Chapter 576. Hearing Changhua say the fire tree had been destroyed, everyone present was shocked. What was there to be confused about at this point? The fire tree was no match for them. Their superiors had told them to bring Luo Qingtian with them to fight together. And now Luo Qingtian was wearing the Black Angel's combat uniform. Even a fool could tell that Luo Qingtian was the legendary Black Angel. At this moment, the eyes of those present turned towards Luo Qingtian with a change of heart, respect, admiration, and even fear. Luo Qingtian ignored their gazes and walked straight out of the forest. Changhua watched Luo Qingtian's back, organized his troops, and quickly followed him. This battle had exhausted Luo Qingtian, but she was still satisfied with the outcome. Because she could finally meet the boss behind this tech company. She wondered if it would be her father or mother. Even if not, she still had the personnel list. The more Luo Qingtian thought about it, the more excited she became. Sitting on the bus, they gazed at the scene outside with a faint smile on their faces. Changhua was sitting diagonally across from Luo Qingtian. Looking at Luo Qingtian's faint smile, Changhua felt something tickle his heart. This was the first time he had seen such a sincere smile on Luo Qingtian's face. It was sweet and mellow. It felt like a gentle breeze caressed his heart. For a moment, he couldn't bear to look away. Unconsciously, he stood up and slowly approached, then sat down in the seat next to Luo Qingtian. He clearly didn't intend to continue pestering her, clearly didn't want to get any closer, but Cheng Hua felt he couldn't control himself. Luo Qingtian also noticed someone sitting next to her. She turned her head and asked, "What's wrong?" Cheng Hua looked at Luo Qingtian's bright face, his throat rolling uncontrollably. "Well, I just want to ask, after you meet the boss behind Future Technology Company, or get the list of people you want, will you still stay at the 5th base?" Luo Qingtian shook her head. "I don't know. I have a family. Once I find the people I want, I might take them away, or I might respect their wishes. If they want to stay at the 5th base, I might stay." Although she had already guessed this answer, Cheng Hua still felt bitter when she heard Luo Qingtian's words. Is this why she came to the 5th base? It seems he really has no chance. He said nothing more, but sat silently beside Luo Qingtian. In the evening, the car stopped outside the training camp. Luo Qingtian got up, got out without looking back, and headed straight for the dormitory. Cheng Hua watched Luo Qingtian's departing back, a bitter smile curling his lips. He really has no heart at all. Cheng Hua watched intently as Luo Qingtian's figure slowly vanished from sight, then started the car and drove towards the military area. After Luo Qingtian returned to 501, he entered the space directly. The space upgraded. The creative ability also upgraded. I wonder what goodies will appear this time. As soon as he entered the space, Luo Qingtian opened the creative ability icon and began searching the icon store. The icon store had many new areas: grain fields, rice paddies, and fish ponds. Looking at these things, Luo Qingtian was overjoyed, thinking that taking these things to the town would solve the problem of food for the residents. Luo Qingtian thought this as she continued searching through the icons. After searching through a few more icons, a look of surprise crossed her face. A protective shield. Transparent. Automatically resizes. Disappears after installation, reappears automatically when a crisis strikes. Luo Qingtian clicked the protective shield, instantly entering town setup mode. She installed the shield above the town, quickly clicking OK. Then, a bright light flashed across the sky above the town, and then peace returned. As if nothing had happened. Luo Qingtian stood in the town setup mode, observing carefully. She could only see the setup mode above the town. She couldn't see the barrier. However, feeling confident in the contents of the space, Luo Qingtian left setup mode. She called Dabai, and had him lead her to the river. Today's battle had left her physically and mentally exhausted. The only reason she was so energetic was the excitement of seeing her parents tomorrow. Now that the excitement had faded, Luo Qingtian felt like he was about to collapse. When Dabai brought him to the river, Luo Qingtian had already fallen asleep on Dabai's back. Dabai ran to the water's edge and stepped into the river, finding a shallow spot where Luo Qingtian could be submerged without choking. He then maintained this position. Luo Qingtian slept soundly on Dabai's back, completely unaware of his current condition. The river flowed gently, clear to the bottom. It washed away the blood stains on Luo Qingtian's body, and the side effects of his supernatural powers. Meanwhile, Mao and Xiaomokyu also arrived at the river's edge. Watching Dabai carrying Luo Qingtian through the water, their eyes filled with heartache. It extended its vines, and carefully lifted Luo Qingtian out of the river. Then it carried her back to the villa. It carefully wiped the water off her body. It helped her change her clothes before laying her on the bed and leaving. Outside the room, the little fur ball watched as the fur ball emerged. The two balls exchanged glances, and quietly left the villa. It was very exhausting. It seems this opponent is quite formidable, the furball said, his tone filled with pity. The little furball pointed at the void, and a monitor appeared before the two balls. The monitor showed the battle between Luo Qingtian and Huishu. Watching the battle between Luo Qingtian and Huishu, the little furball smiled and said, "You made a lot of progress. You haven't wasted your powers recklessly, and you mastered the use of various powers in your transformations. Both your speed and strength have increased." The furball nervously watched the monitor in front of him, watching Luo Qingtian's ultimate freeze Huishu. This mutant plant's data is a staggering 9999. Luckily, Qingtian's value is already over 10,000 plus. Under normal circumstances, this mutant tree would be enough to destroy an entire country. Little Machio sighed. This kid has obtained so many crystal cores. Just one more, and I can upgrade the training room. The third evolution has begun. They will be here soon. We must maximize Qingtian's strength before they arrive. Muchio's voice choked with sobs. Are you still not allowed to reveal our identities? Chi-Tian is so sensible and well-behaved. She won't dislike us as we are now. Little Muchio sighed deeply. Ruru, I'm sorry, we really can't tell you. Just bear with it a little longer. Little Muchio's heart was in turmoil. As he left his body, he dropped a small fragment of space. Chapter 577. It was fine if Chi-Tian didn't know their identities. Once he did, he would unconsciously activate the final side of the space. By then, neither they nor Luo Chi-Tian would be able to escape the pursuit there. Even this last pocket of pure land in the space would be discovered. So he truly didn't dare gamble, nor did he dare to talk to Yun Shinro about this. Yun Shinro looked at the little fur ball with resentment, and the vine in her hand instantly transformed into a small whip. It lashed the little fur ball mercilessly. Then it turned and ran away. The little fur ball shook its head helplessly, and returned its gaze to the monitor in front of it, observing Luo Qingqian's battle. It then recorded Luo Qingqian's combat flaws and areas that needed improvement, preparing for the next training room renovation. Luo Qingqian slept until dawn. When he dressed and left the villa, the little fur ball had already prepared dinner. Luo Qingqian walked to the dining table and looked around. Little fur ball, why can't I see fur ball? Little fur ball placed his bowl and chopsticks in front of Luo Qingqian, flashed him a broad smile, and then turned to leave. Luo Qingqian frowned as she watched little fur ball leave. Why did she feel like little fur ball was preoccupied? Thinking of the people she might meet today, Luo Qingqian picked up her bowl and took a big sip of porridge. It tasted delicious. It was Luo Qingqian's favorite preserved egg and lean pork porridge. But Luo Qingqian still restrained herself, muttering softly, I can't eat too much. What if the people I'm meeting are my parents? I still have to eat with them. Luo Qingqian reluctantly put the porridge down and picked up a small bun on the table, eating half of it. Then, happily, he left the space. Little Muchio watched Luo Qingqian's back as he left, his heart aching with mixed emotions. Did this kid find the wrong information again? Was he going to be disappointed again? Little Muchio sighed deeply, picked up a hoe, and headed towards the distant fields. In the training camp square, because they had arrived so early, not many people had gathered. The auxiliary team's gathering area was deserted. Luo Qingqian left the dormitory and headed straight for the square. He found the auxiliary team standing area and stood there waiting. Are you afraid I punish you? So you got up so early this time? Cheng Hua approached from a distance, smiling. He walked up to Luo Qingqian and handed him a meat bun and a carton of milk. Luo Qingqian looked at Cheng Hua in surprise. Yesterday, Cheng Hua had looked at him with a look of complete despair. He had thought Cheng Hua would keep his distance from him from now on. How come after a night, Cheng Hua's gaze towards him seemed even more intense than before? Cheng Hua actually wanted to give up, but after thinking about it all night, he still couldn't bear to let go of the girl who had first touched his heart. Even if he couldn't have her, at least while he was at the 5th base, he wanted to stay by Luo Qingqian's side for as long as possible. So what if she wasn't worthy? So what if she was powerful? What if Luo Qingqian was also attracted to her? Luo Qingqian met Cheng Hua's gaze and took 2 steps back. No, I just couldn't sleep, so I came out early. I already had breakfast. You can have it yourself. Cheng Hua reached out and grabbed Luo Qingqian's wrist, leading her towards a nearby rock. Come over and eat first. The boss said the person you want to see might not be available these days, but you can go to Future Technologies HR department today to get the list you requested. So, I might not see the person I want to see today? Cheng Hua pressed the meat bun into Luo Qingqian's hand. Yes, so I think you won't be able to eat much this morning because you're going to see them. Please don't reject me. Even if you really don't like me, don't reject my kindness to you. Cheng Hua's tone was filled with grievance and pleading. As he looked at Luo Qingqian, a dark crimson tinged the corners of his narrow eyes. This was the first time Luo Qingqian had seen Cheng Hua like this. Cheng Hua was already handsome, with striking features and a tough, military-style aura. The contrast was stark. Instead of being offensive, his expression added a sense of fragmentation. Luo Qingqian's heart twitched, and he turned his head away. Even if I ate your buns, I wouldn't necessarily stay at the 5th base. Hearing Luo Qingqian's words, Cheng Hua's eyes tinged with a faint smile, his lips curling upwards. His gaze towards Luo Qingqian softened. I know. He asked. I won't respond to you either. I don't have any other feelings for you. I still have Luo Xiaowu and Di Jian to deal with at home. Emotional issues are too complicated, and they will only slow down her sword drawing speed. Yes, I know. We be gathering for training soon. Can we have breakfast? Luo Qingtian thought about how much he'd eaten this morning. Finally, he took the bun and began to eat. Watching Luo Qingtian nibble at it, Zhenghua asked softly, "Are you looking for your family?" Luo Qingtian nodded. "Yes, my parents. They said they wait for me at the future base." Because the message was so vague, I didn't know if the future base they were talking about had undergone some kind of transformation and become future technology. Hearing Luo Qingtian's words, Zhenghua breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, more and more people were gathering. The two stood up and walked together towards the team. Today's training was simple. After a morning, Zhenghua dismissed the team. Everyone rushed to the cafeteria. Luo Qingtian turned again and headed out of the training camp. Zhenghua watched Luo Qingtian leave, found his car keys, and followed Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian had just walked out the door and was about to leave when Zhenghua caught up with her. "Qingtian, stop flying. You don't have a license, so flying is restricted." Huh? This was the first time Luo Qingtian had heard about the restrictions. Last time he flew, no one caught him. Zhenghua pointed to his maglev car and said, "I take you there. You were lucky not to get caught last time, but that doesn't mean you be lucky every time." Luo Qingtian thought about it and decided not to be pretentious. She followed Zhenghua into the car. She was almost leaving the fifth base anyway, and didn't want to cause any more trouble before leaving. Zhenghua took off with Luo Qingtian and soon arrived at the Sky City. They went to the Future Technology Company headquarters building together. Luo Qingtian took out his ID card. After swiping the card, the two of them entered the Future Technology Company building without any problems. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to inquire about the location of the HR department, Zhenghua pulled Luo Qingtian straight to the elevator. "HR is on the 3rd floor. Come with me." Luo Qingtian looked at Zhenghua in surprise. "How do you know so much?" Zhenghua looked at Luo Qingtian. "I knew you were coming today, so after returning home last night, I went to check it out in advance. I also got a list of all the personnel at Future Technology and its branches. I think you might need this." Chapter 578. Luo Qingtian turned her head to look at Zhenghua. She truly hadn't expected Zhenghua to do so much for her. But no matter how much she did, she couldn't respond to Zhenghua. "Thank you, but you really don't have to do so much for me. After all, I'd be gone sooner or later. Instead of wasting your time on me, why not find someone you can be with normally?" Zhenghua gave Luo Qingtian a bitter look. "I know you won't respond, but being nice to you is my business. Can you please stop saying these things that hurt me?" Luo Qingtian opened her mouth, then turned away. "I just don't want you to waste your time." "There's no need." At that moment, the elevator stopped, and Luo Qingtian walked straight out. In the long corridor, the 4th room not far ahead had the words Human Resources Department written on it. Luo Qingtian walked quickly to the Human Resources Department. Just as he was about to push the door open, a woman's voice came from behind him. "Who are you, and what are you doing in the Human Resources Department?" Luo Qingtian turned to look at the speaker. It was a good-looking woman, wearing a suit skirt that showed off her impressive figure. She looked at Luo Qingtian with a haughty expression, her eyes filled with scrutiny and contempt. "I have an appointment with someone, so can't I come in?" The woman chuckled. "Do you have your work ID? How did you get in without it?" Luo Qingtian chuckled. "It's true that the King of Hell is easier to deal with than the little devils, and the little devils are everywhere. Do you live by the sea? Why are you so nosy?" Luo Qingtian said, turning around, pulling out his ID card and trying to swipe in. But his ID card didn't seem to work. He placed it on the card swiping screen, but nothing happened. The woman behind him observed Luo Qingtian's actions and said with a smile, "Did you see that? Who do you think you are? You dare to use your own card to swipe it." At this moment, Zhenghua stepped forward, grabbed Luo Qingtian's wrist, and said, "We're going to the personnel database. This is where the HR department offices are. Come on, it's right up ahead. I take you there," Zhenghua said, and he was about to lead Luo Qingtian forward. The woman behind him, seeing the two men ignoring her and continuing forward, immediately shouted, "You're here to steal, right? I call security and have you taken out." The woman raised her hand to make a phone call. Looking at the woman's arrogant expression, Luo Qingtian began to feel irritated. She narrowed her eyes, stepped forward, and grabbed the woman's neck. "Do you want to die?" Luo Qingtian said, grabbing the woman's neck and forcibly lifting her up. Luo Qingtian's eyes were sinister, and he looked at the woman with a bloodthirsty look. Zhenghua also noticed something was wrong with Luo Qingtian at this moment. Stepping forward, he grabbed Luo Qingtian's wrist. "Qingtian, Calm down. Qingtian, let go. She's dying. How can you check the data if you're dead? Cheng Hua's voice echoed in Luo Qingtian's ears, and Luo Qingtian calmed down. She loosened her grip and glared at the woman across from her with a gloomy expression. What was wrong with her? Why was she so furious right now? So furious she wanted to kill everyone around her? She closed her eyes, trying to calm herself. When she looked at the woman, she was already sitting limply on the ground, her eyes filled with fear as she stared at Luo Qingtian. She tried to speak, but was horrified to discover her throat was unable to produce a sound. Luo Qingtian ignored the woman and whispered, "Let's go, let's check the data first." She didn't know what had happened to her, but she was certain her fury had begun with the woman's appearance. Either there's something wrong with this floor, or with the entire building. As she walked forward, Luo Qingtian reached for the icon on her forearm. The icon showed her passive skill and rage bar, both at 75%. How could that be? She had just fought the fire tree battle, and even if she had any rage bar, it had been used up in the fight. But now, the rage bar on her arm was almost full. In other words, Luo Qingtian was like a bomb. If anyone provokes her again, she'd lose control and blow up the place. Luo Qingtian took a deep breath, and another. She tried to calm herself. No matter what, she had to check the information first, make sure she had the entire roster of future technology company, and then enter the space to soak in the water. Cheng Hua looked at Luo Qingtian worriedly, took out his ID card, and swiped it. With a click, the door opened. Cheng Hua grabbed Luo Qingtian's hand and entered the room. Cheng Hua fetched some ice water from his space and handed it to Luo Qingtian. "Qingtian, are you sure you're okay? Why don't you go back and calm down?" Cheng Hua stared at Luo Qingtian without blinking. Luo Qingtian's current state was very off. He knew Luo Qingtian wasn't a reckless murderer. But right now, Luo Qingtian was like a ferocious beast ready to go mad. Luo Qingtian shook her head at Cheng Hua. "I'm fine. Maybe I'm just too tired." After the adjustments just now, Luo Qingtian had noticeably calmed down. Her mind was unusually calm. The only things that could have caused her to lose her mind were the mutated forest and her long battles. He had become irritable after seeing that woman. The problem must have been with her, or rather, with the ground she stood on. Check the data first. The room was surrounded by piles of data files. In the center of this data sat a computer. Luo Qingtian walked directly to the computer and began searching for her parents' names. Cheng Hua looked at Luo Qingtian with concern, stepped forward, and asked, "Are you really okay?" Luo Qingtian had completely calmed down by now. She lowered her head, working on the computer, her voice calm and composed. "It's okay, Instructor Cheng. Could you please help me find the files on the other side? See if there are any with the last name Luo or Yun." Cheng Hua immediately stepped forward, walked to Luo Qingtian's side, and began manually searching through the files on one side. These paper files contain the data of every employee at the tech company since its founding. The two of them worked on their own, and Luo Qingtian frowned after finishing his work on the computer. The computer contained no data about her parents, but there was a sealed binder. Luo Qingtian didn't know much about computers. She turned to Cheng Hua. "Instructor Cheng, can you open this binder?" Cheng Hua looked at it, shook his head apologetically, and said, "Sorry, I probably can't do it." Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and started the call, this time a video call. On the other end of the line, Qin Lang answered the phone a short while later. Qin Lang was now intimidated by Luo Qingtian's calls. But he didn't dare refuse, looking at the video request displayed on his watch. Qin Lang gritted his teeth and clicked accept. "Hey boss, what can I do for you?" Luo Qingtian pointed to the binder on the computer and said, "There's a password." "It's cracked." Qin Lang's mouth twitched. "Boss, you're really quick. You got into headquarters so quickly." Chapter 579. Stop talking nonsense. Luo Qingtian's tone was off. Perhaps it was because of his surging anger, but the moment he heard Qin Lang's voice, he felt the urge to rush to the fourth base and pin Qin Lang to the ground and beat him up. Qin Lang also knew he couldn't joke with Luo Qingtian anymore. What if he angered this old man? In the end, he would be the one to suffer. He said with a smile, "Boss, why don't you try 05231111? Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. "What? You set the password here too?" Qin Lang chuckled. "Boss, don't forget, I used to be a supervisor at headquarters." Luo Qingtian didn't bother to chat with Qin Lang and quickly entered the password. Then, Luo Qingtian entered the binder. The folder didn't contain much, just a few business plans. Luo Qingtian clicked on it and took a quick look, but it didn't contain what she was looking for. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to close the page, she suddenly spotted Luo Yubai's name on a file. When she saw this name, Luo Qingtian felt as if she had been electrocuted, and she froze in place. My father's name was actually here. Luo Qingtian suppressed her excitement and carefully read the contents. The ARC project. Luo Qingtian studied it closely, and her expression quickly changed. The proposal covered all aspects of combating extreme cold and heat, even seed modification and the construction of emergency shelters. There was also a data file recording experimental data. Looking at the proposal, Luo Qingtian thought of her own space. There were also things that her parents had stockpiled in advance, and the card that received large amounts of money every month. It was all for the sake of stockpiling supplies. In other words, my parents might have known about the apocalypse from the very beginning. It's even possible that the entire future technology company began stockpiling supplies before the apocalypse to protect its technical personnel, and then waited for the apocalypse to begin and established this technology company. Future Base, Future Technology Company. Could my parents really be the ones behind this company? But if that were the case, they should have known of my existence long ago, so why didn't they come to find me, or even meet me? And how did they know about the apocalypse, or was it actually connected to them? Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian quickly shook his head. Grandma said that my parents were conscientious scientists, fighting against injustice over the price of a potion. So Luo Qingtian absolutely didn't believe this apocalypse had anything to do with my parents. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian looked around and found a printer. He then printed out the plan. For some unknown reason, as he closed the binder, Luo Qingtian deleted the plan. Since he found the project his father was in charge of here, it meant this future technology company was definitely connected to his family. Even if he couldn't find their names, he could find his parents by meeting the mastermind behind the scenes. Every time he thought about seeing his parents, Luo Qingtian couldn't help but feel excited. Even while feeling excited, Luo Qingtian forced himself to remain calm. He experienced so many life and death duels. Luo Qingtian knew full well that free lunches don't come easy. Yes, this time, she opened the computer, saw the binder, asked Qin Lang for the password, opened the data, and saw the project her father was responsible for. It all seemed normal. But everything went so smoothly that it seemed as if it had all been planned. Cheng Hua had been secretly observing Luo Qingtian since he was searching for the data. Seeing Luo Qingtian's daze, he stopped what he was doing. What's wrong? Nothing. I just feel like something's wrong. Luo Qingtian turned off the computer, stood up, and looked at Cheng Hua. Let's go. We won't investigate anymore. Cheng Hua put down the list. Why? But you found it? Luo Qingtian shook her head. No, I can't find it. I think only by meeting the boss of this company can I find the answer. At this point, Luo Qingtian's eyes began to turn red. Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes and looked outside. The minimap showed no one outside, but she could clearly sense someone at the door. Luo Qingtian glanced at Cheng Hua, who was looking back at her. The two exchanged glances, then stood up and quietly moved toward the door. Suddenly, Cheng Hua flung the door open, and the two of them rushed out. Then a dark figure suddenly appeared, running around the corner. Luo Qingtian vanished instantly, only to reappear around the corner the next moment. The fleeing figure was none other than the woman who had intercepted them. Luo Qingtian's eyes reddened again when she saw the woman. She grabbed the woman's neck, increasing her grip. Do you want to die? Cheng Hua rushed over and grabbed Luo Qingtian's hand again. Qingtian, calm down. Cheng Hua also sensed something was amiss. Luo Qingtian had calmed down a moment ago, but upon seeing this woman, he instantly lost his composure. Luo Qingtian, with his naturally calm demeanor, wouldn't have been in this state. This only meant that all the problems lay with this woman. The woman's expression began to contort, and her eyes began to bulge. The most important thing was that the future technology company was such a large headquarters. How could there be no one there? Cheng Hua felt a surge of unease. He reached out and grasped Luo Qingtian's hand tightly. Luo Qingtian, calm down. If this goes on, she'd die. A bloodthirsty smile crossed Luo Qingtian's face. Dead? Haha, she's not even human. How could she be dead? It wasn't shown on the minimap, so there were only dead people, or perhaps not human. Luo Qingtian said, and a dagger instantly appeared in his hand. The dagger abruptly severed the woman's neck. The next moment, a swarm of tiny, blue, glowing insects burst out of the woman's body like fireflies and attacked the two. Luo Qingtian quickly retreated. A huge green net instantly formed in his hand. He then enveloped all the flying insects in the net. Aren't these the same insects as Lin Yuyu's? Yes. It's just that these insects look more advanced than Lin Yuyu's. Otherwise, how could he not have noticed something was wrong when this woman first approached him? Luo Qingtian said. A ball of flame condensed in his hand, incinerating all the insects. But as he did so, Luo Qingtian froze too, and threw them into the space. These insects can actually affect my anger level. I must get them into the space to study them carefully. Luo Qingtian now looked toward the corridor. Instructor Chung. Do you think this building is too quiet? Chapter 580. Chung Hua wanted to say that he had actually noticed it just now. Luo Qingtian had only discovered through the mini-map that the entire building was deserted. Is today the weekend? Since the apocalypse began, Luo Qingtian rarely paid attention to dates. Unless it was a specific day or Shen Yuan called to remind her, she basically lived in a state of uncertainty. Chung Hua shook her head. Actually, this isn't the headquarters of Future Technology Company. Luo Qingtian asked in surprise. Instructor Chung, you're not saying that the headquarters of Future Technology Company is somewhere else, are you? If that were the case, she would definitely leave today. Chung Hua seemed to understand Luo Qingtian's meaning and quickly shook her head. No, you have to understand that our fifth base is different from the others. Many of the principles are related to buoyancy, magnetic levitation, supernatural power injection. These are all unstable entities. When Future Technology Company created the Sky City, they considered the foundation issue. Because they chose to build their company buildings in both Sky City and the base's underground city. Sky City's tech companies primarily handle clerical work, while the underground city is primarily occupied by scientists, biologists, and mechanical engineers. What Chung Hua didn't mention was that it wasn't just Future Technology that was doing this. After the apocalypse, weapons production was all conducted in the base's underground city, and now they even built underground factories. But all of this was classified, so he couldn't share it with Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was completely lost in his own thoughts. The minimap didn't show any people in the office building. But that doesn't mean there aren't any dummies or dead bodies in this building. Thinking of the woman from earlier, Luo Qingtian turned and walked towards several nearby offices. The office doors were closed, but Luo Qingtian, anxious to get in, kicked them open. Inside the offices were only a few desks and computers. Luo Qingtian walked over to the computers and began to examine their contents, but they only contained what he needed for the day's work, nothing of substance or use. At this moment, Luo Qingtian felt his inner irritation rise again. Luo Qingtian gritted his teeth. This passive skill always activated automatically. If anyone ever plotted against him in the future, this would be a deadly poison. Luo Qingtian took a glass of river water from his space and drank it in one gulp. The irritation in his heart finally subsided. Just as Luo Qingtian turned to leave the office, a green flying insect flew over. The insect flew so fast that it would be invisible without careful observation. Luo Qingtian raised her hand and grabbed the flying green worm, instantly crushing it to death. Luo Qingtian frowned as she watched the crushed green worm in her hand. She felt vulnerable to influence from a force in her current state. Furthermore, it felt as if someone was deliberately causing the changes in her body. She had never told anyone about her special abilities except herself. Who could possibly know so much about her? Luo Qingtian thought of the art project she had seen, and the two chips left at home. If there were anyone in this world who knew about her special abilities, besides herself, it would be her parents. Could this be related to her parents? No, Mom and Dad wouldn't do this to me. Luo Qingtian's heart trembled. Allowing something to constantly influence changes in one's body wasn't something a normal parent would do. Luo Qingtian firmly believed that Mom and Dad wouldn't do such a thing. Something must have gone wrong. The more Luo Qingtian thought about it, the more convinced he was. Chung Hua saw Luo Qingtian's pale face and asked worriedly, Qingtian, are you okay? Luo Qingtian shook his head. Instructor Chung, I think something's amiss here. You should go back and get someone from the military to take a look. Chung Hua's face was grave. What do you mean? Think about Lin Yuyu, then think about that woman. Chung Hua instantly understood what Luo Qing meant. The two exchanged glances and prepared to leave together. They skipped the elevator and headed straight for the hallway. But they hadn't had time to go downstairs yet. From the corridors on the 4th and 2nd floors, some staff members in work clothes were making their way step by step towards the 3rd floor. Each of them wore a faint smile, looking like a normal employee. Haha, Instructor Chung, right? Sorry, we're back late from our company's team building trip. Have you found everything you need to check? The man in the lead spoke, smiling friendly at the two of them. Chung Hua breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the man's words. Thank you, we finished our research. No wonder the company was so quiet. I thought you moved somewhere else. The man in the lead laughed upon hearing this. No, no, no. We may not be as skilled as scientists, but we will definitely contribute to the fifth base to the best of our ability. The man burst into laughter. Luo Qingtian's expression darkened upon seeing the man. I wonder what this person's name is. Luo Qingtian approached step by step. The man watched Luo Qingtian approach and said with a smile, My name is Shan Yu. Luo Qingtian smiled at the man, the bloodshot in his eyes causing Chung Hua, who was standing behind him, to shudder. At this moment, Luo Qingtian looked like a wild animal just out of its cage. Just as Chung Hua was about to step forward to grab Luo Qingtian, he saw Luo Qingtian slash Shan Yu's neck with a single stroke. Qingtian, what are you doing? Shan Yu never knew why he died. He stared at Luo Qingtian with wide eyes, blood pouring down his neck. Chung Hua, his eyes wide, quickly approached Luo Qingtian, his face now covered in blood. A strange smile played on Luo Qingtian's face as he watched Chung Hua approach. The entire corridor was filled with screams, and some even drew their weapons, ready to fight Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian waved his hand at the ground. A massive white tiger appeared before them. Dabai, control them. Dabai immediately selected everyone present, and Chung Hua watched as they prostrated themselves on the ground like wild beasts. Chung Hua's mind went blank. He couldn't understand why Luo Qingtian was acting like this. At this moment, Luo Qingtian pulled Xiaolu out of his hair. Go find them. Catch everyone in the building, alive, dead, or trying to escape. Xiaolu, upon hearing this, also flew away. At this moment, Chung Hua finally found his voice. He walked over to Luo Qingtian and grabbed his wrist. Qingtian, don't do this. Don't you have family at Future Technology? Luo Qingtian looked at Chung Hua, looking like a demon from hell. Chapter 581. Luo Qingtian looked at Chung Hua's anxious face. She knew that Chung Hua, as a soldier, had his responsibilities. If anything went wrong here today, Chung Hua would face punishment from the military. However, if this matter wasn't resolved, Luo Qingtian would become a target of public criticism. Chung Hua would still face punishment from the military. So she couldn't back down. She looked at Chung Hua solemnly. She sighed deeply. Chung Hua, do you believe me? I didn't kill innocent people. Chung Hua was clutching Luo Qingtian's wrist. After hearing Luo Qingtian's words, Chung Hua finally let go. I believe you. After so many life and death experiences, Chung Hua absolutely trusted her instincts. Luo Qingtian smiled at Chung Hua. Thank you, so I show you what I killed. After finishing, Luo Qingtian swung her knife at the severed head on the ground. The man's head was split in two by Luo Qingtian, and a blue insect flew out of it. Luo Qingtian returned, and the blue bug was instantly chopped to death by Luo Qingtian. Chung Hua stared stiffly at the head on the ground. The man's head was practically a hollow shell, especially where the brain lay, where a small insect nest now lay. Several blue larvae were crawling out. Chung Hua's face paled, his stomach churning. So, these people's bodies had already been infested by bugs? How did you find out? Chung Hua calmed down and looked at Luo Qingtian. After all, these people were acting so realistically. Even their bodies didn't seem stiff like Lin Yu or a corpse. Luo Qingtian didn't know how to explain it. She couldn't say these people weren't showing up on the minimap. She could only whisper, it's related to my special abilities. I can't sense their presence. I think the presence of these bugs keeps their bodies intact, allowing them to live like normal people. Chung Hua's face was gloomy. If the entire Future Technology Company staff were like this, then it was truly devastating. Future Technology Company was collaborating with the government. If the tech company was affected, it was likely that some key government officials would also be affected. The thought of certain positions being controlled by bugs filled Chung Hua's heart. Don't catch me, I'm human. Ah, I really am. At this moment, Xiaolu's tentacles grabbed a man and tossed him to Dabai's side. Dabai quickly selected the man, and then saw him lying on the ground, whimpering like a puppy. Luo Qingtian held a tang sword in his hand, and whenever he approached someone, he would chop them in half. Chung Hua stood behind Luo Qingtian, watching him silently. When he had killed the last two men, Luo Qingtian stopped. At this point, Luo Qingtian was covered in blood, and the entire corridor was covered in bright red blood. Blood flowed continuously down the stairs, then flowed back down. Luo Qingtian turned to look at Chung Hua behind him, I've been killing people since just now. You seen how I catch insects, right? Chung Hua looked at Luo Qingtian with a complicated expression. Yes. Are you planning to take these two men to the military headquarters? Luo Qing. Yes. Otherwise, if I kill so many civilian employees of future company, even if the police don't arrest me, you will. In reality, Luo Qingtian had almost guessed the intentions of the person behind this. This person wanted to use his anger to explode in this hallway, killing all the mutants at Future Technology. By then, he would be a wanted man at the base. Even if he went to another base, he would still be wanted, and he was destined to be alienated by his friends and family. This was not something a parent could do. Chung Hua stepped forward and grabbed the two people lying on the ground, one of whom was still screaming. Chung Hua looked at Luo Qingtian. I'm taking them away now. What about you? Where are you going? Luo Qingtian shrugged. I'm a little exhausted after killing so many people. I plan to go back and rest. Oh, by the way, that screaming person on your left hand is alive. But I don't know if there are any bugs inside him. Luo Qingtian yawned and walked downstairs. Chung Hua looked at Luo Qingtian's back and whispered, if you go out like this, you'd definitely be caught. Do you want me to take you back? Luo Qingtian waved his hand without even turning back. No need. I find my own way back. Luo Qingtian left quickly, but soon after, he entered the space. Chung Hua glanced at the two in his hands. Then he noticed that the large white tiger and the green, spherical creature behind him had vanished without a trace. Chung Hua sighed, and quickly left with the two of them. Before leaving, he called the military headquarters and the army. Then the car started, and Chung Hua sped towards the military headquarters. Not long after Chung Hua left, a group of soldiers rushed over and sealed off the entire Future Technology company. As soon as Luo Qingtian entered the space, she collapsed to the ground, drenched in blood, her face and body showing a normal red flush. The fur ball, and the small fur ball, not far away, noticed something was amiss with Luo Qingtian. When the two balls reached Luo Qingtian, his eyes were a bloodthirsty red. The fur ball, upon seeing Luo Qingtian's expression, quickly formed a small whip. Even the small fur ball formed a green whip. Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes, as she watched the two balls run towards her. A slight curve formed at the corner of her lips. What do you want to do? Or rather, who are you? Luo Qingtian's tone was teasing and mocking. Or, what are you doing beside me? Before Luo Qingtian could finish his words, the fur ball, and the small fur ball's whip struck him. Ah! With these blows, the bloodthirsty expression on Luo Qingtian's face vanished, and his eyes regained clarity. You two balls, are you trying to rebel? Luo Qingtian shouted, pointing at Mao and Xiaomokyu. Mao didn't care, and started beating them with his whip. Frightened, Luo Qingtian ran and dodged. What's going on? Oh my god, are you two teaming up to devour the master now? After saying this, Mao swung his whip even harder, and Luo Qingtian sprinted towards the river in terror. Mao condensed two wheels beneath him, and chased Luo Qingtian closely. Luo Qingtian ran, cursing Mao, stop it, I'm the master, I'm the master. Splash! Before Luo Qingtian could shout much, Mao whipped him into the river. Luo Qingtian squatted in the water, looking at the two balls on the shore with a look of grievance on his face. The two balls stayed at the water's edge, staring at Luo Qingtian, until Luo Qingtian fell asleep. Mao then looked at Xiaomokyu and pointed the whip in his hand at Xiaomokyu. This is the result of not letting me tell Qingtian. It is obvious that someone is targeting her, Luo Yubai. This is all your fault. Chapter 582. Little Machio stood there, letting Machio's whip hit him. I'm sorry, I didn't expect Qingtian to be deliberately influenced in this way. I think it might be related to the laboratory back then. I try to solve this problem. Machio looked at little Machio angrily, then looked at Luo Qingtian sleeping in the water with heartache. I have a guess. There's someone else who knows our identities. Little Machio looked at Machio, and a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. I know, I should know how to deal with Qingtian's problem, little Machio said, suddenly falling to the ground. Then, a dark figure of a man emerged from little Machio's body. I take care of it. With that, the dark figure vanished in an instant. Luo Qingtian woke up the next morning. A night's sleep had completely banished all her anger and unhappiness. Coming out of the room, Luo Qingtian habitually went to the kitchen to find something to eat, but today, Machio was the only one in the kitchen. Meanwhile, the little ball of fur sat like a rag doll on a nearby vacuum cleaner. Fur ball, what happened to your son? Luo Qingtian said, walking over to the vacuum cleaner and picking up the unconscious little ball of fur. The little ball of fur looked like a figurine. Lifeless, just an empty shell. The ball of fur glanced at Luo Qingtian, placed the food on the table, and moved to Luo Qingtian's side. He took the little ball of fur from Luo Qingtian's hands and left the villa without looking back. Luo Qingtian scratched the back of his head as he observed the ball of fur. How could this mutant plant's mind be as mysterious as a needle in the sea? Luo Qing walked to the table and began to eat breakfast. She had no plans to train today, nor did she intend to let Changhua punish her. After finishing her meal, she went straight to the training room. Yesterday, something had been recording her anger level, and this had made her clearly aware of her weakness. So, after entering the training room, she planned to improve herself through training. Perhaps she could find a way to overcome her anger level in the training room. In the military prison cell, Changhua, wearing protective gear, was locked in an interrogation room with a captured man. The interrogation room was pitch black. The walls of the interrogation room were one-way glass, and behind the glass, a group of senior officials were observing the situation with stern expressions. Changhua stood in front of the man, holding a sharp long knife. "What the hell are you?" The man looked up, glaring at Changhua with his cloudy eyes, then suddenly threatened to explode and attack. But as soon as he leaped up, he was trapped by the chains on the stool. Changhua watched the man before him, unable to communicate properly, then nodded toward the glass and slashed directly at him with his long knife. The man's head was split in two, and a small blue-green insect flew out. It flew towards Chenghua's eyes. Changhua lacked Luo Qingtian's speed and reach. He dodged the insect's attacks, fighting it for a long time in the interrogation room. Finally, Chenghua's liquid condensed into a cage and captured the insect. After catching the insect, Changhua waited for a long time in the interrogation room, ensuring it couldn't escape. Only then did he remove his protective suit and leave. He led the bug to the office behind the interrogation room. In the room, many senior executives were waiting with stern expressions. Reporting. "Come in." Changhua walked into the office and placed the bug on the conference table. "Captain, this is the bug that was captured from Future Technology Company, the human controlling bug. According to Black Angel, this bug is a scout of the Zerg. We heard it's also a parasite that can infest the human body, particularly the brain. The longer it stays in the human body, the more it adapts to its functions, even becoming one with it and difficult to detect. And this parasite will pass on the information it discovers and collects to the Zerg." The man in the first seat had a serious expression. "So Black Angel is saying that this bug may have infiltrated our military?" "Yes." Chenghua's face darkened. "This time. The Black Angel even asked me to bring back a living person, who's currently undergoing examination at the Biological Research Institute." Changhua meticulously recounted the story of how he and Luo Qingtian had entered Future Technology Company. The leading man's eyes grew even colder after hearing Chenghua's account. "Haha, what a calculated scheme. I think things are truly shady at Future Technology Company now. What if that Black Angel loses his mind? Killing so many employees right in front of you. Then the company's top brass will surely step in and hold him accountable. Given the Black Angel's temperament, he'd become our antagonist, opposing a powerful psychic capable of freezing an entire base into an ice sculpture. This was truly a bad thing. If that day ever came, this powerful psychic might even destroy their entire fifth base in a fit of rage." Thinking of how the fifth base's first nemesis, the fire tree, had ultimately been destroyed by this Black Angel, the chief was completely distraught. What on earth was this tech company trying to do? The chief then looked at everyone present and said to Changhua, "Changhua, get out of here now and seal the door. Then call the Black Angel and have her take a good look at our office to see if anyone is infected." Changhua immediately left. Before leaving, he used his psychic powers to seal off the entire room. He then hurried to the freshman training camp. Changhua called Luo Qingtian, but the line was disconnected. After arriving at the training camp, Changhua headed straight for 501. However, the dormitory manager at the door refused to let Changhua in, so Changhua could only wait there. Finally, Changhua took advantage of the dormitory manager's inattention and rushed in. As he climbed the stairs, many female students spotted Changhua and looked at him with shock and fear. Changhua didn't bother explaining himself to the others, running straight up until he reached the top of the 4th floor. There was no way out of the 5th floor without a keycard, so he had to find another way. After much deliberation, he climbed out the window. Then he climbed towards 501. Luo Qingtian emerged from the space exhausted. Her hair was wet, and she wore only a small camisole. Water droplets trickled down her graceful neck and onto her chest. Then, they vanished into her clothes, leaving her chest soaked. Luo Qingtian sat on the sofa, wiping her hair and watching a boring TV show. Suddenly, she felt a gaze from the corner of her eye. She turned her head and saw Chenghua sprawled against the window, staring at her like a giant gecko. Ah! Chenghua, you pervert! Chapter 583. Luo Qingtian said, and a green vine instantly condensed in his hand, grabbing towards the window. Chenghua was also very depressed at this time. He opened his mouth to explain, but his current appearance had already attracted the attention of the people below. So he did not struggle, but allowed Luo Qingtian's vine to grab him and drag him into the house. Luo Qingtian then used a switch to directly change into combat uniform. As soon as Chenghua entered the room, Luo Qingtian's fists were directed at him. Chenghua was frightened and dodged. The two of them began a drama in the room. He fled, she chased, and he couldn't escape even if he had wings. No, Qingtian, listen to me, I only came here on orders from above. Did the higher-ups send you here to spy? You pervert, and you're an instructor, you really can't tell, Luo Qingtian said, and punched Chenghua in the face. Chenghua finally didn't dodge, standing there with his eyes closed, allowing the punch to hit him in the face. Luo Qingtian restrained his strength with this punch. After beating Chenghua up, she finally looked at him. Tell me, what's the matter that made you, a regimental commander, climb through the window to come to me? Chenghua rubbed his face, gnashing his teeth in pain. The commander sent me to see you. He asked you to help us check if the military offices have been infested by Zerg. Luo Qingtian glared at Chenghua. Let's go! Although he was unhappy, he still had to get down to business. The two of them walked down the stairs, and many of the female students noticed Chenghua as they went down. Especially when they saw his bruised face, many of them laughed along. Chenghua didn't care, and she and Luo Qingtian walked out of the dormitory building as if no one was around. After the two men left, the dorm manager, with a stern expression, made a phone call. But before the call went through, a message appeared on the glass window of the dorm manager's office. Luo Qingtian and Chenghua were standing nearby, watching. The dorm manager stared at the two men in shock, then quickly pressed the dial button. Suddenly, her wrist began to heat up, and the strap of her phone watch shattered instantly. A green vine snatched the watch away. The next moment, her hand was enveloped in a red liquid, finally entwining itself. Madam, please come with us. The dorm manager squinted at the two men, about to offer some resistance. She saw Luo Qingtian step forward and punch her in the face. After a dizzy spell, the dorm manager collapsed to the ground. Luo Qingtian, with a look of disdain, lifted her up. Let's go. Chenghua watched Luo Qingtian's actions, his mouth twitching. He couldn't help but touch the spot on his face where he'd been hit. In that moment, he felt that Luo Qingtian had truly gone easy on him. Otherwise, I might end up like the dorm manager, being picked up and taken away. That would be truly humiliating. The two of them moved through the training grounds unconcerned, many casting puzzled glances. But when they saw that Luo Qingtian was holding a person, they quickly averted their gazes. In the military headquarters, the commander picked up the cup in front of him and looked at it. The water was already empty. He set the cup down and tapped it lightly with one hand on the table. The leaders present would be lying if they weren't nervous. They looked at each other and, in unison, moved their stools, creating some distance between them. At this point, everyone looked at each other as if they were a bug. At that moment, the sound of a lock clicked at the door, followed by Chenghua's voice. Report. This announcement was like heavenly music to those present. Everyone sat up straight. The commander's face wore a faint smile. Come in. Chenghua pushed open the door and walked in with Luo Qingtian. Commander, this is Luo, the Black Angel. Hearing the name Black Angel again, Luo Qingtian swallowed it in one breath and coughed twice. My name is not Black Angel, but Luo Qingtian. The commander smiled and stood up, extending his hand to Luo Qingtian. Excuse me, Mr. Luo, your name. Welcome to our 5th base. Thank you. Luo Qingtian also extended his hand to the commander and shook his. The commander smiled and said, I believe you understand why we called you here. I wonder if Mr. Luo can tell if anyone here is infected. Luo Qingtian turned to look at the people present. Their expressions were not very good. The eyes they looked at Luo Qingtian were filled with fear and nervousness. Parasitism is something that goes unnoticed in the early stages. By the time it's discovered, the infected person's brain has already been eaten by the bugs. So, it's a lie to pretend everyone wasn't nervous. Luo Qingtian opened his mini-map and zoomed in. Then he walked over to each person and checked. After checking everyone, Luo Qingtian walked over to the commander and carefully examined them. Then, he looked at the commander and said, "No. No one's been parasitized." Hearing this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. The nervousness and fear they had initially shown each other disappeared in an instant. Everyone looked at each other with amusement. "Haha, it seems our military hasn't been infiltrated." The commander also breathed a sigh of relief. That means the parasites have only infiltrated Future Technology Company. It's hard to say, Mr. Luo. There are still many people at the military headquarters. I have Changhua gather them later. After a day-long meeting at the military headquarters, Luo Qingtian checked everyone there. After confirming that no one was infected, he returned to the training camp. After returning to the training camp, Luo Qingtian prepared to return to the dormitory. However, the dormitory manager had been replaced. As soon as Luo Qingtian went to the dormitory, he was stopped by the manager. "Student, please return your key to 501. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. "Why?" The dorm manager smiled and said, "Because it means you're not qualified." Luo Qingtian smiled. "You say I'm not qualified, then who is?" The dorm manager narrowed her eyes at Luo Qingtian. "Little boy, don't embarrass me. Give it back." "Haha, this is a military training camp. Although we're training people from tech companies, all management is handled by the military. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you stand in my way?" The dorm manager hadn't expected Luo Qingtian to be so disobedient. One arm instantly transformed into a pair of scissors. Then she pointed it at Luo Qingtian. "You're just an auxiliary department student. You're not worthy of 501. Hurry, and give me your key." Luo Qingtian smiled at the dorm manager and said, "Hand it over, and then what? Give it to someone you know?" The dorm manager choked. The scissors plunged directly into Luo Qingtian's neck. "If you don't obey, you be punished." But before the scissors could reach Luo Qingtian, Luo Qingtian's two fingers grasped the tip of the scissors. "Does your boss know that you abuse your power for personal gain? If he gives you the key to 501, will you give him a copy?" Chapter 584. The female dorm manager looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise. Luo Qingtian walked towards the manager step by step. "It seems your master didn't tell you that in this dormitory, it's best not to mess with the people from 501. After saying this, Luo Qingtian broke the female dorm manager's arm with one hand. He was trying to tear her arm off. "Haha, a bit bloody. Fortunately, you transformed and didn't get covered in blood." Luo Qingtian casually threw the arm that had turned into a pair of scissors to the ground. The scissors hit the ground, instantly becoming a severed arm. Luo Qingtian glanced at the dorm manager with a half smile, then walked away. The dorm manager convulsed in pain, pointing at Luo Qingtian's back and cursing. "I won't let you go. Just wait. The boss won't let you go." After saying this, the dorm manager clutched the severed limb and was about to run out. At this moment, many people entered the girls' dormitory and saw the dorm manager in such a state. Many female students screamed. Luo Qingtian looked in the direction the dorm manager had left, a smile curling her lips. She stood at the window in front of the stairs, watching the manager's humiliated escape. "Oh, this is really ugly. You should have spread the news, right?" After Luo Qingtian finished speaking, the flying fire mysterious art instantly appeared in her hand. Luo Qingtian drew her bow and shot, aiming in the direction the dorm manager had fled. 3 flaming arrows flew out. Fusion. The 3 flaming arrows merged into one and pierced the dorm manager's head. The dorm manager's body exploded instantly, creating a huge crater in the training camp. At this moment, everyone in the training grounds looked in Luo Qingtian's direction. Many people couldn't believe their eyes. Someone was actually killing people in the training camp. But Luo Qingtian stood at the window, unfazed, looking back at everyone's gazes. Then, with a dignified air, he closed the window and turned to head back to 501. Because of Luo Qingtian's actions, the entire training camp was locked down in the afternoon. Everyone was trapped on the playground. Even the dormitory supervisors and the canteen cooks were ordered to the training grounds. Thinking the army was punishing Luo Qingtian, everyone stood on the playground, awaiting his arrival. After returning to 501, Luo Qingtian quickly packed up and prepared to join the team. But before doing so, Luo Qingtian deliberately took a walk around the training ground. He then returned to the team. Luo Qingtian's team leader was still Changhua, whose face was still bruised and red. After Luo Qingtian joined the team, he shook his head slightly in Chenghua's direction. Changhua frowned instantly. "Luo Qingtian, step out." Luo Qingtian stepped out of the team. Changhua frowned. "Why kill someone? because she turned her arm into a pair of scissors and tried to cut my neck. I was acting in self-defense. Chunghua frowned. Come on, let's go get my injuries checked. With that, Chunghua led Luo Qingtian out. Before leaving, Chunghua loudly declared, everyone else stay put. Then the two of them walked out. As they left the training camp, Chunghua whispered, no one? Luo Qingtian nodded. No, it stands to reason that when Lin Yu brought a swarm of bugs to the training camp last time, there was no way anyone had been infected. Also, the dorm supervisors for both girls' dorms were problematic, but the boys were fine. So, this was clearly aimed at me. Luo Qingtian then looked at Chunghua, and Chunghua looked back. Hospital. Hospital, the two exclaimed in unison. The insects Lin Yu brought last time devoured human nerves and spread to the bodies of those with feverish abilities. The students infected were all those who had a fever last time. Thinking of this, the two quickly got in the car and headed towards the base. Chunghua drove while calling the hospital. Soon, the hospital received a message, Captain, we checked. All the students who had a fever last time have recovered, and more than half of them are now awake. Several students are still in a coma. Hearing this news, Chunghua's hands trembled. After this investigation, they came to a conclusion. When a normal person is infected by these things, their body will become hot, their brain will become dull and blocked, and they will lose the ability to think normally. During this period, the person is in a coma, and their own antibodies will form, allowing them to react to the external threat. So, being in a coma is the best news for these students. But once they wake up, this means that they have been completely infected. These parasites have already begun nesting in people's brains. Chunghua's hands, gripping the steering wheel, trembled at the thought. Once these parasites have completed their nesting, new parasites will hatch from the parasite's body and begin searching for a new host. The entire hospital would be in danger. Chunghua unknowingly sped up his pace toward the 5th Base Hospital. The 5th Base Hospital was located in the middle area. 10 minutes later, the two stopped in front of the hospital gate. Luo Qingtian walked into the hospital and went with Chunghua to the trainee's ward. In the ward, the awakened trainee was happily chatting with his friends. But no one could understand their words. The sounds they made were more like the chirping of cicadas, or the fluttering of wings. Suddenly, the door opened, and Luo Qingtian and Chunghua walked in. Luo Qingtian frowned at the people present. One of the trainees smiled and said, Instructor Chung, classmate Luo, are you here to pick us up from the hospital? But the doctor said, we need to stay for 3 days before we can be discharged, and we have a full body checkup during that time. Chunghua looked at the 8 people in the room and said, yes, I'm here to ask you some questions. I'm glad you woke up. Wait here while I get the doctor to check your health status. With that, Chunghua pulled Luo Qingtian out of the ward. Luo Qingtian looked at Chunghua sternly and said, all of them. Chunghua pursed her lips. Damn it! I contact headquarters now. Go check on the unconscious trainees. They might still be able to be saved. Luo Qingtian nodded and went to another ward. 14 trainees had woken up in total. As Luo Qingtian went to the other ward, he overheard their conversation from outside the room. We found the energy source, but we need to eradicate it and bring it back. Half of us will stay in the hospital to find a new host. The rest will follow me to the training camp to find the source of the energy. If I'm not mistaken, the source of the energy should have what we need. Who should we pass the energy information to? Humans are untrustworthy. Captain, when will our team be able to launch a large-scale attack? We're running low on energy, and we need to find the source to get here. Before the words were finished, a nurse with a tray approached. Young lady, are you also a trainee? Luo Qingtian looked at the nurse before him, wishing he could pin her to death. Yes, I'm here to see my classmates. Chapter 585. The appearance of the young nurse caused the group of infected students inside to pause their discussion. They all looked out the door. Then, they saw the young nurse walk in with a tray. Luo Qingtian followed the nurse. Students, your classmates are here to see you. Luo Qingtian stepped out from behind the nurse and smiled at everyone present. Hello, how are you all doing? The demons looked at Luo Qingtian with puzzled expressions. But they still nodded politely. Thank you for your concern, classmate Luo. We're fine. Thank you for visiting us. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow and looked at the group. The minimap didn't show these people, which meant they were already infected. Luo Qingtian, you're welcome. We're all classmates. I wonder which room Qi Runming is in. I want to see him. Speaking of Qi Runming, the group breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out this person wasn't looking for them. The parasites exchanged glances and pointed to the next bed. Qi Junming and the others are next door. They haven't woken up yet. Go check on them. Luo Qitian smiled and nodded, gently stroking her hair as she silently dropped Xiaolu to the floor. Then she turned and went to the next room. Qi Junming was still lying in bed, a look of pain flickering across his face. Luo Qitian quickly walked over to Qi Junming and placed her small hand on his head. A bright gray light pierced Qi Junming's brain, revealing a small, blue-green insect gnawing at his brain. The insect secreted a green mucus, paralyzing Qi Junming's body. Even if he wanted to wake up, he couldn't. Luo Qitian narrowed his eyes, controlling his bright gray light to quietly capture the insect. Gu Yuyu then used her light to absorb all the energy from the insect. The green insect quickly vanished from Qi Ruinming's brain, and Luo Qitian gradually released his life force into Qi Ruinming's body through the bright gray light. After an unknown amount of time, Qi Runming opened his eyes. Luo Qitian first looked at him, then glanced around. Am I still in the hospital? Qi Ruinming's memory was still stuck in the training camp cafeteria. Luo Qitian smiled at Qi Runming and said, yes. You guys have been harmed. There's a bug in your brain. Qi Runming felt uneasy when he heard this. What do you mean there's another one living in his head? Could it be that there's something inside his head? How could this be possible? Luo Qitian, don't scare me. I'm a coward. Qi Junming glanced at Luo Qitian with a sullen look. Luo Qitian smiled and said, I'm not lying. It's not just you. Every student sent to the hospital has been infected. I came here today to investigate this. Qi Junming instinctively hugged himself upon hearing this. What should I do? Can I still survive? Luo Qitian yawned and looked at the other sleeping students. They also wanted to open their eyes, but it was as if something was covering them. They couldn't. And they all felt their brains slowly losing control, losing consciousness. Luo Qitian also noticed that the life signs of several people were fading. She immediately reached out and released her bright gray light at the remaining people. Half an hour later, everyone opened their eyes. Outside the hallway, arguing and smashing could be heard. Luo Qitian smiled at them. Did you remember what I said? I'm leaving now. Luo Qitian then walked out. Cheng Huacheng was now in a standoff with several students. The students looked at him indignantly. Instructor Cheng, we just want to go home. Can you please open the door? Okay. Behind him, Luo Qitian approached with a smile. Bang! Luo Qitian kicked the door open, followed by a massive explosion. Tear apart. Luo Qingqian's voice rang out coldly, and a massive black mass, like a black hole, appeared before everyone. This mass carried a powerful suction force. It absorbed all the parasites hiding behind it. The black mass then spat out blood. There were also several broken arms. The scene was so shocking that many students and others present felt like vomiting in anger. And those students were all dead in the blink of an eye. Ah, the screams echoed. Luo Qitian drew his tang sword and said with a smile, Instructor Cheng, there will be no mercy. Luo Qitian rushed into the adjacent ward, switched to his tang sword, and began hacking at them one by one like a watermelon. These parasites began to communicate with each other through special means. This energy source is actually killing us. Has it discovered us? Our language is so powerful, there's no way any human could understand it. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the gleaming tang sword coming towards them. Luo Qitian looked at the others with a half smile as they prepared to run. Luo Qitian quickly unleashed the trap. A moment later, Luo Qitian had eliminated all the parasites in that room. The entire hospital was quickly surrounded by military personnel. The sounds of fear echoed throughout the hospital. As if addicted to killing, Luo Qitian began to chase a group of students in a frenzied fight. More precisely, it was a one-sided fight. The entire hospital was soon in chaos. After killing the students in the last room, Luo Qitian, following Qi Runming, began to run through the hospital. Qi Runming was terrified watching Luo Qitian. He led Luo Qitian through countless wards, offices, and past countless people. Everywhere they went, they left a body behind. Qi Runming feigned fear and began to scream frantically throughout the hospital. Help! Help! Many soldiers rushed into the hospital, now chasing Luo Qitian, pretending to be chasing him. Finally, Qi Runming could no longer run. He sat down on the ground, panting, and waved at Luo Qitian. Sister, I can't run anymore. Why don't you just pretend to be crazy and kill them in the hospital? Although he didn't know what Luo Qitian was up to, his instincts told him it wasn't simple. After all, the military had been dispatched, and they were pretending just like him. It was just that one was pretending to chase someone, and the other was pretending to be after the blanket. Luo Qingtian was also a little tired. She had been constantly zooming in on the minimap to check for parasites along the way. Then she had to kill them without them noticing, to prevent them from spreading the news. Of course, she was pretending to be crazy to lure out the last person. Luo Qingtian checked her passive skill. For some reason, it had activated automatically except when she killed the first wave of parasites. It affected her for a moment, and after forcing it back off, her rage level hadn't increased since then. Chapter 586. Luo Qingtian's weakness lies in his rage surge. The higher his rage, the stronger his abilities become, and his attack power and strength also increase. However, the higher his rage, the more intense his anger becomes. Once his rage reaches its maximum, Luo Qingtian could completely lose his mind, becoming a madman obsessed with killing. Only after Luo Qingtian has depleted his rage can he regain his composure. For unknown reasons, the parasites are now able to mobilize Luo Qingtian's rage. If Luo Qingtian explodes, the entire 5th base will be in jeopardy. Luo Qingtian is now killing people everywhere, hoping to make people think he has lost his mind. After clearing out the parasites from the entire hospital, Luo Qingtian left. The entire hospital was surrounded by military forces. Meanwhile, in the sky above the hospital, combat drones were everywhere, targeting Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian, lower your weapons and surrender immediately. A man's voice came from the drone, and Luo Qingtian's voice rang out through the speaker. Why are you arresting me? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of psychics rushed out and, along with the drones, surrounded Luo Qingtian. When Luo Qingtian saw the psychics, his eyes instantly turned crimson. These psychics weren't visible on the minimap, meaning they were also parasites. And they were also influencing him. Luo Qingtian reached out and touched his passive skill icon. The passive skill was activated again. But this time, Luo Qingtian noticed a release button had appeared on the passive skill icon. Previously, the rage level would only be automatically released when it reached 75%, but now, there's a release button. Even if the passive skill is always active, releasing it prematurely won't affect you. But when did this release button appear? I had looked at my ability icon the day before yesterday, and it didn't show a release like it did today. Aren't passive skills passively released? Before Luo Qingtian could figure it out, the opposing psychics were already charging at him. Luo Qingtian quickly clicked the release button, and his body instantly vanished. The next moment, he was among the psychics. The psychics condensed different colored psychic powers in their hands, and released them at Luo Qingtian. Little Green leaped behind Luo Qingtian, quickly transforming into green wings that stuck to him. Luo Qingtian soared into the sky, instantly switching to the flying fire mysterious bow. He drew his bow and shot an arrow, aiming at the psychics on the ground. Boom! 3 arrows shot out, piercing several of the most ferocious psychics. The psychic's body exploded instantly. Flames engulfed the parasite's body, finally reducing it to dust. The psychic's swift death shocked the military personnel watching the spectacle. They knew Luo Qingtian was powerful, but they hadn't expected that killing a level 10 psychic would take just the flick of a bow. Chunghua looked at Luo Qingtian with a complex expression. Luo Qingtian was now flying high in the sky, his expression stern, like a god descending from heaven, overlooking all life. At this moment, the drone's voice rang again. Luo Qingtian, stop your fearless struggles. Lay down your weapons and surrender. The few surviving psychics on the ground looked at the drone and started cursing. Does your military only speak from behind drones? Don't you see this woman has already killed many of our psychics? After the psychic finished shouting, another voice came from the drone. Luo Qingtian, do you hear that? If you don't surrender, we're going to attack. Nearby combat drones were now flying around Luo Qingtian. It looked as if they would fire at him if he made any move. Even behind the drones, several maglev vehicles were flying in the air. They were filled with soldiers holding pistols, also aimed in Luo Qingtian's direction. Several psychics laughed at this scene. Luo Qingtian heard the chirping of insects. We must capture this energy source before the military defeats it. Fly! Let's go! With that, transparent wings appeared behind the 3 psychics. Then they charged towards Luo Qingtian. The 3 psychics moved so quickly that they gave Luo Qingtian no chance to distance himself from them. As they approached Luo Qingtian, their hands transformed into sharp blades. A closer look revealed that their arms were Zerg weapons. Looking at the 3 psychics, Luo Qingtian's gaze grew colder. The Zerg actually knew his weakness, but the 3 psychics were wearing Future Technology Company clothing. Could Future Technology be related to the Zerg? Before Luo Qingtian could figure out what was happening, the three parasitic psychics were already in front of him. Luo Qingtian leaned back, quickly rising into the air, dodging the three attacks. The sharp blades grazed her face. Then Luo Qingtian switched from the flying fire mysterious bow to a tang blade. Xiaolu, speed up, Luo Qingtian whispered to Xiaolu behind him. Xiaolu quickly expanded from one pair of wings to two. As soon as the four wings appeared, Luo Qingtian's speed doubled. Luo Qingtian's tang blade, enchanted with fire powers, flew swiftly towards the three parasites. He swung the tang blade without any fancy moves. No one present saw how Luo Qingtian attacked, but as he flew past the three psychics, their bodies rapidly burned, eventually turning them into dust. This scene once again shocked everyone present. Quite a number of psychics had arrived this time. They were all level 10 psychics, and Luo Qingtian couldn't even withstand a few blows. The military personnel were standing in their office, facing a large monitor that showed everything happening on the battlefield. This Luo Qingtian was truly unexpected. A man nearby whispered, "Captain, are our drones going to attack Luo Qingtian soon?" The commander thought for a moment and nodded, "Yes, let's do it, but we won't let them down until they can't hold it back." The man immediately understood what was going on, and quickly returned to the control room. After clearing out all the parasites, Luo Qingtian suddenly wore an ambiguous smile. She stood high in the air, her gaze fixed on a spot below her. Then, her body descended slightly, landing on the ground. She turned to look at the group of onlookers, who had appeared out of nowhere behind her and said, "Is the excitement fun?" Chapter 587. When these people heard Luo Qingtian, they all screamed. Some pointed directly at Luo Qingtian and cursed, "You devil, you demon! Comrade soldier, kill her now." Luo Qingtian smiled at the people, the red in his eyes growing more and more pronounced. This was a sign of Luo Qingtian's madness. Then Luo Qingtian unleashed the trap. All the onlookers were trapped by Luo Qingtian's trap. Luo Qingtian, holding his tang sword, stepped into the crowd, slashing through wherever he went. The tang sword killed countless people, all struck down by Luo Qingtian from above. The trap people, watching the drone overhead, showed no sign of firing, and began to curse, "Aren't you protecting us? Why are you letting this witch slaughter us? Yes, this demon wants to kill us. Why don't you do it?" At this moment, a man's voice rang out from the drone's loudspeaker, "Luo Qingtian, do you hear me? If you kill anyone again, we shoot. Put down your weapons, give up resistance, and surrender." The loudspeaker's shouting ignited the onlookers' fury. One even cursed profanely, "Are you humans sick?" Just as the words were uttered, Luo Qingtian's tang sword sent him to final rest. In the crowd, only 4 or 5 remained. They knelt and wept. Cheng Hua, who had been standing nearby, saw that Luo Qingtian hadn't killed the few remaining men, and knew they were normal people. He rushed out, pretending to fight Luo Qingtian. The two began to fight. The remaining few took advantage of the fight between Cheng Hua and Luo Qingtian to escape. After a brief exchange, the two men realized that Future Technology Company hadn't deployed any personnel, and Cheng Hua took the opportunity to escape Luo Qingtian's attack range. The drones overhead finally began firing at Luo Qingtian. Bullets rained down on Luo Qingtian, who dodged in midair, playing hide-and-seek, effortlessly avoiding all the bullets. The senior leaders watching from the monitors were once again shocked by this scene. Having known Luo Qingtian's formidable strength, they had long wanted to see how he would react to the drone siege and attack. At least to reveal Luo Qingtian's true weakness. Could their military exploit this weakness and make this powerful psychic their own? While this battle was a collaborative effort, it was also a test. This test brought regret. When Luo Qingtian dodged the bullets. In the maglev cars on either side, a man in a military green uniform pulled out a sniper rifle and aimed it at Luo Qingtian. Bang! The bullet shot out, glancing past Xiaolu's wings, disrupting Luo Qingtian's rhythm. It caused Luo Qingtian to pause in midair for a moment. It was during this pause that all the bullets were directed at Luo Qingtian. Xiaolu's wings made it difficult to protect her, and Luo Qingtian didn't want to expose herself. She could only dodge on her own. The next moment, a thick layer of white ice formed around her. All the bullets were instantly trapped in the ice, and Luo Qingtian's weapon instantly switched to the Ruoxue Divine Bow. The moment the ice wall vanished, Luo Qingtian drew his bow and fired an arrow in midair, piercing the car that had attacked him. At this moment, Luo Qingtian's water-based arrows carried a fierce, destructive force. The soldiers in the car inexplicably fell out, and Luo Qingtian flew swiftly towards the car. There were 3 soldiers in the car. As they fell out, one of them cursed, "Fuck, you idiot! Why did you mess with her for no reason? Their orders were to watch the show, and the idiot behind them actually opened fire. Now that this evil spirit had come for revenge, they had all planned their own deaths. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes as he watched the three men fall, switching his weak water bow to the Amos ice bow. He drew his bow and fired an arrow, aiming directly at the soldier who had just sniped him. The soldier turned into an ice sculpture in midair. On the other side of the monitor, the commander frowned at the scene. Who had allowed him to act without authorization? If they had fought openly, regardless of who won or lost, at least they would have achieved a state of friendly cooperation. But using this tactic behind the scenes, it was a bit like backstabbing, sabotaging cooperation. No one present spoke, especially the chief of staff, who wished he could shove his head under the table. He always felt an unwavering dislike for Luo Qingtian. That's why he secretly slapped someone, wanting to teach Luo Qingtian a lesson. He didn't expect the commander to see this, and his face darkened. On the monitor, Luo Qingtian was clearly angry. She was dodging the bullets. The weapon in her hand had switched to the flying fire mysterious bow. She spun brilliantly in the air, then drew her bow and fired, aiming at the row of combat drones ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed. The surrounding drones were blasted to smithereens by Luo Qingtian's arrows. Then Luo Qingtian aimed at the drones on the other side. Just as he was about to draw his bow and shoot, Cheng Hua's voice rang out. Luo Qingtian, stop! Luo Qingtian turned to look at Cheng Hua, who was speaking beneath him. His eyes were filled with ambiguous emotions. Luo Qingtian didn't fall to the ground. Then he charged at Cheng Hua. The two engaged in combat again. Luo Qingtian held back. Even so, Cheng Hua could still feel the stinging pain. To outsiders, however, it looked like Luo Qingtian and Cheng Hua were evenly matched. But only Cheng Hua himself knew how utterly miserable he felt at that moment. He dodged Luo Qingtian's punches the entire time, and Luo Qingtian was becoming increasingly addicted. The surrounding drones flew over, apparently intending to continue shooting at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian quickly retreated. Squinting at the drones, he held the Fei Huaxian bow in his hand, preparing to draw his bow and release an arrow at the last batch of drones. Then, a strange voice echoed from the sky. This time, it was a woman's. Cheng Hua and Luo Qingtian both stopped what they were doing. Is that Qingtian? Great, little Qingtian, you grown up. Hearing this voice, Luo Qingtian's body trembled. Reason told her. This voice couldn't be her mother's. She flew towards the drone that spoke. The drone had been dragging a tablet. This tablet seemed to be communicating with someone. Luo Qingtian picked up Pingnan. Then, a woman's kind voice rang from the tablet. Little Qingtian, long time no see. Luo Qingtian stared blankly at the woman in the video, opening her mouth, but failing to utter a single word. Chapter 588. Luo Qingtian stared blankly at the person on the tablet, then pulled out a pocket watch. Inside the pocket watch was a photo of Luo Yubai, and Yun Qianrou holding Luo Qingtian as a baby. The Yun Qianrou in the photo bore at least an 80% resemblance to the Yun Qianrou in the video. Luo Qingtian lowered his head, his aura growing gloomy and decadent. Suddenly, Luo Qingtian raised his head and looked at the tablet, his voice as cold as ice. It seemed to freeze the entire world. Who are you? The woman in the video clearly hadn't expected Luo Qingtian to ask her that. A kind expression crossed her face, her eyes gentle as water. Qingtian, do you really not recognize me? I'm your mother. Before the woman could utter the last two words, Luo Qingtian was suddenly enveloped in a white icy aura. She squinted at the woman in the video. Don't say you're my mother. Yes, this woman was definitely not his mother, despite her resemblance to the photo. But Luo Qingtian's mental strength was exceptionally strong. She could clearly sense that the woman behind the video had no love for her. If this person was truly her mother, she would rather face the two balls in the space. Furthermore, when this woman looked at her, her eyes were filled with calculation and concealment. She couldn't believe that a woman who dared not even reveal her face, hiding behind a video, could be her mother. Hey child, I know you're mad at me. Just call me Auntie. Luo Qingtian's face was filled with mockery. Auntie? Are you pretending to be little dragon girl? Luo Qingtian stood in midair, watching this ridiculous scene. Suddenly, she covered her face with her hands and burst into laughter. Hee hee. Ha 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 ha. Luo Qingtian burst into laughter. Tears welled up in her eyes. How could such a ridiculous thing happen to me? You, a thing that dares not even show your face, yet you dare tell me you're my blood relative? Ha ha. You want to use this to get close to me? To use me? Luo Qingtian's rage suddenly soared. She raised her hand and punched the drone in front of her, shattering it into pieces. Then she quickly flew towards the Sky City. Luo Qingtian's speed was incredibly fast, like a powerful arrow. Cheng Hua watched the direction Luo Qingtian left, a very ominous suspicion forming in his mind. He got on his hovercraft and chased after Luo Qingtian. After arriving at the Sky City, Luo Qingtian rushed towards the Future Technology Building without hesitation. Bang! With just one punch, Luo Qingtian destroyed the Future Technology Building. Then Luo Qingtian left the Sky City and flew towards the base's underground city. When Cheng Hua caught up, he saw Luo Qingtian fly past him and then head downward. He turned the car around, ready to give chase, when he saw the Future Technology Building destroyed by Luo Qingtian not far ahead. Cheng Hua thought to himself, "Oh no! The woman in the video must have really pissed Luo Qingtian off." It was clear she was planning to destroy Future Technology. Cheng Hua turned the car around, stepped on the accelerator, and headed for the base's underground city. Arriving at the base, Luo Qingtian immediately spotted Future Technology's Technology Park and Research Institute. He flew directly over Future Technology and was surrounded by a swarm of drones. Luo Qingtian sneered. He switched his weapon to the Flying Fire Mystic Bow. He drew his bow and released his arrows. Luo Qingtian unleashed 15 arrows in a row. He also targeted a large area with the Flying Fire Mystic Bow. Meteor shower. Then, a shower of fire filled the sky, falling to the ground like meteorites. A moment later, the drones in the sky vanished. Below, a barrier like a sky curtain appeared on the upper floors of Future Technology Company. Then it protected the entire company building, the technology park, and the laboratory building. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. Very impressive. But do you think I can't catch you if you hide in here? Luo Qingtian was filled with disgust at this base. Although he didn't know the relationship between the woman in the video and his parents, Luo Qingtian was certain that if he wanted to find out about his parents, all he had to do was capture this woman. He had truly been too gentle with this base, which was why he had waited inside the training base. He had done so much for this base, and in the end, nothing had come of it. So, he might as well force his way in. If the mountain isn't mine, then I take it. Luo Qingtian looked toward the sky, his body suddenly accelerating downward. Boom! The immense impact, combined with Luo Qingtian's punch, shattered the sky. Luo Qingtian landed on the ground with an expressionless face. He walked into the academy from the front. You, what do you want to do? Several scientists stared at Luo Qingtian in shock, then retreated in fear. Where's your boss? Luo Qingtian walked into the academy, then into the laboratory, but he couldn't find the woman from the video anywhere. Luo Qingtian's patience was running out. She waved her fist, laying waste to everything she touched. The scientist behind her cried out in distress. This data is humanity's treasure. How could you do such a cruel thing? Heartless? Haha, a boss who colluded with the Zerg? A boss who attempted to steal my superpowers? You idiots are still working for a boss like that. I'd rather send you to see God. A flying fire mysterious bow instantly appeared in Luo Qing's hand. Luo Qingtian looked at the scientists present as if they were a group of dead bodies. From the moment that woman appeared, Luo Qingtian had labeled Future Technology a traitor to humanity. Impossible. Future Technology is humanity's future, the continuation of Yan Nation civilization. How could our boss collude with a foreign race? Luo Qingtian turned his head to look at the speaker, a smile unclear on his face. If you don't believe me, then let your boss come out and confront me. Luo Qingtian punched the wall beside him. The fist shook the entire academy, and rubble rained down from the ceiling. An older scientist pointed at Luo Qingtian, speechless for a moment. You lunatic. With that, the older scientist was dragged away by the younger scientist, leaving the collapsing academy. Luo Qingtian stood inside the shattered academy, vandalizing furiously. He then changed locations, and began destroying another area. Shuahao had already fled the science park when he noticed the damage to the skylight. Looking at the ruined academy next door, he opened his mouth to speak, then saw Luo Qingtian turning around. Black Angel? No, you're my benefactor, the one who saved me. Luo Qingtian glanced at Shuahao, but ignored him, switching to the Flying Fire Mysterious Bow. Chapter 589. Luo Qingtian drew his bow, preparing to use a fusion arrow to blow up the science park. At this moment, Shuahao realized what Luo Qingtian was planning. He rushed over to Luo Qingtian and stretched out his arms to block the arrow. Boss, you're a hero. You can't do this. Get out of here. Luo Qingtian's gaze at Zhua Hao was filled with coldness and murderous intent. Angel, what's wrong with you? Why are you doing this? Tell me, I help you with anything I can. I want to find the woman in the video. After Luo Qingtian finished speaking, Zhua Hao was stunned. He didn't understand what Luo Qingtian meant. At this moment, Cheng Hua finally arrived. Seeing Zhua Hao and Luo Qingtian, he quickly walked over. Qingtian, calm down. On the way here, I asked the commander. There's no way to tell if the woman in the video is the boss of Future Technology Company. She always interacts with a different person in government. Zhua Hao finally realized what was happening. You're looking for the boss? Luo Qingtian turned to look at Zhua Hao, waiting for his next words. Zhua Hao then looked toward the towering Future Technology building in the distance. I haven't seen the boss, but I saw quite a few people going to that building for a meeting today. Almost all of them were company executives. If the executives are here, then the boss must be here too. Hearing this, Luo Qingtian reached out and pulled down the green wings behind him. Go! Completely surround this building. Upon hearing this, Little Green immediately transformed into a seaweed ball and flew towards the building. The next moment, under everyone's astonishment, they watched a green seaweed ball grow larger and larger, eventually becoming taller than the Future Technology building. The seaweed ball extended its massive tentacles, encircling the entire building. It was so tight that not even a fly could escape. Zhua Hao and Cheng Hua were a little numb at this point. Cheng Hua had often suspected that Luo Qingtian's wings were a supernatural power. Furthermore, these wings could change color at will. It wasn't until he saw the seaweed ball appear that he realized they were a mutant. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Xiaolu, Luo Qingtian released a bai, which transformed into white wings and attached themselves to Luo Qingtian's back. By the time everyone realized what was happening, Luo Qingtian had already flown away. Cheng Hua was stunned by the white wings that appeared behind Luo Qingtian, then ran after them. Luo Qingtian rushed into the technology building. A group of combat robots rushed out and attacked Luo Qingtian, but Luo Qingtian easily dodged the robots' attacks. He gathered all the robots together, turned around, and with a sweeping kick, he knocked them all out of the company building. Inside the company building, all the staff members nervously stared at the sudden intruders. They were the elite of Future Technology Company. Of course, they were just working professionals. They possessed no powerful abilities, only brilliant minds. So, facing Luo Qingtian, they were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Luo Qingtian opened the minimap and checked the status of these people. They were all human. Not infected. She smiled and asked, I want to see your boss. Your so-called senior management. The crowd huddled nervously. Luo Qingtian took a step forward, and they cautiously stepped back. The boss is in the conference room, room 01, on the 18th floor. Well, everyone, get out. Don't stay in this building, you die. Luo Qingtian said as she headed upstairs. She had only taken a few steps when a group of psychics rushed down. These psychics were covered in green insect marks, and seeing them, Luo Qingtian felt a chill run down her spine. Sure enough, the person I'm looking for is here. A tang sword instantly appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand. Luo Qingtian charged into the psychics and engaged in a frenzied fight. These psychics were fast, but no matter how fast they were, they couldn't match Luo Qingtian's speed. At this moment, Luo Qingtian was like a killing god. Every psychic that rushed up was chopped down by Luo Qingtian's head. More and more psychics came down, and wherever Luo Qingtian went, there were bodies cleaved in two. Luo Qingtian grew increasingly annoyed, and finally, she switched to the flying fire mysterious bow. Every parasite that rushed down was dispatched by its arrows. The Feihua Xuangong's blast was powerful, killing the parasite while also shattering the surrounding walls of the building. Similarly, some of the people inside the building, those unsuspecting staff members, were thrown out through the windows one by Luo Qingtian, like trash. Stumbling along, Luo Qingtian finally reached the conference room. Bang! Luo Qingtian kicked the conference room door open, then swaggered into the room. Inside, a group of strange-looking people sat at their seats, watching Luo Qingtian enter. Who are you? How dare you even barge into our conference room? Luo Qingtian walked in, and sat down on a stool near the door. Tell me, Bugs. How did you know about me? And how did you impersonate my family? The insect's words made everyone present tense. One of the parasites asked nervously, How dare you talk like that? Are you scolding us? Luo Qingtian looked at the parasite with a half-smile and said, Look in the mirror before you speak. Look at your pointed, protruding mouth. What's wrong? Have you forgotten you're a bug? The people present only then realized that after they had completed their parasitism, they would use the transport to reveal their own characteristics. But Luo Qingtian appeared so quickly that they didn't have time to retract their own insect characteristics. Luo Qingtian then barged in. Since you know everything, we can't keep you here. Luo Qingtian ignored the parasite and sat in his executive chair, facing the wall, his gaze fixed. Luo Qingtian gritted his teeth and said, I'm here. Tell me, who the hell are you? Why are you pretending to be my family? The minimap didn't show the person's location. Luo Qingtian was filled with fear and anger. She feared her mother would be infested by parasites before she could find her. She feared her hopes would be dashed. She feared her efforts would be in vain. She walked towards the executive chair. At this moment, she might not even have noticed. Her body was trembling. But before Luo Qingtian could even reach the chair, the parasites behind him had already rushed forward, blocking Luo Qingtian's path. Luo Qingtian quickly engaged in a fight with the parasites. Luo Qingtian's tactics were ruthless. He used extreme freezing on anyone who approached, quickly transforming the parasites in the office into ice sculptures. Luo Qingtian looked at the motionless chair at the top seat, and walked over again. Chapter 590. At this moment, Luo Qingtian's heart was filled with struggle and hesitation. She didn't even dare to look at the display on her minimap. She was truly terrified. She had wandered alone in this apocalyptic world for so long. Finally, she had found some news about her parents. She feared she would find nothing if she approached. Her pace grew slower and slower. Finally, she reached the executive chair and slowly reached out to turn it around. Upon seeing the figure sitting there, Luo Qingtian felt both angry and relieved. It wasn't her father or her mother. It was just a puppet. Various wires were plugged into the puppet. To be more precise, it was a puppet covered in green cloth. The green cloth facilitated video editing. The result was the so-called video on the tablet. In other words, someone had been controlling this puppet, impersonating her mother. Haha, was this the so-called boss? Luo Qingtian felt like she was being played. She chuckled softly. Disappointment filled her heart. At that moment, she felt as if she had lost the ability to think. Looking at the lifeless puppet sitting in the executive chair, Luo Qingtian burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. She punched the puppet, and it instantly shattered into pieces. Luo Qingtian raised her hand again, and smashed the entire conference room. Then she smashed and tore everything around her. Luo Qingtian unleashed his ultimate attack in succession. The moment the tearing occurred, the ice sculptures in the conference room were instantly sucked away, along with the surrounding tables and chairs. All were shattered by Luo Qingtian. Ultimate freeze. Luo Qingtian pounded the ground with a fierce fist. A chill emanated from Luo Qingtian's fist. It spread rapidly in all directions. Little Lu seemed to sense her mother's mental breakdown and didn't bother sealing off any buildings. She quickly shrank, attempting to find Luo Qingtian. But before she could get inside, the entire building was completely frozen. Luo Qingtian rushed out from the top floor's glass window. She then turned to look at the frozen building and punched it again. Bang, boom, boom. A loud bang echoed throughout the fifth base. All the psychics in the military rushed to the base's underground city. But when they arrived, they only saw Luo Qingtian in midair, shaking his fist at the future technology building. The building was teetering on the brink of collapse. It looked like it was about to collapse at any moment. From below, Cheng Hua looked at Luo Qingtian with heartache. He didn't know what had happened to him. But he could clearly sense his disappointment and anger at that moment. A soldier approached Cheng Hua, looking at Luo Qingtian's furious rage in midair with some confusion. Captain, what's going on? Didn't we agree on a show? How did it turn out like this? Cheng Hua shook his head. I don't know. Stay here for now. Give the orders not to act rashly. At this moment, a snarling voice rang out. Boss, calm down, calm down. A drone approached Luo Qingtian, and upon hearing this, Luo Qingtian's face finally showed some expression. Get out of here, Luo Qingtian finished, punching the incoming drone. The punch shattered it to pieces. Then another drone approached Luo Qingtian. Boss, calm down. I can come out, but don't hit me. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes. With one punch, the drone shattered again. Then Luo Qingtian took out his flying fire mysterious bow, and drew the bowstring to its full length. I wonder what the collision of extreme freezing and intense flame will do. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to release his arrow, Qin Lang flew over to Luo Qingtian on a flying board. No, no, Annie, I'm coming. I'm coming. Luo Qingtian watched Qin Lang emerge, then suddenly flew over to him and slapped him off the flying board. The flying board burned, and Qin Lang plummeted to the ground. Ah! Boss, was I wrong? Qin Lang closed his eyes and fell towards the ground. But before he even touched the ground, his descent began to slow, and his body became as thin as paper. Just when Qin Lang thought he landed safely, Luo Qingtian suddenly flew over to him and caught his falling body. At that moment, Qin Lang's body returned to normal. He glanced nervously at Luo Qingtian before being flung into the air. Ah, boss, Sister Luo, Sister Qingtian, please let me go. As soon as he finished shouting, Luo Qingtian flew to Qin Lang's side again, reached out, and grabbed Qin Lang's neck, pitting him against the frozen Future Technology Company building. Boss? Boss Qin. Are you still trying to act like a clown? At this point, Luo Qingtian still couldn't guess who the boss behind Future Technology Company was. He was truly dumbfounded. Qin Lang laughed dryly. Sister Luo, as expected. Haha. Qin Lang was the boss of this tech company, but not the founder. With Luo Qingtian pinching his neck, Qin Lang looked like a gecko hanging upside down. Luo Qingtian lightly relaxed her grip. You really got me in a loop, she asked. Even when I'm not here, you're still able to mobilize Future Technology's drones and transfer so many points directly to me. And when arranging the dormitories, you even managed to get Changhua to work with me. Qin Lang, you're really calculating. Qin Lang felt the force tightening around his neck. He gave Luo Qingtian a dry laugh. Sister, don't be angry. I had no choice. The missions I gave Changhua can only be completed with you. If anyone else were here, they wouldn't be able to return. A chilling aura surrounded Luo Qingtian, and a mocking smile slowly crossed her face. So, you were planning to trick me into working for the 5th base from the beginning? No, boss, I really didn't mean that. I just... Qin Lang was at a loss for words. The company founder had inexplicably vanished, and the company had inexplicably fallen into his hands. He hastily accepted the leadership position. But he didn't dare to say it. At this moment, Luo Qingtian sneered, the 5th base, Future Technology Company, is being invaded by Zerg. Is that why you went to the 4th base? Qin Lang nodded, not hiding anything. My power was undermined. When I came to my senses, I realized that the so-called power grab was all a shady plot by a group of Zerg. At that time, there was always a swarm of Zerg stalking me. Even if I wanted to report to the military, it was difficult to leave. At that time, I even slept for fear of being infested by Zerg. By chance, I followed the army to the 4th base and established a branch of Future Technology Company. And then I met you, Sister Luo. Luo Qingtian frowned, not finding the answer she was looking for. She looked at Qin Lang and asked, how could Future Technology Company have any information about my father, or even past projects? Do you know about the ARC project? Chapter 591. Qin Lang looked at Luo Qingtian with a bewildered expression. Then his face flushed. This was the first time he had been so close to Luo Qingtian for so long, even though his movements weren't particularly graceful. Boss, I really don't know. You see, people are saying things like ruthless things these days. Don't get too close to them. I really don't want to be recognized. He probably doesn't know who I am, right? Qin Lang opened his eyes in confusion and looked at Luo Qingtian. The Future Technology Company was now a mere shell. Would it be a bit unkind to withdraw now? While he was still pondering, Luo Qingtian had already grabbed Qin Lang's neck and soared high into the sky. They left the base's underground city. Changhua watched Luo Qingtian leave quietly, not chasing after him. He felt that Luo Qingtian needed to vent. He could only come back after he had vented. So, he subconsciously ignored Qin Lang, who was in Luo Qingtian's grasp, and was even unaware of the news they had received from their superiors that Qin Lang had been found. Luo Qingtian took Qin Lang directly to Sky City. Where's your home? Qin Lang pointed in a direction, and Luo Qingtian flew over with her. They stopped in front of a villa. Qin Lang walked over and pressed the code on the door. Facial recognition enabled the door to open. Luo Qingtian followed Qin Lang inside. They walked over to the sofa and sat down facing each other. Go on. I want to know what Luo Yubai's ARC project is. I can't believe you don't know. As the boss, you don't even know what's going on in your own company. Qin Lang, you're not that stupid. Qin Lang didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. It's just that at that time, he was sidelined, or at least by a group of bugs. So many things were taken over by the bugs. At that time, he was only thinking about escaping. I know Luo Yubai, I heard his name, but I really don't know what he was responsible for. I even think the person you're looking for isn't me. After all, I'm looking for her too. Luo Qingtian looked at Qin Lang and whispered, "Who?" The real founder of this company disappeared inexplicably, and has never been seen since. I was forced to take over the company after she disappeared for so long. Forced? Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow and looked at Qin Lang, who nodded. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain it. There were too many things involved here, and I couldn't explain them clearly at once. Some things are too complicated and have nothing to do with what you want. Luo Qingtian didn't really believe Qin Lang's words, but when it came to finding someone, there was really no need for Qin Lang to lie to him. Luo Qingtian pursed his lips and thought for a long time. The news of losing his parents again had Luo Qingtian a little overwhelmed, but now he had calmed down. Suddenly, she realized something. Her parents' disappearance was likely related to the Zerg. She even had some connection to the Zerg, because she could actually understand their language, and the Zerg called her energy. This meant she had something they were looking for. Looks like I'm leaving again, Luo Qingtian thought, looking at Qin Lang. Does your future technology company have a branch at the 6th base? Hearing Luo Qingtian's question, Qin Lang instantly understood that Luo Qingtian was leaving. You're leaving? Luo Qingtian nodded. Yes, indeed. You see, I'm leaving soon. Would you like to bring me some local specialties? Qin Lang's lips twitched. Well, it's my duty. Whatever you want, I do my best to satisfy you. He had to be satisfied, otherwise Luo Qingtian would crush his head. Well, give me some crystal cores. I think the ones from your 5th base are pretty good. Qin Lang was furious. I've given you almost all the crystal cores in this entire base, and you're still not satisfied. Luo Qingtian thought about the over 1.5 million points Qin Lang had given him. He used all those points to buy crystal cores. This was indeed Qin Lang giving him crystal cores in disguise. Alright, then I won't be greedy. Is there a branch office at the 6th base? Can I use your points? Luo Qingtian smiled at Qin Lang, and seeing Luo Qingtian's smile, Qin Lang felt a chill run down his spine. So he immediately shouted, yes, but the 6th base needs to cross the sea. Are you sure you want to go just like that? Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. Cross the sea? Sounds good. Can you arrange a ship for me? Qin Lang nodded. The technology company has a fleet. I can arrange for them to go out to sea. Qin Lang fiddled with his watch for a moment, and a projection screen immediately appeared before him. Qin Lang handed the watch to Luo Qingtian. Fill in the data yourself. You can transfer as many points as you need later. The 6th base isn't as developed as the 5th base, so even if you have a lot of points, they won't be of much use. Besides, boss, you won't be short of food. Don't use your points to buy food when you arrive. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. Would I do something so unethical? Luo Qingtian hadn't expected the technology company's points to be usable in the 6th base. He added his own name to the fleet's roster of crew members, and then transferred nearly 1 million of Qin Lang's points. Then, while Qin Lang wasn't paying attention, Luo Qingtian fiddled with Qin Lang's watch for a while. Then she returned the watch to Qin Lang. Okay, I'm leaving. Qin Lang was shocked. The fleet won't show up for 3 days. Why are you so anxious? In fact, if possible, he really didn't want Luo Qingtian to leave so soon. He was terrified of having to face those military officials alone. The technology company had such a huge blunder. Someone had to be held accountable. Luo Qingtian ignored it. She stretched, yawned, and said, there's nothing I miss, so there's no need to stay. You can handle the rest of the situation yourself. I'm leaving. Luo Qingtian opened his phone and pulled out a map. He checked the distance from the 5th base to the sea fleet and calculated. It'd take me about a day to fly there. Time's running out. After that, Luo Qingtian walked straight towards the gate. Qin Lang watched Luo Qingtian leave in silence. For a moment, she felt an indescribable complexity. How could there be such a stubborn woman in the world? Violent and brutal, yet also strong, persistent, and unrestrained? Such a person filled Qin Lang with envy. Qin Lang stared fixedly at Luo Qingtian's back until she left. Luo Qingtian emerged from Sky City and soared directly out of the sky, flying off into the distance. Chum Hua had already returned to the military headquarters in Sky City, and was waiting for Luo Qingtian to return. This was their earlier agreement. But after waiting for a long time, Luo Qingtian still didn't show up. After flying for a while, Luo Qingtian suddenly stopped in midair. She felt as if she had forgotten something. Oh right, she had promised the military headquarters at the 5th base that she would return to discuss the Zerg matter with him. Chapter 592. Luo Qingtian looked back. She had already run 100 miles, and there was no way back. And she didn't want to teleport back through the gate. Forget it. Qin Lang was there anyway, and there were a lot of things waiting for him to deal with at the 5th base. She wouldn't bother herself with any more trouble. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian flew off again. 5th base military headquarters. Cheng Hua looked grimly at Qin Lang, who was sitting at the end. This was more than once. Each time, they had dealt with Qin Lang as a negotiator. But who could have imagined that this so-called negotiator was actually the mastermind behind Future Technology Company? We need an explanation. Also, what exactly is the relationship between your Future Technology Company and the Zerg? Cheng Hua's tone grew darker. The company had clearly agreed to cooperate with the government, but in the end, the military was tricked. There's nothing to explain. What I just said is about what Future Technology Company has been through recently. And hadn't the Black Angels already dealt with the Zerg? Why? You still doubt me? Qin Lang sighed inwardly. How could he explain this? When that person disappeared, the Zerg appeared. And at that time, he was under surveillance and imprisoned. He had already done his utmost to keep the cooperation between the two sides on track. Qin Lang tried his best to explain, but the military refused to buy his words. Finally, Qin Lang was helpless. He simply sat in the conference room and remained silent. The boss, in a fit of rage, had destroyed the company building at the 5th base. And he had forced him out. He had almost mistaken him for a Zerg spy. That alone was enough to make him feel wronged. Now the military is still suspicious of him. When did he become a punching bag? Qin Lang's thoughts grew increasingly irritated, and his expression turned sour as he looked at Cheng Hua and the other military personnel present. Of course, the military wouldn't suspect Qin Lang of being a Zerg spy. They summoned Qin Lang simply to extract more from him. Although they were partners, the more they could extract, the more security the military would have. Shameless, but effective. Where's the evidence? Cheng Hua's tone softened. He knew the military's intentions, but it looked like Qin Lang was giving up. Hee. No, my company building was utterly destroyed. What evidence do you expect me to produce? Are you forcing me? Or do you have some ulterior motive against our company? Although I knew it was impossible, these people were still trying to take something from him. Hee. There was no way. The losses were so severe, and he still wanted the military to share the responsibility. After all, they and Luo Qingtian had come up with this idiotic idea together, so why should he be the only one to bear the consequences? The two sides exchanged glares, their eyes unfriendly. They engaged in a Tai Chi exchange. Luo Qingtian, on the other hand, had already been flying all day. Concerned that Dubai would be too tired, Luo Qingtian sat atop the giant eagle as they continued their flight. The giant eagle left the dimension and soared through the sky. At night, Luo Qingtian arrived at the port. To avoid attracting attention, Luo Qingtian retracted the giant eagle into the dimension. At the port, there was a base built by Future Technology Company for transporting resources, called the Haikao Base. When Luo Qingtian arrived, a group of psychics and survivors were busily moving goods along the beach. Luo Qingtian stood by the shore, watching the scene from afar. Soon, Luo Qingtian was spotted. Little girl, who are you? Why are you here? Luo Qingtian thought for a moment, then showed her ID card to the man. I was introduced by Qin Lang. This time, I'm setting sail with you to the 6th base. Hearing Qin Lang's name, the man carefully examined Luo Qingtian's ID card. It turned out to be Miss Luo. How about this? You go to our guest house and rest for a while. We won't leave until 3 days later, and we arrange for someone to pick you up then. The man waved behind him, and a young psychic soon approached. He walked over to Luo Qingtian and nodded. He then led Luo Qingtian towards the city behind the harbor. This was Yungang's city. Before the apocalypse, it was Yen Nation's most important waterway transportation hub. However, after the apocalypse began, this area was one of the hardest hit by zombies. Because the sea here is well connected, many ships docked here when the apocalypse began. After the zombie transformation, the zombies here evolved much more powerfully than those near other bases, so few people established bases here. Until Future Technology Company arrived and, to facilitate sea transportation, dispatched numerous psychics to carve out a niche among the zombie hordes. Then, they established the Haikao base. The young man leading the way chattered about the origins of the Haikao base. Then he led Luo Qingtian to a small, approximately 5-story building. Sir, your ID card is a diamond ID card. Your room is on the top floor, the first room. I can't go there. So please go up on your own. Luo Qingtian nodded in understanding. Okay, thank you for your help. After saying goodbye to the man, Luo Qingtian walked straight into the guest house. The top floor room was indeed nice, comparable to the fine rooms found before the apocalypse. Luo Qingtian lay exhausted on the bed. Suddenly, he remembered that he needed to say hello to Cheng Hua. He immediately stood up, took out his watch, and prepared to make a call. But thinking about Cheng Hua's expression, as if he were about to confess his love for him, Luo Qingtian finally decided to call Qin Lang. At this moment, Qin Lang was still at the military headquarters, languishing with Cheng Hua and his fellow officers. The military was planning to incur some financial burden from Qin Lang, providing them with drones, exploration aircraft, and other base skylights. Qin Lang, on the other hand, was expecting the military to provide him with manpower and resources to renovate his company building. And so, the two sides continued to languish. Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice shattered the silence of the conference room. Qin Lang, the second clerk, answered the phone. Qin Lang, the second clerk, answered the phone. Puff, the distinctive ringtone made everyone present burst into laughter. Qin Lang's mouth twitched at the sound. It was easy to guess who had done this. He stood up to go out and answer the phone. Cheng Hua, stifling a laugh, said, "Boss Qin, you can't leave the meeting room yet. Take this call here." Qin Lang glared at Cheng Hua, then sat down and answered the phone. "Boss, what's up? I arrived. I can't call you after the upload in 3 days, right?" Qin Lang's voice was flattering. "Yes, there's a radio on the ship. We can use that." Hearing this tone, Luo Qingtian rubbed the goosebumps from his hands. "Forget it, you're not that charming. I'm calling just to get a message across. You're familiar with the military, right? Tell Cheng Hua I'm leaving and can't go to the military. You can handle any follow-up matters. Bye." Chapter 593. Luo Qin finished and hung up without a trace of regret. Qin Lang had put the phone on loudspeaker when he answered, so everyone present could hear. Cheng Hua, in particular, lost her spirit like a frostbitten eggplant when she heard Luo Qingtian leave. She was gone just like that, and she left without a trace of regret, even having Qin Lang deliver her farewell. Cheng Hua's heart was filled with bitterness. Did she hate herself? Qin Lang watched Cheng Hua's distraught expression and instantly felt the anger he had endured that day dissipate. He checked his watch and immediately called Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian answered quickly, "What's up? Didn't I tell you everything I told you?" "Hee boss, I forgot to tell you. The Haikal base is in the west market of Yungang City. There are several zombie kings and mutant beasts in the east market. If you're interested, you can go and have some fun." Luo Qingtian frowned and looked at his phone. Then, in a sullen tone, she said, "Are you trying to trick me into working for you again? Haven't you done enough at the fifth base? Qin Lang, are you itching for trouble?" Hearing Luo Qingtian's tone, Qin Lang was frightened and quickly said, No, aren't you boarding the ship in 3 days? You've been idle these 3 days, so of course it's not in vain. I transfer another 500,000 points to you later." The implication was that with the points, she could continue to exploit the 6th base and obtain crystal cores. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and said, "Okay, since you said that, I rest a bit and then go over." Okay, boss, be careful. They say the zombie king there has unusual powers and has many eyes." "Okay, got it." Hang up. After Luo Qin finished speaking, Cheng Hua's voice rang out, "Qingtian, are you leaving?" Luo Qingtian didn't respond and simply hung up. Qin Lang hung up and looked at Cheng Hua with a smile. "Sorry, Captain Cheng, I'm so quick. I accidentally hung up. How about after the meeting? Can you give Qingtian a private call?" Qin Lang was now certain that Cheng Hua liked Luo Qingtian. But he wasn't surprised at all. After all, it would be strange if such a powerful woman wasn't liked. However, he was certain that Luo Qingtian didn't like Cheng Hua. Many times, he had seen indifference and disregard in Luo Qingtian's eyes. She looked at the world with indifference, ignoring everyone and everything that affected her. And Luo Qingtian had a strong obsession with her parents. Until she found her parents, Luo Qingtian wouldn't look anyone of the opposite sex in the eye. Cheng Hua looked at Qin Lang grimly, then suddenly laughed. "Boss Qin is right. We have plenty of time. Just tell me how many drones your company plans to provide to the military this time." Qin Lang glared at Cheng Hua with gritted teeth. "When did I agree to this?" Then the two of them engaged in another round of bickering. Luo Qingtian, after hanging up the phone, instantly laughed. "There are still 3 days before we leave. I really need to find something to do during these 3 days. Kill zombies, right?" Luo Qingtian entered the space and quickly showered. Then he went to the kitchen and ate a few buns. But while eating, Luo Qingtian inexplicably thought of Cheng Hua. Luo Qingtian shook her head. She understood what Cheng Hua meant, but emotions were too much of a distraction from her journey. She hated trouble, so she could only ignore Cheng Hua's feelings. If she left, over time, he might finally let it go. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian ate a few more buns before leaving the dimension. After Luo Qingtian left, both Xiao Maoqiu and Maoqiu stopped what they were doing. Why did Qingtian feel different this time around? When Luo Qingtian entered the dimension just now, he exuded a sense of loneliness and desolation. This was the first time Maoqiu had seen Luo Qingtian like this. Xiao Maoqiu didn't dare tell Luo Qingtian about what happened at the base, especially his breakdown upon seeing the doll. He was afraid that if he did, Maoqiu would tell Luo Qingtian everything without hesitation. So he said soothingly, "The child's grown up, and she probably has her own concerns." Maoqiu instantly understood Xiao Maoqiu's meaning. Has this child stopped believing in love because of Han Shuo? And she's also trying to track us down, so she doesn't dare to respond to others' feelings. Luo Yubai, we deserve to die. The little furball didn't know how to respond. If it weren't for his carelessness, the space fragment wouldn't have fallen into those people's hands. Now those people have used the fragment to enter the final layer of the space. If Luo Qingtian knew about this, the chip activated the fragment. Then the space would be truly lost. Sorry, Ruru, just bear with it. Is that all you can say? How long do we have to wait for this day? You never actually thought about creating a new body, have you? The furball glared at the little furball again. The little furball shook his head. No, I'm really working on it, but I'm running low on energy. You can't let Jinqian's hard-earned power level drop just for the sake of our bodies, can you? Upon hearing this, Maoqiu quickly shook his head. That's not what I meant. I know. So wait a little longer. When my daughter is strong enough, you can go and tell her in person, okay? Maoqiu glanced at Zai Maoqiu angrily and turned away. Zai Maoqiu sighed helplessly. These days are truly unbearable. Luo Qingtian was unaware of the events unfolding in the dimension. She was wearing a black combat leotard, with giant white wings behind her. She stood on the lighthouse, overlooking the zombies scurrying about below. With so many zombies here, no wonder there are so few people at the Haikao base. Luo Qingtian stretched out her hand, and the flying fire mystic art instantly appeared in her hand. Luo Qingtian drew her bow and fired. Experience points, sisters here. With that, 15 arrows, blazing with flames, shot towards the zombie horde below. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed in succession. Luo Qingtian followed suit and jumped down. An entire horde of zombies was annihilated. Luo Qingtian threw Xiaolu out, instructing him to search the remaining zombie corpses for crystal cores. He would eat any edible ones, and burn any that were inedible. Luo Qingtian himself wandered aimlessly through the streets. Soon, the minimap revealed the location of several small red dots. Luo Qingtian switched to the Amos Icebow. He leaped nimbly, and ran towards the small red dots. After clearing out a group of them, Luo Qingtian was about to leave. Then Luo Qingtian noticed that the stardust in the sky had somehow transformed into eyes. Then, Luo Qingtian's surroundings became pitch black, as if covered by a black curtain, but within this curtain, many pairs of eyes also appeared. Chapter 594. Luo Qingtian looked at the eyes. Is this the zombie with many eyes? Just as he was thinking this, he saw the eyes, as if they had flown out of the darkness, swirling around him. As if they were trying to suck him in, Luo Qingtian felt a wave of dizziness creeping into his head. Can these eyes be used like this? Luo Qingtian withdrew his gaze, and searched the space for a moment, before finding a pair of sunglasses, and putting them on. The dizziness instantly vanished, and Luo Qingtian's figure vanished from the spot. The next moment, he reappeared in front of a zombie. Should I call it a zombie? Luo Qingtian stared at the eye before her. It was truly a gigantic eye, with a pitch-black eyeball within. It added a touch of horror to the already pitch-black surroundings. Are you the zombie king? A dagger appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand, and she raised it to stab the eye. The eye instantly closed its lids, and vanished into the pitch-black night. Luo Qingtian's minimap remained open, and she could clearly see the giant eye shifting. Luo Qingtian sheathed her dagger, and quickly moved toward the large red dot. Soon, Luo Qingtian discovered a problem. The surroundings were pitch black, seemingly endless. But as she moved quickly, she felt a distinct sense of limitation. It was as if she were momentarily stopped by an invisible wall, but it quickly vanished. And the surroundings felt very familiar to her. Luo Qingtian began playing hide-and-seek with the eye in this pitch-black world. At first, it was endless night, but eventually, its scope gradually dwindled. Until Luo Qingtian suddenly stopped. This domain is really good. Much smaller than mine. Hey Zombie King, what's the name of your domain? Luo Qingtian punched the ground. Domain. With that, a square domain enveloped the Zombie Kings, completely engulfing the black domain. Fear? Luo Qingtian hadn't expected his own domain to devour the Zombie Kings. And then, to devour its powers, he hadn't expected this outcome. There's actually a domain of fear. In the dim domain, only a faint light lingered in one spot. A gigantic eye lay limply on the ground, its entire body flattened. Due to the immense pressure, the eye had completely lost its ability to resist. Luo Qingtian slowly approached the eye and walked in front of it. This is the first time I've seen a zombie king like you. Thank you for the domain you gave me. I bury you properly. Luo Qingtian plunged the dagger in her hand directly into the center of the eye. The giant eye let out a miserable cry, and white smoke began to rise from it. When the smoke dissipated, a one-eyed zombie appeared in the same spot, with the dagger Luo Qingtian had stabbed into its eye. It truly is a zombie king. Looking at the emerging zombie king, Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. Then she withdrew her domain, and Luo Qingtian instantly returned to Yungang City. At this moment, Xiaolu jumped out from behind Luo Qingtian, walked over to the corpse of the zombie king, and devoured it whole in one gulp. After a night of fighting, Luo Qingtian had completely eliminated the zombies in East City. Luo Qingtian returned to the guest house with Xiaolu in good spirits. After returning home, he washed up and fell asleep on his bed. Luo Qingtian slept well that night. However, the people at the 5th base were not doing so well. Qin Lang finally reached a new cooperation agreement with the military and then, with his men, began working furiously on the company's renovations. On the morning of the 3rd day, Luo Qingtian received news that the fleet was preparing to set sail. Instructing him to board the ship quickly, Luo Qingtian quickly packed his belongings and hurried downstairs to the harbor. At the harbor, at the front of the fleet was a passenger ship. Many people were already standing on its deck, all survivors, who would be accompanying the fleet. Luo Qingtian quickly walked toward the boat. Just a few steps away, she saw a figure in military green. When Luo Qingtian saw Chenghua, her eyes were filled with astonishment and surprise. She hadn't expected Chenghua to be here. Chenghua wore a faint smile as he watched the young woman approach him. After agreeing on a partnership with Qin Lang a few days ago, he rushed over overnight. Luckily, everything was still in time. You're so cruel. You didn't even give me a chance to say goodbye. Chenghua walked up to Luo Qingtian, a bitter smile curling his lips. This was the first girl he had ever been attracted to since he was a child. He hadn't expected it to end like this before it even began. I'm sorry, this farewell is so depressing. Luo Qingtian simply didn't want to face the sad looks they gave her when she said goodbye, just like the reluctant look Shen Yuran, He Xiao, and Luo Xiaowu gave her every time she left. This feeling made her heart ache. She hated trouble the most. She also didn't like having people ruin her mood. When Chenghua heard Luo Qing, the bitterness on his face lessened slightly, replaced by a lingering tenderness and gentleness. So saying goodbye to me would also make you sad, right? Luo Qingtian looked up at Chenghua. What do you want to say? Luo Qingtian's tone wasn't very pleasant, even a hint of anger. Chenghua pursed his lips, and quickly changed the subject. You didn't have breakfast this morning, did you? I brought you some. Chenghua pulled out a lunch box containing a few steamed buns and a carton of milk, which he had scalded with hot water before leaving. He placed it in his space to keep warm. There was also an omelette, which he had made himself earlier. Luo Qingtian didn't take it. She glanced in the direction of the ship and said, I don't want it. I'm leaving. I told you not to waste your time on me. Luo Qingtian refused flatly, and turned to leave. Chenghua reached out, and grabbed Luo Qingtian's wrist. Don't be so cold to me. I know you're afraid my feelings for you will become a burden. I don't want to be a burden to you either. I know you have your reasons for leaving. I'm here to intercept you. I just want to see you off. Chenghua's tone was full of flattery. He stuffed the breakfast he had prepared into Luo Qingtian's hands. Take it on the boat and eat it. I just want to watch you leave. Looking at the bun in her hand, Luo Qingtian wanted to refuse, but Chenghua simply thrust the food into her hand. He quickly stepped back, putting some distance between him and Luo Qingtian. Go, I watch you leave. Chenghua finished, a smile of relief on his face, though it was tinged with loneliness and bitterness. Chapter 595. At this moment, a shout came from the passenger ship. We're about to set sail. Hurry up and get on board if you haven't already. Luo Qingtian turned to look at Cheng Hua, then at the ship. He put the buns and milk aside and waved to Cheng Hua. Okay, thank you for breakfast. Cheng Hua smiled and waved back. You're heartless. I hope you come back to see me after you find your parents. Luo Qingtian didn't respond and turned to walk towards the ship. After Luo Qingtian boarded the passenger ship, it finally started. Luo Qingtian stood on the deck, looking in Cheng Hua's direction and waving again. Cheng Hua stood on the shore, watching Luo Qingtian leave with a bitter look on his face, until he returned to the cabin, until the ship's silhouette shrank, until the entire fleet disappeared from Cheng Hua's sight. Qin Qin got out of the military jeep behind him and walked over to Cheng Hua. Boss, Qin Qian's gone. Shall we go back too? Cheng Hua nodded. Yes. Let's go back. On the way back, Cheng Hua remained silent. Qin Qin observed his boss's state and said with a smile, Captain, don't be discouraged. I heard Qingtian not only doesn't accept you, but she doesn't accept anyone else. She's busy looking for her family, and doesn't want a relationship. I know. It's because he knows Luo Qingtian is obsessed with his parents that he doesn't want to let go. Qin Qin wanted to say something more, but when he saw that his boss no longer had the same disappointment he had just felt, he shut up. The car drove off into the distance, leaving only a small green shadow behind. Because of his ID card, Luo Qingtian was assigned to the highest class cabin on the ship. As soon as she entered the room, Luo Qingtian fell asleep on the bed. Damn it! She never gets carsick, airplane sick, or sick to Little Green or Big Bird, but she gets seasick all the time. And now, as soon as the boat started moving, she felt a dizzy sensation. Then she vomited frantically in the bathroom, until her stomach was filled with only acid. And the churning in her stomach didn't stop. I wanted to return to the dimension. That was what Luo Qingtian was thinking at that moment. She stood up and prepared to enter the dimension. Then there was a knock at the door. Guest. Our captain asked me to bring you seasickness medicine. A sharp look crossed Luo Qingtian's face at this. She had been hiding in her room since the boat started, and now someone was bringing her seasickness medicine? Could there be a camera in this room? Luo Qingtian stood up and opened the door. She saw a girl in a maid outfit standing at the door. Dear guest, this is some seasickness medicine. Do you need it? Luo Qingtian looked at the medicine in the maid's hand and nodded. Yes, I do. The maid handed it to Luo Qingtian and left. After the maid left, Luo Qingtian quickly opened the mini-map to monitor her condition. Then he saw the girl in her maid outfit go to the next room. Hello, guest. I'm here to deliver some seasickness medicine. Do you need it? Then the door to the next room opened, and a man in a military green uniform emerged. He frowned at the maid. No. The man's tone was cold, and his gaze was icy as he looked at the maid. His features were prominent, and there was a scar at the end of his eyebrow. The scar didn't detract from his handsomeness. Instead, it added a touch of wildness. As the maid handed him the white pills, a subtle flash of murderous intent crossed his sharp face. After confirming that the maid was merely delivering the medicine, the man slammed the door shut. Luo Qingtian had been watching this scene from the next room. Soldier? Had he run into another soldier? And he lived next door to him? This was really messing with the military. Alas, although she had a military sensibility, Luo Qingtian truly didn't want to be associated with them again this time. Luo Qingtian lay in bed. Instead of taking the pills, she retrieved the motion sickness medicine she had prepared before the apocalypse from her space, and swallowed it. She glanced at the steamed buns and milk on the table. Breakfast had gone cold. Luo Qingtian weakly tossed them into her space. Then she lay down on the bed and fell asleep. After Luo Qingtian fell asleep, Xiaolu jumped out of his hair. Because it was his first time on a boat, Xiaolu was very excited. He floated around the room for a while, then felt a little bored. Then he opened the door and floated out. Little Green drifted along the cabin corridor, gazing at the turbulent sea outside. He couldn't help but twirl joyfully in the corridor. It was seaweed, and the sea held a fatal attraction for it. Unconsciously, Little Green's tentacles gradually extended from its chubby body. It twirled like a ribbon in the corridor. Ah! Ghost! A scream shattered the silence. Little Green paused, extending its tentacles toward the screaming woman. Little Green's original intention was to gag the woman. But the girl, seeing the green tentacles reaching out, assumed Little Green was trying to kill her, and her screams grew even louder. Ah, help! The green ghost is going to kill. Luo Qingtian, who had been sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. The man's room next door also opened at this moment. The man looked at Xiaolu, his eyes darkening, and then he quickly rushed towards Xiaolu. Bang! The man punched Xiaolu. Xiaolu's tentacles blocked the man's fist. The man took 2 steps back. The man stared in shock at the seaweed-like object before him. He hadn't expected a seemingly insignificant little green ball to shake his fist. He was a power user. The man narrowed his eyes at Xiaolu and charged at her again. 2 black daggers extended from his forearms. Holding the 2 black daggers, he rushed towards Xiaolu and engaged her in another fight. Xiaolu's daggers were remarkably strong, but when faced with the man's black daggers, its tentacles were severed. Xiaolu was furious. This damn cabin was too small, and he didn't dare use any powerful attacks. Because Mommy was on the ship, he didn't want her to get hurt. Just as he was thinking this, Xiaolu was sent flying by the man. At this moment, Luo Qingtian stood up and walked out of the room, only to see Xiaolu flying over. Luo Qingtian jumped up and hugged Xiaolu. Xiaolu, what's wrong with you? Xiaolu looked at Luo Qingtian with tearful eyes, sending out telepathic messages. Mommy, it hurts so much. That damn human stabbed me with a knife. Luo Qingtian turned to look at the man, who was approaching. Seeing Luo Qingtian holding Xiaolu, a fierce look flashed between his brows. Give it to me. Did you hurt Xiaolu? The two spoke simultaneously. This is a mutant beast, harmful to humans. You hurt my Xiaolu. I think you want to die. Luo Qingtian said, a cold aura emanating from him, and murderous intent instantly filled the cabin. Chapter 596. Mo Yunqi stared at the woman before him in shock. From the time he joined the army to the beginning of the apocalypse, this was the first time he had witnessed such a potent murderous aura emanating from a single person. And it came from a young girl. The murderous aura was so intense it practically solidified. Especially when the girl looked at him, her gaze was as if she were looking at a dead person. Mo Yunqi narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with fear as he looked at Luo Qingtian. He was certain the person before him was no ordinary person. As a human, you're actually hanging around with mutant plants, Luo Qingtian sneered. As a soldier, you're so indiscriminate and indiscriminate. I've seen many soldiers, and you're the worst. Luo Qingtian finished, her body instantly vanishing from the spot. The next moment, she appeared behind Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi could clearly feel the gust of wind from behind him. He leaned forward, dodging the punch from behind Luo Qingtian. As he leaned forward, he realized it was Luo Qingtian standing in front of him. Bang! Mo Yunqi was kicked abruptly by Luo Qingtian, who had appeared out of nowhere. His body slammed against the cabin wall covering and landed heavily on the ground. Mo Yunqi was now absolutely certain that if he didn't show some real skill, he would be chopped to pieces by the girl before him. Especially when he noticed the look Luo Qingtian gave him, it was as if she were looking at a corpse. He stretched out his arms again, and from his wrists, 2 black daggers slowly extended out. Mo Yunqi, holding the black daggers in both hands, quickly rushed towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian watched Mo Yunqi charging forward and released a trap on the ground. She quickly leaped backward a distance. Then, in a flash, she produced the Amos ice bow. Luo Qingtian pulled the bowstring to its full length. Just as she was about to fire, the entire ship began to shake violently. Before they could react, the girl at the end of the corridor screamed again, "Ah! I'm falling!" As she spoke, she slid along the ground toward the outside of the cabin. The ship began to shake again. The windows suddenly shattered by something outside. A purple tentacle reached in, grabbed the girl, and dragged her outside. "Ah! Save me!" Mo Yunqi, seeing this, no longer cared to fight Luo Qingtian. As soldiers, protecting the people was their ingrained responsibility. He swung the black dagger in his hand, severing the green vines that bound his ankles. He turned and ran towards the girl. At this moment, a huge purple tentacle grabbed the girl's body and was about to drag her back into the water. Mo Yunqi swung the black dagger in his hand, spinning in the air before severing it. The girl fell into the water. Mo Yunqi looked in the direction of the girl's fall and was about to jump in. A green tentacle stretched out from in front of him and grabbed the girl as she was about to fall. Then, the girl was dragged back to the ship by the green tentacle. The scene happened so quickly that the girl even forgot to scream. Even Mo Yunqi hadn't expected this green seaweed ball to save someone. After saving someone, Xiaolu quickly floated in front of Luo Qingtian. It even spun around in front of Luo Qingtian. "Mommy, Xiaolu saved someone. Isn't that great?" Luo Qingtian gently stroked Xiaolu's head. "Yeah, Xiaolu is great." With that, Xiaolu's face broke into a broad smile. Mo Yunqi, standing by the window, watched the scene in surprise, a flicker of unnaturalness crossing his face. He hadn't expected this green ball of seaweed to actually save someone. Before he could say anything, the ship began to shake violently again. The rescued girl slipped away again. Mo Yunqi quickly stepped forward, grabbed her hand, opened a random door, and threw her inside. Then he rushed towards the deck. "There's a sea monster! Be careful!" Someone on the passenger ship began to scream frantically, and then the entire ship was filled with wailing and cries for help. Then the purple tentacle extended from the window into the corridor again. The tentacle groped around in the corridor, and soon noticed Luo Qingtian. Purple tentacles charged toward Luo Qingtian's face. Luo Qingtian fired his Amos ice bow. The purple tentacles were instantly frozen, and more followed. Luo Qingtian drew his bow and shot, transforming all the tentacles that reached out into ice sculptures. Then Luo Qingtian switched to his Tang sword. He quickly rushed to the ice-sculpted tentacles, and severed them one by one. The ship swayed. Outside the swaying windows, a wave of dark red blood surged from the sea. Luo Qingtian released a bai, who transformed into wings, and leaped out of the window with Xiaolu. They flew high above the sea. Only then did Luo Qingtian realize that a massive purple, multi-tentacled octopus was coiled around the bow of the ship. Around the entire ship, smaller, multi-tentacled octopuses were crawling towards the surrounding cargo and passenger ships. The tentacles of these octopuses were equipped with large and small suction cups. Whenever they latched onto a person, they would suck away a layer of skin. Many combatants and survivors were drenched in blood. The battle was already underway. The blood flowed down the deck into the sea, attracting even more dangerous marine creatures to attack the fleet. The giant octopus's tentacles began striking at the people around them. The man in the military uniform was at the forefront. Luo Qingtian gave Mo Yunqi a cold glance, not intending to help him. She switched to the Amos ice bow. Luo Qingtian drew her bow and shot, killing all the smaller octopuses that tried to crawl in. Luo Qingtian's attack was swift, and before long, all the small octopuses near the cruise ship were reduced to ice sculptures, falling into the sea. Luo Qingtian pointed at the sea and said to Xiaolu, "Go eat." I continue near the cargo ship. Xiaolu nodded excitedly at Luo Qingtian and quickly rushed into the sea. It was a seaweed ball, born in the sea. As for how it had reached that land, it couldn't even remember it, but that didn't stop it from loving the sea. Luo Qingtian's archery quickly attracted the attention of those around him. They saw Luo Qingtian in his black combat uniform in the sky. The people at the tech company shouted, "It's the Black Angel. We're saved." When he heard the words Black Angel again, Luo Qingtian was too tired to complain. Was this joke going to work? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Luo Qingtian drew his bow and fired again, aiming at the passenger ship. The arrow flew rapidly around the cargo ship. With an extremely icy aura, it blasted all the purple octopuses that were about to climb aboard and cause trouble into the sea. Chapter 597. Mo Yunqi, who was battling the Octopus King, also noticed Luo Qingtian soaring through the sky. He pursed his lips and glanced at the archer. The girl, clutching a silver-white bow, stood in midair, her white wings gilded by the sunlight. She looked like an angel descending. Beautiful and majestic. One glance would etch her in one's memory. The intense visual impact momentarily distracted Mo Yunqi. A giant purple tentacle struck, forcibly bringing him back to his senses. He bounced on the deck, dodging the tentacle's lash. He flung the black dagger again, spinning wildly in the air, severing one of the purple octopus's tentacles. The black dagger flew back into Mo Yunqi's hand. Retrieving the dagger, Mo Yunqi ran again towards the giant octopus. In the sky, Luo Qingtian quickly dispatched all the purple octopuses. After entering the center, Little Green began to grow frantically larger and larger. It joyfully extended its green tentacles, devouring the ice-sculptured octopuses. Little Green's appetite grew happier and happier. When it was sated and ready to emerge from the sea, the entire fleet fell silent. Little Green emerged from the sea with its massive head. The entire fleet fell upon it. Little Green, however, was completely oblivious to its current state. It stared at the ships as they slowly drifted upwards. The fleet leader, terrified, knelt on the deck. "Oh my god! What kind of sea monster is this? We're all doomed this time." The fleet leader had already imagined the consequences of falling into the sea monster's maw. Luo Qingtian stood in the sky, watching the enormous Xiaolu. For a moment, he was stunned. "I just asked you to swim. How much seawater have you drunk?" Xiaolu finally realized what was happening. Then he began spitting seawater all over the place. After an unknown amount of time, rain began to fall over the fleet. The fleet captain then realized that the enormous green sea monster didn't seem to intend to harm them. Until the ship returned to the sea, the sea monster vanished before them. Xiaolu returned to his normal size, and went to find Luo Qingtian. As they passed the bow of the passenger ship, they saw the entire cruise ship's psychics engaged in a fight around a giant octopus. It looked like this octopus was formidable. Xiaolu, observing the octopus, couldn't help himself. His green tentacles extended into the sea. Then he grabbed half of the green octopus's body from the water. With a flick, the octopus vanished from the bow. Mo Yunqi was about to unleash his ultimate move. Continue fighting this octopus. Then, a black light condensed in his hand. The giant purple exploding octopus seemed to be snatched away by something. With this guess, Mo Yunqi immediately rushed into the cockpit and ordered Chuan Qi to speed forward, while Luo Qingtian was still standing in midair. What's wrong with this guy? Luo Qingtian watched the receding ship without rushing to chase it. Instead, he stood on the sea's surface, waiting for Xiaolu to recover. After consuming so many octopuses, Xiaolu was now very satisfied. After transforming back into a seaweed ball, Xiaolu excitedly flew back to Luo Qingtian's side, and Luo Qingtian brought Xiaolu back to the deck of the cruise ship. Luo Qingtian landed. The crowd rushed forward upon seeing Luo Qingtian, surrounding him. Lord Black Angel, great. I finally saw the Black Angel alive this time. I'm so lucky to see Lord Black Angel on the ship. Lord Black Angel, could you please sign my name for me? Luo Qingtian listened to everyone calling him the Black Angel. He felt like digging a castle with his feet. Is this Black Angel thing really going to be impossible to get over? The entire passenger ship surrounded Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian, suffering from social anxiety, didn't know how to escape. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Luo Qingtian's wrist, and she was forcefully dragged out of the crowd. Luo Qingtian had always wanted to escape, so she didn't resist, letting the force carry her forward. Only after she was free did she realize that the person pulling her was the soldier she had just fought with. Luo Qingtian frowned and tried to break free. The soldier turned and said, "We're staying in the premium rooms. They can't get in." Luo Qingtian nodded, and finally freed his wrist from Mo Yunqi's grip. The two of them ran in their own direction. Just as Mo Yunqi had said, the people behind them stopped when they reached the cabin. The premium rooms were too high for them to enter. Luo Qingtian and Mo Yunqi also reached the cabin corridor. Back in the corridor again. Mo Yunqi's face was grim, remembering the fight he had had with Luo Qingtian earlier. "Sorry, I take it back." Luo Qingtian glanced at Mo Yunqi but ignored him. He opened the door and prepared to enter. But before he could enter, Mo Yunqi stopped him again. "Hello, Black Angel. My name is Mo Yunqi. I'm very sorry for hurting your mutant pet earlier. If there's anything I can do to make it up to you later, please feel free to ask." It was Black Angel again. This Mo Yunqi was practically dancing on the edge of Luo Qingtian's outburst. Luo Qingtian glared at Mo Yunqi fiercely for the entire day. He then took Xiaolu into the room. Mo Yunqi was somewhat bewildered by Luo Qingtian's glare. Hadn't she apologized? Why was this little girl so angry? The fleet continued on the sea. To thank Luo Qingtian for her help, the captain came to visit Luo Qingtian with delicious fruit. Lord Black Angel, thank you for saving the fleet." Luo Qingtian speechlessly opened the door and looked at the captain at the door. Seeing Luo Qingtian emerge, the captain excitedly bowed to him. "Hello, Lord Black Angel. My name is Qin Momo. Thank you so much for saving our fleet. This is a small token of our gratitude." Qin Momo held up the tray with both hands. On it lay sliced apples, oranges, and watermelon. It was truly precious to be able to enjoy these things at this time. Luo Qingtian took the fruit and said in a low voice, "Don't call me Black Angel. My name is Luo Qingtian. Never again. This name is too embarrassing and awkward." Luo Qingtian closed the door after saying this. Qin Momo touched his nose. "So the boss's name is Luo Qingtian." Qin Momo happily left, following Mo Yunqi next door, leaning against the door with his back, and chuckling softly. "So your name is Luo Qingtian. No wonder the little girl was glaring at him like that." Mo Yunqi thought, shaking his head helplessly and smiling. Then, he glanced teasingly at the wall. On the other side of the wall lay Luo Qingtian, sitting on the bedside, munching on fruit. The road ahead seemed remarkably peaceful. While there were sea beasts attacking, none were as dramatic as the multi-tentacled octopus from the first day. Chapter 598. The journey continued at a brisk pace. Because it was a fleet, powerful sea beasts also appeared. However, these sea beasts were nothing to the fleet's psychics. If they really encountered a sea beast they couldn't defeat, Mo Yunqi would come to their aid. This was how they sailed for 3 days without incident. The harbor of the 6th base came into view. For those 3 days, Luo Qingtian stayed in her room and slept. She had to sleep. The boat ride was too dizzy. As long as she kept her eyes open, she felt like vomiting. So, she didn't know how she had managed to survive those days. Just as Luo Qingtian was sleeping soundly, there was another knock at the door. Luo Qingtian got up in a daze and opened the door. Standing at the door was the same maid who had come to see her a few days ago. "Dear guest, we are about an hour away from reaching the 6th base's shipping port. Please pack your luggage and prepare to disembark." Hearing that they would arrive at the port in an hour, Luo Qingtian instantly felt rejuvenated. Finally, he could escape this miserable life at sea. "Got it, thank you." Luo Qingtian closed the door expressionlessly and excitedly jumped onto the bed. "Ah! Finally, I'm free." Luo Qingtian quickly climbed to his feet and packed his things in the room. Soon, everything he needed to take away had been stored in his space. Checking the time, Luo Qingtian opened the door. After walking down the hallway, he headed straight for the deck. Many people were standing on the deck, and in the distance, through the hazy fog, the harbor was faintly visible. "Finally, we're reaching shore. Yes. These past few days on the boat have been making me feel completely uncomfortable." Everyone was excitedly discussing, seemingly in a good mood. Luo Qingtian looked around, then found a corner, and sat down on a stool. Feeling the sea breeze, he savored this final journey. The fleet's speed began to slow, and for some unknown reason, the fog grew thicker. The harbor, once clearly visible, gradually disappeared from view due to the fog. The captain spotted a number of large creatures near the harbor on the radar display. Something was wrong. These large marine creatures should be on the seabed. How could they be in the harbor? With this, the captain immediately ordered the entire fleet to halt sailing. Upon hearing this order, the fleet leader angrily confronted the captain. "Our sailing schedule is set by the company. If we don't reach the 6th base on time, we be punished by the company. Why did you issue such an order without authorization?" The captain pointed to the radar and said, "Can't you see the large marine life swarm ahead? Going there now will only arouse their attention and lead them to attack our fleet." The leader checked his watch and phone. It showed he had half a day left to complete the mission. If he didn't return the fleet within that time, he'd likely be demoted. "I call headquarters and the troops at the 6th base," the leader said, then left the cockpit. After the call, he returned to the cockpit. "I evacuate the guests. Tell them to return to the cabins immediately. The message from above is that we must arrive on time, and the marine life will be supported by their psychics and troops as soon as possible," the person in charge spoke, carrying a loudspeaker and heading up to the deck. The deck was now filled with survivors carrying their luggage, preparing to disembark. "Everyone, a large sea creature has appeared ahead. Please return to the cabins immediately for safety." As soon as these words were spoken, a strange, loud cry rang out from the distance. The sound was like a swirling trill. It was shrill and tragic. Like a cry of resignation and reluctance, it lingered in the air and even reached the people's minds. Luo Qingtian, for some reason, felt a deep sense of sadness and helplessness as she listened to the sound. Even her eyes flushed red. This melancholy made Luo Qingtian dazed. She frowned and looked towards the source of the sound. The cry continued. Tears welled up in Luo Qingtian's eyes. Mo Yunqi, standing not far away, saw Luo Qingtian's expression. He was puzzled. This little girl, who just 3 days ago had stood in the sky fighting like a goddess of war, was a little confused. How could she be frightened to tears by a cry? This contrast somehow touched Mo Yunqi's heart. It seemed that no matter how powerful her martial arts skills were, the little girl couldn't escape the fear of the unknown. Thinking of this, Mo Yunqi couldn't help but walk over to Luo Qingtian's side. He looked off into the distance, as if observing the fleet leader, and then, pretending to think, said, "That cry is clearly that of a whale. It seems the large creature mentioned earlier must be a whale." Luo Qingtian turned to look at Mo Yunqi, who had suddenly approached him, and his lips twitched. "Is this guy here to tell me something? I don't think I'm familiar with him. And they even had a fight before." If it weren't for his military uniform, Luo Qingtian would have thrown him directly into the sea to feed the fish. He hurt his precious second son. This was a mortal enemy. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian put away his stool. Without even raising his eyelids, he walked directly to the other side of the deck. Cherish life, stay out of trouble. Stop looking at him and wanting to kill. Mo Yunqi watched Luo Qingtian walk away. Awkwardly, he reached out and touched his nose. This girl has a real temper. I just wanted to tell her the creature ahead wasn't harmful, so she wouldn't be afraid. And now, she doesn't appreciate it. Mo Yunqi withdrew his gaze and walked directly to the fleet leader, helping him guide the survivors back to the cabin. Soon, only the leader, a few psychics, and Luo Qingtian, who sat in a corner, frowning ahead, were left on the deck. A psychic frowned when he saw Luo Qingtian and said, "Beauty, it's dangerous to go any further. Why don't you go back and rest?" Luo Qingtian looked up at the psychic, who had spoken, and shook her head. "No, you guys have your own discussion. Don't worry about me." The psychic said unhappily, "How can I ignore you? If the sea beasts up ahead attack us, we won't be able to take care of you." Luo Qingtian looked up at the psychic and continued, "Don't worry about me. I can fly." Speaking of flying, the psychic suddenly thought of something. He immediately fell silent. He gave Luo Qingtian an awkward smile. "Oh, it's you. Sorry, I didn't recognize you. Would you like to join us for this combat meeting?" Luo Qingtian liked to wear a tight black combat uniform when in combat. When not in combat, he wore a simpler outfit, so those wearing it never got a good look at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian shook his head. "Not interested. You guys continue." Chapter 599. Luo Qingtian continued to look ahead. At this moment, Xiaolu was communicating telepathically with Luo Qingtian. "Mommy, those sea beasts are crying." "Why are they crying?" Xiaolu didn't know, only that they were crying, and calling their companions to cry with them. Luo Qingtian frowned. He stood up and prepared to fly over to take a look, when he heard the psychic, who had called him earlier, say, "Master Black Angel, the 6 base's troops and psychics have arrived. You can wait a moment. We can fight together." Luo Qingtian turned stiffly and looked at the man who had spoken. "Don't call me Black Angel. What on earth were those people in the 4th base thinking, giving themselves such a silly name? Is this joke just going to get out of hand?" The psychic who spoke could sense Luo Qingtian's bad mood at the moment, and he smiled awkwardly. He said no more. At this moment, a helicopter and a drone appeared in the sky. Near the fleet, many huge whales also appeared, swimming around them. Upon seeing these whales, the psychic's Preza began to panic. After the apocalypse began, acid rain caused many creatures in the ocean to mutate. Only whales, due to their large size, were not affected by the acid rain. So even if they saw these whales on the beach, humans wouldn't panic, because no matter what species they were, never attacked or harmed their ships. Something's wrong. Look! These whales include blue whales, sperm whales, and even humpback whales. This is the first time I've seen so many whales gathered together. Mo Yunqi walked to the beach, frowning as he gazed at the various whale species. Then he looked off into the distance. Something's really wrong. Look in the distance. The sea fog had dissipated at some point, and in the distance, a number of whales could clearly be seen swimming towards them. "Mommy, Xiaolu wants to cry." Just as Luo Qingtian was surprised, Xiaolu once again sent a telepathic message to Luo Qingtian. "Why?" The whale's cries continued, a mournful, melodious wailing of helplessness. Luo Qingtian's eyes welled up again, tears streaming down his face. Everyone present felt a wave of sorrow at the sound. Xiaolu's voice choked with sobs. "These sea beasts say their calls can't resonate, but their lives are coming to an end, and they spontaneously come here for the sake of the ocean." Hearing this, Luo Qingtian instantly understood. The fleet began to slowly move towards the shore, where a crowd had already gathered. The sky was filled with drones and helicopters. If the whales attacked the fleet, the drones would fire at them. Several combat boats were even targeting the approaching whales. The whales were surging in number. The sea route to the port was completely blocked. Finally, the ship stopped again. The fleet leader glanced at his watch and frowned. "Let's fire a few shots to scare them off. These are creatures of the apocalypse. Who knows if these whales are mutating? What if one grows legs, crawls ashore, and eats people?" The whales' cries continued, their frequency increasing, and Luo Qingtian felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. "Save us!" Luo Qingtian heard the shrill cry for help. Then, Xiaolu's shrill voice rang out, "Mommy, stop them! Don't kill the sea beasts! Don't!" Xiaolu's voice was so piercing that it spontaneously transformed into Luo Qingtian's wings. Luo Qingtian heard Xiaolu's voice and, without a second thought, coldly told the fleet leader, "Don't harm them." But he was still a step too late, as the leader spoke the final 2 words to the other end of the line. "Fire!" With that, Luo Qingtian suddenly took flight, reaching out to draw his weapon. The drone in the sky was now targeting the whales swimming on the surface. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Bullets spurted out. Xiaolu angrily opened a massive barrier, deflecting all the bullets. Luo Qingtian was shocked by Xiaolu's actions. Normally, Xiaolu couldn't use his powers after transforming into wings, but this time, to protect the whales, Xiaolu had broken through that restriction. Luo Qingtian aimed at the drone in the sky, drew his bow, and unleashed an arrow in one smooth motion. Boom, boom, boom. The drone exploded in the sky. Finally, it turned into dust and fell back into the sea. No one present had expected this scene. Dark Angel, why? The fleet leader shouted at Luo Qingtian in exasperation. Luo Qingtian's eyes were gloomy, dark as the endless night. Can't you hear these whales crying for help? The fleet leader gritted his teeth and said, ha ha ha, crying for help? Don't be ridiculous. This is the end of the world. People can't even afford to eat, so why should I care if they live or die? The fleet leader shouted into the other end of the line, send me a torpedo. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingtian's mini-map revealed something in the distance, rapidly moving toward the whales. Luo Qingtian gave the person in charge a gloomy look, then, with Xiaolu, rushed directly into the sea. Splash. Xiaolu carried Luo Qingtian into the sea. Xiaolu herself transformed into a green, humanoid protective shield. Luo Qingtian rushed in front of the whales. Her hands condensed into an extremely cold icy aura. At the moment two torpedoes approached. Ultimate freeze. A huge block of ice gradually condensed in front of Luo Qingtian, and the icy aura rapidly extended in the direction of the torpedoes. At the moment the torpedoes approached, Luo Qingtian endured the impact and exerted her ultimate freeze to its fullest. Both torpedoes were frozen in place by the ultimate freeze. Then Luo Qingtian switched to the Amos ice bow. She drew her bow and shot her arrows into the sea, shooting them into the distance. After destroying the submarine in the distance, Xiaolu and Luo Qingtian surged out of the sea. Luo Qingtian stood high in the sky, gazing grimly at the leader of Squad A. She slowly descended to the ground. She flung two small torpedoes into the air. She walked directly to the leader and said, "You don't have to do anything. They won't survive." With these words, an explosion rang out, and everyone on deck looked toward the blast site. This time, it wasn't a human attack, but rather the whales themselves exploding. Mo Yunqi stared at the whales ahead in shock. It's a whale explosion. More and more whales exploded, creating a blood-red wave on the seashore. The leader, staring at the crimson waves before him, voice tinged with fear. Why is this happening? Why are the whales committing mass suicide here? Luo Qingtian smiled bitterly. When whales fall, all things come to life. The whales say the ocean is sick, and they want to heal it with their own deaths. Chapter 600. Little Green was now weeping uncontrollably in Luo Qingtian's mind. Mommy, the sea beast said. They often come to the harbor to ask for help from humans. They tell them the ocean is sick. But no one responds. Mommy, the sea beasts also said, many of their fellow sea creatures have become terrifying. The entire ocean has changed. It's no longer peaceful. Everywhere is filled with danger and blood. And there are more and more battles in the ocean. With no food, creatures are plundering each other. So they want to heal the ocean. Mommy, the sea beasts also said, every time they come for help, no one responds, and some even drive them away. So they can only come in large groups. Only when they come often will humans notice them, and realize the ocean is sick. Woo, Mommy, Little Green is so sad. Little Green is a ball of seaweed. The ocean holds not only a fatal attraction for him, but also a deep obsession with home. Xiaolu's voice was fragile, a tone of heartache and brokenness in it. Luo Qingtian reached out and pulled Xiaolu, floating in front of him, into his arms. Don't cry. Now everyone knows the ocean is sick. Perhaps the opportunity to cure it lies with them. The ocean has undergone a drastic change due to acid rain. But these whales have managed to maintain their original aspirations, which means they may have antibodies against acid rain. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian, carrying Xiaolu, rushed back into the sea. The whales continued to self-destruct, and Luo Qingtian was unable to stop them. He could only let Xiaolu lead him as he swam away. After swimming for a while, Luo Qingtian spotted a small, juvenile sperm whale in the water. He asked Xiaolu to lead him over, then hugged the sperm whale and entered the space together. The giant sperm whale's entrance sent shockwaves through both Maoqiu and Xiaomao. The two looked at Luo Qingtian in bewilderment, while Luo Qingtian quickly opened the creative skill icon. He found the aquarium in the icon store. Luo Qingtian clicked OK. An aquarium appeared near the villa. When the aquarium was first added to the icon store, Luo Qingtian thought it was useless. Therefore, he omitted it during the town expansion. He hadn't expected to use it here today. He observed the aquarium and found that, except for the lack of any living creatures, everything else was ready. Luo Qingtian turned around, hugged the juvenile whale, and rushed into the aquarium. The baby whale was dropped into the tank, where it swam bewilderedly. It searched anxiously in the water, occasionally darting toward the surface. Luo Qingtian leaned over the tank's opening and took out all the sea fish he bought before the apocalypse and dumped them in. Live well here. As long as we find a cure for the apocalyptic virus, the ocean's illness will one day be cured. Little Green also jumped into the tank, transforming itself into a green whale. It did accompany the baby whale, swimming with it in the tank. Watching Little Green and the baby whale happily playing together, Luo Qingtian activated his creative skill again. Opening the town renovation icon, he observed the houses near Tian Lao Academy of Sciences. There's actually a row of apartments next to the lab, and it's quite large. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment, clicked move, and moved the apartment a bit. He then moved the other nearby buildings a bit, until a plot the same size as the aquarium was cleared. Luo Qingtian placed the aquarium near the lab with a clang. Then Luo Qingtian exited the renovation page and reached out to brush off the non-existent dust. He walked out the door and headed straight back to town. Old Tian and his team finished their project and walked out of the lab, grinning. A young scientist, Old Tian, come to my apartment today. I heard the animal meat Mayor Qingtian brought back is delicious. I bought a few pounds yesterday, Old Tian said with a smile. Sure. It's been ages since our lab had a meal together. Xiaowu, I see your project is almost finished. Let's go together today. Luo Xiaowu nodded, and the group walked towards the apartment next door, grinning. But before they could even get there, they discovered that the area where their apartment had once stood had become a vast aquarium. And the apartment was nowhere to be found. Hey, where's my home? Hey, where's my apartment? Everyone stared at this scene in shock. Who could have imagined that after a day's work, their home would be gone? Just then, a researcher shouted, "Look, isn't that our apartment up ahead?" Everyone looked and saw that their apartment had appeared across the street, quite a distance away. The only person who could do this was Luo Qingtian. Luo Xiaowu suddenly looked up into the distance, then stretched out his hand and conjured a black motorcycle. He jumped on it and drove towards the villa. Luo Qingtian was now flying towards the aquarium. When he saw Luo Xiaowu, Luo Qingtian slowly landed. Luo Xiaowu jumped off the motorcycle, rushed forward, and hugged Luo Qingtian. "Qingtian, you're back. How great." Luo Xiaowu held Luo Qingtian, greedily inhaling his scent. Luo Qingtian patted Luo Xiaowu's back soothingly and whispered, "Well, you're back. Xiaowu, have you seen the aquarium I built?" Luo Xiaowu looked up at Luo Qingtian and nodded. "Yes, but Qingtian, why did you build an aquarium right next to the lab? Let's go there first and talk to Mr. Tian later." Luo Xiaowu nodded excitedly and transformed the motorcycle back into existence. Then he drove Luo Qingtian towards the lab, into the aquarium. Mr. Tian and the other scientists stared in astonishment at the two whales emerging from the water. "Is this a mutant whale? This is the first time I've seen a green whale. It's probably caused by the acid rain virus in the seawater. Mr. Tian, what do you think?" The young scientists all looked at Mr. Tian, who was standing in the middle. "That green whale looks strange. From both a biological and scientific perspective, it doesn't look like a whale." After saying this, Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu walked into the aquarium. As expected of Mr. Tian, that green creature is definitely not a whale. Luo Qingtian waved to Xiaolu. Xiaolu saw Luo Qingtian and reached out to touch the whale's back. Then he jumped toward the surface. After leaving the water, Xiaolu reverted to its seaweed form and jumped onto Luo Qingtian's shoulder. "Qingtian, why did you bring a whale here?" Luo Xiaowu looked at the whale in the tank curiously. "Yes, I brought it back from the sea." Luo Qingtian smiled and looked at Mr. Tian. After hearing this, Mr. Tian suddenly had an idea. He looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise. "Are you serious? You brought it back from the sea?" Chapter 601. Luo Qingtian smiled and nodded. It seems Elder Tian has already discovered it. Tears welled up in Elder Tian's eyes. "Yes. This is truly a great surprise. Perhaps this whale holds the key to saving humanity and eradicating the virus." Luo Qingtian sighed. "I hope so. Qingtian, can you find other whale samples?" Hearing this, Luo Qingtian sighed deeply. "I'm afraid it'd be difficult." Luo Qingtian recounted the story of the whale's mass suicide at the harbor. Everyone present fell silent after hearing this. The scientist's eyes also welled up. This little whale is the only one I saved that didn't self-destruct. So, I leave the antibody issue to you. Old Tian looked at Luo Qingtian sternly. Don't worry, Qingtian. We're just short-staffed in the lab. If you have someone suitable, I hope you can bring them along. Luo Qingtian nodded, and a face suddenly appeared in his mind. It seems like I haven't been to the second base in ages, hasn't it? Last time, Bai Nianan took Chen Huiyang away from the third base. They should all be living peacefully in the second base now, right? Luo Qingtian thought as he opened the door. Mr. Tian, I thought of someone. I'm going to bring him over now. As Luo Qingtian was about to enter, Luo Xiaowu grabbed his wrist. Qingtian, I go with you. Luo Qingtian turned to look at Luo Xiaowu. He smiled and nodded. Okay. The two of them vanished from the crowd, and when they arrived at the second base again, the second base had been greatly expanded. Although there were still many zombies roaming outside, these zombies only observed the base from a distance and didn't approach. Luo Qingtian didn't want to enter through the main gate, so she had Xiaolu enlarge, carrying herself and Luo Xiaowu directly into the inner city. He traced his memory and found the location of the second base laboratory. He saw Bai Nianan coming out of the laboratory. Bai Nianan was momentarily stunned when he saw Luo Qingtian. It wasn't until he saw clearly that it was indeed Luo Qingtian that he saw her approaching. Bai Nianan excitedly called out, Sister Luo, you're back? Luo Qingtian smiled and nodded. Yes, it seems you returned safely too. How have you been lately? When I came here, I saw that the second base had grown quite a bit. Bai Nianan smiled and scratched his head. Yes, all the small bases surrounding the second base have come to join us. So we expanded, but don't worry, Sister Luo, Uncle Qi and Aunt Qi are still living in the old place, and we're taking good care of them. Luo Qingtian smiled and nodded. Thank you, I meet them later. I came here to borrow someone. Bai Nianan, upon hearing this, immediately asked, Who? Chen Huiyang. Hearing Chen Huiyang's name, Bai Nianan's face darkened. Sister Luo, why are you thinking of borrowing Chen Huiyang? There are other outstanding scientists in the lab. What's wrong? Isn't his special ability potion making? Don't worry, I only borrow him for about a month and return him when I'm done. Bai Nianan pursed his lips and looked at Luo Qingtian. Sister Luo, it's not that I won't borrow him. It's that Chen Huiyang is no longer at the second base. What do you mean? Luo Qingtian looked at Bai Nianan with a gloomy expression. If we want to develop a cure for the zombie virus, Chen Huiyang's special ability will definitely make the process twice as effective. Now that the second base won't lend him anyone, Luo Qingtian is already considering taking him away outright. Seeing Luo Qingtian's expression change, Bai Nianan quickly said, Sister, don't get me wrong. It's not that I won't lend it to you. A few days ago, Base 0 sent a message saying they were forcibly taking Chen Huiyang to Base 0. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. Why forcibly? Bai Nianan sighed. The psychic potion from our second base has the fewest side effects. And the lead researcher is Chen Huiyang. After learning this news, Base 0 sent a telegram demanding we bring Chen Huiyang over. As you know, the top leaders of our Yin nation are all at Base 0, and Base 0 is now divided into two factions. One faction is the pro-war faction, hoping to popularize the psychic potion and then create a new civilization. The other faction is the pro-survival faction, hoping to completely eliminate the zombies worldwide and use the remaining survivors to continue civilization. At this time, Chen Huiyang developed a psychic potion with no side effects. So now both factions are fighting for him. This morning, someone showed up, presented their credentials, and forcibly took Chen Huiyang aboard a plane and departed. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes. Direction. Base 0 is southeast. Sister Luo, what are you planning to do? Base 0 houses the finest psychics in Yen country. Don't act rashly. Luo Qingtian patted Bai Nianan's shoulder reassuringly. Well, don't worry, I won't act rashly. Please talk to Uncle Qi and the others for me. I come see him when I'm done. Luo Qingtian immediately released the giant eagle. Luo Qingtian jumped aboard, pulling Luo Xiaowu along with him. Little bird, southeast, fly. The giant eagle, upon hearing this, screamed into the sky and took off at a 90-degree angle. Then it quickly flew southeast again. Luo Xiaowu sat behind Luo Qingtian, hugging him tightly around the waist. Qingtian, when did you acquire this giant eagle? A few days ago, maybe? Now it's one of my companions. You can call it Luo Xianyou or Luo Xiaolu. What a wonderful name. Luo Xiaowu chuckled. The giant eagle, hearing the two discussing their names, couldn't tell whether to be pleased or displeased. It roared at the sky again, then sped even faster than before. The giant eagle carried the two swiftly through the sky, the whirring sound of the wind filling their ears. Luo Qingtian held Luo Qingqian's waist with one hand. With the other, he gathered a black aura. Soon, a huge black shield formed on the giant eagle's back, blocking out the wind. Qingtian, are you cold? Luo Xiaowu rested his head on Luo Qingtian's shoulder. Luo Qingtian gently shifted his body, creating some distance between him and Luo Xiaowu. He said, "It's okay. You're sitting tight. Don't fall off." A flicker of disappointment crossed Luo Xiaowu's dark eyes, but he quickly calmed down and smiled. "Okay, whatever I say." Neither of them spoke again for a while. The giant eagle was flying very fast. After flying for over an hour, Luo Qingtian and the others spotted a helicopter ahead. "Is that it? Little bird, chase it." Luo Qing had already switched to the Amos icebow. The helicopter wasn't going very fast, and it had to refuel twice. As the giant eagle chased after it, it happened to see Chen Huiyang arguing with a man in the helicopter. Chen Huiyang frowned at the man in front of him, then saw Luo Qingtian, bow and arrow in hand, perched on the giant eagle, staring at him. Chapter 602. Chen Huiyang's mouth dropped open, staring blankly at Luo Qingtian. At this moment, everyone on the helicopter noticed Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian stood up from the giant eagle's back. "Xiaowu, you and the little birdie find a place to settle down. I go by myself." Luo Qingqian's little green instantly transformed into wings, and Luo Qingtian leaped directly from the giant eagle. Luo Qingtian then flew above the helicopter. Luo Qingtian drew his bow and shot an arrow, which struck the helicopter's propeller. The helicopter crew was stunned for a moment, then realized the propeller had stopped working. No matter how they tried, the propeller wouldn't budge, and the helicopter plummeted downwards. "Ah! Sister Luo, are you trying to kill me?" Chen Huiyang's voice echoed from the helicopter, and Luo Qingtian lowered his body and rushed downwards. Just as the helicopter was about to land, Luo Qingtian flew below and caught it securely. Then Luo Qingtian threw the helicopter directly to the ground. With a clang, the helicopter was nearly torn apart by Luo Qingqian's jolt. Luo Qingtian stepped forward and opened the helicopter's hatch. "Who are you? How dare you attack our Team Zero? We're a government team." Luo Qingtian raised his hand and threw the man who had spoken out of the helicopter, then looked at Chen Huiyang. "I'm here to pick you up." Chen Huiyang. After seeing Luo Qingtian, Chen Huiyang scrambled out of the helicopter and hugged Luo Qingqian's thighs, crying, "Ah, woo-woo, Sister Luo, I'm so glad to see you here. You don't know them, they're just inhumane. They didn't even let me use the restroom on the way. I was about to burst, and they handed me a mineral water bottle. This is simply cruel and inhumane." The psychics behind him looked at Chen Huiyang with constipation. Wasn't he the most powerful psychic pharmacist in the second base? Now, no matter how they looked at him, he looked like an idiot. Although they disliked Chen Huiyang's behavior, they still had to continue their mission. The psychics looked at Luo Qingtian grimly. "Little girl, do you know the consequences of obstructing our mission?" Luo Qingtian turned to look at the person who spoke and said, Chen Huiyang said he didn't want to go. "Didn't you hear?" The psychic frowned and said, "It's the end of the world now. Everything must be based on orders. Besides, Chen Huiyang is a soldier after all." Luo Qingtian sighed. "I need this person too. Please tell them back that we found antibodies to the zombie virus, and are continuing Chen Huiyang's psychic research. So, I'm taking this person with me. It's not that Luo Qingtian is cowardly, but she's a government employee after all. Even though it's the end of the world, Luo Qingtian doesn't want to be held accountable by the government afterward. She doesn't want to be the world's most powerful person. Her desire for strength was simply to find her parents, and live peacefully with them, and her companions." The two government officials piloting the helicopter noticed Luo Qingtian's polite tone. Their eyes immediately turned contemptuous. "It seems you know our identities, yet you still dare to come and snatch us away without knowing the consequences?" Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes at the man speaking before her, a chill spreading from her body. Gradually, the two officials noticed white ice forming beneath their feet. The ice rapidly spread. "I have a bad temper, so I'm talking to you nicely, so you better listen. If you don't, you stay here forever." Then, a massive semicircular icy shield enveloped the group. The semicircular icicles curved downward, forming sharp icicles. They were all aimed at the government officials. If they even said no, the icicles would pierce their bodies, turning them into icy powder. The two government officials were no fools. They could naturally sense the power of this icy shield. "We're only following orders. If you take them away like this, How will we explain ourselves when we return? Qin Huiang, who had been hiding behind Luo Qingtian, poked his head out and gritted his teeth, saying, I never wanted to go with you. If you don't explain yourself, it's none of our business. At worst, you can just say you didn't want to go. With that, Qin Huiang retreated behind Luo Qingtian. The two government officials had no intention of fighting Luo Qingtian at this point. One of them said to Luo Qing, since that's the case, we know what to say when we get back. Please, young lady, please be kind and let us go. The psychic spoke, glancing around. He was a fire-type psychic, and he wasn't afraid of ice-type psychics. But just now, when he tried to unleash his powers, he found that his fire powers couldn't be released from within this ice barrier. The Research Institute said there was only one power that could restrain his own, the power of extreme ice. The probability of this power appearing was extremely small, and he hadn't expected it to appear in a woman. This was a significant discovery, and he had to hurry back to report it to his superiors. Luo Qingtian didn't intend to embarrass the two men. He raised his hand and retracted his ice shield. He pulled Qin Huiang back. Qin Huiang didn't dare resist, allowing Luo Qingtian to pull him along. At this moment, a giant eagle slowly landed in the sky. Luo Xiaowu jumped from the eagle's body. Qingtian, are you okay? Luo Xiaowu said, stepping forward to pull Luo Qingtian's hand away from Qin Huiang, then clasped Luo Qingtian's hand with his own. A warm smile still lingered on his face. Qingtian, this is the exceptional researcher you're looking for. Qin Huiang looked at his freed hand, and then at Luo Xiaowu. Although Luo Xiaowu's smile was harmless, he could sense a chill in his gaze. That was hostility. Was this directed at him? Qin Huiang glanced cautiously at Luo Qingtian. Well, he never dared to even dream of such a brilliant leader. Sister Luo, where are we going? Luo Qingtian looked at Qin Huiang and said, I'm going to take you to my base, and have you help Elder Tian research a vaccine for the lost virus. Upon hearing this, Qin Huiang immediately said, Sister Luo, please take me back to the second base first. I have some semi-finished virus vaccines in the lab. Once we get them, we go back to your base. Luo Qingtian nodded and jumped onto the giant eagle's back. She then reached out to grab Qin Huiang. Just as Qin Huiang was about to reach out, his hand was engulfed in gray smoke, and the next moment, Qin Huiang was lifted up. He landed on the giant eagle's back. Luo Qingtian released 3 traps on the giant eagle's back. The giant eagle took to the sky and flew rapidly towards the second base. Chapter 603. An hour later, the giant eagle landed in the inner city of the second base. Luo Qingtian retracted the giant eagle into space. Pointing to the nearby laboratory, he said, I meet you here later. I need to go see my uncle now. Qin Huiang, knowing about Qi Jian and his wife, nodded and smiled, okay. Separating from Qin Huiang, Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu headed towards Qi Jian and his wife's residential complex. It was already approaching evening. Many of the elderly survivors had bought food and were preparing to go back home to cook. When Luo Qingtian arrived at Qi Jian's door, he could still smell the aroma of food. Luo Qingtian reached out and knocked on the door, and soon Qi Jian's voice rang from inside. Who's there? Uncle Qi, it's me. Qi Jian immediately stood up and hurried to open the door. Little Qingtian, it's really little Qingtian, you're back. Qi Jian excitedly welcomed Luo Qingtian in. Luo Qingtian smiled at Qi Jian and said, Uncle, I'm here this time to bring you and Aunt Qi to live at my base. Of course I won't force you. If you get used to life here, you can stay. Qi Jian thought for a moment, then looked at Luo Qingtian seriously. Qingtian, although I'm used to it, I'd rather be closer to you. I didn't expect little Qingtian to have his own base, Qi Jian said as he got up to pack. Qingtian, when are we leaving? I'd pack right away. Qi Jian pulled his wife into the room. Luo Qing, Uncle, we do need to pack. We're leaving soon. Qi Jian heard this. He hurriedly pulled out several packages and suitcases and began to pack. Luo Xiaowu stood up, walked over to Qi Jian, and said, Uncle, let me help you put it away. As he spoke, Luo Xiaowu condensed a black mist, which then enveloped Qi Jian's belongings. The next moment, the belongings vanished from Qi Jian's sight. Uncle Qi, this is my special ability. I'm temporarily storing your belongings in my space. I bring them back when we get there. Qi Jian smiled and said, as expected of Xiao Qingtian's friend. You're amazing. You came with Xiao Qingtian to see me. Are you Qingtian's boyfriend? Qi Jian glanced at Luo Qingtian, and then at Luo Xiaowu. This young man and Xiao Qingtian look handsome, one handsome. They're a perfect match, no matter how you look at them. Qi Jian thought, and couldn't help but sigh. Qingtian's getting old now. If Dr. Luo were still around, he'd definitely be delighted to know Qingtian has found a boyfriend as outstanding as you. Luo Qingtian, sitting in the living room waiting for Qi Jian, was drinking water. Upon hearing Qi Jian's words, he spat out a mouthful of water. Puff. Ahem. Uncle Qi, what are you thinking? We're friends. Don't let your imagination run wild. Qi Jian chuckled upon hearing this. Okay. Qi Jian then gave Luo Xiaowu a look that said, I understand you, young man. Qingtian is so talented. You need to keep working on it. Luo Xiaowu nodded excitedly. Yes. Uncle, I will. Luo Qingtian listened to their conversation and rolled his eyes speechlessly. He really couldn't explain himself this time. An hour later, Qi Jian had cleaned up everything in the house. They had come here with almost nothing. They hadn't expected to leave now. There were so many more things. Qi Jian led his wife to the front door, and they reluctantly glanced at the home they had lived in for so long. Wife, let's take a look a little longer. We won't be coming back. Qi Jian's wife had lived in the second base for so long and had recovered considerably. She looked at Uncle Qi blankly and asked incoherently, Are we homeless again? Tears fell as she spoke. Qi Jian wiped his wife's tears with a distressed look and smiled. No, this time we're going to our new home with Xiao Qingtian. It's even better there. His wife looked at Qi Jian in bewilderment. Qi Jian took his wife's hand, and they supported each other as they walked out of the complex. In front of the laboratory building, Chen Huiyang waited anxiously. Bai Nianen stood by, waiting with him. Don't leave. Seeing you walking back and forth makes me dizzy. Bai Nianen looked at Chen Huiyang speechlessly. I'm leaving, and you're not going to say anything? Bai Nianen shrugged. I said everything I need to say. Even if you don't leave, the second base can't keep you. It's safer for you to go to Sister Luo's place. Chen Huiyang took a deep breath, his eyes anxiously fixed on the distance. When he saw Luo Qingtian appear with Qi Jian and his wife, Chen Huiyang breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Luo? Chen Huiyang smiled, and waved at Luo Qingtian. Bai Nianen smiled, and nodded at Luo Qingtian. Sister Luo, are you taking Uncle Qi with you this time? The implication was that if you took them away, would you not come to the second base anymore? Luo Qingtian nodded. Yes, the conditions over there are more convenient for Uncle Qi and his aunt to recuperate. Don't worry, I personally bring Chen Huiyang back once we're done. Chen Huiyang shook his head. Sister. If possible, I hope to live in your base for the rest of my life. Just kidding. Luo Qingtian has come to pick up Qi Jian and his wife, which means Luo Qingtian's base is definitely much better than the second base, and it even has its own laboratories and research labs. This means that many of his ambitions can be realized at Luo Qingtian's base. Power-boosting potions, power-restoring potions, anti-corpse poison potions, these can't be properly developed here. He desperately needs a suitable platform to display his abilities. Bai Nianen glanced at Chen Huiyang speechlessly. You haven't even arrived yet, and you're already thinking of betraying me. Luo Qingtian smiled. Okay, enough nonsense. It's getting late. Bai Nianen, let's go! Bai Nianen nodded. Just when Bai Nianen thought Luo Qingtian would take out the RV and drive away, he saw Luo Qingtian pull out a door from his space and open it. Pointing, Let's go! Although the group didn't understand what was going on, they obeyed Luo Qingtian's instructions and walked through the door. When Luo Qingtian also entered, Luo Qingtian turned around and waved to Bai Nianen. The moment the door closed, it disappeared from Bai Nianen's sight. Bai Nianen stared at the scene in shock. Fuck, am I seeing a living Doraemon? On the other side of the door was Sunny Town. Qi Jian and his wife and Chen Huiyang watched in astonishment. The temperature was pleasant, not exactly birdsong and flowers, but the surroundings were full of greenery. There were various shops and passers-by walking back and forth. It looked peaceful and prosperous, as if it had returned to the pre-apocalyptic era. Oh my god, Sister Luo, is this your base? Luo Qing, yes. Our base. Welcome to Sunny Town. Chapter 604. Qi Jian and his wife gazed at the scenery before them with delight. Now he finally understood what Luo Qing meant by that place is more suitable for recuperation. The temperature here was just right, perfect for his wife to retire. Luo Qingtian asked Luo Xiaowu to take the two of them to a small villa with a good location near their home. Luo Qingtian, in turn, took Chen Huiyang straight to the laboratory. Ever since Luo Qingtian left, Elder Tian had been waiting for this legendary talent. So he barely left the laboratory that day. Only when he saw Luo Qingtian and his men arrive, he hurried out to greet them. Seeing the two chatting happily, Luo Qingtian stayed. He left all matters to Elder Tian and departed. When they returned to the villa, Shen Yuran had already prepared a table full of food. He Xiao was also waiting at home. Seeing Luo Qingtian enter, the two men walked forward joyfully. "You heartless man. You've been gone for so many days," Shen Yuran said, grabbing Luo Qingtian's hand and heading for the living room. He Xiao rubbed his nose as he followed them, looking at the two women in front. His smile softened. "By the way, where's Xiaowu? Hasn't he returned from the lab yet?" He Xiao asked, pulling out his phone and starting to make a call. Luo Qingtian turned to look at He Xiao and said, "I brought two relatives with me. They're colleagues from my parents' lab. Have Xiaowu bring them to dinner." He Xiao nodded, and the call connected. He Xiao told Luo Xiaowu what Luo Qingtian had said, and within a few moments, Luo Xiaowu arrived with Qi Jian and his wife. After the introductions, both of them learned about Qi Jian and his wife. None of them objected and quickly accepted Qi Jian and his wife. After dinner, Qi Jian and his wife returned to their small villa. As for the ID and points cards, He Xiao promised that he would definitely take care of them for the three of them tomorrow. Luo Qingtian chatted with the others for a while, recounting his journey, before going upstairs to rest. Luo Xiaowu followed Luo Qingtian until he was about to enter the house. Then Luo Xiaowu asked, "Qingtian, can you take me with you this time?" Luo Qingtian looked at Luo Xiaowu, and suddenly felt that there were some things she should explain to him. She sighed and whispered, "Xiaowu, actually, I'm not going. It suddenly occurred to me that I haven't completed the mission that Mr. Tian gave me. I think it's better for me to wait for Qingtian's return in this small town. Qingtian, can you please not abandon me? I have nothing but you." At this point, Luo Xiaowu looked at Luo Qingtian with moist eyes, like an abandoned little animal. Luo Qingtian opened her mouth, but swallowed what she was about to say. "Yes, I won't abandon you. I consider you family. It's getting late, go back and get some rest." Luo Xiaowu nodded. Then he turned and ran away. Luo Qingtian watched Luo Xiaowu leave and sighed deeply. She truly didn't want to be involved in relationships. Thinking back to the lessons of her past life, it was too painful. So, whether it was Di Jiang, Luo Xiaowu, or Cheng Hua, she didn't want to respond to any of them. She didn't want to waste any extra time on them. Everything would be discussed after she found her parents. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian pushed open the bedroom door and walked in. After Luo Qingtian entered, in a dark corner downstairs, Luo Xiaowu emerged from the shadows. His eyes were red as he gazed toward Luo Qingtian's bedroom. His expression was filled with grievance. "It doesn't matter, as long as Qingtian doesn't abandon me." Luo Qingtian hadn't slept in the villa for a long time, so she fell asleep as soon as she laid down. He had no idea what was happening after she fell asleep. A stream of black smoke seeped in through the crack in the door and into her nostrils, lulling her into a deep sleep. After Luo Xiaowu made sure Luo Qingtian was soundly asleep, he greedily laid down beside her and pulled her into his arms. The next morning, Luo Qingtian finished breakfast and prepared to leave. Although the family was reluctant to let him go, they knew he had to go, so they gave him some instructions. Luo Qingtian entered the space. However, as he was about to leave, Luo Qingtian deliberately took the door and threw it into the river. Xiaolu also transformed himself into a humanoid protective shield, enveloping Luo Qingtian. On the sea surface of the sixth base, a green figure emerged from the water. Xiaolu then transformed into wings, carrying Luo Qingtian towards the harbor. Over a day later, the whales in the harbor waters had disappeared. It was unknown whether they had sunk to the bottom of the sea or been salvaged. In short, everything seemed peaceful near the harbor, as if nothing had happened. After arriving at the harbor, Luo Qingtian didn't rush to land, but flew forward. Ahead, the gate of the sixth base appeared before Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian flew through the gate and headed straight for the base. Luo Qingtian flew a wide circle around the base. He arrived directly at the inner city, where the sixth base was built by the sea. Most of the survivors here were fishermen. The massive base was divided into two parts, the inner city and the outer city. The inner city was bustling. It was bustling with people, and one street was used as a trading market. The outer city, on the other hand, was mostly residential. After flying around, Luo Qingtian discovered that in the sixth base, survivors and those with special abilities coexisted. Unlike the class divisions in other bases, where those without special abilities were relegated to the third district, Luo Qingtian didn't dislike this base. In fact, she found it cozy. Finally, Luo Qingtian chose to land in the inner city. She found an unoccupied corner and slowly descended to the ground. Little Green transformed back into a seaweed ball and burrowed into her hair. Luo Qingtian used his clone to switch and changed into casual clothes. She found a shoulder bag and left. Luo Qingtian first went to the trading hall to rent a small apartment. Just when he took out his points card, the person at the mission hall gave Luo Qingtian a strange look. "Hello, Miss Angel. Your card says your address is 501 in the Central Villa District. That's the top floor. Are you sure you want to rent another one?" Luo Qingtian twitched her lips as she retrieved her points card. "No, what did you just call me?" The receptionist at the mission hall was a pretty young woman. She looked at Luo Qingtian curiously. "Your points card says your name is Luo Tianshi." Luo Qingtian was speechless. Her name is Luo Tianshi? How could she not know? Luo Qingtian instantly remembered that she had changed Qin Lang's call notification tone. This idiot changed it to Luo Tianshi for himself, right? Great. Another excuse to beat him up. Luo Qingtian smiled at the receptionist and said, "Then I won't rent it. I just arrived at the 6th base. There's a lot of things I haven't taken care of. My friend must have arranged this apartment. I wonder if I have the key or password for 501. The receptionist nodded. "Please wait, I call and ask for you." Chapter 605. Soon, the call was connected on the other end. A pleasant, deep voice rang out. "Has someone from Building 501 arrived?" "Okay, I have someone deliver the Villa access card later." Mo Yunqi put down the phone and opened his drawer. Inside was an iris access card. It was tied to Building 501, the most luxurious and secure villa complex in the 6th base. The villa complex was built by Future Technology Company. This building had always been vacant. The access card had always been under military control, originally intended for a scientist with outstanding contributions. At worst, it would be given to the 6th base's most powerful psychic. After the 3rd acid rain, all psychics were further strengthened. The most powerful psychic in their base had gone to base 0 to study. And there shouldn't be anyone in the 6th base with a stronger statistic than him, right? He had no interest in the Building King, but he hadn't expected to hear from the tech company headquarters a few days ago that it already had an owner. It would arrive soon. Having the boss of the tech company headquarters personally call to explain, Mo Yunqi was curious about this person. Originally, Mo Yunqi had considered having someone deliver it. But in the end, he decided to go there in person with the access card. The person who could live in Villa 501 was definitely no ordinary person, and he was now extremely curious about this person. If they were talented, he wondered if they would stay in the 6th base because of 501. Over in the trading hall, the receptionist put down the phone and smiled at Luo Qingtian. "Miss Angel, I already made sure your keys are being kept by a specialist. Now that you arrived, someone will personally deliver your access card. Please wait." Luo Qingtian nodded and sat down to wait. 20 minutes later, a figure in military green appeared not far away. Then, the figure quickly approached the receptionist. "Captain Mo? Why are you here in person?" The receptionist was startled to see Mo Yunqi. This captain-level figure had taken the time to come to the mission hall. "I'm here to deliver the key to 501. I wonder who's going to live there." Mo Yunqi said this, but his eyes were already fixed on Luo Qingtian, who was sitting nearby. Luo Qingtian turned his head in Mo Yunqi's direction, then stood up and walked over. "Yes, I want to live there." Luo Qingtian hadn't expected to see Mo Yunqi here. But considering that this guy was from the 6th base, it wasn't surprising to see him here. Mo Yunqi was momentarily stunned when he saw Luo Qingtian. Remembering that he had seen this girl jump into the sea with his own eyes the day before yesterday, and that he had sent people to search for her in the vicinity for a long time, but to no avail. Although he thought nothing could happen to this girl with her fighting ability, he still thought about how she hadn't appeared. As a soldier, he hadn't stopped her from doing anything reckless. He still felt a bit uneasy. Now, seeing this girl appear, Mo Yunqi felt a sense of relief. "It's you? It seems you're truly alright." Luo Qingtian hadn't had a good impression of Mo Yunqi. She had severed several of Xiaolu's tentacles the first day they met. If he weren't a soldier, she would have wanted to shave Mo Yunqi's head. "Well, comrade soldier, give me that permission card. I need to go back and rest." Mo Yunqi saw Luo Qingtian's cold attitude and knew she was probably still angry about him hurting her pet. He touched his nose and said, "This access card is an iris card. It needs to be linked the first time you use it. The process is a bit complicated. How about I take you there and help you link it?" Luo Qingtian frowned. wanting to say no. But then, thinking of how she'd be at the door, unable to find anyone, she glanced up at Mo Yun-chi and nodded slightly. Yes. Thanks for the trouble. Then the two of them walked out of the trading hall. A military jeep was parked outside. Mo Yun-chi politely opened the door for Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian got in, and Mo Yun-chi's lips curled slightly. Then he quickly got into the driver's seat. He drove towards the villa area with Luo Qingtian. All the way, Mo Yun-chi stole glances at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian turned to look at Mo Yun-chi. Something? Mo Yun-chi thought for a moment and said, Where did you go after you jumped into the sea? Why did you only arrive today? It wasn't that Mo Yun-chi wanted to meddle in other people's business. After Luo Qingtian went into the sea, he had arranged for a submarine to search for him, but they couldn't find him nearby. Besides, there were no islands in the waters nearby, so if Luo Qingtian hadn't appeared, he could only be in the sea. But the sea is polluted now, so how could someone stay in the sea for so long? Luo Qingtian glanced at Mo Yun-chi and said, In the sea. Carried away by a whale. And only came back today. Hearing Luo Qingtian's talk, he nodded in understanding. Whether he believed it or not was another matter, but he didn't ask any more questions. They were silent until they arrived at Villa 501. As Mo Yun-chi had said, the first use required a connection. The process was tedious, but Luo Qingtian was thankful he agreed to Mo Yun-chi's offer of help. Otherwise, once he found the place, he'd probably have spent a long time groping around the door before he could even get in. The binding was complete, and his iris unlocked. Luo Qingtian finally opened the villa's door. After entering, Luo Qingtian glanced back at Mo Yun-chi. Thank you. I won't treat you to tea just after moving. Maybe sometime later. Luo Qingtian closed the door after entering. Mo Yun-chi was about to say something, but before he could finish, he saw Luo Qingtian enter. Mo Yun-chi glanced at the closed door speechlessly, then touched his nose. Am I being disliked? What a personality. Mo Yun-chi shook his head. He wasn't one to flirt with someone he didn't like. If he didn't like me, he would avoid contact in the future. Thinking of this, Mo Yun-chi turned and got into the jeep, leaving the villa complex. After Mo Yun-chi left, Luo Qingtian opened the door, found a small electric scooter, and trundled out of the villa complex. The first thing he did here was to locate the government office. Then he looked for the Future Technology Company branch. He scouted both locations until the electric scooter ran out of battery. Luo Qingtian had pretty much familiarized himself with the area he was looking for. When it was late at night, and everyone was asleep, Luo Qingtian decided to go to the government office and check if he could find any information about his parents. He made his plan. Luo Qingtian took out a new electric scooter and trudged back to the villa complex. After seeing Luo Qingtian off, Mo Yun-chi searched the military database for information on Luo Tianshi. After submitting his name, he received the final report. No such person existed. How could such a person be found? Living in the highest building, with such exceptional martial arts prowess, it was impossible for such a person to be found. Chapter 606. Luo Qingtian was unaware that Mo Yun-chi was investigating her. After familiarizing herself with the area she was heading to, Luo Qingtian returned to the villa in a good mood. Since it was still some time before nightfall, Luo Qingtian began to wander around the villa. The villa's decor was understated and luxurious. There were many windows, allowing for excellent ventilation. Because it was not far from the beach, the villa had a complete moisture-proofing system. This kept the temperature comfortable. Luo Qingtian rested in the living room for a while, feeling good. Then she entered the space and began training in the training room. In the dead of night, Luo Qingtian finished her training, took a quick shower, and left the space. The night was now completely silent. Luo Qingtian summoned Bai, brought Xiaolu with her, and then slipped into the darkness. Luo Qingtian flew silently to the government building, took out the anti-surveillance device He Xiao had made for her, and sprinted through the building. She effortlessly avoided all surveillance cameras. Luo Qingtian finally found the archives room in the government building. He forced the door open and began to browse. 3 hours later, Luo Qingtian left the archives room, his neck aching. There was no news of his parents in the archives room. It seemed he would have to go to the branch office after daybreak. Thinking this way, Luo Qingtian clutched his neck as he left the archives room. Once again avoiding the surveillance cameras, Luo Qingtian scurried towards the exit. This time, however, as he left, a flashlight shone in his direction. Luo Qingtian dodged it effortlessly and flew out the window. Soon, Luo Qingtian soared high into the sky. Just as Luo Qingtian took flight, a scream echoed through the air. Then Luo Qingtian saw several winged black figures appear in the distance, flying off. Below, a group of people desperately chased the winged figures. Luo Qingtian stood on the other side, watching the scene with some surprise. Those people actually had wings like her? Thinking of the scream she had just heard, could they have killed someone? Luo Qingtian wanted to fly over to see what was going on, when she heard someone shouting nearby, "There's a Batman over there too!" Then a huge cylindrical beam of light shone towards her. Luo Qingtian immediately flew to the other side, avoiding the beam. Then someone below her shouted, "It's the Batman! Quick, kill her!" And then, a multicolored beam of supernatural light flew towards her from below. Xiaolu tried to form a shield to protect Luo Qingtian. "Xiaolu, speed up. You can't protect me." The shield Xiaolu had created was too conspicuous, and the battle at sea that day had been witnessed by many. If Xiaolu revealed her abilities now, I'd likely be in trouble. And those winged humanoids that appeared today must be the Batman they were talking about. I didn't want to be misunderstood. Luo Qingtian soared swiftly through the sky, but the people below him seemed certain that Luo Qingtian was the Batman they were looking for. Soon, a line of military green jeeps followed Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was speechless. Flying back to the villa area was impossible. So, he could only fly towards the sea. And above the sea, 5 winged humanoids were charging towards the sea. When Luo Qingtian reached the surface of the sea, the 5 winged humanoids plopped into the water. "Shoot!" a man's voice echoed in the distance. Luo Qingtian looked back and saw cannons mounted on a car that had been parked on the surface for who knows when. At the man's command, the cannons aimed at him. Boom, 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 the cannons fired, and more than a dozen shells, pierced with flaming beams, sped towards Luo Qingtian. Fuck, Luo Qingtian was speechless. He hadn't checked the almanac before going out today. He was so unlucky to be attacked like a monster. Luo Qingtian quickly considered whether it would be more appropriate to enter the space or jump into the sea. Entering the space and disappearing into thin air would easily reveal his space existence. Jumping directly into the sea, the cannonballs blocked his way out. So he had no choice but to fight. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian reached forward with both hands, and a bright gray light condensed in his hands. The moment the cannonballs struck, a vast net, covering 100 meters, suddenly appeared before Luo Qingtian. The net radiated an extremely cold aura. At this moment, shells were launched. Luo Qingtian's net caught all the shells. She then leaped into the sea, pulling them along with her. The next moment, Luo Qingtian entered the interstellar space. The moment Luo Qingtian entered the interstellar space, the submarine that had been monitoring the situation in the sea also caught up. However, while the submarine was pursuing the target, their target suddenly vanished. Failure was ultimately fruitless, and the submarine crew could only report their encounter to higher-ups. Mo Yunqi, who had been standing on the shore, stared at the direction where Luo Qingtian had disappeared. Although far away, Mo Yunqi felt an inexplicable familiarity when he saw the humanoid creature flying over the sea. And that flying humanoid was clearly different from the Batman he had seen before. At this moment, someone stepped forward and said, "Captain, we just received news that the largest Batman disappeared after jumping into the sea." Mo Yunqi looked at his deputy and said, "Yu Xiang, when we were fighting Batman before, did any of them stand up to our rockets?" Yu Xiang thought for a moment and said, "Captain, so far, we haven't found any. But these Batmen are also very strange. They always disappear by diving into the water. Captain, I seriously suspect these Batmen are actually transformed fish." Mo Yunqi didn't listen to his deputy. His mind was filled with the white wings. Although it was dark, he could clearly see that the flying creature had white wings, completely different from the Batman's wings. "Retreat. Yu Xiang, go check on the victim. Have the medical examiner quickly issue an autopsy report." Yu Xiang immediately accepted the order and led his team away. Mo Yunqi drove straight to the villa complex. Luo Qingtian had just returned to the villa from the space. She took a quick shower, dried her hair, and prepared for bed. Just as Luo Qingtian turned off the lights, there was a knock on the door downstairs. Luo Qingtian opened the minimap and checked, discovering that it was none other than Mo Yunqi standing outside. Thinking of the voice that had ordered her to shoot her today, Luo Qingtian's aversion to Mo Yunqi suddenly intensified. She pulled a quilt over her head, ignoring it. But the doorbell downstairs kept ringing, and Luo Qingtian couldn't ignore it. She jumped out of bed in anger. She turned on the lights, opened the window, and shouted at the door, "You crazy! Don't you know what time it is?" Mo Yunqi was about to continue ringing the doorbell. Looking up in the direction of Luo Qingqian's window, he felt a surge of guilt. Chapter 607. Yes, sorry. I'm here to investigate. Mo Yunqi, the commander of the 6th Corps at the 6th base, has met all sorts of women. Because he's inherently cold and aloof, just standing there, he's like a human icehouse. So, when women see him, they either hide or be subservient. Luo Qingqian is the first person to take him seriously. Because he's the first, Mo Yunqi inexplicably feels a little guilty, and even his tone softens. Luo Qingqian angrily descended from the upstairs. He opened the villa door, and walked directly into the courtyard. There was a gate between him and Mo Yunqi. Their eyes met, and Luo Qingqian's tone was grim. Captain Mo, it's early morning. What are you investigating that brings you to my house so late at night? Mo Yunqi looked at Luo Qingqian and calmed his tone. Miss Angel, have you been home all night? Luo Qingqian smiled. Otherwise, where else would I be if I wasn't home? No, something happened at the base? Luo Qingqian feigned curiosity as he looked at Mo Yunqi. Then, as if realizing something, he asked, could it be that you suspect me of the incident at the base? Just because I just arrived today. Mo Yunqi hadn't expected Luo Qingqian to think so much at once, and he immediately explained, no, Miss Luo, you misunderstood. Something did happen today. I was worried that Miss Luo might get involved, so I came to check on her. Luo Qingqian narrowed her eyes at Mo Yunqi. Why would you think of me when something happened at the base? Could it be that Captain Mo thinks I'm involved? Mo Yunqi looked at Luo Qingqian weakly. Now, he couldn't explain himself clearly. For a moment, he felt the girl before him was deliberately arguing with him. No, Miss Luo lives in the top floor, so her identity must be significant. That's why I came to ask, to avoid any misunderstandings about our 6th base. Since Miss Luo is fine, I'm leaving now. Without waiting for Luo Qing to say anything, Mo Yunqi turned and left. Luo Qingqian watched Mo Yunqi leave, and a deep sense of relief welled up in her heart. Mo Yunqi was a soldier, and a soldier's acumen was far beyond the reach of an ordinary person like her. She had only just managed to hold on to Mo Yunqi out of her antipathy towards him. Now, watching Mo Yunqi leave, Luo Qingqian knew she had cleared herself of suspicion. But at the same time, she felt rather aggrieved. She hadn't done anything, yet someone had mistaken her for some kind of Batman. If this Batman remained, it would seriously hinder her search for her parents. If she didn't want to be interrupted, should she help eliminate the Batman? Luo Qingqian pondered this as she went upstairs. Back in bed, Luo Qingqian lost her sleep. She pondered the situation at Base 6. It seemed, however, that Base 6 wasn't as peaceful as it appeared. Batmen? Luo Qingqian thought of the humanoid creatures she had seen. They looked more like bat monkeys than humans. Thinking this way, Luo Qingqian unknowingly fell asleep. The next morning, Luo Qingqian was awakened by a phone call. She looked at the unfamiliar number on her watch. Luo Qingqian answered the call. Hello, is this Luo Tianshi? Hearing the name, Luo Qingqian choked. He asked weakly, who are you, and what's going on? The voice on the other end of the line was gentle. Hello, Miss Angel. I'm the head of the 6th branch of Future Technology Company. I received word that you've been assigned by the boss to inspect the branch. Do you have time now? Inspecting the branch, or assigned by the boss? Luo Qingqian frowned. This Qin Lang truly had a knack for manipulating people's hearts. He knew I was going to check the data. He even gave me a sweet treat after changing my name. Even if I was angry, it would be mitigated by this sweet treat. Haha, really good. He's worthy of being the boss behind the scenes, completely focused on dealing with me. Yes, I have time. Luo Qingqian replied calmly. The other end of the line immediately said, I know you checked into room 501. Someone from the company will pick you up later. Yes, I got it. Luo Qingqian hung up, put on some casual clothes, and found some breakfast in her space. However, when she took the breakfast out, she realized it was the steamed buns Cheng Hua had bought her that day. The buns had been heated up, almost as if they were fresh from the oven. Luo Qingqian sighed and ate the buns with soy milk. Soon, the sound of a car could be heard outside the villa. Luo Qingqian opened the door and walked out. A black business car was parked outside. A man and a woman soon got out. They walked up to Luo Qingqian and saluted respectfully. Miss Luo, I'm the general manager of the 6th branch. My name is Geng Shuang. Hello, Miss Luo, I'm the deputy general manager of the 6th branch. My name is Bei. Luo Qingqian nodded, not bothering to introduce himself. Hello. The two men, noticing Luo Qingqian's lack of enthusiasm, didn't say much, but respectfully invited him into the car. The commercial vehicle drove out of the villa complex. All the way, Luo Qingtian observed the scenery of the 6th base. When they reached a fork in the road, they happened to see several military jeeps parked on the side of the road. Not far away, several soldiers were pointing at the ground, where a figure was covered by a white sheet. Geng Shuang, sitting next to Luo Qingtian, whispered, "It seems those Batmen have killed quite a few people this time." The driver replied, "Yeah, I heard a group of Batmen fled to the sea last night. Then they disappeared." Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow at the driver. Bei, noticing Luo Qingtian's interest in the case, chimed in, "Hey, it's always like this. Those Batmen appear once or twice a month, kill someone, and then run away. And they always escape to the sea and disappear. I really wonder if they're transformed from fish." Overhearing the conversation, Luo Qingtian asked aloud, "What are bat people?" Bei smiled and said, "Actually, we don't know what they are. They're just creatures that suddenly appear with wings. They always appear at night. And they look like humans. They like to drink human blood, especially female blood. They commit crimes every month, often in groups of 3 or 5. Listening to Bei's words, Luo Qingtian thought of what he had seen last night. They like to drink female blood? Do monkeys like to drink blood too? Because they were so far away, the minimap couldn't include them. So Luo Qingtian had no idea what they were. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to ask something, the car suddenly accelerated, and the driver began yelling, "Boss, there's something wrong with this car." Chapter 608. The road to Future Technology Company is a coastal highway. The seaward side is protected by railings. The car swayed from side to side, occasionally colliding with the railings. The driver struggled to control the steering wheel, yelling, "We're out of control, and the brakes aren't working. Boss, what should we do?" The driver's voice caught the attention of several soldiers investigating a case on the roadside. Mo Yunqi looked up and saw Luo Qingtian sitting in the car. He instantly shot out, heading straight for the out-of-control car in front of him. The car, now out of control, had knocked down several survivors. The car was about to crash into the sea. Mo Yunqi rushed in front of the car, aiming the black dagger directly at it. Bang! The car's inertia slammed forward. But at the same time, it shattered into pieces. Only the debris flew out. Luo Qingtian leaned forward for a moment before regaining his balance. The driver in front, steering wheel in hand, stared at the scene in front of him in horror. Just a moment ago, he thought he plummeted into the sea. Seeing he was standing perfectly still, he slumped to the ground. Old Swan, I was so scared. Beside him, Geng Shuang had also recovered. She looked at Mo Yunqi gratefully. "Captain Mo, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we might have fallen into the sea. A person with superpowers might be fine if they fell into the sea, but people like them without superpowers would either be infected by the water or eaten by the creatures. They wouldn't even be able to retrieve their bodies intact." Mo Yunqi glanced at Luo Qingtian discreetly. "No need. What's wrong with your car?" Bei bent over to examine the wreckage of the car. Noticing the front display was still intact, he said in a grim voice, "Someone's tampered with the controller." Luo Qingtian smiled at Geng Shuang and Bei and said, "It seems someone doesn't welcome me to your branch office." Geng Shuang and Bei exchanged glances, both with unhappy expressions. Luo Qingtian's words were clearly directed at the two of them. This car accident was clearly an internal conflict within Future Technology. Mo Yunqi raised an eyebrow and glanced at Luo Qingtian again. No wonder he couldn't find any information on this Luo Tianshi. It seemed Future Technology was deliberately concealing information. Could it be an investigation into the branch office? Mo Yunqi's eyes darkened, and he smiled. "Since your car is broken down, why don't I take you back? At least no one dares to tamper with my military vehicle." Geng Shuang looked at Luo Qingtian apologetically. "Miss Luo, we investigate today's incident and give you an explanation. Why don't we go back to the company first?" Luo Qingtian glanced at Geng Shuang without saying anything, then nodded to Mo Yunqi. "Okay, thank you." Luo Qingtian got into the car. At the gate of Future Technology Company. As Luo Qingtian and her group exited the car, 2 rows of employees in black work uniforms rushed out of the company gate. "Welcome, Miss Angel, to your inspection." The employees bowed slightly as they spoke, their expressions of respect evident. Luo Qingtian twitched his lips as he looked at the 2 rows of men and women. He turned to look at Geng Shuang and said, "Thank you so much for giving me such a grand welcome. Actually, I'm just checking a few things and leaving. There's no need to go to all this trouble." Geng Shuang felt something was off as she listened to Luo Qingtian's words, but she couldn't put her finger on what it was. She simply felt Luo Qingtian was mocking her. Luo Qingtian didn't want to talk anymore, nor did she actually inspect the company as Geng Shuang and Hu Bei had requested. She asked for the key to the Personnel Archives department and went straight to check the personnel list. If they could find Dad's project plan at the 5th base, then the 6th base would surely find similar data. Luo Qingtian stayed in the archives for an entire day and didn't come out. Geng Shuang and Hu Bei tried to find Luo Qingtian several times, but he refused to let them in. The two of them found an office and began to fret. What do you think the higher-ups mean? After the 6th base was established, there's no one to manage our branch. Now that this company is established, everything's going well. And yet headquarters sends a general manager over here? Are they trying to dismantle us? Hu Bei said, glancing in the direction of the archives. Geng Shuang glanced coldly at Hu Bei and said, "You think our branch is doing well now? Don't you look at headquarters, and then look at the branch at the 4th base? Whether it's scientists or experimental personnel, who isn't ahead of us? I think it's a good thing that headquarters is sending people here." Hu Bei's face immediately fell when he heard this. "Do you really think so? Aren't you afraid that our authority will be divided?" Geng Shuang, what are you afraid of? Didn't you hear what she said? She's just here to check something and leave after she's done. This means she can't stay here for long. We just need to wait it out until she's gone. Hu Bei glared at Geng Shuang sarcastically. Do you think headquarters will let her leave without doing anything? Geng Shuang said nothing, but his gaze grew deeper as he looked towards the archives room. After a long moment, she whispered, "So what? If she really wants to do something or stay, then do it." Inside the archives room, Luo Qingtian chuckled angrily at the locked data on the computer. Soon, she called Qin Lang. "Boss, what's going on? Give me a reason not to kill you." Luo Qingtian's tone was harsh, almost ready to kill. Qin Lang, on the other end of the line, rubbed his nose guiltily. "Boss, I'm canceling the name Luo Qingtian for you. Otherwise, more and more people will know you're the Black Angel, so for now, just call yourself Luo Tianshi." Luo Qingtian smiled. I see. You're at the 5th base now, right? How many minutes do you think it'd take me to get to you?" Luo Qingtian said, pulling the door out of the space. Qin Lang's voice suddenly turned frightened. No, boss, just tell me what you want." Luo Qingtian rubbed his brow and said weakly, "Password." Qin Lang was stunned, then suddenly thought, "You said there's a password in the archives?" "Boss, that has nothing to do with me. From the founding of the company to the establishment of the branch, I never been to the 6th base." "Haha, if you didn't come to the 6th base, didn't you also get my ID information?" "Qin Lang, don't mess with me. You know I just want to find someone." Luo Qingtian's voice was tinged with weariness. Traveling alone for a long time, walking alone, searching alone in a vast world. If it weren't for his obsession with his parents, Luo Qingtian would have been defeated long ago. Qin Lang also heard Luo Qingtian's weariness and said awkwardly, "Boss, it's not that I don't want to give you the password. It's just that I really don't know. You should ask the person in charge there." However, the branch hasn't been in contact with headquarters for a long time, and seems to be trying to break away from headquarters control. This time, I assigned you the role of General Manager of the 6th Base Branch. Chapter 609. General Manager? So what do you want me to do? From the moment Hu Bei and Geng Shuang came to pick him up to inspect the Laoshi subsidiary, Luo Qingtian knew things weren't that simple. But he hadn't expected Qin Lang to give him the title of General Manager directly. Qin Lang's voice rang out from the other end of the line. "Boss, don't be angry. Actually, I made you the General Manager for another reason. All the scientists we sent to headquarters during the initial construction of the base have disappeared, and they disappeared without a trace. This isn't the first time I sent people to the branch. Everyone sent to the branch has vanished inexplicably. And strangely, these people had no connection to the company at the time of their disappearance." Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes and retracted the door he had taken out. His voice was a bit tired and hoarse. "You want me to investigate these missing scientists?" Qin Lang laughed dryly. "Yes, boss. You're the only one I sent to the 6th Base Branch who hasn't disappeared. And I have a strong feeling these disappearances are related to the branch." Luo Qingtian sneered. "Are you trying to make me work for nothing?" "Haha, that's a good idea, but I don't have time. Without the password, I arranged for someone who can decipher it. She still has Yi Xiao anyway. We just bring her over later." Qin Lang wasn't in a hurry either. His voice was teasing. "Boss, you can't go wrong investigating. The scientists at the 6th Base Branch are all from Interstellar Labs. You should be familiar with this lab, right?" Hearing the name of this lab, Luo Qingqian's face darkened completely. How do you know about this lab? Why are people from this lab in the 6th base? The Interstellar Laboratory is the same laboratory used by Luo Qingqian's parents. Boss, don't be angry. I'm not investigating you. I found the details of the ARC project in the headquarters laboratory, and know that it was authored by Dr. Luo Yubai. I found out that before the apocalypse, the plan called for all experimental personnel to be sent to the North Sea, now known as the 6th base, in order to preserve the fire. And the people who disappeared this time were also them. Boss, I'm really at my wit's end. The air pressure around Luo Qingqian is terribly low. If anyone were nearby, they would definitely be suffocated by this low pressure. Qin Lang, what is the current highest military power of the Yin nation? The topic jumped so quickly that Qin Lang didn't react for a moment to what Luo Qing was saying. As far as I know, after the 3rd evolution, the military power limit has exceeded 500. Now, Base 0 has a mutant with a power of 1000 plus. Of course, our future technology company isn't without such individuals, but considering the emergence of superpower potions, it's not impossible for a 2000 plus superpower user to appear within 6 months. Hearing this numerical question, Luo Qingqian sighed in understanding. 2000 plus. It seems you're also working hard to improve. What do you think about someone with an 8000 plus superpower who wants to destroy the 6th base? Is that a high probability? Hearing Luo Qingqian's words, Qin Lang's heart skipped a beat. What did Luo Qingqian mean by this? Was she indirectly telling him that her superpower was 8000 plus? Haha, boss, you're teasing me again. The high-energy cannon we developed only has a data value of 2000 plus. Are you trying to say you're more powerful than it? Luo Qingqian chuckled. Who knows? Do you want to try? Luo Qingqian raised his hand and looked at the force value monitor He Xiao had made for him. The value on it read 14200. Haha, no thanks. Boss, don't worry. The information this time is absolutely genuine. As for the password you mentioned, I actually don't think it's important. Because if you just find the people at the Interstellar Laboratory, maybe you can find your uncle and aunt. Qin Lang's voice became increasingly flattering. Luo Qingqian didn't continue and simply hung up. Appropriately exposing one's own strength is the best way to intimidate Qin Lang. At least let him know that he can't use me at will. If he angers me, the consequences will be more than he can bear. After hanging up, Qin Lang immediately called the Research Institute and asked them to increase the force value monitor to 10,000 plus. After hanging up, Qin Lang sat in his office, lost in thought. A value of 8,000 plus. Is that even possible? That would transcend human limitations, right? Qin Lang suspected Luo Qingqian was lying, but from what he knew about her, she was known for boasting. She even liked to play dumb. Since she mentioned a value of 8,000 plus, it was likely her actual value was 9,000 plus. Thinking of Luo Qingqian's actions along the way, he now understood why she was so fearless. And the reason Luo Qingqian tolerated him so much was simply because he could help her find her parents. But what if one day, she discovered that all her efforts were in vain? Qin Lang wiped the sweat from his brow. This was going to be tough. If there was no news of Dr. Luo in the lab, these two sisters would definitely fight to the death. After saying this, Qin Lang picked up the phone again. Go, contact Base 0 and arrange for someone to investigate the people in the Interstellar Laboratory. Luo Qingqian, on the other hand, simply threw the computer into space. Great, Qin Lang had given her another task she had to do. As for the computer, Luo Qingqian decided to ask He Xiao to help her crack it. She didn't want to miss any glimmer of hope. Coming out of the archives, Geng Shuang and Huabei immediately approached. Miss Luo, you've been busy all day. We reserved a table at the Seaside Hotel. Please do us the honor of meeting you. Luo Qingqian looked at Huabei. He smiled and said, Sorry, I can't go. I just called headquarters and have a video conference with them tonight. I'll be back tomorrow. We have a long way to go. Luo Qingqian turned and walked towards the company gate. Behind him, Huabei and Geng Shuang stared at Luo Qingqian in amazement. Huabei sneered, Didn't you say she'd leave? She's changed her mind after just one day in the archives, haha. Geng Shuang pursed his lips and looked in the direction Luo Qingqian had left. I said she leave, and she leave. But you want her to leave so badly? What did you do? Huabei narrowed his eyes at Geng Shuang. Look at yourself. Did you do something you're afraid she'd find out about, so you arranged that assassination this morning? Geng Shuang immediately became infuriated. What nonsense are you talking about? If a car accident happens, she won't be the only one to fall into the sea. You and I will too. Am I stupid? Their quarrel didn't escape Luo Qingqian's ears, but she didn't care. After leaving the company gate, she took out her small electric stove. They drove slowly towards the villa area. But not long after they drove out, they heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind them. Chapter 610. Luo Qingqian feigned ignorance and continued riding his electric scooter. A bullet flew toward the back of Luo Qingqian's head. Just as Luo Qingqian was about to switch his clones and move directly behind the attacker, a military green figure suddenly rushed out from the side. It tackled Luo Qingqian to the ground. Then, Luo Qingqian rolled several times on the ground with it. The shooter fired several rounds at the two of them. As if his eyes had opened, Mo Yunqi grabbed Luo Qingqian and leaped to the side, then carried her up and down, dodging all the bullets. Finally, the shooter realized his assassination attempt had failed. He dropped his weapon and quickly fled. After making sure it was safe, Mo Yunqi looked at Luo Qingqian. Why did you come back alone? Didn't Future Technology Company arrange a car to take you there? Luo Qingqian looked at Mo Yunqi speechlessly. His expression was indescribable. Mo Yunqi had no idea what Luo Qingqian was thinking, assuming he was just frightened. Don't worry, I report your safety to the military later. I know you're a representative dispatched from Future Technology Company headquarters. Future Technology Company has a partnership with the government and is closely connected to our military, so we will take full responsibility for your safety. Listening to Mo Yunqi's words, Luo Qingqian felt 1,000 horses whirring in his chest. No, what does this guy mean? He's responsible for his own safety? How did he get the idea that someone else should be responsible for his own safety? Captain Mo, don't bother. I think I can still protect myself. Thank you for everything I did today. Luo Qingqian walked over to her electric scooter and lifted it up. The wheel of the scooter had been shot through by bullets. Yes, another car has been damaged. Luo Qingqian wordlessly tossed the scooter into the space and turned to walk back to the villa. Mo Yunqi could sense Luo Qingqian's rejection of him. He grew increasingly annoyed. What's wrong with this little girl? She takes her life so lightly. He admitted that she was quite capable. But she hadn't noticed the simple assassination attempt just now. It seemed she was simply too careless. Watching Luo Qingqian leave, Mo Yunqi frowned and stepped forward to block her path. Ms. Luo Tianshi, your position is no longer a matter of us stopping just because you say you don't want us to interfere. As the general manager of the 6th Base Technology Company, the military will not let you go alone in such a dangerous situation. Moreover, many people sent by the technology company recently have either met with misfortune or disappeared. As a soldier, I will never leave you alone. Luo Qingqian pursed her lips and looked at Mo Yunqi. At that moment, she began to understand why Di Jiang and Cheng Hua were so stubborn. The man before her was simply the sum of the two of them. Luo Qingqian let out a weak breath. Captain Mo, is it possible that I deliberately waited for the bullet to come? Mo Yunqi frowned. Miss Luo, are you trying to put yourself in danger, using yourself as bait? Luo Qingqian nodded. Well, after all, you said I was sent here. I have the ability to protect myself. After all, I'm a psychic. How could ordinary people's weapons easily injure me? So, Captain Mo, let me investigate this matter myself. After all, this is a company matter, not something to be shared with outsiders. Mo Yunqi laughed in anger at Luo Qingqian's words. Is this clearly a warning to mind his own business? Mo Yunqi looked at Luo Qingqian. Since Miss Luo says so, I won't meddle in other people's business. I, Mo Yunqi, am sorry to have interrupted you today. With that, Mo Yunqi turned and left. Luo Qingqian glanced at him speechlessly and rode her electric scooter back towards the villa. Throughout the journey, no one had attempted to ambush her again. Luo Qingqian couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If Mo Yunqi hadn't suddenly appeared, she would have definitely caught the person who had chased her. That way, she could follow the clues and find the person behind the incident. Every time someone was assigned to the 6th base, they would inexplicably disappear. This so-called disappearance meant they were either dead or imprisoned. Judging from the 2 assassination attempts today, it was obvious that the disappearances of those people were closely related to Future Technology Company. As for who was trying to kill him, it seems I need to investigate Geng Shuang and Hubei thoroughly. Perhaps I can find a breakthrough with these two. After Luo Qingqian left, a soldier approached with an empty sniper rifle. Captain, the men fled, but the rifle remains. Mo Yunqi took the rifle, examined it, and frowned. A Barrett M82. They're using such powerful firepower against a little girl. They even plan to destroy the body. This sniper rifle is incredibly heavy. It has greater recoil and poor adaptability, making it particularly suitable for power-type psychics. Check how many power-type psychics there are in our base. Investigate this personnel list to determine who is behind this. Although Luo Qingtian had told him not to intervene, as a soldier, how could he truly refrain from intervening? Furthermore, someone at the 6th base was armed with such a dangerous weapon. Thinking of this, Mo Yunqi angrily tossed the Barrett rifle into the trunk. He walked to the driver's seat and drove away. Luo Qingtian didn't rush back. He drove the electric scooter a distance, making sure Mo Yunqi wouldn't bother him. He stopped not far from the villa area and returned the electric scooter to the space. Luo Qingtian quickly returned to the Future Technology Company. It was now completely dark. Luo Qingtian flew directly to the rooftop and landed from it. Descending from the rooftop, Luo Qingtian entered the technology building. The entire building was shrouded in darkness, and Luo Qingtian walked cautiously along the corridor. He then carefully searched for the suspicious doorman. As they reached the 3rd floor, a man's voice rang out from the hallway. "What do you mean you can't do it? Am I giving you so many points every day just so you can sit around and eat for free? Don't even mention account books to me. The company's accounts are now in the hands of that bitch Geng Shuang. Do you expect her to hand all the evidence against us to that Luo Tianshi? Mr. Hua, I really can't do this. You know, headquarters only gives out so many points each year. Our mining team doesn't have enough food to sustain them for long. Shut up. If you can't sustain yourself, find a way. There are so many fish in the sea, just go catch them." Hua Bei looked at the man in front of him in exasperation. The man said weakly, "Mr. Hua, ever since the last whale explosion, no one fishes in the ocean anymore, and no one eats fish." Chapter 611. Hua Bei yelled in anger, "Waste, all waste." He punched the wall hard. He paced back and forth, thought for a long time, and finally said, "How many weapons do we have left? Take some and trade it for food at Xiangyang base." The man looked at Hua Bei with embarrassment. "Mr. Hua, we can actually report the mining team's situation to headquarters. That way, we wouldn't have to worry so much about supporting them." Hua Bei sneered. "Report? Do you think we can just report this past Geng Shuang? This woman is vindictive. Don't underestimate her. Besides, this mining team is related to the laboratory. I wonder if you're still..." At this point, Hua Bei suddenly thought of something. He sighed. "Forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Go back first. Be careful on your way back. The entire 6th base is not safe right now." The man nodded at Hua Bei. He turned and walked into the emergency passage. After the man left, Hua Bei slid down to the ground, feeling weak. He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette, and began to smoke. When will this hellish day ever end? Hua Bei finished his cigarette and put the pack back in his pocket. He stood up, slinging his shirt over his shoulders. He left the company with a somewhat dejected gait. Luo Qingtian followed Hua Bei, watching him get out and find his own car. He drove off into the distance. Luo Qingtian used the minimap to follow the car, trying to see where Hua Bei would go. But Luo Qingtian hadn't flown far when a drone spotted her in the sky. Immediately, alarms rang out all around, and a swarm of drones followed Luo Qingtian, firing at him. Batman spotted, Batman spotted. Luo Qingtian was so angry he laughed again. Is there a bad relationship between him and the 6th base? Someone spotted him while he was flying. It seemed he really couldn't fly around the base like he used to. Luo Qingtian thought of this, and a bright gray beam of light emanated from his fingertips, enveloping the pursuing drones. The moment Luo Qingtian enveloped the drones, his fingers slightly shifted. The net tightened, crowding the drones together, then closing in. Boom! All the pursuing drones were destroyed by Luo Qingtian. At the moment of the explosion, Luo Qingtian plummeted to the ground. The next moment, he vanished from the spot. By the time the others caught up, Luo Qingtian had already vanished. By then, Luo Qingtian had returned to the villa. He had been spotted for 2 consecutive nights. It seemed the nights here were truly restless. And she had followed Hua Bei, and ultimately lost him. Luo Qingtian sat on the sofa, dazed and depressed. What kind of secrets were hidden in this base? Hua Bei was driving towards the villa area. Halfway there, he heard someone inside the base shouting, "Batman has appeared." Hua Bei immediately accelerated. But as soon as he stepped on the accelerator, he found it was completely ineffective. He tried to brake, but it didn't work either. Most of the vehicles at Base 6 were pre-apocalyptic cars. Hua Bei's car was a manual transmission, pre-apocalyptic. Now that the accelerator and brakes had failed, Hua Bei knew he was being targeted. Hua Bei slowed down the car and released the clutch. Then he slowly lifted the handbrake, attempting to stop the car. The car's speed gradually slowed, and just when Hubei thought it was about to stop, the hood suddenly caught fire, sparks sizzling. Hubei cursed, "Hack you, lunatic." He then tried to open the door and jump out, but it was locked securely, preventing him from getting out. Furious, Hubei kicked at the door. The entire car was now filled with black smoke. If Hubei didn't get out, he would surely die. Just when Hubei thought he was going to die in the car, the door was suddenly ripped open by someone from the outside. A person reached out and pulled Hubei out. The car then sped forward. Boom! An explosion echoed, and Hubei stared in horror at the car exploding in the distance. "Mr. Hua, are you okay?" Mo Yunqi frowned at the terrified Mr. Hua. He had rushed here because the Batman had appeared again. He hadn't expected to see Hubei's car on fire on the road. He then intervened to save the man. Hubei had recovered and looked at Mo Yunqi. "Captain Mo, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead here today." Mo Yunqi shook his head. "You're welcome, Mr. Hua. Your technology company has had many incidents like this lately. For your own safety, are you going to report anything to the military?" Hubei opened his mouth, then smiled and said, "Haha, Captain Mo, you're overthinking it. My car is from before the apocalypse, and has survived 2 acid rain events. It's inevitable that something will go wrong. Our branch's Scientific Research Institute has been improved recently, and this type of transportation will be upgraded sooner or later. Haha, thank you Captain Mo for your help today. I definitely come and thank you someday," Hubei said as he was about to walk back. Hubei eventually drove them to the villa area. Over at 501, Luo Qingtian was sitting in the courtyard, lost in thought. Soon, she saw a green jeep approaching her. Luo Qingtian frowned at the jeep. She thought it was Mo Yunqi looking for her. Until the jeep passed 501 and headed straight back. Luo Qingtian spotted Hubei and Mo Yunqi in the car. What's going on? Hubei and Mo Yunqi together? No, to be more precise, Hubei also lives nearby. Luo Qingtian quickly expanded the mini-map to its maximum size and maneuvered herself, trying to get as close to the 2 small blue dots in front of her as possible. Until Luo Qingtian realized Mo Yunqi had parked his car at 601. So Hubei and she lived in the same complex? Then why had he stayed with him for so long? After getting out of the car, Hubei exchanged a few pleasantries with Mo Yunqi. He then watched him leave. When Mo Yunqi's car passed Luo Qingtian's yard again, Mo Yunqi stopped the car, and the two of them stared at each other again through the door. Today, the Batman appeared. Mo Yunqi stared at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and said, "What does the Batman look like? Do you have a photo?" Mo Yunqi choked. He had originally suspected that it wasn't the Batman who appeared today, but Luo Qingtian. The Batman couldn't destroy so many drones at once. After all, judging by the photos he had taken, he was still a bit behind the Batman, so he had thought to test it out. He hadn't expected Luo Qingtian to ask directly about the Batman. "No photos. I remember you have wings too. You better not fly for a while." Chapter 612. Luo Qingtian rolled his eyes at Mo Yunqi. "Why, Captain Mo, are you saying I can't use this ability anymore? That's a real gangster." Mo Yunqi pursed his lips and looked at Luo Qingtian. "You're flying in the sky, and people could easily mistake you for a Batman. I don't want you to get into trouble and end up causing a conflict between the tech company and the military. The implication was that I know you were the one flying tonight, so you should keep quiet for now." Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes and glanced at Mo Yunqi. "Is he trying to trick me? Haha, it's annoying, but he's just pretending so far." "Then Captain Mo, can you make an exception? You know my ability is flying. Isn't being able to fly like a bird with its wings broken?" Luo Qingtian's eyebrows curved as he looked at Mo Yunqi. He suddenly retracted all his claws and looked at Mo Yunqi so gently, which took Mo Yunqi a moment to adjust to. He opened his mouth and looked at Luo Qingtian. A deep voice said, "When you want to fly, you can let me know. Take my phone number. I tell the patrol team then." This was a compromise. Luo Qingtian extended his hand toward the door. He pointed the face of his watch toward Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi also extended his hand, touching the flat surface of his watch to Luo Qingtian's, and gently touched it. After the two added each other as friends, Luo Qingtian waved at Mo Yunqi. "It's too late. I'm going back to bed." Luo Qingtian turned and walked back into the villa. Mo Yunqi looked at Luo Qingtian's back, his throat rolling slightly, and he let out a light breath. He turned and got in the car and left the villa complex. Luo Qingtian did not return to his original master bedroom, but instead found a small bedroom near 601. She zoomed in on her minimap and kept watching Huabei's house. Late in the night, Luo Qitian began to feel sleepy. She yawned, ready to close the minimap and go to sleep, when two small blue dots appeared on Huabei's house. Soon, Huabei emerged. The three of them, dressed in all black, nimbly leaped over the villa fence and ran off into the distance. Luo Qitian raised an eyebrow. Wow, Huabei is actually a speed-based psychic. Didn't he claim to be an ordinary person? It seems Huabei has quite a few hidden abilities. Luo Qitian released a bai, brought Xiaolu with him, jumped out the window, and chased Huabei. Following them all the way, Huabei and the two men stopped near the harbor. Huabei glanced around, making sure no one was following them. He then led the two men into a private house. Luo Qitian walked to the bungalow and stood at the window, peering inside. She saw Huabei approach a table. After moving the table, Huabei removed the floorboard beneath it, revealing an entrance. Huabei and the other two men jumped down, the last man not forgetting to restore the entrance to its original state. Luo Qitian didn't rush in, but waited outside. As dawn approached, there was finally movement at the door. Luo Qitian peered through the window, and saw the floorboard shift again. Then, the floorboards opened, and Huabei emerged first. The two men behind him followed suit. The three men restored the entrance to its original state, and stealthily left the bungalow again. Luo Qitian hid nearby, watching the three men leave. He was about to enter the house to see what was happening when, suddenly, for half attack, half gray dots appeared on the minimap, chasing the three men. Luo Qitian's eyes glared. She had actually seen a real Batman at this very moment. No, bad monkeys? Just as she was thinking this, she saw 5 bad monkeys chasing in the direction Huabei and his companions had gone. Soon, Huabei and his companions also spotted the Batman chasing them from the sky. Frightened, Huabei and his companions sped up their pace. The Batman in the sky unleashed wind blades at them. The wind blades, accompanied by a piercing sound, flew towards their backs. They scrambled to avoid the wind blades, but the wind blades continued to intensify, leaving them covered in wounds. What was going on? Didn't this Batman only appear twice a month? Why so many times this month? Huabei's companion shouted as they dodged the wind blades. He was the slowest of the three, so he was the most severely wounded by the wind blades. Huabei remained silent throughout, carefully dodging the attacks of the Batman in the sky, his eyes fixed on them. Suddenly, a Batman charged towards the three, baring its fangs and biting into one of them's neck. Ah, I don't want to die. The man caught by the Batman cried out in pain, but the expected pain didn't occur. The Batman on his body seemed frozen in time, clinging to the man motionless, before finally falling to the ground. The man didn't know what had happened. He felt like he had survived a catastrophe, and sat there, bewildered, looking around. Then, ice arrows appeared from the sky, shooting towards the Batman in the air. The 5 Batmen had killed one, leaving 4 in the sky. 3 of the 4 Batmen were killed by the 3 arrows. Only 1 bat remained in the sky. This sudden development startled both the Batman and Huabei. The Batman in the sky didn't even think of attacking Huabei anymore, but turned and flew towards the sea. Seeing the Batman trying to flee, Luo Qitian, not even bothering to look at Huabei, leaped up and chased him. Huabei finally recovered and looked up at the Batman, only to see a figure soaring through the sky, closely following him. Is that a person flying? Huabei asked his companions uncertainly. It seemed as if this person had just saved them. The other 2 companions, still terrified, didn't want to look at anyone. They stepped forward, grabbed Huabei, and said, Mr. Hua, let's get back quickly. It doesn't matter who he is, it's too dangerous here. Huabei nodded, not even glancing at the body on the ground. The 3 of them ran again towards the villa area. Luo Qitian chased the last Batman all the way to the sea. She didn't let the bai catch up, nor did she draw her bow and shoot arrows. She really wanted to see where this Batman's lair was. The last time she chased after a Batman, he disappeared into the sea. This time, she wanted to see what these Batmen were. When the Batman flew a certain distance from the port, it suddenly leaped into the sea. Xiaolu quickly transformed into a green protective shield and jumped in too. But after jumping into the sea, Luo Qitian discovered that the Batman had disappeared from the minimap. Even the surrounding area was devoid of any trace of the Batman. Luo Qitian pursed her lips. How could this thing just disappear into the sea? She and Xiaolu searched for a long time. Finally, she had to admit that she had lost her target again. Luo Qitian asked Xiaolu to lead her out of the sea, and then they went to the place where Huabei had been chased to see the Batman's body. Chapter 613. What drove Luo Qingtian crazy was that where he had just shot the Batman, there was no trace of his body. On the ground, there were only a few nearly dried up pools of water. What the hell, did Wei take a few bodies with him when he fled? What kind of logic was that? Luo Qingtian was so angry that she wanted to curse, but it was almost dawn. There were even sounds of people moving around. Luo Qingtian didn't want to cause trouble, so he quickly entered the space. On the grassy ground in the space, Luo Qingtian sat in a daze. Looking at Mao and Xiaomokyu, who had been busy all the time, Luo Qingtian sighed and said, Mao, do you think there's a creature that disappears into the sea? Mao looked up at Luo Qingtian, then lowered her head, and continued to work. She wanted to tell Luo Qingtian, but speaking would reveal her identity. She could only suppress the bitterness in her heart and pretend she hadn't heard. Luo Qingtian stared at Mao and Xiaomokyu for a long moment, then finally smiled bitterly. I've been so stupid. Why would I come to ask you? After being cared for by you for so long, sometimes I really think you're human. But even if you're not, I still consider you family. Once I find Mom and Dad, our family will truly be reunited. Luo Qing stood up and walked towards the villa. She wanted to vent in the training room. Watching Luo Qingtian leave, Mao dropped his tools to the ground and froze in his place, dazed and helpless. Yubai, do you think Qingtian discovered something? Why am I always so anxious? The little Mao stopped what he was doing and turned to run towards the direction where the fourth side hadn't been opened. After confirming that the fourth side was still intact, with no signs of being opened, the little Mao breathed a sigh of relief. It returned to Mao's side and soothed him, saying, Don't overthink it. Qingtian hasn't noticed us yet. She must have been frustrated outside, which is why she's come to tell us so much. Once she can control the last fragment, we can recover. Mao stared at Xiao Mao with a burning gaze. You never said all this to me before, and now you're saying so much. Luo Yubai, what do you mean? Xiao Mao felt guilty being looked at by Mao and chuckled dryly. Don't overthink it. I'm saying all this because Qingtian is growing so fast. She will be the most outstanding successor. She will surpass you and me. I believe it won't be long before she surpasses 100,000. Then you can say whatever you want. Emerging from the training room, Luo Qingtian felt as if she'd been run over by a car. The pain didn't cause her to collapse, but instead made her more alert. She cast a healing light on herself, recovering from all her injuries. She left the space and returned directly to the king's room on the 501st floor. Exiting the villa, she happened to see Wei driving out. Wei was driving an SUV today. When he saw Luo Qingtian, he stopped the car and asked with a smile, Miss Luo, would you like to go to the company together? Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow and glanced at the car. You have quite a lot of cars? Wei smiled. The car I drove yesterday had some problems on the way back, so I had to switch. Want to get in? Luo Qingtian didn't hesitate, opening the passenger door and getting in. She also wanted to know if Wei had taken the Batman's body. Thank you, Mr. Hu. Wei smiled and shook his head. In front of Miss Luo, I'm not really a boss. It's the end of the world now, and I'm just trying to make a living. Luo Qingtian smiled, looked at Wei, and said, Mr. Hu, you're being too self-deprecating. You and Geng Shuang have managed to maintain the 6th base branch so well. That speaks volumes about your talents. It's just that you're both too arrogant and constantly refuse help from headquarters. That's a pity. Otherwise, the 6th branch wouldn't be any worse than the 4th base. Wei narrowed his eyes at Luo Qingtian. How foolish, he thought. They weren't close enough to say such things. And by saying so much, he was clearly telling me headquarters was dissatisfied with the branch. But then again, the branch sent so many people here, and in the end, only Luo Tianshi was left alive. Anyone would suspect the branch had ulterior motives. Wei sighed deeply, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Our branch has always been loyal to headquarters. We never said we wouldn't accept headquarters orders. Miss Angel, you know the security issues surrounding the 6th base. Sometimes we really are powerless. We lack the skills. If everyone here were as shrewd and capable as Miss Angel, our branch wouldn't be like it is now, drifting like duckweed on the sea, without a sense of belonging. Luo Qingtian glanced at Wei with amusement. Every word he said about loyalty was a reminder of his inability to do anything. Luo Qingtian truly admired his art of speaking. Yes, I know what Mr. Hu means. It's just that I have a bad temper. Your boss begged me to come here. I'm really afraid that one day I lose control and do something. Just don't blame me. If the 6th branch truly behaves unruly, she'd destroy it and have Qin Lang send someone to build a new one, even if they were from Interstellar Labs. How exactly would she investigate them? Hui Bei's hands had been shaking as he drove ever since Luo Qing said, "Don't blame me." He had always felt that Luo Qingtian was playing dumb. He had no doubt Luo Qingtian's fighting prowess was a factor, as someone said by headquarters. Now he was even more certain. He instantly thought of the flying man who had saved him last night. "Ms. Angel, don't be angry. My department has never considered leaving headquarters. By the way, Miss Angel, you're coming from headquarters. I wonder what your special ability is." Sweat was already beating on Hui Bei's forehead. Luo Qingtian pursed her lips and chuckled. "Mr. Hui, are you saying that your department is the only one in the 6th branch who hasn't defected? What about Mr. Geng?" Hui Bei wiped his forehead with a handkerchief. "We're only responsible for sales and market research. We're not in the same department as Mr. Geng. Mr. Geng controls all the company's raw materials, and even the resources shipped from headquarters. So I don't know the details." Hui Bei finished his words with a dry laugh. The implication was that he knew nothing, that they weren't on the same page. Luo Qingtian said nothing more. She now understood that Geng Shuang and Hui Bei had always been at odds. She hadn't checked Hui Bei's basement yet, but as for Geng Shuang, she planned to follow him tonight. Before she knew it, Hui Bei had driven to the company. As he got out, he saw Geng Shuang arriving for work. Geng Shuang looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise as she emerged from Hui Bei's car. "Miss Luo, how could you two be together?" Geng Shuang's eyes were filled with wariness as he spoke these words. Chapter 614. Luo Qingtian pretended not to notice Geng Shuang's defensiveness and said with a smile, "We met on the way and came here together. What a coincidence. I just realized today that I live so close to Mr. Hui's." "Mr. Geng, do you also live in the future villa district?" Geng Shuang chuckled dryly, as if realizing something. "Yes. But I live in building 201, a bit further away from you too." Geng Shuang nodded to the two of them and walked into the office building. Hui Bei stared at Geng Shuang's back, his eyes deep, as if examining something. Then he nodded to Luo Qingtian. He strode into the office building. Luo Qingtian sighed as she stood in the lobby. It seemed no one would be there to receive her today. If she wanted to do anything, she would have to go find it herself. There weren't even any office spaces. Of course, Luo Qingtian didn't care. She strolled leisurely through the Future Technology Company building. Then she passed through every department and office. The day's investigation was so boring that Luo Qingtian didn't even know where to begin. Reaching the top floor, the largest office was empty. Luo Qingtian walked in and casually sat down in the executive chair in front of the desk. "Foolish Qin Lang, you've been given a task you're completely incompetent for. Batman has no clue, and Interstellar Labs is even less so." Geng Shuang, who had returned from nowhere, was about to enter the office when he was suddenly stopped by the secretary. "Mr. Geng, the person in charge is in your office." Geng Shuang frowned and raised his hand to enter, but then, as if thinking of something, he stopped at the door. He turned and left again. Luo Qingtian knew Geng Shuang had been at the door. After Geng Shuang left, she carried the computer into the space and returned to town. She went to Yixiao's research institute. She handed both computers to Yixiao. "Look at this first. See if you can find any information about the Interstellar Laboratory." Yixiao didn't ask any more questions and quickly turned on the computer. Then, the computer in his mind completely replicated the computer status. "You can return it. I copied this computer into my superpower. I send you a message when I find it." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingtian carried the computer back to the office and plugged in the cables. She stood up and left the office. Yixiao was now proficient in using his superpower. After completely replicating Geng Shuang's computer, an identical one appeared before him. His superpowers were more than just computers. It could be said that Yixiao's superpowers were extremely powerful, allowing him to exploit all the capabilities of a computer, cracking, calculating, and even attacking. Anything a computer can do, his brain can visualize. He could be a military strategist, a commander, even a brilliant scientist. However, his advancement requirements were extremely stringent. He needed a non-attributed crystal core to advance his abilities. At this moment, Yixiao was gradually deciphering the contents of Geng Shuang's computer. Until he found the Interstellar Laboratory in the computer, Luo Qingtian left Geng Shuang's lab and called Mo Yunqi. When Mo Yunqi received Luo Qingtian's call, he thought he had called the wrong person. It wasn't until he saw Luo Qingtian in a seaside snack bar that Mo Yunqi was sure she was indeed looking for him. "Miss Luo, shouldn't you be at the company right now?" Luo Qingtian looked up at Mo Yunqi. It seems I was rude to Captain Mo with my call today. Mo Yunqi choked. This girl really doesn't take any offense. If he said it was rude, he was sure the man in front of him would turn around and leave. No matter what happens at the base later, he will definitely not be consulted. If not, he will be treated as inferior, as if he begged to come here. Haha, I wonder why Miss Luo asked me to come here. If it's about the cooperation between the technology company and the military, I will definitely do my best to help. Luo Qingtian leaned back slightly, leaning against the backrest. I want the Batman data. Mo Yunqi raised an eyebrow. The reason? 500 combat drones. Regarding the Batman matter, I demand the military keep me informed of any developments. Mo Yunqi stared at Luo Qingtian, as if trying to guess his intentions. Why would the tech company investigate the Batman? It seemed as if, ever since Future Tech was founded, the two sides had been collaborating, yet it seemed as if they hadn't. To put it bluntly, he had always considered the Future Tech company at the 6th base a mere formality. So, he hadn't taken it seriously. Now, it seemed like headquarters was truly planning to intervene. Luo Qingtian looked up at Mo Yunqi. Give me the data. She didn't want to respond directly to him. Ever since the bat monkey disappeared into the water, Luo Qingtian had felt like she missed something. She even had a feeling that capturing the Batman might reveal information about the laboratory. She didn't have much time to begin with. She couldn't just passively wait for the Batman to appear. Mo Yunqi looked at Luo Qingtian's slightly furrowed brow, and finally relented. He opened his watch phone and operated on it. He sent all the information about the Batman to Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian clicked on the data as soon as he received it. Before her, a detailed annotation about the Batman appeared side by side in the void. Luo Qingtian frowned at the annotations and whispered, "The data shows that after you capture the Batman, it always disappears in your hands." "Yes. No matter where you imprison it, it disappears. I just don't understand why it always escapes into the sea. If the Batman disappears, then that means the ones I encountered last night are not dead at all. I shot and killed 4 bad men at the harbor yesterday. When I was chasing the 5th, it jumped into the Caspian Sea and disappeared. When I returned to see the bodies of the remaining Batmen, the bodies vanished. Thinking of the spot where the Batmen's bodies had vanished, only a puddle remained." Luo Qingtian frowned and asked, "Will they transform into water?" Mo Yunqi shook his head. "So far, we haven't seen any Batmen transform into water, but one thing is certain, they have an inexplicable connection to water. Flying into the sea, perhaps because there's something compelling them to go there." Luo Qingtian collected the data. Looking up at Mo Yunqi, "Captain Mo, you should have noticed, right? The location of the whale explosion is also where these Batmen disappeared." Mo Yunqi looked up into Luo Qingtian's eyes. "Are you trying to say these Batmen are connected to the whale explosion?" After he said this, the entire street erupted in a commotion. Then someone shouted, "The sea beast is coming!" Chapter 6:15. Luo Qingtian and Mo Yunqi exchanged a glance. They both stood up and ran toward the chaotic scene. They followed the crowd in the opposite direction. They soon reached the harbor, and saw lizard-like creatures continuously crawling out of the sea. However, these creatures had unusually large mouths, and were extremely fast. When they caught someone, they opened their mouths, and tore the survivors apart. The scene was bloody and brutal. "Ah, help!" The survivors near the harbor screamed and howled, fleeing for their lives. Mo Yunqi, upon witnessing this scene, instantly stretched out 2 black cross-shaped daggers. Without a second thought, Mo Yunqi charged towards the sea beasts. Luo Qingtian extended his hand, and the Amos ice bow instantly appeared in his hand. Luo Qingtian drew his bow and unleashed an arrow, shooting at the creatures. The ice arrows swiftly froze the sea beasts into ice sculptures. Luo Qingtian soon discovered that the creatures she shot at, after transforming into ice sculptures, finally turned into ice powder, then vanished into the air. Are these mutants? Luo Qingtian carefully examined the indicators on her mini-map. These creatures appeared as small black dots, and they were an unusually dark black. Blacker than the dead creatures, and even the non-human, non-zombie creatures she had seen before. What the hell is this? But Luo Qingtian didn't have much time to think. She transformed her little green into wings, carrying her into the sky. From above, she began to fire arrows wildly at the lizard creatures. Luo Qingtian's arrows were so fast that many sea beasts were instantly reduced to ice sculptures as they emerged from the sea. At this moment, Mo Yunqi also noticed something. These sea beasts, every time he chopped off their waists, they either turned to water or vanished into ashes. The scene felt like watching a fantasy blockbuster, where the light of righteousness slew the forces of evil. The scene of the evil disappearing. After hacking at the sea beast for a long time, Imo Yunchi retreated and put some distance between himself and the beasts that charged forward again. He looked up at Luo Qingtian, who was flying in the sky. Luo Qingtian slowly landed on the ground, and the two stood side by side. Imo Yunchi looked at Luo Qingtian, panting slightly. You noticed it too? It doesn't look like a normal creature. What do you think it could be? Imo Yunchi shook his head. In all my time at the 6th base, I fought zombies, mutants, and mutated sea beasts. But never a creature like this. Imo Yunchi shook his head. It just doesn't seem like a normal living thing. Luo Qingtian chuckled softly. Indeed, Luo Qingtian sensed no life force in these creatures, and even his attempts to absorb it with his light were ineffective. Wait, every time he tried to absorb energy, a corpse had to be present. Only things that weren't corpses could be absorbed. In other words, perhaps these things weren't corpses at all? Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian instantly switched from the aimless ice bow to the flying fire mysterious bow. Luo Qingtian drew his bow and fired again. The sea beast struck by the arrows exploded, causing a small explosion, wider than a normal flying fire mysterious bow blast. But it also injured a number of people. Beside him, Imo Yunchi grabbed Luo Qing and said, "Don't set fire to absorb the arrows and hurt innocent people. Hold on a little longer, reinforcements will arrive soon." As Imo Yunchi spoke, the cross dagger in his hand instantly turned white. Then Imo Yunchi charged at the sea beasts again. Luo Qingtian could only switch his weapon to the aimless ice bow again. He drew his bow and fired arrows at the sea beasts crawling out from the opposite side. This time, Luo Qingtian attacked from the ground. The sea beasts soon noticed Luo Qingtian and quickly rushed towards him, disrupting his archery rhythm. When Luo Qingtian noticed the sea beasts charging towards him, he instantly switched from the aimless ice bow to a tang sword. The tang sword was imbued with an extremely cold aura. Luo Qingtian then swiftly moved between the sea beasts. This time, all the sea beasts he struck were instantly reduced to icy powder. They didn't even have a chance to turn into ice sculptures. Only more and more sea beasts climbed up from the sea, like a swarm of ants, densely packed together. After fighting for an unknown amount of time, Imo Yunchi quickly rushed to Luo Qingtian's side. "Let's go," Imo Yunchi said, grabbing Luo Qingtian's hand and running toward the rear of the harbor. At this moment, armored vehicles with cannons approached. The moment Luo Qingtian and Imo Yunchi left the battlefield, Missouri Yunchi shouted, "Fire!" Then, the artillery fired at the sea beasts before them. The first wave of artillery fire ended, and all the sea beasts in the harbor vanished. The entire harbor area was silent. Imo Yunchi stared at the harbor for a long time. Then, a soldier approached him and asked, "Captain, should we continue waiting?" Imo Yunchi said nothing, staring at the sea, waiting. His instinct told him that this attack wouldn't end so easily. As he thought this, he saw a dark mass appear on the sea again, and then a school of fish resembling dolphins emerged from it. Next came a group of sharks. But after they reached the shore, tentacles seemed to sprout from their undersides, propping them up and scurrying towards Imo Yunchi. Imo Yunchi's gaze darkened as he watched the unidentified creatures crawling up. Fire! Another round of artillery fire. Destroy the mutated sea beasts before them once again. But soon, the mutated creatures reappeared on the shore. Keep going. Imo Yunchi's voice was even more gloomy than before. After the artillery fire, the harbor was shattered, and the sea beasts were also destroyed by the artillery fire. Looking at the harbor, now calm again, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They waited for a long time. The sea began to rise, gradually covering the shore. Somehow, watching the rising water, everyone felt that something was about to burst forth from the sea. A wave crested, and then it receded. Then, they saw a group of mermaid-like creatures crawling toward the shore. However, these so-called mermaids before them lacked any aesthetic appeal. Their lower bodies were indeed fish, but some resembled humans in the upper half. Some had the upper bodies of monkeys. Some looked like zombies. In short, it was as disgusting as it could be. Watching them gradually crawl up. As they slowly approached the crowd, Imo Yunchi shouted again, "Fire!" Then the shells blasted at the chaotic mermaids. The explosions didn't cause much damage to the mermaids. Psychics, attack! Imo Yunchi rushed out first. Luo Qingtian followed suit, followed by the psychics from the 6th base, all charging towards the mermaids. Luo Qingtian, tang sword in hand, quickly approached the first fish with the upper body of a monkey. With a wave of his hand, the sword descended, and an icy aura enveloped him. He chopped off the monkey's head with one blow. Chapter 616. The monkey's head was severed. The fish's tail began to struggle erratically. Then Luo Qingtian saw the headless monkey fish fluttering towards the sea. Luo Qingtian frowned and looked at the other mermen. Those mermen were now similar to the monkey fish, their bodies pierced or mutilated. The remaining body parts fluttered into the sea. Luo Qingtian followed the severed limbs all the way to the sea. She watched as the half-fish body plunged into the sea, finally vanishing from sight. Luo Qingtian was shocked. Could these fish have suffered the same fate as the bat people? Had they finally dissolved into water? No, if they had dissolved into water, bubbles would have formed around them. But when these things entered the water, they vanished so cleanly, without even a ripple. Luo Qingtian stared at the spot where the fish had disappeared motionless. Followed by, the other half-fish tails followed back into the sea. Finally, they too vanished. Luo Qingtian let Xiaolu wrap herself up and jumped into the sea. She looked up from the water, holding up the stumps and tails of the fish that had jumped into the water. To see more clearly, she even found a headlamp from the space and put it on her head. The dim light shot out directly through Xiaolu's shield, forming a column of light. A zombie mermaid, with only half its face injured, jumped down. It leaped to Luo Qingtian's side. When the mermaid noticed Luo Qingtian's presence, it reached out to grab him. But before it could touch Luo Qingtian, its body began to dissolve bit by bit. Under the light, Luo Qingtian saw that the mermaid had finally turned into dust, almost invisible to the naked eye. Eventually, this barely visible dust would slowly settle into the water. Finally, it would completely disappear. Luo Qingtian was shocked. So these mermaids or sea beasts could turn to dust? But why? What was the principle? Luo Qingtian wanted to dive towards the seabed, but she found that even if she dived deeper, she couldn't capture the dust. Once reduced to dust, it truly lacked the characteristics of life. Even with a small map, she couldn't capture it. No wonder these things appeared as dark, tiny black dots. At this moment, the battle continued on the shore. Luo Qingtian looked out to the distance and saw a group of small black dots rapidly moving toward the shore. Luo Qingtian swam towards them. Since they will eventually turn to dust, how can they trap you? As Luo Qingtian thought about this, a white light slowly began to appear in her fist. Ultimate freeze. Luo Qingtian threw a punch forward. The surrounding water trembled with the punch, and then centered around Luo Qingtian. White ice quickly solidified. The moment the group of mermaids and sea beasts approached, the extreme cold enveloped them all, completely frozen in a vast expanse of icy air. Then Luo Qingtian threw the massive block of ice into the void. Soon, a large number of small black dots rapidly approached. Luo Qingtian swung his fist again. The massive block of ice once again froze this group of mermaids and sea beasts. In this way, Luo Qingtian froze 3 waves of mermaids and sea beasts in a row. The entire sea finally quieted. Luo Qingtian commanded Xiaolu to lead him out of the water and back to the shore. On the shore, Mo Yunqi had been waiting anxiously. Seeing Luo Qingtian jump out, Mo Yunqi breathed a sigh of relief. Did you discover anything while you were down there? Otherwise, why would you go? Luo Qingtian shook her head. I'm not sure yet. I have things to do. I'd be leaving first. Luo Qingtian was about to leave. Before she could even leave, Mo Yunqi grabbed her. Miss Luo, this is a bit unkind. We agreed to share information today, and you turned against me in the blink of an eye. Are all you business people so untrustworthy? Luo Qingtian broke free from Mo Yunqi's hand and said with a smile, sharing information? Captain Mo, did you misunderstand something? This afternoon, I used 500 combat drones to request that your military synchronize their information. So far, I haven't received any more information. Are you going back on your word? If she did, Luo Qingtian would applaud. After all, the military had no definitive information about the Batman, and she had already discovered a lot herself. It seemed like she was at a disadvantage, even though those 500 drones were Qin Lang's. If the drone were in her hands, she'd be more comfortable. Mo Yunqi laughed at Luo Qingtian's words. Is Miss Luo really going to turn her back on me? The deal hasn't been finalized. The contract hasn't been signed. Whether it succeeds depends on how much useful information Captain Mo can share. Not on me throwing shade here. Luo Qingtian turned and left. Mo Yunqi gritted his teeth as he stared at Luo Qingtian's back, his expression finally turning somewhat helpless. Had he been tricked? Although information about the Batman wasn't confidential, Mo Yunqi was still furious at being tricked like that. Great. I shouldn't have waited here for her to come ashore. Mo Yunqi thought about this, and turned angrily toward the jeep on the side of the road. If Luo Qingtian knew Mo Yunqi was thinking this, he would definitely curse. If this guy hadn't been waiting for her at the beach, not wanting to arouse Mo Yunqi's suspicion, she would have already entered the space. There would have been no need to come up and scan her face. Luo Qingtian walked towards the harbor exit and suddenly saw Huabei hiding in a corner not far away. Huabei had obviously seen her. He just didn't want to be discovered, so he hid in a corner and waited for her to leave. Coming to the harbor at this time, it was obvious that he was planning to check out the contents of that basement, right? But Luo Qingtian didn't have time to investigate him. She walked out of the harbor, found a deserted spot, and entered the space directly. From there, she returned to the town. It was already night when she returned. Luo Qingtian emerged from her room and rushed downstairs. Qingtian is back. Luo Xiaowu was so excited when he saw Luo Qingtian that he wanted to rush over. Luo Qingtian reached out to stop Luo Xiaowu from hugging him. I want to go to the aquarium, take me there now. Luo Xiaowu heard this and pulled Luo Qingtian along. As they passed the hall, Shen Yuan's meal was just coming out of the pot. Seeing Luo Qingtian, he excitedly called out, Qingtian, are you eating at home tonight? You guys eat first, I have things to do. Luo Qingtian then ran out of the villa. Luo Xiaowu conjured up a black motorcycle and put a helmet on Luo Qingtian. The two ran towards the aquarium together. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the aquarium. Someone from the Academy of Sciences was guarding the entrance. Seeing them approach, the staff member stood up and said, Mayor, why are you here at this hour? Find me an empty water tank. Oh, and it has to contain seawater. Chapter 6:17. The staff member thought for a moment and immediately nodded, yes. The aquarium next to Xiao Jing is empty. Xiao Jing? Luo Qingtian looked at Luo Xiaowu in surprise. Luo Xiaowu smiled and said, it's the little whale you brought back last time. As they chatted, they walked towards the aquarium. Approaching the little whale's tank, Luo Qingtian tossed 3 large lumps of ice into the water. Is Mr. Tian supposed to be resting now? Luo Qingtian glanced at the little whale next door. It swam back and forth in its enormous tank, looking quite content. Well, Mr. Tian is old, and it's time to go back. Qingtian, whatever you want to ask, I work in the lab. I know everything you need to know. Luo Xiaowu stared at Luo Qingtian intently. Luo Qingtian was just about to ask about the vaccine when there was a crash behind them. The three of them looked in the direction of the sound. The little whale, which had been swimming so leisurely just moments ago, now repeatedly ran the tank next door. What was going on? Luo Qingtian and the other two stared at the scene in shock. What's wrong with Xiao Jing? Qingtian, what did you bring back? Luo Xiaowu slapped the glass wall, calling out to the little whale. The staff member nearby quickly ran away, found a few fish and threw them in. But the little whale didn't even glance at them, and continued ramming the tank next door. Mommy, Xiao Jing said, the ocean next door is sick, and it needs to go there for treatment. Luo Qingtian was shocked again. The ocean next door is sick? Was he referring to the 3 ice cubes he brought back? So, these things were the cause of the whale's explosion? The little whale continued to thrash. Blood had even been drawn from its head. Xiaolu, go and comfort it. Xiaolu emerged from Luo Qingtian's hair, then leaped onto his shoulder. It took flight again, transforming into a green whale the same size as the little whale. Jump into the tank to stop the little whale. Quick footsteps could be heard not far away. Old Tian rushed in with a group of men. Seeing Luo Qingtian, Old Tian was somewhat surprised. Mayor, why are you here at this hour? Old Tian looked in Xiaojing's direction. What's wrong with this little whale? It was fine when I left today. Why does it seem so agitated now? Old Tian glanced at a water-type psychic. Go down quickly and check its wounds. The water-type psychic nodded and ran towards the tank entrance. Luo Qingtian sighed and said, Mr. Tian, look at this. Luo Qingtian pointed to the large ice block next door. The seawater had melted a lot of it, and a fine layer of gray sediment had formed at the bottom of the tank. What is this? Luo Qingtian pointed at the sediment and said, Xiao Jing just went crazy after seeing this sediment. It also said that the sea next door was sick, and it wanted to go there to heal it. After saying this, the scientists present all looked at the sediment in shock. Could these be the manifestation of viruses? Chen Huiyang, who had spoken this, hurried over from a distance. Sister Luo, how do I get in and get them? Chen Huiyang said, pulling out a test tube from his lab and looking at the sediment inside, eager to try. Luo Xiaowu walked over and took the test tube, then black smoke condensed in his hand. He placed the test tube in the smoke, which carried it like a long snake to the bottom of the tank. He filled it with a little sediment and then left the tank. Luo Xiaowu handed the test tube to Chen Huiyang. Chen Huiyang put on a mask and gloves and carefully took the test tube. Then he placed it in his laboratory. Sister Luo, I go test this thing right now to see what it is. As Chen Huiyang spoke, the little whale suddenly rushed towards the glass wall again. It seemed extremely angry about the tank next to it, and Xiaolu's attempts to appease it were futile. Chen Huiyang, who had walked a distance away, returned. He pressed against the wall behind the tank. Then everyone noticed a black glass wall appear above both tanks, completely isolating them. Until the little whale could no longer sense what was happening next to it, it finally calmed down. In the little whale's tank, the water-based psychic from earlier swam up to it in a diving suit. The little whale saw the psychic and swam to his side, spinning back and forth. The psychic reached out and soothingly stroked the little whale's head, releasing his supernatural powers to heal it. After the wound on the little whale's head healed, the psychic swam upward again. Watching the little whale recover, Little Green transformed back into its seaweed ball and swam upward. Luo Qingtian then looked at Mr. Tian. Mr. Tian, haven't you finished get off work yet? I had originally planned to leave, but the lab has been running smoothly these past few days. Chen Huiyang is a talented person. His supernatural lab can more accurately analyze the splitting sequence of the virus strain, facilitating vaccine development. We're already halfway there. Elder Tian excitedly looked at the little whale swimming in the water. This child does have antibodies, but the seawater pollution has caused a small number of mutations in them as well. I believe a vaccine will be successfully developed soon. Hearing Elder Tian's words, Luo Qingtian felt a little happy. In his previous life, he never heard of a successful vaccine until his death. Now, in this life, everything has changed. Hopefully, in the near future, the world will return to normal. Will I be able to see my parents again then? After chatting with Elder Tian for a while, Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu left the aquarium and headed back home. At home, Shen Yunren ordered another batch of sweet and sour pork ribs and Westlake beef soup. These two are Luo Qingtian's favorite dishes. Seeing Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu return, Shen Yunren smiled and waved. These two dishes are just out of the pot. Come and eat. He Xiao came out of the room after hearing the voices, holding a document. It's been so hard waiting for you to come home. I just found all the information you need. Eat first, and I take a look after you finish. Luo Qingtian was even happier when she heard the news about the lab. The family sat down at the table and began to eat. At the table, Luo Qingtian asked, "How are Uncle Qi and Aunt Qi? Are they getting used to it?" Shen Yunren smiled and said, "Don't worry, Uncle and Aunt are doing well, and Aunt is recovering. I always felt that our town is blessed with talented people. So far, no one has fallen ill in our town." Luo Qingtian's thoughts wandered as she listened to Shen Yunren's answer. Because there were people with healing abilities, Luo Qingtian had never considered what would happen if the people in the town fell ill. What if there were illnesses that couldn't be treated with abilities? The town probably still needed a hospital, right? And doctors, and pharmaceuticals. Luo Qingtian stroked her chin and thought again of Shen Huiyang. She remembered that Shen Huiyang wasn't just a researcher, but also a doctor, wasn't he? Chapter 6:18. When the town is upgraded again, I build a hospital. And find some doctors. Then see if there's anyone in town who can be a doctor. After the vaccine is developed, the world will return to order. By then, everything will be in ruins. She wants to turn the town into Yan Nation's premier city. Shen Yunren smiled and said, "Yes, no problem. We build a school then." Qingtian, do you know that over 30 children have been born in our town in the past 6 months? And these families live very comfortably in the town. You won't see anything like this in other bases. Hearing this news, Luo Qingtian was even happier. That's perfect. I have a lot of maternal and child supplies here. You can arrange for someone to deliver them to the department store and give some to these families. Back then, in the Walmart warehouse, she had several hundred square meters of maternal and child supplies. When Shen Yunren heard Luo Qingtian, he wanted to pick her up and give her a little nibble. After eating and drinking, Luo Qingtian left his belongings and prepared to leave. Luo Xiaowu stared at Luo Qingtian, wanting to approach him, but remembering how Luo Qingtian always refused to take him away. Finally, feeling disappointed, he walked over to Shen Yunren and helped him pack his things. Luo Qingtian returned to his bedroom, opened the door, and headed straight back to the harbor. After all this time, Huibei must have left from the underground warehouse. He probably wouldn't run into them if he went there now. Luo Qingtian thought, quickly changing into his black combat uniform, and ran towards Huibei's underground warehouse. A short while later, Luo Qingtian found himself outside Huabei's bungalow again. Luo Qingtian tried to push the door open, only to discover that the bungalow was locked from the inside. The door's locked, meaning Huabei is still in the warehouse? Just as he was thinking this, he heard the sound of a car approaching nearby. Luo Qingtian quickly ran away, taking cover a short distance away. Then he saw 2 trucks approaching the house. A short while later, Huabei emerged from the warehouse. He directed the people exiting the trucks and led them into the warehouse. Luo Qingtian, hiding nearby, watched closely as a group of people began unloading items from the warehouse. An hour later, the trunks of both trucks were full. A man next to Huabei said, "Mr. Hua, let's find a space-based psychic. It's really inconvenient to carry things back and forth like this." Huabei gave the man a cold look. "Do you think space-based psychics are that easy to find? If I make any move now, aren't you afraid Geng Xuan will catch me? Let's go! I follow the truck this time," Huabei said, taking the passenger seat of one of the trucks. The others found their seats and followed. The 2 trucks left the port. Luo Qingtian watched the 2 trucks leave, glanced back at the basement, then glanced in the direction Huabei had left. "Forget it. I just go with you for today. I see the basement next time." Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian retrieved his motorcycle from his space and quickly followed the 2 trucks. Because the 6th base maintained strict air patrols, Luo Qingtian had no intention of flying this time. The motorcycle followed at a moderate distance, trying not to appear in the truck's rearview mirrors. The car left the base's rear gate and headed off. Luo Qingtian put away his motorcycle at the gate and released Dabai. He directed Dabai to lead him out of the base, closely following the 2 trucks. The car drove onto the coastal highway and, after an hour, stopped in front of a wide base surrounded by a semicircular wall. In front of the base gate stood the word Xiangyang Base. Luo Qingtian squinted his eyes at the situation below. The Xiangyang Base was surprisingly only an hour's drive from the government base. With the 2 bases so close, hadn't Mo Yinqi and the others considered taking this area in as well? No, the government built bases along the harbor to the nearby city. Now that I think about it, many parts of the 6th base still resembled what they had been before the apocalypse. In other words, the 6th base itself was a city left from before the apocalypse. The 2 trucks spoke to the gatekeeper, and the car was soon allowed to pass. After the car entered the base, it twisted and turned until it arrived in front of a building. Luo Qingtian observed the state of the Xiangyang base and instantly understood its origins. This place was also a remnant from before the apocalypse. More precisely, it was a coastal county town. Few buildings were damaged. After clearing out the zombies, the survivors built a semicircular base to prevent further zombie attacks. The county town was completely surrounded. Luo Qingtian watched as many people emerged from the office building, wearing thick protective suits and heavy gloves. They quickly carried items from the trucks into the building. Luo Qingtian quickly landed and, while no one was paying attention, approached the 2 trucks. As they approached, Luo Qingtian frowned. A chill emanated from the back of the car. This icy aura was even closer to the extreme cold she had unleashed. Luo Qingtian peered into the car and discovered it was filled with white ice. The ice cubes were small, about the size of marble bricks. Luo Qingtian quickly grabbed a piece of ice and sent it into the space, then sprinted back toward the building. He grabbed a random person wearing a hazmat suit and knocked him unconscious. Luo Qingtian donned the suit and pretended to get the ice. Then he followed the group into the elevator, which headed downward. When the elevator reached the 3rd floor, a group of people emerged. Luo Qingtian frowned at the empty basement. This underground city was too close to the sea. But what was the point of all this ice here? Luo Qingtian didn't dare ask, unable to even utter a word due to the hazmat suit. She continued to follow the group until they reached a flat area, which suddenly opened outwards from the center. A huge freight elevator slowly rose from inside. She saw the men in hazmat suits loading all the ice onto it. When it was full, it slowly began to move downwards. Luo Qingtian's eyes widened instantly. Below was the sea. Could it be that all the ice was being dumped into the ocean? No. The appearance of the freight elevator indicated that someone was receiving the goods from below. This meant there must be some structure on the seabed, like the underwater granary in High City. At this moment, the people present began to move towards the exit, and Luo Qingtian had no choice but to follow the crowd back. Luo Qingtian looked around as she walked. If the freight elevator had to rise from below, then this meant that this empty basement was actually full of entrances and exits. Luo Qingtian was just thinking about how to break away from the group and find the exit to the underground when the elevator they had come in from lit up. Several men in white coats came out of the elevator. Chapter 6:19. Luo Qingtian looked up at the men, then saw the one in front. Luo Qingtian's pupils dilated instantly. Why was Uncle Fan here? Luo Qingtian recognized the man in front. It was Fan Jinlong, one of the scientists at Interstellar Labs. She knew him because, years after her parents disappeared, he and Qi Jian had visited Luo Qingtian's home. He had also taken care of her and her grandmother. After the apocalypse, having just been reborn, she had forgotten many things and even herself, becoming incredibly apathetic. So, she subconsciously ignored the uncles and aunts at the lab. Now that she saw Uncle Fan here, did that mean everyone at Interstellar Labs was here? No, she couldn't just leave like that. Luo Qingtian stared at the elevator entrance and slowly backed away. The mini-map was fixed on the direction Uncle Fan had left. The next moment, she switched to another form. She changed into other clothes, left the group, and ran towards Fan Jinlong. The basement was already empty, save for a few supporting pillars. Anyone nearby will be clearly visible. Luo Qingtian hid behind a pillar. Just as he was worrying about how to get close to Fan Jinlong, Little Green crawled out. Its tentacles quickly enveloped Luo Qingtian. The next moment, Luo Qingtian vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was at the very back of Fan Jinlong's group. Mommy, they can't see us, let's follow them. Listening to Little Green's purring, Luo Qingtian was shocked. Little Green. Son, when did you develop such amazing skills? Mommy, Little Green ate the invisibility core. The man and Haizeo were talking in their minds. Then they reached a new location. Fan Jinlong pressed a button on the ground. Then the ground cracked again. An elevator slowly rose. Fan Jinlong was the first to enter. Luo Qingtian took the opportunity to follow, and then the elevator began to creak. Is there too many people? Someone in the crowd shouted. That's not right. We always been fine riding this way. Why is there one more person today? The man looked up at the elevator display and leaned out halfway to look outside. Luo Qingtian took the opportunity to kick the man, and he fell out with a thud. The elevator doors closed, and the elevator began to descend, carrying a group of people towards the depths of the sea. Fan Jinlong frowned at the people present. There weren't many people, just the same few. Why was the elevator overloaded? But there was no time to investigate the elevator's problem. The elevator was heading deeper into the ocean, and Luo Qingtian was so shocked she couldn't express herself. All her shock eventually turned into a series of haiku. In her heart, she couldn't imagine an elevator traveling straight down to the depths of the ocean, and with transparent sides, allowing a clear view of the outside. Especially when she saw a two-headed shark circling the elevator. Luo Qingtian felt like she had entered a fantastical otherworld. Mutated sharks, mutated lanternfish, and all sorts of bizarre sea fish swam around the elevator. Until the elevator entered a mountain range beneath the sea. Luo Qingtian stared at the mountain range with her mouth wide open. Wow, there's really so much to see under the sea. No wonder people like to call it a world. Just as Luo Qingtian was sighing, the elevator stopped. The elevator doors opened. A long, high-tech corridor appeared before them. Fan Jinlong was the first to exit the elevator. Luo Qingtian followed the others out. Fan Jinlong led the group down the corridor. Then, they arrived at a large laboratory room, filled with tall, semicircular laboratory bottles. In these bottles, soaked in some unknown liquid, were various animals, monkeys, small sharks, and dolphins. There were even humans and zombies. Luo Qingtian frowned as he looked at these creatures. These diverse creatures reminded him of the mermaids he had encountered and killed at the harbor today. At that moment, a woman in a white coat stepped forward, holding a data report. Professor Fan, the data shows that 3 bacterial colonies haven't been recycled. Hearing this, Fan Jinlong frowned. Impossible. This phenomenological bacterial colony has developed an autonomous, cyclical form. Even if it settles in the ocean, as long as there's organic matter to be consumed, it will self-form into a new form. Over and over again. Now you're telling me there are 3 missing colonies? Do you know how much energy those 3 colonies consumed? The woman pursed her lips. Professor, I'm sorry. It's just that the carcasses brought back from the last whale explosion have been nearly depleted. Fan Jinlong looked at the woman, his gaze growing increasingly gloomy. At this moment, a man busy with laboratory equipment said, Fan Jinlong, we're forced to work here. Be content with the fact that I've done so much according to your wishes. You still haven't shown us Professor Luo and his wife's experimental data. You want to extract marine life energy. Do you think it's as easy as you think? Fan Jinlong looked at the man and sneered. You've been forced to do so much, haven't you? So what if I extract marine life energy? It's the simplest way to become stronger. With scientific research eyes, I have a power beyond all else. No one can stop me from living on land. Don't you want a life like this? No, it's already the end of the world. You're destroying the ocean's ecology. Aren't you afraid that this action will completely destroy the world? Ha ha ha. How is that possible? The entire Earth is 70% water, and what I done doesn't even account for 10%. The man looked at Fan Jinlong and sneered. You're crazy. I don't know how Wei and Geng Shuang could trust you. As soon as he finished speaking, the lights in the hall began to flicker, becoming unstable. Where's today's research ice? Why hasn't it been brought up yet? Just then, the lab's elevator doors opened, and a group of men in hazmat suits ran in. They placed the research ice in several recesses in the hall. The light, which had been flickering, suddenly lit up. Even the surrounding machinery began to operate steadily. Fan Jinlong smiled as he walked over to the recesses, looking at the white ice. Chu Shao, look. Before the apocalypse, could you have seen such an energy source that surpasses all others? Who could have imagined such a treasure existed on the seabed? Just a tiny piece of research ice could keep the entire Yin nation's power system running smoothly for 6 months. If it were before the apocalypse, could you have imagined such a treasure existed on the seabed? Chu Shao looked at Fan Jinlong and said sarcastically, no amount of energy could withstand your tossing and turning. You consumed so much since the lab was built. This lab shouldn't even exist. Chapter 620. Fan Jinlong shrugged nonchalantly. Yes, a laboratory like this shouldn't exist, but this lab was left behind by your beloved Dr. Luo. Don't you all know that? After he finished speaking, the white-coated men present all bowed their heads. Yes. They had come to the 6th base because they heard that teacher Luo Yubai had left them valuable data and materials. There was also a huge laboratory. But they never imagined they would never leave this lab after arriving. Fan Jinlong glared at the crowd sarcastically and continued, don't think of yourselves as so noble. Didn't you come here to find the passage there? Do you really think that couple will give you the key to the door there? People are selfish. At this moment, the man in the white gown standing farthest away said, I trust the teacher. Otherwise, why would he leave this lab to us? It's a pity that the teacher trusted the wrong person and gave you all the final data. Yes, we trust the teacher too. The others echoed. Chu Shao looked at Fan Jinlong and smiled. See? Even without the teacher, you can't shake his position. Fan Jinlong's forehead was clenched with veins, revealing his fury. Lightning crackled around him. Luo Qitian and Xiao Lu, hiding in the corner, could sense the overwhelming power of this man's aura. Everyone present fell silent. Fan Jinlong sneered at them and said, so what? After all, you're all under my command, doing the very thing you hate most. After all, those who disobey will be turned into bacteria. Fan Jinlong burst into laughter as he spoke. Luo Qitian frowned at the scene. So, were all the people at the interstellar laboratory being held hostage by this Fan Jinlong? Fan Jinlong didn't want to continue talking to the others. At this moment, the monitor at the top of the hall indicated that the extraction was successful. Fan Jinlong hurried away, heading towards another room. Luo Qitian followed Fan Jinlong into that room, which contained a single pipe. At the other end of the pipe was a large cylindrical container. Inside, blue and green energy blocks were placed. Fan Jinlong stared at the energy block, quickly stepped forward, placed it under his nose, and began to inhale. Soon, the energy block began to shrink at a visible speed, finally disappearing bit by bit into Fan Jinlong's hand. Fan Jinlong's face was filled with enjoyment. As he held out his hand, green and purple light swirled around his arm. Fan Jinlong clenched his fists. A crackling sound emanated from his hands, and even flames erupted. Ha ha ha, what's the point of going to a free and unfettered world? What's the point of going to a new civilization? As long as I completely absorb this world's energy, I can take it from anywhere else. Isn't everything still my decision? Fan Jinlong said, as he picked up another piece of green energy and held it under his nose to absorb it. Luo Qitian stared at the energy blocks. A storm of fear surged in his heart again. Why did the aura of these energy blocks exude so similar to the energy of his own ability? Just now, these people were talking about extracting the life energy of the ocean. So these energy blocks were the life energy of the ocean? Luo Qitian began to recount what he had seen and heard. A super energy source had been discovered in the ocean. It was what they called scientific ice. And then his father left behind data. It had helped them discover a method for extracting the ocean's life force. So Fan Jinlong had brought them to this laboratory. And they were using scientific ice to power this underwater laboratory. And what about the mass suicide of whales? What role did they play in this? This scene seemed a bit fantastical no matter how you looked at it. And that civilization? That key? Luo Qingtian rubbed his swollen forehead. He exhaled deeply. While absorbing energy, Fan Jinlong suddenly looked up and around. He was sure no one was around, but he had clearly heard someone breathing. He slowly walked towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian watched Fan Jinlong approach, bringing Xiaolu with him into the space. Fan Jinlong walked over to where Luo Qingtian had been standing, extended his hand, and waved. He was certain someone had been there just now. Fan Jinlong thought about this and walked around the room for a moment. Confirming that no one was there, he turned and left. Luo Qingtian returned to the room after Fan Jinlong left. She raised her hand and took all the energy blocks from the container. Then she returned to the space. Suddenly, numerous green and blue energy blocks appeared on the grass in the space. This caught the attention of Maoqiu and Xiaomao. The two balls walked over to the energy blocks, picked them up, and examined them. Then the two balls exchanged glances, each seeing worry in the other's eyes. "This can't be hidden," Xiaomao whispered. "Well, if you can't make it that far, then I tell you in advance," Maoqiu said this, looking ahead. Luo Qingtian had just entered the space. She saw both balls staring at her. "Luo Qing, what's wrong with you two? Do you want these energy blocks?" Luo Qingtian walked over, picked up an energy block, and sniffed it. The block slid into Luo Qingtian's body. Luo Qingtian was stunned. Why did the feeling of absorbing this energy block echo the feeling of absorbing life force from an enemy using a lifeline? Maoqiu and little Maoqiu stared at Luo Qingtian intently. Their eyes were filled with nervousness, and it was unclear whether they were afraid Luo Qingtian would absorb the energy blocks or if something happened to him. Luo Qingtian frowned at the energy blocks, found a large container, and placed them all inside. She turned to Maoqiu and little Maoqiu. "Maoqiu, this is very important. I know you mutant plants love energy. If you need it, I can give it to you. But you can't eat this. This is the life of the ocean. Wait until I deal with the crisis caused by my father's laboratory. I'm going to return this to the ocean." Speaking of returning it to the ocean, Luo Qingtian instantly thought of the group of whales that committed suicide. Return it to the ocean? Feeding back to the ocean? So that's how it is. The whales must have discovered the threats to the ocean, so they're using their lives to feed the ocean, hoping to use their last bit of strength to protect it. Now that I think about it, the laboratory isn't far from the harbor. Were the whales committing suicide at the harbor to remind humans of the existence of this laboratory? Luo Qingtian rubbed his swollen forehead. That research ice was sent by Hubei. That meant Hubei knew its location. It seemed he had to go to that underground warehouse.